As he looked out at the all-too-familiar scene before him, Kang Han-soo knew he'd done it. He'd really gone back. This time he had returned to the past. Back to the very beginning, when everything had just started. And this time he would not fail. Everything had begun when, one day, God created a new world. A strange, twisted realm, crafted purely to ease his boredom. This world had a name, the Abyss. One by one, he tossed his creations into this chaotic playground. Different races were forced to share the same brutal environment, and when that happened, war was inevitable. Struggle, desperation, survival, fighting, killing, and enduring became the only constants. And God. He loved it. Nothing entertained him more than watching his creations suffer and adapt. Naturally, humanity was among those thrown into the abyss. Now, the final battle for mankind had come. Thanks to the selfless sacrifices of the Suicide Squad, the last 4 surviving humans had made it this far. The last 4 members of humanity's final strike force. There was Ares, Queen of Valkyrie, Keldian, the golden-haired mage, Kangta, the giant brute, and finally Kang Han-soo. They had all fought, bled and suffered, for this one final hope, the Arcanial Time Stone. A mystical artifact said to possess the power to send someone back into the past. This was humanity's last shot at rewriting their doomed future, a species driven to extinction after 50 years in the abyss. Now, standing before the altar that held the stone, the group began discussing the inevitable question: who should be the one to go back? Only one person could travel through time. And honestly, wasn't it obvious? The strongest one among us should go back, Kanti said with a smirk, stroking his chin as if nominating himself. You all know who that is, right? Keldian, the mage, sighed deeply beside him. For a second, he had actually thought Kangti was going to say something logical. And now, he seriously regretted it. Even in such a dire moment, these two still found time to mess around. Enough, both of you. Ares snapped. Most of the Valkyries sent to fight the Golden Dragon have already been wiped out. It's only a matter of time before those things get here. Her voice trembled, not from fear but from determination. It's not fair, but we don't have a choice anymore. The only one of us who can go back is you, Kang Han-soo. When Ares declared that he would be the one to return to the past, Kang Han-soo lowered his gaze and looked at the palm of his hand. Memories began to flood in how long he had fought, how many endless days, how many countless battles. Again and again he had struggled just to survive. After everything, wouldn't dying just be easier? It was almost like Ares could read his thoughts. She reached out and gently placed her hand over his. Don't be weak, she said softly. The hope of all mankind is in your hands, Kang Han-soo. Don't give up on it. Hearing her words, Kang Han-soo slowly lifted his head and looked at each of his comrades in turn. The golden-haired mage gave a slight nod. She's right. You started 20 years after us, and yet you still made it this far. That alone proves everything. If you had awakened your abilities just 5 years earlier, things might have turned out very differently. Kangta, the towering brute beside them, chimed in too. Yeah, no arguments from me. The kid's got real talent. But hey, if you don't want to go, feel free to say it out loud. I mean, if I went back, I could grab all those rare items I never got a chance to touch. Then he paused, coughed awkwardly, and quickly added, I mean you could. Since you're the only one who can go back, of course. It was clear he still hadn't fully let go of the dream of returning himself. Despite everything, Kang Han-soo couldn't help but let out a faint smile. His body relaxed just a little. Then, with a deep breath, he stood up and began walking slowly toward the time stone. But just as he took a step, boom! The ground trembled. A deep, violent quake ripped through the cavern. Everyone knew what it meant. The enemy was here. High above them, a crack tore open in the ceiling of the cavern, and through it, the massive head of a golden dragon began to push through, eyes burning with savage intent. There was no time to hesitate. The moment it saw them, the beast immediately started gathering energy, preparing to unleash its dragon breath. Don't get distracted. The mage shouted back at Kang Han-soo. We'll hold it off, just go. As he shouted, he began casting a massive barrier spell, layers of glowing runes encircling the party. While blocking the attack, he barked out commands. Ares, Kangti were switching positions. Just keep it busy while I get the next spell ready. You can count on us. Ares called back. Now's my chance to show off. Kangta grinned and shoved away a boulder that had nearly crushed Eris, then turned toward the dragon with fire blazing across his entire body. Eris lunged forward, spinning her spear before slamming it into the ground, activating a protective enchantment that surged up like a pillar of light. "Kangta now," she shouted. "You don't have to tell me twice." His whole body ignited in flame as he roared forward. They were buying him time. Time to change the fate of mankind. With a fierce cry, Kangta swung his massive blade and with one thunderous strike, he launched a devastating blow toward the dragon's heads. But Kangta's devastating blow barely made a dent. The golden dragon raised one of its massive claws, and with a single swipe, it sent a shockwave that made Kangta's entire body tremble as he struggled to block it. Seeing this, Kang Hansu instinctively moved to help, but the golden-haired mage beside him quickly grabbed his arm. "Focus on your real weapon," he said sternly. "If it's broken, then let it go. Once you're gone, don't look back." Eris chimed in too, her voice unwavering despite the chaos. "Chaldean's right, leave this place to us. And Hansu, don't push away the people who come to stand by your side, just because you think they're a burden. This time, try to protect them. Do that for me, will you?" "I'll try," Kang Hansu replied with a soft smile. But what he truly felt deep inside only he would ever know. "You haven't changed, even now," Chaldean murmured. "All right then, the rest is up to you, Ken." The mage Chaldean then gave his final words of guidance. "Kang Hansu, listen to me carefully. Like Eris said, there's no reason to shed blood needlessly. But don't show mercy to the scum who bring ruin to this war. Save your compassion for those who deserve it. And one more thing, Clementine, the tyrant, make sure you kill him. You hear me? Kill him." Hearing those words, Kang Hansu's expression hardened. A cold, fierce determination burned in his eyes. Chaldean saw that and nodded. That was all he needed to see. "Then get ready." He stepped forward and began the final incantation. Above them, the time stone started to spin violently. Lightning burst from within it, cracking through the air and drawing everyone's attention. Chaldean clasped his hands together. From that point of contact, a blinding light erupted. At the same moment, a massive magic circle appeared in the sky overhead, glowing brighter and brighter, resonating with the time stone. The ancient artifact responded to the spell, shining with overwhelming intensity. In that instant, beams of light wove together like streams of fate, like the flow of time itself. And then flash. When Kang Hansu opened his eyes again, everything had changed. Surrounding him was a crowd of unfamiliar faces, their expressions full of panic and confusion. None of them knew where they were. But he did. This was the beginning. This was the moment when he had first been thrown into the abyss. Kang Hansu took a deep breath, his eyes scanning the chaotic scene in front of him. The time stone had worked. This time he would not fail. All around him, the crowd was still in full-blown panic. Screams and confused shouting echoed everywhere. Kang Hansu calmly took it all in. Of course they're panicking, he thought to himself. It's their first time in another world, after all. He remembered it clearly. In the past, it started suddenly. One day people just began vanishing. It began with just 100 individuals. But that number quickly multiplied, spiraling out of control. By the time Kang Hansu turned 20, some mysterious force whisked him away without a trace. The Ministry of Defense and National Security had issued a public statement back then. "We have received multiple reports of strange phenomena in the skies and numerous disappearances. Please stay indoors unless absolutely necessary. Protect yourself." But in truth, those who disappeared weren't dead. They weren't being hunted or threatened. They had simply been transported to another world. A world that devoured entire dimensions. A realm governed by chaos hell, disguised as a fantasy. Everyone who arrived here gained new abilities. But those so-called gifts were meaningless against the grotesque horrors that roamed this land. This was a world of violence and lawlessness. Everyone pulled into this hellish dimension was flung into the other world. And once the full roster of humanity arrived, the gates of hell would open and the brutal war would begin. The flashback ended. Kang Hansu narrowed his eyes. He had 5 years to grow stronger. But all the skills and powers he once possessed in the future, they were gone now. No use crying about it. It's time. Right on cue, the sky above cracked open. A jagged tear shimmered in the air, and from it descended a small black imp with golden horns. It hesitated for a moment under the judgmental stares from below. Then, clearing its throat, it shouted awkwardly, "Ahem. Hello everyone. I'm Fairy, your assistant. I'm here to help you complete the registration process quickly." The poor creature was sweating bullets. It looked like this was its first day on the job. "Please pay attention, everyone," it added, forcing a wobbly, nervous smile. Kang Hensu raised an eyebrow. Fake little imp. And that fast registration he mentioned? That's just code for beat each other to a pulp. Meanwhile, Fairy continued its overly cheerful speech. "First of all, welcome to the otherworld. From now on, each of you will have an amazing opportunity." But before it could finish, someone interrupted. "Hold on. What the hell is this otherworld? Stop spouting nonsense and send me home." It was a middle-aged man shouting furiously, pointing up at the imp floating in the sky. Fairy's expression darkened. The friendly smile disappeared. Its voice dropped, now sharp with irritation. "Let me finish." The man hesitated, clearly spooked, and fell silent. Seeing that, the imp continued, "In this world, you have unlimited freedom. No laws. No rules. No morals. Have you ever dreamed of a world where nothing holds you back? Not only that," it said, voice rising, "the physical limits that restricted your strength back home. Gone. Here your power can grow infinitely, just like the heroes in your favorite movies. This is your chance to do everything you ever imagined. Isn't that just amazing?" It ended with a smirk, clearly proud of its sales pitch, though the eyes of the crowd said otherwise. As the little demon spoke, it wore an almost wistful, admiring expression. Raising a few fingers, it said enthusiastically, "Let me give you an example." With that, it pointed its hand toward the same middle-aged man who had interrupted earlier. A second later, boom. A hole exploded clean through the man's torso, like he'd been hit by a tank shell. Gasps turned into full-blown screams. People all around recoiled in terror, unable to process what they'd just seen. The imp chuckled casually. "Oops, my bad. I really hate loudmouths." A few people made a desperate dash to escape. The demon merely snapped its fingers, and they disintegrated into dust on the spot. That was all it took. No one dared to move after that. The entire group stood frozen, gripped by absolute fear. With the atmosphere properly adjusted, the demon reached into thin air and pulled out a glowing stone. "This right here is an ancient rune. Whenever you kill any living creature, you'll absorb one of these. There are 8 others, each different in color, scattered randomly. But with effort you might even obtain superior versions." It held the rune up for all to see. "This one increases physical power. Anybody want it?" From the back of the crowd, without hesitation, Kang Hansu raised his hand. The demon blinked in surprise. Honestly, it had just been trying to spice things up with a fake offer. It hadn't expected anyone to actually volunteer. Still, it grinned. Well, what enthusiasm. "Smun then, give me your hand." It handed the glowing rune to Kang Hansu. "Pretty cool, huh? Runes bend the laws of nature. For example, based on science, the max weight your pathetic biceps could lift would be about 117.1 kilograms. But now, that limit's gone up to 112.3 kilograms. It paused dramatically. Not only that, runes, but the demon suddenly trailed off. Kang Hansu's face was blank. Unmoved. No amazement. No excitement. No curiosity. Nothing. The imp tilted its head in confusion. Usually people went nuts over this kind of power boost. It was a life-changing moment. But this guy? He just stood there like it was a Tuesday morning. Of course, what the demon didn't know was that Kang Hansu had heard this same speech dozens of times before. Over and over again, in the future he had already lived. Nothing about this was new. A little embarrassed by the lack of reaction, the imp awkwardly cleared its throat and kept going. Ahem, anyway. Different runes grant different effects. The powers they grant go beyond your world's science. Your puny little brains couldn't possibly comprehend the full extent of what these can do. It looked around again. Now then, I'd like to demonstrate another example. Anyone interested? The mood instantly shifted. People tensed up. It had only shown one example earlier, and multiple people had already died. If it was going to give another demonstration, who would be next? Panic returned to the crowd, but no one dared speak a word. But seeing how the crowd reacted, the little demon let out a sigh, sounding almost bored. Well, whatever. Just remember, this doesn't matter what kind of rune you get or how it enhances your power. They're all useful. So gather as many as you can, if you want to survive. Its words hit like a cold slap to the face. A brutal wake-up call. Immediately, chaos erupted. People shoved, scrambled, and lunged forward, each desperate to snatch the rune before someone else could. The crowd devolved into a frenzy of fear and greed. But just as someone was about to reach the floating rune, it suddenly zipped back into the demon's gibbon. The crowd froze. With a smirk, the demon spoke again. "What? You really thought I was giving this away? I was just messing with you all." It nodded toward Kang Han-soo. "After seeing how that guy reacted, I figured I don't need to explain anything else. Anyway, I'm keeping this." Despair rippled through the crowd like a shockwave. Then, the imp floated beside Kang Han-soo and addressed the others again. "Oh right. One more thing. If you touch your right ear, you'll be able to see how many runes you currently have. Humans love to measure everything, don't they?" Curious, a few people hesitantly touched their right ears. As soon as they did, a glowing interface appeared in front of them, a simple floating screen with basic stats. For most people, it displayed the number 10. "Good. That's all you need to know for now," the imp chirped happily. Meanwhile, Kang Han-soo stared silently at his own status window. Kang Han-soo strength, 11 endurance, base intuition, 8. It was a simple system. His strength stat had increased by 1 thanks to the rune. Later on, by collecting more runes through hunting, he'd be able to boost other attributes like mana or magical power. It didn't matter what others got in the beginning. It was bound to be unbalanced at first. All around him, others were staring at their own system windows, slowly realizing what this world demanded of them. Each person was calculating, hoping, or despairing in their own way. Just then, the imp clapped its hands together, drawing their attention one last time. "Forget your old lives. Embrace this new one. Enjoy it." As soon as it said that, a dagger materialized in the hand of every single person present. "When I leave, the training begins. So do your best, okay?" That was its final farewell. Before anyone could ask what it meant, growls echoed from behind them. From the shadows, a pack of goblins began to emerge, twisted, green-skinned creatures, with wicked claws and feral eyes. They looked just like the monsters from fantasy games back home, but their bloodlust was all too real. The instant they caught the scent of humans, they howled and charged straight into the crowd. But then, something unexpected happened. The goblins suddenly stopped advancing. They were clearly unsettled. After all, the humans outnumbered them. And every one of them was now holding a weapon. At that moment, a young woman stepped forward, raising her hand to calm the crowd. "Everyone, please. Stay calm. Don't provoke them. Slowly, back away." Following her lead, people began to step back carefully, trying not to startle the creatures. But then, thud. They hit a wall. A faint, translucent light blue barrier had risen behind them, cutting off their retreat. A man wearing a cap cursed and pounded on the wall in frustration, trying to break through. But then, something even worse happened. The barrier began to shrink. And on the other side, the goblins started moving again, creeping forward, snarling, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. There was no choice now. They'd have to fight. The man in the cap gritted his teeth and gripped his dagger. "No way I'm dying in a place like this." But just then, whoosh. Someone dashed past him moving fast, and then, they walked straight through the barrier like it wasn't even there. The man froze, stunned. What the hell? At the spot where the man passed through, a glowing number appeared on the wall, 49. The man in the cap didn't hesitate. He ran through as well. The number dropped again, 48. That's when the rest of the group started to realize something terrifying. Only 50 people could leave. Panic spread like wildfire. The crowd surged again, rushing toward the exit, desperate to be one of the lucky few. No one wanted to fight the goblins, not if there was an easier way out. Except for one person, Kang Han-soo. He stood still, watching them scramble. He sighed. "How pathetic, there are 100 of us. If we stayed calm and fought together, we'd get through this with fewer casualties. Yeah, some people would get hurt, but fewer would die." He remembered how it went the first time he came here. Over 40 people died in the first battle with the goblins. Only 10 out of the 50 trapped inside had survived. But this time things would be different. He would clear the stage and move on to the next floor. Just then the goblins charged. Their bloodlust kicked in, and they swarmed forward. One of the younger men was about to get mauled, but in a flash slash, a single strike from Kang Han-soo split the goblin in two. The young man stared in disbelief. Another goblin rushed forward with a wooden club. Kang Han-soo casually caught it with his bare hand, then slashed, ending its life in one clean motion. The others behind the barrier stood frozen in shock. Wait, maybe these goblins aren't as strong as we thought. Watching Kang Han-soo carve through the monsters like they were nothing changed everything. But even for him, the battle wasn't without strain. After dispatching several more, he was breathing heavily. This body, 10 years ago. Still not used to it, he muttered. But there was a silver lining. Lucky. My dexterity just increased by 0.1. Dexterity affected not just speed, but also spatial awareness. It meant he could perceive time more sharply, react more quickly. Like just now, a goblin had hurled a dagger at him. And before it could even get close, he'd already moved, dodging effortlessly to the side. Right after dodging, Kang Han-soo immediately struck back. He hurled a dagger straight into the charging goblin, nailing it in the head and sending it off to the afterlife. The remaining goblins, realizing they couldn't take him one-on-one, got smart. They rushed him all at once. 3 of them, in perfect sync. But Kang Han-soo had already predicted this. With a dagger he'd picked up from the goblin he'd just killed, he moved. In an instant, he delivered 3 precise strikes, each one aimed directly at their throats. They collapsed before they could even scream. Without slowing down, he finished off another goblin nearby, then casually yanked a glowing runestone from its neck. The others, those still trapped inside the barrier, watched him fight, and couldn't believe what they were seeing. That guy, he's doing this alone. Shit, this is insane. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do anymore. Even as they said that, the adrenaline kicked in, the fear turned into courage. One by one, they charged forward, joining the battle. And just like that, a full-scale brawl between humans and goblins erupted. In the middle of the chaos, Kang Han-soo kept moving with calm precision, fighting with ease while thinking things through. Normally, there's no need to rush early on. You take your time, build up slowly. But now's not the time to take it easy. This place is just one of many. There are countless travelers scattered across this world. And over the next 3 months, everyone will be protected in beginner zones like this one. But after that, they'll be forced to fight monsters known as the 52s and 53s. Still, for Kang Han-soo, this was a chance. Even the smallest opportunity to grow stronger was worth taking. He glanced down at the runestone he'd just claimed from the goblin's body. Keldian, sending me back to this time, yeah, you made the right call. After a long, grueling fight, the battle finally came to an end. The remaining people just stood there, wide-eyed, stunned by what they'd witnessed. No way did he really take them all out, with just that short blade. They couldn't believe it. He was a monster. Up in the sky, the demonic creature watched the aftermath of the battle unfold. When it saw that so many humans had survived, it actually looked delighted. "Oh ho, you did pretty well, didn't you?" it said cheerfully. "Must been tough, huh? And yet, quite a few of you are still alive." Everyone down below glared up at the creature in fury, but there was nothing they could do. "Well now, it looks like you've figured out how to survive," it went on, still grinning. "So I'll go ahead and deactivate the barrier. Just keep doing what you're doing. I've got business in another zone, so good luck." With that, the thing casually slipped into a spatial rift and vanished. As soon as it was gone, the people below exploded with rage. "Yeah, get lost, you bastard. Rot in hell, you piece of shit." But not Kang Han-soo. He was still feeling satisfied. Compared to how things had gone the first time, this wasn't bad at all. Then, a status window appeared in front of him. His stats had improved quite a bit since he first arrived. Strength, 14.3 agility, 10.9 vitality, 10.1 perception, 11.2 not bad. That should be enough for the first part of training. He looked down at the short blade in his hand, the weapon he'd taken in battle. It radiated a faint glow. A symbol of power. "All right," he muttered. "What's next? I need to find a way to get stronger fast." Eris, Kangta, Keldian, what would they do in this situation? At that moment, a memory surfaced, something a friend had once told him about the hidden dungeon in the training area. The hardest one. That friend had never completed it, but even partially clearing it had made him incredibly powerful. He used to say, If he could go back in time, the first thing he'd do was conquer that dungeon. And if he did, he might have even been strong enough to defeat Kang Han-soo himself. One thing was always true about dungeons: the harder they were to clear, the better the rewards. With that in mind, Kang Han-soo had made up his mind, but before heading off, there were still a few things left to take care of. This was only the first floor of the tutorial zone. Here 100 people had been gathered together to survive and train. They would be allowed to enter the activity zone once a week, and for the next 3 months, they'd be forced to hunt. Once they completed the second floor, the safe zone would unlock, and they'd be able to interact with earlier arrivals. Currently, there were 2 puzzle pieces located somewhere on the first floor. No one had reached either one yet. To reach the end of the hidden dungeon, he'd need to collect both pieces. There was only one way to grow stronger fast, and it started with finding the nearest fragment. He narrowed his eyes, scanning the area. It should be around here somewhere, but before he could search, loud voices rang out behind him. "What are you trying to pull?" "What do you mean?" "I'm just asking you to team up with us. I already told you we're going off on our own." It was an argument between a burly man and a young woman. Kang Han-soo saw what was happening, but simply turned away. He didn't have time for this. There was a hidden fragment nearby, and he had to find it before it vanished in a week. But just then, a voice called out to him. "Kang Han-soo, you're Kang Han-soo, right?" He frowned. "Seriously? Now of all times?" Annoyed, he turned around and responded flatly, "You know me?" The dark-haired guy blinked in surprise. "Huh, what do you mean?" The blonde next to him looked visibly irritated. "Are you serious right now, Han-soo? We were literally all together right before we got here. What's with the act?" And at that moment it clicked. They were his college friends. They'd all gone on a trip together before ending up in this place. But in the future, the one Kang Han-soo had already lived, they were all dead. He'd completely forgotten about them. Meanwhile, the girl managed to yank her arm away from the thug and walk toward Han-soo. "We'll go with him," she declared. Her name was Yu Mihi. She was stunning and undeniable beauty. But that kind of beauty came with problems. At least, that's what Kang Han-soo thought. She came up to him and quietly said, "Thanks, and I'm sorry we dragged you into this." Meanwhile, the gang of thugs standing nearby didn't take it well. The way they were all just casually chatting like nothing had happened, it made them feel like they were being mocked. But then they recognized Kang Han-soo, the guy who had almost single-handedly wiped out all those goblins earlier. They gulped. Still, one of them, the leader, started to scheme. He must be exhausted after that battle, right? What if we hit him now, while he's worn out? He glanced at his buddies, and they all shared a look. Smirk spread across their faces. They didn't need to speak. They already knew what to do. The ringleader stepped forward, trying to act casual. "Hey, you brats should learn to listen until people finish talking." He pointed a finger at Han-soo. "Who the hell is that guy anyway? I don't know him. Looks like he's been roughed up pretty bad. You think he's still got anything left in the tank?" He sneered. "Come over here while I'm still talking nicely. The sooner the better, unless you want me to come over there myself." The moment he said that, I knew. They were all dead men walking. Sure enough, just as I expected, Kang Han-soo snapped. There were always people like this. Getting cocky after surviving one battle. Convinced they were tough. Deluded enough to think they could take on someone like him. Han-soo's eyes narrowed. "You got any idea who you're talking to?" He took a step forward, closing the gap between them. His stare turned ice cold. Then, without warning, he gave the guy a hard shove on the shoulder. The thug staggered back, fuming with rage. "You little..." But before he could spit out another word, Kang Han-soo drew his blade. The silence that followed was deafening. But then another voice interrupted. "Calm down, we're not the bad guys." It turned out the bigger, tougher guy was just a lackey. The real leader was the one speaking now. No wonder the big guy had that sneaky, mean look. The real leader started trying to persuade Kang Han-soo. "Why don't you join us? Look at the situation, it's going to get tough. Wouldn't it be better if we worked together?" Han-soo's face grew serious as he caught a glimpse of the leader's eyes. This guy has fully adapted to this place. No longer hiding his true nature, he was like a wild hyena, ruthless and lawless. Should I just take him out now? As this thought crossed his mind, Han-soo gripped his blade tighter, ready to strike. But then, he recalled the advice from his friends in the past. Erkeniel told him not to kill unnecessarily but also not to pity the snakes causing trouble in this battle. Erez warned him to stay close to others, to protect and care for them. In the end, Hansu decided he didn't have time to deal with these guys right now. They'd destroy themselves eventually if left alone here. With that, he turned and said, "Fine. Get lost." The smaller lackey, clearly pissed off, was about to curse him out, but the leader stopped him. "Hey Suho, that brat's not important. Our real goal is to establish order here in this strange place, filled with weird monsters and above all, that damn fairy. But you know what? The strong make the rules here. Isn't it time we took advantage of that?" With that, the leader turned and led his gang away. The blonde guy let out a relieved breath when they left. He thought these guys are scarier than the goblins. But then he looked at Kang Hansu thinking, still Hansu's a strange one. But has he always been like this? "I mean Hansu, why do you act like you don't know us?" he asked. Hansu hesitated for a moment, then came up with a quick excuse, something from a cheesy script. "I've lost my memory." He even flashed a convincingly serious expression to sell it. But the girl next to him burst out laughing. Even the blonde guy looked puzzled. "Why do you talk like that? You sound like an old man acting," they teased. Hansu was a bit shocked. "Is my acting really that bad?" But then he looked at the girl beside him. She was smiling so brightly, like sunlight. What a shame. She could have had an easy life, but here beauty was a double-edged sword. If you knew how to use it, it could be a powerful weapon. Well, Hansu figured they'd be fine. Soon, the whole group started following him. "We've been walking for a while without saying a word. Do we even have a destination?" a girl from the group asked. Yu Mihi chimed in, "Yeah, Hansu, where exactly are we going?" "You'll know when you see it," Hansu replied. And with that, they almost reached their destination. To everyone's surprise, their first stop was the subway station. Gangnam Station. The place where the hidden fragment awaited. Kang Hansu wasn't surprised. Conflicts like this were starting to break out everywhere. He'd seen it too many times in the past, especially in a lawless environment like this one. The masks were coming off. The moment society's rules disappeared, some people's true natures were revealed. Thugs, bullies, and predators. Now they were free to act as they pleased. And those standing nearby. No one stepped in. No one wanted to get involved. Yu Mihi, standing beside him, looked confused and asked, "Gangnam Station? But why here?" Kang Hansu began thinking about how to answer. "I can't afford to get annoyed explaining every little thing. If it weren't for what Eris said, I'd have gone off on my own already. No other choice." After a moment he replied, "I have a feeling." "Yeah, a feeling. When I remember things, this place comes to mind. I have super strength." Hansu's words surprised everyone. "We have a fairy here, and super strength isn't that easy to come by," someone remarked. A girl behind them started whispering, "I wonder if it's safe to follow him." Of course, Kang Hansu heard it clearly, so he turned around and said, "You don't have to follow me. I like working alone. If you want to just stand around and watch, go ahead." The two blonde guys heard this and felt bitter. "No matter what he is, just looking at him annoys me, can't stand it. But in this situation, gotta put up with it." So once again, a bunch of nobodies followed Kang Hansu down into the subway station. While going down the stairs, one blonde guy slapped Hansu on the shoulder and asked, "Hey, are you sure this is a safe place? It feels kind of weird." "We're going to meet some friends who've been here before," Hansu answered. This surprised the blonde guy a bit, but then he scoffed. "What? Who would live in a place like this? Are these your friends?" His tone was mocking. "Yeah, I'd tell this guy to scram in 3 seconds. Always tagging along, acting all high and mighty." As they continued down the stairs, Kang Hansu suddenly stopped. "Wait." His eyes sharpened, as if he'd noticed something. Then, drawing a knife from behind, Hansu's sudden move made everyone panic. "What's going on?" someone asked. A scream from Yu Mihi caught the blonde guy's attention. "Dodge." At the same moment, Hansu swung his knife not at the blonde guy, but at a giant worm wriggling on the ground beneath them. The blonde guy freaked out, nearly pissing himself in fear. Luckily for him, the knife wasn't aimed at him but the creepy worm lurking below. This is a dungeon modeled after Gangnam Station, and these are the green worms that crawl out after sensing vibrations from the ground. They're very afraid of sunlight, so they rarely come above the surface. If they bite you, your flesh can easily be torn apart and start to rot. So be careful if you get bitten, you'll faint and die before you even have time to react. As Kang Han-soo explained this, he pulled out an ancient runestone from inside one of the worm's bodies. The others listening turned pale at his words. Then, to help them survive a bit longer, Han-soo decided to share a simple method to fight these worms. The story didn't go into details, but under his guidance, everyone was able to handle the worms easily. Watching the four of them diligently killing the worms, Han-soo felt they were somewhat useful. But there was one guy who was really useless. If you're not confident, just step on the intact marble slabs. If you see cracks on the ground, stab your knife down there, but watch your hands carefully. This guy was pretty scared. While even the two girls were doing well, just stabbing wherever the worms popped up. They joked it felt like playing whack-a-mole. The bald guy knew he was bad, and silently told himself he had to get better. But what he didn't realize was that a mound of earth was rising behind him. Suddenly, a worm lunged out and attacked him, startling him badly. Yet he just stood frozen, too scared to react. Without saying much, Kang Han-soo pushed him back with his hand, and then sliced the worm into 3 pieces with 2 quick knife strikes. At that moment, Han-soo decided that this guy's inability to fight was undeniable. He'd only become dead weight in the end. Meanwhile, the blonde guy crept over and asked Han-soo about his secret. It looks like you knew this would happen. How did you know? If you tell me I told you already, it's my superpower, Han-soo replied. This made everyone go quiet. Before, when they heard the word superpower, they thought he was bluffing though. Well, he kind of was. Then they all went back to hunting the sensory monsters scattered around, collecting lots of ancient runestones. Han-soo was picking up a stone and noticed the others weren't moving, so he asked, "Why don't you pick some up?" They said, "We think it's better if you take all the runes and protect us, since you're the one who'll keep us safe here. You gather everything, and we'll help however we can. We're not strong like a superhero, but if you protect us, isn't that better?" These words made Kang Han-soo sigh deeply. "Take whatever you hunt. But if you want to come with me, at least follow the most basic rules." From his experience in the future, Kang Han-soo already knew that those who had explored the abyss for decades created fundamental rules to coexist. I take what I hunt. When hunting in a group, the spoils are shared based on each person's contribution and priority given in life-threatening situations. Good relationships are easily broken. They would soon realize just how cruel and ruthless this place truly is. After thinking this, Kang Han-soo gave everyone some advice. The thing you should trust most is your own ability. If you're useless, you'll be discarded. That is the law. His words made everyone uneasy. Then Yumi was the first to step forward and approach a runestone. The others began to act as well. Kang Han-soo kept watching. Soon, they would get used to it. They wouldn't need to be told, they'd automatically fight to claim the runes for themselves. While gathering the runes, the blonde guy suddenly noticed a strange stone that caught everyone's attention. His instincts told him that if he got this one, he would become incredibly powerful. The rune stone in his hand was purple, the essence of the Arkul tribe. Holding the stone in his hand, the blonde guy looked over at Kang Han-soo and thought to himself, earlier, when he said the loot would be shared, it was probably just talk. If I push too hard and demand a share now, he'll definitely make things difficult for me. Then he turned back to Kang Han-soo, testing him. This stone's in my hand, so it should be mine, right? You agreed to that, so you won't change your mind later, right? Without hesitation, Kang Han-soo nodded, which caught the blonde a little off guard. For someone experienced in this otherworldly game, just a quick glance was enough to know that this runestone was the essence of the dwarf demon tribe, Arkul. At the start of the game, it was a valuable item because it boosted defense and granted the user regenerative powers. Every player needed both, so many hunted for it. Also, it was a passive runestone, but it made the user hungrier. However, as the user got stronger, they could just steal others' food, so hunger wasn't really a problem. The rank of a skill determined its strength and proficiency. Individuals with sharp minds and large amounts of magic typically had around 100 unique skills. Chaldeans, however, had over 1,000 skills. But Kang Han-soo was different. In the future, he had used many runestones to learn additional skills, yet the result was always the same. His skill limit was 7. Even with more runestones, he couldn't learn beyond that. Eris was quite regretful about this. Had they known this limit, they would have let Kang Han-soo learn truly powerful skills from the start. Having only 7 skills in this crazy world was like being at the bottom of the leaderboard. Still, Kang Han-soo didn't get discouraged because he possessed an immense power that made this limit insignificant. It was a power that allowed him to infinitely evolve his existing skills. For example, the essence of the Doro God Lizard originally only sped up regeneration, but later evolved to rival Kangti's immortality spell. Or the Galio speed boost skill, also a match for Keldian's signature skill, teleportation. Because of this, Ares had given him the nickname 7 Stars, meaning he could be so strong with just 7 skills. Thanks to this, he could catch up to and stand alongside his teammates, even though he was 20 years behind them. Because of this power, they decided to send him back to the past, so Kang Han-soo wasn't allowed to make any mistakes. In the end, Ares told him, "Choose your 7 skills carefully. If everything goes as planned, we'll get through the training area." That's why Kang Han-soo gave up on the Arcul Essence runestone. He had no room for trash skills. Meanwhile, the blonde guy also began learning a skill. The runestone in his hand started glowing, then melted away. After that, a system panel appeared, physical resistance increased, Arcul Dwarf Demon Essence skill mastered 1%. Seeing that he had learned a skill, he was overjoyed. "I've got increased physical resistance now, and my other stats have gone way up too." Then he glanced back at Kang Han-soo, thinking to himself, "What an idiot. With such a good item, there's no way I'm giving it up. Just wait, I'll catch up to you sooner or later. These weaklings with big egos. I bet he's gonna die soon." Meanwhile, Kang Han-soo signaled for everyone to get ready to move on. But the blonde guy ran up again and patted him on the shoulder. "Oh, it's gonna get really dangerous ahead. So wanna stick together? The strong should lead to protect the others, right?" Kang Han-soo felt the pat on his shoulder and slowly started guessing what the blonde was thinking. "Don't tell me he sees me as a rival? Well, I'm ugly enough, no need to act cute. And I'm definitely not letting that last thing slide." So, they continued deeper down into the station. On the way, Yu-mi asked, confused, "Why don't we take another path? Why go down there? Is the subway still running?" "You'll see," Kang Han-soo replied silently. Actually, in the future, Kang Han-soo had never been to this place himself. All his information came from a friend, whose intel was always accurate. That friend had suggested the fastest way to get stronger was to touch the most important thing in the training area. It was located beneath the subway. Each subway station was in a different spot, and their structures varied, but from the 3rd floor down, they were identical. If you passed through the gate in the middle of the stairs, and went straight down, there would be a subway train that hadn't left yet. If they could get on that train, the mission would basically be complete. But the problem was getting there was very difficult. The train would leave in 1 day, so Kang Han-soo had to figure out how to get there no matter what. Before then, right in front of everyone now appeared a gate. Yu-mi saw it and was very surprised. "This really isn't the Gangnam Station. I've been to Gangnam Station many times, but I've never seen a gate like this." Then she became worried and said, "Are you seriously planning to go inside? You don't even know what's in there." Kang Han-soo remained calm in response. "I'm just following what my instincts tell me. Like I said before, anyone who wants to back out can do so." The blonde guy was the first to insist on following, probably because he was used to tagging along. Next was Yu-mi. She said she also wanted to go inside. Looking at Yu-mi, Kang Han-soo guessed, she seemed worried, probably fully aware of her own situation. Someone like her faced even greater danger. Somehow from now on, she had to get stronger even if it meant sacrificing her appearance. The other girl and her boyfriend decided to stay behind because after all, they could still keep hunting here. Surprisingly, the black-haired guy wearing headphones also decided to go inside. His intention made the blonde guy sneer. "What are you going in there for? You were too scared to do anything just now. What business is it of yours?" The black-haired guy replied, "What I do is none of your concern." Those words made the blonde guy furious. "What did you just say? Tagging along and talking too much. Better take those words back." As he said that, the blonde guy didn't even seem embarrassed. He was tagging along himself, so how was he any different from the others? Seeing these guys arguing and wasting time, Kang Han-soo had to speak up. "Enough. Stop fighting over nonsense. There's no time. Whatever works, just do it." After saying that, he began to step through the gate, with 2 others quickly following behind. However, they didn't notice the terrifying expression that had appeared on the blonde guy's face behind them. Those bastards dared to insult me in front of Mihi. Kang Han-soo, walking ahead, didn't pay much attention to this. To him these weaklings were nothing, he could wipe them out with a flick of his hand. At this moment he was still thinking. There are over 1,000 types of monsters in this training area, and the terrain is diverse, so there must be some common point. As he pondered, he suddenly realized something. Just as I thought, here it is. Those behind him were also surprised. Before them now was a convenience store. Inside the store, there were a lot of items. Everyone began to spread out and observe, while Kang Han-soo watched and thought. He said there's always a convenience store on the second floor of the subway station. Is this a reward? Kang Han-soo muttered, surveying the place. Feels more like a mega mart than a convenience store. But really, it had everything he needed. Without wasting any time he picked out a pot, set it on a portable gas stove, and began prepping something. Yu Mihi, standing nearby, gave him a puzzled look. What are you doing? I'm cooking, Kang Han-soo replied casually as he reached into his bag and pulled out a pouch. He slowly poured out a thick, greenish liquid. Yu Mihi's eyes widened. That's green worm blood. Back when he had collected it, she had no idea why he bothered to keep something so grotesque. Now it all made sense, he'd been preparing for a situation exactly like this. Han-soo continued handling the ingredients. The skin of a sprite when combined with green worm blood becomes extremely toxic. Sprites had evolved specifically to resist green worms, so the venom produced when they reacted together was lethal. As he tore the sprite's hide into strips and dropped them into the bubbling liquid, a curious blonde-haired boy crept closer, drawn by the smell, likely hoping to snag a bite. But the moment he realized it was poison being brewed, he stumbled backward in alarm. Meanwhile, Yu Mihi, ever the inquisitive one, spoke up again. We never thought of cooking something like that. How did you even know how? Still stirring, Han-soo didn't flinch. Brain superpowers. I'm overflowing with knowledge, he said dryly. The blonde boy scowled. So you're just avoiding the question, huh? And he wasn't wrong. Han-soo was dodging it. All this information, every formula, every use case was the result of his former comrades drilling it into him relentlessly. They had forced him to memorize everything to the point his brain felt like it was going to explode. And they were right, returning to the past without knowledge would have been pointless. Gathering powerful items wasn't enough. Strengthening them, understanding how to use them, that was what really mattered. And without brains you'd never grasp why something was important in the first place. But there was a catch. Keldian's voice echoed in his mind. Never share this knowledge with anyone. Ever. Information from the future accelerates the collapse of the abyss. Don't become a Prometheus. Use what you know only when absolutely necessary. Those long lectures from Keldian had felt like hell itself. But thanks to them, Han-soo now had the ability to brew deadly poisons like this. Every ratio, every second of boiling, it all had to be exact. One mistake, and the concoction would be useless. Finally, after simmering for a while, the concoction was complete, a thick, purple poison. Kang Han-soo carefully poured it into an empty shampoo bottle, then squeezed some of it onto the blade of his sword. With this stuff, even a scratch would be enough to send someone straight to the afterlife. Yu Mihi, watching from nearby, couldn't help but ask, "Can I have some?" To everyone's surprise, Han-soo nodded without hesitation. But right after that he added a condition: each use will cost you half your strength, or a stamina rune. You're so stingy, the blonde-haired guy grumbled. Han-soo gave a calm reply. I could just give it to you. But in the long run, that wouldn't be a good idea. One-sided relationships. They fall apart too easily. Yu Mihi seemed to understand. Alright. I'll give you something later, just let me use it now. Han-soo handed her a vial of the poison, but not without a warning. If it touches your skin, it's going to hurt. A lot. The blonde one, who had been eyeing the bottle with thoughts of stealing a bit, backed off immediately after hearing that. Instead, he suggested, Fine, I'll use it first and pay you back with a rune later. As the three of them worked out the logistics of sharing the poison, Han-soo quietly packed up the rest of his supplies. Everything he needed for the next leg of the journey went into his backpack. Once he was finished, he slung it over his shoulder, ready to move. The other three approached, also geared up and ready to go. We're all set. Why are you looking at us like that? Han-soo didn't respond right away. He was staring at their massive backpacks. You really planning on walking around with those things strapped to your back? He said finally. You'll just end up being bait. If you don't want to live every moment fighting to survive, bury the extra weight. And if you take everything for yourself, you'll be hunted down by others desperate to live. Leave a little for someone else. As he spoke, he began digging a shallow hole in the ground, burying his own extra gear. Yu Mihi watched him closely, impressed. At first, I thought he was just some quiet guy, but he's actually really smart. But then, a wave of anxiety started creeping into Yu Mihi's thoughts. What if I never awaken any powers? The idea of living in this place for the rest of her life made her uneasy. She told herself, I have to survive no matter what. And to survive, I need to pull my weight. But if Hansu's around, she glanced at Kang Hansu and instinctively moved a little closer to him. The way they walked side by side, they could have been mistaken for a couple heading off on a trip. The blonde guy trailing behind them scowled at the sight, visibly irritated. Then he tossed his backpack toward the person beside him. Kang Hansu, he called out. This power you talked about, can we get it too? Hansu turned his head slightly. It's possible. The answer stunned all three of them. Their surprise quickly turned to hope. And he wasn't lying. There were people who developed unique powers they never had in the real world, people Keldian had told him about. Hansu's thoughts drifted back to the warnings he'd received about purging the parasites in this world. His eyes darkened as a sharp, murderous edge flickered across his expression. He couldn't help but wonder, was the blonde guy already on that list? Oddly enough, maybe sensing the change in atmosphere, the blonde one suddenly spoke up. You know, you're kind of rude, he said. Are you still mad at me or something? Hansu didn't slow his pace. I just don't like talking much. I've never had a reason to. With that, he turned and walked ahead. In the future he had once lived through, he had fought endlessly against monsters, against fate itself. Wave after wave had come, each one crushing the last fragments of hope, until only despair remained. And that despair, it had dimmed everything. Those memories cast a shadow over his face, now his steps heavier than before. Behind him, the blonde one frowned. What's his problem? Did he hit his head or something while fighting? If it weren't for that damn power of his, I wouldn't have to grovel like this. The bitterness boiled inside him. Just wait. One day I'll be stronger than him. Then it'll be me and you me. I'll get rid of that loser Sangjin and use Hansu like a servant. A smug smile crept across his lips as he imagined this delusional future, but it was shattered in an instant by Kang Hansu's sudden voice. Hold up. He crouched down and inspected the ground, holding a bit of purple fluid between his fingers. This slime, he muttered. It's not from a sword snail. No acidic smell, and there aren't any dried up innards either. Not a zombie swordsman. He narrowed his eyes. That only leaves one possibility: land mermaids. These were definitely the tracks of the merfolk. They weren't exactly fast, but if anyone got hit by their paralyzing venom, it wouldn't take long before they were torn apart and eaten alive. Still, monsters were just monsters. Kang Hansu had already come up with a plan. With that thought, a faint smile curled on his lips. But the blonde kid beside him scowled, clearly irritated by how Hansu always seemed to know exactly what to do. Stop acting like you've got everything figured out on your own. Hansu didn't bother responding to the jab. Instead, he stood up and turned to the group. Follow me, you're gonna want to see this. Come help me with something. His calm confidence left the others momentarily confused, but they followed anyway, and soon enough, they understood what he meant. Kang Hansu was leading them to make Molotov cocktails. Even without actual gasoline, which limited their power somewhat, he figured they'd still be more than effective for what he had in mind. Yu Mihi and Sangjin both stared in shock at the row of makeshift firebombs now laid out in front of them. Firebombs? Don't tell me you made these using stuff from that convenience store earlier. Even the usually annoying blonde guy couldn't help but be impressed. This is some kind of superpower too, huh? Handy. I bet you like this world more than the old one, don't you? I mean, you can do whatever you want. If I had that kind of power. But he stopped mid-sentence when he noticed the look Hansu was giving him, a cold, judgmental stare. In Hansu's mind, two thoughts were fighting for dominance: should I kill this guy now or not? Eventually he let it go. Annoying as he is, running his mouth off isn't a good enough reason to kill him. Hansu sighed and crouched down, using a stick to sketch out a rough plan in the dirt. Here's how it's gonna work. One person throws the bombs. The other 3 charge in and attack. Whoever's up front gets priority on the runes. Hearing that, the blonde kid instantly volunteered. I'll take the front. The strong ones should be leading the charge, right? Hansu glanced at Yumihi and Sangjin, who didn't seem to object, so he moved on to the next question. Alright then, who's throwing the bombs? Right after Kang Hansu asked, both Yumi and Sangjin raised their hands at the same time. But since they only needed one person to throw the bombs, he asked again, decide between the 2 of you. Who's going to do it? That's when Yumi decided to play to her strength, specifically her looks. She turned towards Sangjin and gave him a wide-eyed, pleading stare, full of hope and longing. It was enough to make Sangjin hesitate. It's not like I want to compete with her. But before he could finish that thought, Yumi intensified her gaze even more, putting on an even more pitiful expression. Desperate to shield himself from the damage, Sangjin had to clench his eyes shut and pretend he couldn't hear or see anything. Seeing how long the decision was dragging on, Hansu stepped in with a compromise. Fine. You 2 can take turns. With everyone's roles settled, Hansu took the lead, and the group set off. As they walked, Sangjin found himself lost in anxious thoughts. How much farther are we going? It's too late to back out now. I only came along because I didn't want to get left behind. But how are the others so okay with this? He glanced up and noticed Yumihi walking ahead. The only girl in their group, and she was trembling with every step. She was clearly trying to look calm, but her body betrayed her nerves. That realization made Sangjin see her in a different light. Just then, Hansu's voice rang out from the front. Stay sharp, they're here. Immediately after his warning, strange, guttural noises began echoing down the hallway. Hansu quickly turned to Yumi and barked, left. Throw it toward the sound. She snapped into action, rummaging through her bag and pulling out one of the pre-made Molotovs. She lit the rag with trembling hands, whispering to herself, don't be weak. I can do this. With that, she hurled the bottle forward. It shattered on impact, erupting into a burst of flames that instantly engulfed a nearby merfolk, roasting the creature alive. I did it. Yumi shouted in surprise and relief. Up front, Hansu drew his weapon and gave the order. The 3 of us will go in. Watch out for the paralytic venom they spit. And with that, he charged forward into the fray, ready to dish out some punishment to the merfolk. At the same time, the blonde guy in the back was seething with resentment. That bastard's hogging all the runes for himself. I can't keep falling behind like this. While he was busy stewing in jealousy over someone else's strength, a merfolk had silently crept up behind him. Taking advantage of the blonde's lack of attention, the creature lunged forward for a surprise attack. When the merfolk's grotesque face suddenly appeared inches from his own, the blonde froze in fear and squeezed his eyes shut. Get the hell off me, you overgrown fish, he shouted, flailing wildly. Somehow, by sheer dumb luck or perhaps divine intervention, his wild swinging managed to bring the creature down. Though in truth, it wasn't his swordsmanship that saved him, but rather the deadly poison coating his blade. Damn, this stuff really works, he muttered, staring at his weapon in amazement. From nearby, Kang Hansu called out. That poison I gave you worth the rune price now, isn't it? But the blonde didn't even hear him. He was still lost in his own fantasy. With this I can catch up to that bastard. It won't be long now. Fueled by that thought, he threw himself into the fight along with the others. With the support of the firebombs, the group pushed forward, tearing through the merfolk with brutal efficiency, just as Kang Hansu had predicted. Just as I expected. Against creatures that spit flammable venom, firebombs were the perfect choice. My blade's already dull, but that's fine. This is exactly why I prepared the poison in the first place, he thought, analyzing the flow of the battle mid-fight. While Hansu stayed focused, the blonde's attention wandered again. He spotted 2 rune stones lying on the ground nearby. Greed immediately flared in his eyes. Those are mine. He lunged forward, reaching for the glowing stones. But greed always has a price. So blinded by the reward, he failed to notice a merfolk sneaking up behind him. The creature spat a stream of venom that splashed onto his leg. Instantly, a sizzling sound filled the air as the toxin began to eat away at the fabric of his pants. Shit, everyone's watching. This is humiliating, he thought, panic setting in. And while he was still preoccupied with his wounded pride, a whole swarm of merfolk began surrounding him, 7, maybe 8 of them, all closing in fast. Shit. Get away from me, you freaks, Help me, he screamed. Hearing the panic, Yumi quickly rifled through her backpack. Her expression turned grim. I'm out of firebombs, she shouted. Then she turned her head and yelled to Songjin behind her, switch places with me. Hearing her call, Songjin quickly grabbed a firebomb and lit it. At the same time he silently prayed, come on, fire please, light up. It took a few shaky tries, but eventually the lighter sparked to life. Unfortunately, the sudden burst of flame also lit something far more terrifying, a merfolk face, inches from his own, snarling with rage. Songjin froze in pure terror. The bomb slipped from his hands, fell behind him, and exploded harmlessly on the ground. The whole mess sent the blonde guy into a fit of rage. You idiot. I told you to throw the bomb, not drop it like a damn klutz. But Songjin was too shaken to even register the yelling. He was paralyzed by fear. Luckily for him, Kang Han-soo stepped in just in time. With a single clean slash, he split the creature in half, saving Songjin once again. Calm down, Han-soo said firmly. Just stick to the plan and everything will be fine. Take a breather and go collect your rune. With that, he turned away and walked off to rejoin the front lines. Only then did the rest of the group finally let out a collective sigh of relief. Damn, I really thought I was done for, Songjin muttered. Guess thanks to my skill, my legs healed. Han-soo, overhearing him, called back, with some rest and proper training, you'll recover faster. For now, go get your rune. Following Han-soo's words, others looked over and saw that he'd already organized separate files for each of them, based on their contributions during the fight. That's all I get. The blonde guy thought bitterly. That calculating bastard even divides the loot down to the last pebble. His gaze then drifted to Songjin's share of rune stones and greed began to bubble up again. What if I just take his too? With that, he strolled over to Songjin, forcing a smile and speaking in a mocking tone, damn Songjin. Didn't know your family tradition was being this selfish, huh? Before Songjin could even process what he meant, the blonde reached out and clamped his hand around Songjin's throat. With terrifying ease, he hoisted him up into the air using just one hand. Taesung turned to Songjin with a menacing look and snapped, you idiot, you can't even throw a Molotov properly. Did you forget that I almost died because of you just now? Songjin, clearly panicked, tried to defend himself, hoping to save his own skin. But before he could get far, Yumi jumped in, shouting, Taesung, what the hell are you doing? Let him go. If you keep this up you'll kill him. Her words finally got through to Taesung, reminding him not to take it too far. With a sneer he shoved Songjin to the ground and growled. You got lucky, asshole. From now on, watch carefully and do things right. Not long ago you were crawling on the floor with your head down, looks like you forgot your place. Just keep following behind everyone else like your old man did and stop being a burden. As he said that, Taesung grabbed Songjin by the hair, yanking his head back. Then he turned to the pile of runestones in front of Songjin and muttered, I'm taking these. But just as he reached out, a dagger suddenly stabbed into the ground right in front of him. Stunned, Taesung froze for a moment, then Kang Han-soo's voice rang out beside him, cold and clear, those aren't yours to take. Taesung immediately realized he'd crossed a line with Kang Han-soo. He got up quickly, and tried to explain, you're seriously giving those runes to that useless guy? Come on, you know as well as I do he's dead weight. Giving those to him is like throwing them in the trash. Look, you and I could split them. Honestly, it's not like we need him for anything. Am I wrong? His tone sharpened, and it sounded like he was about to challenge Han-soo. But no matter how fired up Taesung got, Han-soo's voice remained calm and icy. We agreed from the start that we'd divide things fairly. You shouldn't be messing with someone else's livelihood. Taesung scowled and muttered bitterly, livelihood, my ass. Don't come crying to me later. With that, he turned and stormed off. Han-soo then looked over at Songjin and gave him a quiet warning. You should keep an eye on your share too. With that, things finally settled down for the time being. Everyone resumed gathering their share of runestones. But what had just happened clearly left an impression on Yumi. She started to realize how important and capable each member of the group was. With some hesitation, she turned to Han-soo and asked, Hey, Han-soo, do you think we're just dragging you down? I mean, seeing us struggle like that, does it bother you? She was clearly anxious, voicing the concerns that had been weighing on her. But Han-soo, ever calm, replied, This is already more than enough for me. Even if you mess up, I'm not going to complain. So, does that mean you're going to stick with us to the end, Hansu? She asked, still unsure. It just feels like you're ready to leave us behind at any moment. Hansu didn't slow his pace. It's up to you whether you want to keep following me. You're all doing well, so don't worry too much. And with that, he continued walking without looking back. The group quietly followed, and just like that, their hunt for the merfolk resumed. Looking at the scattered corpses and runes on the ground, Kang Hansu couldn't help but reflect for a moment. Most of the runes that had dropped were related to strength and stamina. It really seemed like you couldn't ignore the traits of a creature, huh? Still, not bad. Both strength and stamina were important right now. These were exactly the stats he needed. Just a little bit more. As he thought this, Kang Hansu checked his stat window. Kang Hansu strength, 25.3 stamina, 24.5 accuracy, 14.1 perception, 15.2, but right then, a familiar figure suddenly appeared. The imp. He beamed brightly and said, "Congratulations. Your total strength and stamina have surpassed 50. You've become the very first traveler. Bravo." At the same time, a system notification popped up. System notice. Achievement unlocked. First milestone reached. The appearance of the imp actually made Kang Hansu smile. He had been trying to lure this guy out, and it worked. The imp, for his part, immediately recognized who Kang Hansu was. "Oh, aren't you the traveler who raised his hand earlier?" the imp said, eyes twinkling. "I've been wondering who was advancing so fast. Looks like my guess was right. We really do love people who know how to put in the effort." As he spoke, the imp began circling around Kang Hansu, inspecting him from all angles as if trying to figure out what exactly made this guy so special. Then, finally, he plopped himself right on top of Kang Hansu's head and continued. "Well then, for the most diligent traveler, I've got a little gift. You're curious what it is, right? Should I tell you, or keep it a surprise?" Off to the side, Yu Mihi had been watching all of this. She hesitated, then slowly raised her hand and stammered. Doesn't that seem unfair? Our physical stats were different from the very beginning." Just saying that made her whole body tremble. It clearly took everything she had to muster the courage and speak up. The imp noticed this, and offered a strangely gentle reassurance. "There's no need to be so scared," he said. "Once things start, you and I won't really have much to do with each other anyway." Then, with a lazy flutter of his wings, he drifted over to Wu Mihi, and shot her a sideways glance, sizing her up before continuing. "We're not going to kill you just because we don't like you, but exceptions do happen, don't they? You might just end up being one of them." His voice, practically dripping with murderous intent, whispered right into her ear. The sheer malice in his tone made Yu Mia break out in a cold sweat. Seeing her reaction, the imp suddenly burst into laughter. "Relax, I'm just messing with you. Man, this kind of thing never gets old." After laughing his fill, he finally addressed her question. "What was it again? Fairness. Come on, you know how the world works. You've got a face that makes you stand out, right? Way more than others. But did you ever try to give that up just to be equal with everyone else? No. Right? Life's never been fair to begin with." Those words struck a chord in Yu Mi. She was left speechless, unable to say a single word in return. After finishing his little lecture, the imp cheerfully turned back to Kang Hansu and said, "Whew, all that talk about fairness and whatever, what a waste of time. Anyway, it's time for your reward. When your total stats pass a certain threshold, you get to choose 3 runes. So, what'll it be? Do you want accuracy? Perception? Or maybe the healing rune?" As he spoke, the imp snapped his fingers and conjured a glowing runestone out of thin air. Then, with the flair of a seasoned salesman, he began his pitch. "It's a one-time use item, sure, but if you've got a hole in your gut, this baby'll patch you right up. It even works on most poisons. Honestly, it's like getting an extra life." Kang Hansu, of course, knew better. The imp made it sound amazing, but if your arms or legs got chopped off, this rune wouldn't be able to restore them. Still, all things considered, it was undeniably a valuable rune. The others nearby had been listening closely, and their eyes began to light up as the imp explained the rune's effects. A healing rune? That meant surviving at least one deadly encounter. If things went south, surely Kang Hansu would use the rune on one of us, right? All 3 of them were thinking the same thing, quietly staring at Kang Hansu with a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Unfortunately for them, Kang Hansu had already made up his mind. He turned to the imp and asked, "Hey, do you have any runes that grant magic immunity?" The imp froze for a split second, confused. He didn't understand he had just hyped up the healing rune so well, and yet this guy still didn't want it. But in the end it was Kang Hansu's choice. So, with a shrug, he pulled out 3 more runestones and said, "Of course I do." That simple action crushed the hopes of the other 3. It was like watching their last lifeline disappear right in front of them. Kang Hansu took the 3 runestones from the imp and began to think. Sure, the healing rune is useful, but magic and physical resistance are rare at this stage of training. Unless you've got a unique trait like Kankta's enhanced stamina. Most stat boosts only affect speed and recovery. But resistance to physical or magical attacks, that's tied to basic defense or immunity. I can use experience to manage physical threats to some extent, but magic, that's a different story. With that thought, Kang Hansu immediately used all 3 runes on himself. Then he checked his updated stats. Kang Hansu strength, 25.3 stamina, 24.5 accuracy, 14.1 perception, 15.2 magic immunity, 13. Looking over the numbers, Kang Hansu felt pretty satisfied. Yeah, this should be enough to keep me from dying right away. After seeing that Kang Hansu had received his reward, the imp clapped his hands, opened up a dimensional rift, and turned to wave goodbye to everyone. Well, my job here is done, so I'll be off now. Oh, and I'm counting on you, you know. So do your best out there, handsome appa. With that, he even blew Kang Hansu a kiss, which left the other 3 utterly stunned. Wait. That imp was a girl. Kang Hansu, unfazed, watched the imp disappear through the rift, then turned to the group. Alright, let's move out. But then he noticed their strange expressions. What's with those looks? And nothing at all. The 3 replied in unison, clearly shaken but trying to play it cool. And just like that, the group resumed their monster hunting journey. By this point, even Yu-Mi had become noticeably more adept at handling the creatures. Things are definitely getting easier, she thought to herself. While bending down to pick up a runestone, she glanced over at Kang Hansu, quietly observing him. He's up to something again, probably making more poison, right? But then, she noticed something odd and couldn't help but ask, "Hey Hansu, you've got a bunch of runes now, right? But your movements, they haven't changed much at all. Shouldn't your speed be faster or something?" Yu-Mi's sharp observation made Kang Hansu give her a silent nod of approval. She's pretty perceptive, he thought. Then he raised his wrist and said, "It's because of this." Strange, glowing symbols could now be seen etched into the skin of his wrist. Yu-Mi's curiosity spiked. "What is that? You can collect runes with something like that?" Kang Hansu nodded slightly and continued, raising his hand and focusing on the runestones he'd collected. As he did, one of the symbols on his wrist suddenly disappeared and transformed into a glowing runestone right in front of their eyes. Yu-Mi's eyes widened in amazement. "Oh, how did you do that?" "With my special ability," Kang Hansu replied flatly. "Should I let you try it?" Then he added, "Not that it would help you. First of all, using this method slows down your hunting, so you wouldn't be able to gather many runes anyway. And second, if I die, this whole system becomes useless. All the runes I've stored this way would drop with my body." His explanation only raised more questions for Songjin. "Then why are you collecting them like that in the first place?" "To trade them later," Kang Hansu answered. "At this stage you guys wouldn't know, but once we get past the beginner phase, it becomes pretty common. Right now it seems unlikely, but once a few rules are established, these runes can basically work like currency in the training zone." He glanced at the group again. "Besides, you guys can't do this anyway. Just stick to picking them up one by one." Tisung didn't take that well. He puffed up his chest, clearly irritated. "So what, you're saying we're beneath you just because we followed your advice? If you can do it, why can't I?" His loud, arrogant outburst made Kang Hansu frown. This guy has no clue where he stands. Once they get cursed down below, maybe then they'll realize just how naive they are. But I should still put them in their place before that happens, he thought. With that, Kang Hansu turned to face the group and said coldly, "Listen up. Whether you follow me or do your own thing, I don't care. Gather runes however you want. But right now I need you to do one thing. Hand over all your weapons." As he said this, he extended his hand toward them, waiting. The moment Tisung heard that Kang Hansu wanted their weapons, He was the first to explode. What the hell? You think you're some kind of bandit? You've already got your own weapon, why the hell do you need mine? I mean ours. Kang Hansu remained calm and explained, we can't beat the monsters with this thing. The blade's too dull, it's practically useless now. I need a new weapon, got it. Even after hearing the reasonable explanation, T-Sung was still pissed. So what, just because you say that, I'm supposed to go along with it? You arrogant bastard. If you take all our weapons, what the hell are we supposed to fight with? We've got to deal with those monsters too. What, you expect us to just hide behind you like cowards? At that moment Sanjin, who'd been listening quietly, stepped forward. If that's the case, I'll give you mine too. So but before he could even finish, T-Sung shouted, shut the hell up. Kang Hansu's eyes narrowed, turning cold as ice. Then tell me, do you want to go fight that monster down there? T-Sung, provoked, shouted back without hesitation, hell yeah. Why not? Bring it on. I've had enough of your arrogant attitude, I'll show you what I can do. Kang Hansu raised an eyebrow slightly, surprised. I thought he'd back off, but he agreed faster than I expected. Then again, he has no idea what kind of monster's waiting down there. Either way, this is the limit. I'm done playing nice. With that thought, Kang Hansu's voice turned firm. I'll give you two choices. 1. I walk away, and you guys fight the monster on your own. 2. You step aside and watch me deal with it myself. Which one's it gonna be? Sanjin responded immediately, I'll step aside. Same here, Yumi, he added. If you're saying that much, then that thing must be really dangerous. Now only T-Sung was left undecided. Seeing the other two back off, he started to get nervous. That's exactly why we should work together. We've got to help each other in dangerous situations. Then he turned toward Kang Hansu and barked. This bastard just wants to abandon his teammates and take all the rewards for himself. Are you two really okay with that? But deep down, T-Sung was panicking. I don't care if that loser Sangjin backs out, but if even Yumi does, things are gonna get a lot harder for me. When Kang Hansu heard T-Sung spitting out noble-sounding words like friends, he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Friends, huh? That's a nice word. He should feel lucky Keldian wasn't here, he was probably wandering somewhere deep in the restricted zone right now. I can't waste time here. I've got to get there as soon as possible. With that in mind, Kang Hansu cut in firmly. That's enough. We'll talk after we get down there. If I'd known you guys were just gonna argue, I wouldn't have said anything in the first place. T-Sung scoffed coldly in response. So we're finally heading down. Took you long enough. You should have done that from the start instead of running your mouth. But while he said that out loud, his mind was racing with greedy thoughts. Look at him, so desperate to go down there alone. That means there's something valuable waiting. Only an idiot would pass up a chance like this. What if I get lucky and score a rare item? Before long, the group began their descent to the lower level. But it wasn't long before all three of them turned tail and sprinted back up in a panic. As they scrambled, he shot T-Sung a sharp look and snapped, I told you. T-Sung didn't even have the energy to argue anymore. Whatever. Just keep running. They had charged down so confidently, but now they were fleeing for their lives at twice the speed. That arrogant, fearless attitude T-Sung had just minutes ago had completely vanished. And all of it was because the moment they stepped foot on the lower floor, they ran into a massive, gigantic cobra. One look at that thing, and every last trace of greed or ambition in T-Sung's mind evaporated. How the hell was I supposed to know the monster came from a completely different dimension? I can't believe that lunatic actually planned to fight it alone. He's seriously unhinged. At this point, Kang Hansu had no clue what was going through T-Sung's mind. He was too busy locked in a fierce stare down with the giant cobra, each of them waiting to see who would blink first. After about 20 or 30 seconds of growling tension, the snake began to lose patience. It was ready to strike. Its throat swelled ominously, clearly preparing to spit something deadly. Kang Hansu instantly recognized the threat. He quickly scanned the area for cover while clamping both hands over his ears, and just in time the cobra unleashed a beam of magical energy straight toward him. Thankfully, the pillar head hidden behind absorbed the brunt of the blast, sparing him from immediate harm. Still, the sheer force of the attack was overwhelming. The ground around him exploded into rubble under the impact. Even though Kang Hansu had known what was coming thanks to his memories from the future, actually experiencing it was another matter entirely. I anticipated this attack. I can handle it barely thanks to my magic resistance. But this shockwave, damn, it hits hard. Its magic level is ridiculously high, and its scales are so tough, ordinary weapons are useless against it. This thing is no pushover. Especially at this stage of the game. But he knew one thing. The scales might be impenetrable, but the gaps between them, that's the weak spot. With that thought, Kang Han-soo dashed out from behind the pillar, narrowly avoiding the cobra's lashing tail. He closed in fast, then plunged his dagger right into the soft spot between its armored scales. The snake let out a shriek of pain, writhing violently from the strike. Seeing that, Kang Han-soo immediately leapt back. His dagger was still lodged deep in the wound. Furious from being injured by a mere human, the monstrous cobra lost all restraint and began thrashing wildly. Kang Han-soo was forced to dodge non-stop as the beast rampaged, striking out with terrifying strength. Amid the chaos, he managed to rip his blade free from its side. But just as he regained his footing, the cobra prepared another long-range attack. With a deafening roar, it fired off another powerful shockwave. Kang Han-soo barely had time to cover his ears again. Even though he protected himself in time, the force of the blast still rattled his brain. Disoriented, he staggered just in time for the cobra's massive tail to slam into him. The blow hurled him into the wall with bone-crushing force, blasting a huge hole through the stone where he hit. The impact left Kang Han-soo aching all over. So it finally reacts once you hit the weak spot, huh? And it's not just magic resistance, it's got high physical defense too, probably because this is its lair. I'm still vulnerable to the poison it spits. I've got 5 daggers left, and 1 or 2 of them won't even leave a scratch. Guess I'd better enjoy myself a little until I accomplish what I came for. With that, a dangerous gleam flashed in Kang Han-soo's eyes. Then he charged this time, going all in. Back on the upper floor with Yu Mi-hee's group, even though they had put quite a bit of distance between themselves in the battle, they could still hear the distant tremors from Kang Han-soo's fight below. He's fighting that far away. And yet the sound reaches all the way up here. Yu Mi thought anxiously as the ground lightly trembled beneath her feet. Han-soo is fighting alone. Is he going to be okay? She stared down the hallway, worry etched all over her face. Taesung, standing beside her, noticed and asked, "Yu Mi-hee, why aren't you moving? We don't have any weapons. We need to fall back to the convenience store and take cover." His words made her pause. But after a moment of thought, she replied firmly, "I have to help him." With that, she immediately turned and sprinted toward the staircase that led down to the lower floor. Her sudden decision caught Taesung completely off guard. He blinked, stunned, before his expression twisted into frustration. "These idiots, they've been ignoring me from the start." Still, even as he grumbled inwardly, Taesung hurried after her, unable to just let her go alone. Sangjin, not far behind, also followed, trailing closely on Taesung's heels. The 3 of them rushed down the stairs together, their footsteps echoing in the tense silence. As soon as they reached the bottom, Yu Mi-hee shouted out, "Han-soo, are you all right?" But her voice caught mid-sentence. The sight before her made her eyes widen in horror. The massive cobra had sunk its fangs deep into Kang Han-soo's left arm, its mouth clamped tightly around it, refusing to let go. At this point, Kang Han-soo knew all too well that he was in a bad spot. "I've dragged this out for too long." With that thought, he gritted his teeth and drove his dagger straight into the cobra's throat. The snake shrieked in pain. The force of the stab enough to make it release its grip, allowing Kang Han-soo to pull his arm free from its mouth. The giant serpent didn't immediately strike again. Instead, its entire body began to tremble as if something was wrong. "All right. That's the 3rd stab. I let it hang onto my arm a bit too long back there. Good thing I raised my endurance. It should heal quickly." He knew from experience that monsters like this would eventually evolve to a higher tier, drastically increasing their attack power and regeneration abilities. By then, poisons would become largely ineffective, and their innate powers would make them even more of a nightmare to kill. That's why this was the window. This stage was the best time to rely on poisons. If it hadn't been for the paralysis effect, I wouldn't have made it this far. Now, things just got a lot easier. The cobra was now completely paralyzed, its massive body frozen in place from the venom coursing through it. Right then Yu Mi ran up, her face filled with worry. "Han-soo, are you okay?" Hearing her voice, Kang Han-soo turned surprised. "You guys are still here. I came back because I was worried about you. Yu Mi, he replied, eyes scanning his injuries. But it looks like you handled it just fine. Your arm, are you hurt? It's just a scratch. Already healed, so don't worry, he said calmly. Tisung, standing behind her, went pale when he saw the snake's corpse lying on the floor. I can't believe he took that thing down by himself. I knew he was strong, but the gap between us, is it really that wide? How the hell am I supposed to catch up to him? While Tisung stood there, dazed and lost in thought, Kang Han-soo walked over to examine the loot. But as he picked it up, his expression didn't show much excitement. Figures. Since this was a high-tier monster, the drop is Cobra Sonic Pulse. If I already had a magic runestone engraved, this would been really useful. But it needs magic to activate, and right now I can't even use it. Tisung, noticing the runestone in Kang Han-soo's hand, recognized it instantly as a rare item, and leaned over, eyes gleaming with interest. You planning to use that? Judging by the size of that beast, it's gotta be something good. Kinda jealous, not gonna lie. Nope, I'm not using it, Kang Han-soo replied. In truth, he could only use a total of 7 runestones at a time, and this one didn't align with his style. He wasn't a fan of blasting sonic waves from his mouth, either, definitely not his thing. Which meant, it was fair game for someone else. Hearing that, Sangjin perked up and asked eagerly, then, can I use it? Tisung flinched and instantly stepped in, pushing Sangjin aside. You? You won't be able to use it properly. Know your place, kid. If you're really thinking of giving that to him, don't bother. Give it to me instead. He narrowed his eyes and added under his breath, if I were the protagonist of this story, that blonde punk would been cut out long ago. Back to the story. After hearing Tisung's words, Sangjin couldn't help but wonder aloud. You already have one, right? What more do you want? Tisung immediately turned towards Sangjin, his voice sharp and cold. You think you can actually make that runestone work, huh? Who the hell are you, sneaking around behind me like that? He sneered. If I were as strong as you, I'd be out there killing monsters myself. No, I'd be doing way better than you. Sangjin fired back, which only made Tisung even angrier. Better than me? What, was beating you up earlier not enough? You want me to give you 7 runestones just to knock some sense into you? Yu Mi, standing between the two, saw the tension rising and quickly tried to calm them down. Hey, stop fighting already. The one who found the whole situation most amusing was Kang Han-soo. He hadn't said a word, yet these two were already arguing over who would get to use the runestone as if it was a done deal. What are you two even doing? I never said I was going to give it to anyone. I plan to sell it. And right now, if anyone wants it, I'm willing to give a 5% discount. Let's see who'll seal the deal first. His words stunned all three. Then Tisung quickly asked, can I pay in installments? If so, then pick one person to represent all three of you, Kang Han-soo replied calmly. After a moment of quiet discussion among themselves, Kang Han-soo turned back and asked, have you decided yet? Yu Mi spoke up. Alright, I'll take it. Her answer was exactly what Kang Han-soo expected. Just as I thought, they don't trust each other. So now only one person remains to actually make the deal. He also noticed something else. Earlier, Tisung secretly collected magic runestones himself. Since he had killed monsters and gathered the stones personally, there was no reason to hide it. But then again, it wasn't surprising. The more secrets someone holds, the more advantages they gain. It must be a survival instinct. Looks like Tisung actually has some potential in that regard. After that, Yu Mi borrowed runestones from the other two and brought them over to Kang Han-soo. Here 1 speed runestone, 3 perception runestones, and 3 endurance and strength runestones. Kang Han-soo nodded and started collecting the runestones from Yu Mi's hands. Since I said a 5% discount applies, I'll just take 6 strength runestones, he said. Yu Mi scoffed. Don't act like I'm some villain here. If you get used to getting free stuff in situations like this, sooner or later you're going to die. In this world nothing comes without a price. Han-soo's words left Yu Mi speechless. Meanwhile, Han-soo had something else to focus on. It's time to get started. The appearance of that snake means there must be some rare minerals nearby. Thinking this, he spotted a crystalline mineral deposit embedded in the wall, exactly what he was looking for. Good thing I spotted it earlier. Without hesitation, Kang Han-soo began breaking off chunks of the crystal with his bare hands, storing them carefully in his backpack. Yu Mi and Sangjin watched, impressed and curious. He's using some kind of superpower again. Huh? But what is that? It looks like metal, but feels soft. Is it some kind of malleable alloy? While they were still wondering what he was up to, Kang Han-soo suddenly stood and moved toward the snake's corpse. He pulled out his knife and began dissecting the creature, which sparked even more anticipation from the two. I wonder what extraordinary thing he's going to make this time. After a while, Han-soo had gathered the parts he needed: the snake's intestines, liver, heart, and lungs, all pulled out carefully. Tae-sung, standing nearby, watched and asked, "What are you planning to do with all that? Make poison again?" "No, this time it's something different," Kang Han-soo replied. Han-soo was planning to craft something special. The snake's scales were quite tough, but not strong enough for a weapon. This time he aimed to create something quite hard, the 11th weapon, out of 134 possible weapons that could be crafted from monster parts and materials found in the tutorial zone. Weapon number 11 had a limited damage range and wasn't designed to make enemies bleed easily. But if someone could precisely identify their opponent's weak spots and had the confidence to strike them, then this weapon, a specialized needle, would be the perfect choice. Thinking this over, Kang Han-soo noticed the needle's tip looked a bit dull. But he shrugged it off. After all, he had made it by hand, so he couldn't expect it to be perfect. To deal with this for now, he took out his knife and began sharpening the needle. "All right. It's got to be strong enough like this," he muttered. Considering the time and effort alchemists usually put into crafting weapons, this was probably the best he could make using the basic materials available in the tutorial area. He needed this needle to pierce through the scales of the monster he had to defeat to get the second hidden fragment. After sharpening it to a fine point, Kang Han-soo wrapped a leather grip around the handle. "There we go, the new weapon is finished. Finally, I have something useful." He thought to himself, "This weapon is a bit stronger than weapon number 17. If I manage to defeat that monster, I can probably craft even better weapons. But for now, this one is definitely the best option." Kang Han-soo muttered quietly, and Tae-sung, seeing the finished weapon, immediately asked, "Can I buy it? I'll use all the runestones I have now to buy it." Tae-sung wasn't stupid. He had seen just how hard Kang Han-soo had worked to forge this weapon, so he knew it had to be much better than his current gear. But Kang Han-soo refused. "This weapon is hard to use. If you're interested, I'll sell it, but I can't make another one right now. I already used all the materials earlier." The frustrated Tae-sung cursed under his breath. Damn it, that selfish bastard used up everything alone. But he also thought to himself, no, there must be even better stuff ahead. Best to hold back for now. Then he looked toward the end of the hallway and guessed, this must be the final checkpoint. There's electricity, and the train looks really clean, cleaner than before. That guy who's usually on edge now seems calm. Looks like there's no more fighting ahead. Now I can finally collect my rewards in peace. While Tae-sung was lost in thought, the group was preparing to follow Kang Han-soo onto the train car. But Han-soo's voice suddenly stopped them in their tracks. "Why are you all trying to get on? This place only allows one person to board. Get off, didn't you hear? Only one person can ride, otherwise the train won't move. Everyone get off." With that, Kang Han-soo ignored them and sat down on a nearby seat. Because of his words, none of the three rushed to get on. Sang-jin guessed, maybe he's confused. But how does he know only one person can ride this train? Tae-sung was more aggressive. He shouted at Han-soo, "What law says you get to go first? After all the battles we fought together, why are you being so selfish and thinking only about yourself? Just go. You're here because of our help." Tae-sung's words made Kang Han-soo's face darken. Damn fools. They're smart enough to seize opportunities for themselves, but there's still one thing they don't get. Standing up, Kang Han-soo said, "Help? Sure. There's no law that says I have to go last because this world has no rules. Now you choose, either get off the train, or stay here and settle this with me. But if you pick option 2, write a letter to the United Nations later, they might listen." He pointed his weapon at the blonde-haired guy and asked confidently, "So, what's it gonna be?" The blonde guy was already sweating. And in the end, of course, the blonde guy didn't dare to make a sound. Meanwhile, Kang Han-soo boarded the train and left, leaving the three behind in frustration. The memory of Kang Han-soo's piercing gaze still made Kang to tremble. When Han-soo demanded a fight, Kang to immediately thought about calling the other two to gang up on him. If all three attacked together, they might stand a chance to win, and if they won, Kangta planned to take all of Kang Hansu's weapons and runestones. If they lost, they could just apologize, right? After all, Hansu wouldn't kill all three of them. That was Kangta's plan. Unfortunately for him, Kang Hansu saw straight through it. Then, with a deadly glare, Hansu warned him. At that moment, Kangta realized that if he made even the slightest move, Hansu would kill him on the spot. Hansu was capable of much more than that. Why did I freeze just from his gaze? Kangta thought bitterly. Meanwhile, Yumi started feeling regretful. We shouldn't have pushed him away like that. We owe him for carrying all three of us this far. We shouldn't have provoked him. But staying here isn't the solution either. So Yumi turned to the other two and said, let's move on. We have to keep going. As for Kangta, the weakling who had to be carried, his mind was filled with dark thoughts. Those idiots are exactly why you won't ever achieve the strength you crave. But aren't we here to get stronger? No matter the cost, I'll become stronger. On the other hand, Kang Hansu felt a weight lift off his shoulders after ditching those three deadweights. Now was the time to gather his thoughts and review everything he had learned so far. If I sum up what I've collected here, first, the subway stops at 20 stations throughout the route. Second, the 2 relics found at each station are random. Third, once I pass a station, I can't go back to touch it. It's a design that messes with your mind. Even if I reach the end, there's no guarantee of a good outcome, so caution is essential. I'm currently at Station 12. I've gathered 8 weapons so far: Laren's Ring, Kent's Claw, Organ's Gauntlet, and others. Probably because these weapons come from hidden fragments, their quality is quite high. Laren's Ring, combined with sensory stats, helps reveal the monster's weak points. As Kang Hansu pondered this, the train stopped at another station, so he got off. While walking, he thought to himself, since I already know the weaknesses of all the monsters, this necklace doesn't have much use right now. I've collected quite a few weapons, so I'm hoping to find something special at this station. Maybe something that boosts mobility. With that, I could move freely during battles. At least, with that thought in mind, Kang Hansu approached the altar where the relic was kept. What surprised him greatly was that the item placed there was a pack of cigarettes. Is this Maniac's cigarettes? I didn't know something like this could still appear. Maniac's cigarettes were quite a special item. When you put one in your mouth, the runestone stats begin to increase. As you smoke it, the stats continue to rise. After finishing and inhaling the smoke, all runestone stats increase by 20%, and the effect lasts for 10 minutes. This was an extremely useful item for Kang Hansu at this stage, although it couldn't be used outside the training area. Cigarettes, huh? It's been a while. Looking at the pack, some images flashed in Kang Hansu's mind. You're smoking again like before. I always told you every time you smoke you look so much older. You know that, right? If you keep going, you'll ruin your handsome face. This voice seemed to belong to someone very important to Kang Hansu in the future. So now it seems we know who the female lead is. Not long after, Kang Hansu returned to the first station. It was empty now. They've all left. There are still 4 days until the next hidden fragment appears. In 2 days I'll have 2 choices: focus on hunting and collecting runestones or take on the remaining missions. With that in mind, Kang Hansu decided to continue with the missions. After all, he had already completed a few along the way. Another reason was that he knew some missions offered quite good rewards. I don't know exactly what I'll get from those missions yet. But I have to focus first on the ones I judge to have good rewards. Among the remaining missions, there's one with a promising reward and a short completion time. If I remember correctly, the reward is a Sage's Stone along with a clumsy mage companion. It increases the user's base stats by up to 10%, including additional bonuses, and it can heal what could be considered critical wounds. The reward looks promising, and relics like that are quite rare not just in the training area, but also in the dangerous red zone beyond. But who would have thought that the one to trigger that foolish mission would be her Anvia Rin? She's a member of the Suicide Squad. She was dragged into the abyss while volunteering in prison. I heard that the people she trusted the most were there, but as soon as training began, they all betrayed her. The rage awakened the power inside her. Within 7 weeks, she tore apart and killed everyone there, ripping out their hearts. Afterwards, she tried to commit suicide, and that's when this mission appeared. Thinking about this gave Kang Hansu a slight headache. I'll just skip this one. It doesn't suit me. It also conflicts with my goal of saving as many people as possible. It's probably already night, so some time-limited missions that can only be done at night must have appeared. As he thought this, a memory suddenly flashed in his mind. Night. Speaking of which, I do have this. Saying that, Kang Han-soo pulled out an item, the food bag of the wealthy pauper. First I'll use this. I need to make sure I have enough stamina. I'll be busy guarding it under the moonlight, but first I need to eat something. With that, Kang Han-soo headed toward the convenience store he had seen earlier. But now, everything on the shelves was either destroyed or completely looted. This sight made Kang Han-soo furious. Those bastards. The moon is about to rise, yet they still dare to do such stupid things. Let's see how brave they really are. Meanwhile, outside, the culprits seemed to be the gang that had clashed with Kang Han-soo before. They were carrying away boxes of stolen goods one by one. Not far from there, Yu Meihi's group could only stand helplessly, watching as their stuff was hauled away. How can they steal everything? Should we stop them now? We fled in such a hurry when we heard them coming that I couldn't save anything. They even took my share. How did they manage to steal everything in such a short time? The blonde-haired girl complained, while her boyfriend quickly tried to calm her down, saying, "Calm down." Yu Meihi, seeing them carry off the goods like that, felt anxious too. We might be stronger, but they have so many people. Even with higher stats, we'd be in danger if they gang up on us. Sangjin agreed. Kang Han-soo hasn't returned yet, so don't rush into anything. But one thing puzzled Yu Meihi. I can't believe they even knew the location of the convenience store. I thought we had some time, but this happened way too fast. At that moment, on the opposite side, the young leader of the gang also noticed them. He even waved at the group. This action startled everyone. Did he just wave at us? Kangta said upon hearing this. He's trying to provoke us by bragging that they took everything. No need to answer him, let's go. After saying that, Kangta turned and started to leave. But under his breath, he muttered, "What an idiot. Why would he wave at me? But anyway, I'm doing pretty well now." The reason the young gang leader waved at him was that they were from the same faction. Not long ago, number 3 had come to find them and suggested, "You guys need food, right? Try going to the subway station first. You should grab what you can before others take it all. Let me lead the way." And Taesung did this with the intention of making things difficult for Kang Han-soo. He knew Kang Han-soo would have to fight those thugs to take back the food, and it wouldn't be easy to defeat so many people. Taesung wanted Kang Han-soo to remember that he was the one helping him. That was Taesung's original plan. Of course, the gang members didn't trust this easily. After hearing the proposal, their young leader laughed and said, "Why the hell would we trust you? Sounds like you're trying to set us up to fight Kang Han-soo." This young leader was pretty smart. He wasn't about to be fooled. But unfortunately for him, intelligence and strength were two different things. Seeing the leader's refusal, Taesung suddenly grabbed him by the collar and said, "Don't you get the situation? Just follow me." The gang leader shouted back, "What the hell are you saying, you bastard? Do you realize my brothers helped you?" But before he could finish, Taesung punched him right in the face and coldly said, "The three of you aren't even on my level. Why the hell would I waste time setting a trap for weaklings like you? Think carefully, I'm actually giving you a chance." And that's how Taesung's meeting with the gang went down. Back in the present, as dusk was settling in, Yu Mi was watching from the window when she suddenly spotted Kang Han-soo and called out, "Han-soo. Over here." Seeing Kang Han-soo's figure brought her a sense of relief. "He's back. I feel so much better now." Taesung, upon noticing Kang Han-soo's return, started sweating but tried to calm himself. "No need to worry anymore. No one knows I set that trap. Even if I get caught, I can come up with an excuse for the crime." Meanwhile, Yu Meihi, after seeing Kang Han-soo enter, said, "We're in trouble. I went to look for Jen and you earlier, and those thugs took everything from the convenience store." Kang Han-soo replied calmly, "I know. I saw it on my way here. So how much food do we have left?" "Not much. We've tried to gather as much as we could." She glanced at the small pile of supplies on the table. At this moment, Taesung began putting his plan into motion. "You know, a lot has happened. Now that you're here, we just need to take it back from those guys, right? Though of course it'll be tough for you to handle them all alone. I can help, if you want." Taesung spoke with overwhelming confidence, as if he was sure Kang Han-soo would need his help. But Kang Han-soo ignored him, calmly telling those around him, "Eat first." Taesung's words being ignored made him irritated. Thinking that Kang Han-soo was mocking him, he approached and slammed his hand on the table. "Wait a minute, that's not right. You really have no shame, huh? We risked our lives to hold on to this food. Shouldn't you give us something in return? Come on, show me something. If you give me something good, maybe I'll reconsider." Taesung's foolish demand suddenly made the atmosphere tense and awkward. Someone nearby muttered, "Taesung, what's wrong? Let's just share this place with everyone." Taesung heard that, and fired back, "So you're saying we should just hand it over to him for nothing? We risked our lives for this food, and you should too. Even among friends there has to be fairness. Han-soo didn't lift a finger when we were struggling to gather the supplies. Didn't anyone ever tell you not to expect anything for free?" The couple nearby nodded quietly, seemingly agreeing with Taesung's point. Taesung knew this was his chance. If he could turn everyone against Kang Han-soo, then that guy wouldn't be a problem anymore. Let's see how long he could keep up that annoyed act. On the other hand, after a moment of silence, Kang Han-soo finally spoke up in response to Taesung's blustering. "Honestly, I have nothing to give you in exchange for the food. What am I supposed to do now?" Taesung quickly jumped in, "Come on, you've got plenty. Share whatever you found in there." The couple glanced at each other confused. "What's he talking about? What did you find in there?" Taesung explained, "He just got back from some secret places. You see, he must have found something good. He should share it with us, right? So come on, share it. After all, you're going with us anyway. Why act like that? Don't be like that." While saying this, Taesung handed Kang Han-soo a chocolate bar. But Kang Han-soo just stayed silent, glanced at him for a moment, then sighed and said, "You're learning well." Taesung was puzzled. "What do you mean?" "Don't change the subject, answer me." But ignoring Taesung's words, Kang Han-soo slowly stood up. At the same time in his mind, he thought, "He's not too subtle. But I guess it makes sense he treats everyone as equals. But that's not the real issue. It's not that I'm taking them along because I need their relics or anything. Eris, I came all this way because of what you said. I've done what I can." Thinking that, Kang Han-soo turned and walked away, surprising everyone around. As he reached the door, he said goodbye to all of them. "Anyway, stay safe, and good luck out there." Kang Han-soo's action left Yu-mi and Sangjin speechless, unsure what to say. The blonde girl sensed the tension and decided to step in to ease things. "Come on, everyone, stop arguing. We've made it here without any trouble, so why stir things up now? We'll bring him back, let's just go, okay?" As she spoke, she glanced toward Yu-mi. But Taesung, not wanting to lose face, quickly responded, "Let him go if he wants. No need to stop him." Inside, he felt a bit relieved. "Whatever, go away with your arrogance until the very end, damn bastard." Then he turned to the two girls next to him and said, "He acts all tough, but if we just give him stuff for free, he'll ditch us himself. We don't need that asshole. We can handle things on our own." However, as he said this, he suddenly fell silent because it looked like Yu-mi was about to follow Kang Han-soo. Seeing this, he hurriedly shouted, "Hey Yu-mi, what are you doing? You're leaving us to follow that guy." But Yu-mi wasn't paying attention to the weakling behind her. She hurried after Kang Han-soo and said, "I'm coming with you, Han-soo. Can I go with you?" After hearing her question, Kang Han-soo began to answer, "I can't take you with me, I have to." Yu-mi's voice carried disappointment, but before she could say more, Kang Han-soo added, "But, like I said, it's up to you if you want to come along." Though not explicitly stated, his words meant he agreed to let her come, which made Yu-mi extremely happy. But Taesung couldn't stand the situation any longer. He quickly stepped out the door and said, "No, you can't go. You haven't gotten your ancient artifact yet. I might have given it to you, but Sangjin? Not yet, right?" For Taesung, everyone else could leave but not Yu-mi. That was the real reason he said what he did to keep her from leaving. Unfortunately for him, Sangjin fired back immediately, slapping Taesung's words aside with, "Fine. Because I'm coming with them too." Taesung got furious but forced himself to keep a calm face. Turning to Sangjin, he snapped, "Do you even know what you're saying? Sangjin, you can't behave like this. Do you really think my father would just let your father off the hook? I took in a stray dog, and now you have the nerve to bite back. Don't you know who your boss is?" I should. But before Taesung could finish, Sangjin cut him off coldly. "So what are you gonna do? We can't even get out of here right now. The others don't know we're alive, so exactly who are you gonna threaten? At this point, none of that matters anymore. I don't owe you anything like before, got it? Finally, the so-called useless kid pushed back a bit. Inside, Songjin felt a rising determination to crush the blonde idiot beside him. Soon after, the group followed Kang Han-soo and left, while Taesung was left powerless, yelling behind them, "Fine, go all of you. We've got all the food anyway. You think things will be different somewhere else? In the end you'll come back. Just wait and see." With that, he shot a cold glare at Kang Han-soo's group. Meanwhile, Kang Han-soo's group had been moving for a while. Suddenly, Songjin turned to Yu Mia and asked about the food. "Are you sure we shouldn't take some with us? Our bags aren't exactly full." That question was fair, and as they talked, Kang Han-soo suddenly realized something. It turned out he had seen a nice shirt in the store and just stole it. After putting on his new outfit, he turned to the two and said, "It doesn't matter. It won't mean anything anyway. We've got work to do, so let's go." Kang Han-soo's earlier actions inside the store confused Songjin. He wondered how someone with such strength could act that way, and yet why. Walking ahead, Kang Han-soo could tell the two behind him had many questions about his behavior, so he started to explain, "Because it's almost midnight." That vague answer made things even more confusing for both of them. But right after, Yu Mi suddenly noticed something and quickly said, "There's something weird about the moon." Songjin looked up at the sky to observe too. The moon, which had been normal moments before, suddenly cracked open. The crack slowly widened, revealing a huge eye inside. After seeing the giant eye on the moon clearly, Yu Mi's eyes widened and her jaw dropped. The moon opened its eye, she thought in disbelief. But before she could process it further, Choi Songjin suddenly shouted from beside her, "What the hell is going on? The food, it's turning into sand." Startled, Yu Mi quickly turned to look, and just as his words described, the snacks in Songjin's hands were crumbling into sand, slipping through his fingers and falling to the ground. In a panic, she opened her own backpack to check, and the result was just as horrifying. Everything inside had turned to sand. "No way, all the food we bought, everything turned to sand," she muttered, staring into her sand-filled bag. Then, still trying to make sense of what was happening, Songjin suddenly pointed ahead and said in confusion, "What's that?" "It's glowing." Following his gaze, they both saw glowing silhouettes appearing inside the building's humanoid figures shining with light. "Are those people?" Yu Mi thought, heart racing. "They're glowing, we can see their locations." Then she glanced down at herself, visibly worried. "Are we glowing too?" "I think we can't see it when we're standing together," Songjin said urgently. "But those people over there, you can see them glowing even through walls." That thought sent a chill down Yu Mi's spine. "So we're all visible to each other. Is this going to make us fight?" she murmured, dreading the possibility. Choi Songjin, now more composed, turned to Kang Han-soo and asked, "Han-soo, did you already know this would happen?" Han-soo just gave a half smile and replied, "Come on, I've got powers. But that doesn't mean I know everything." But he looks so calm, Songjin thought, suspicious. Before they could say more, shouting erupted around them, echoing from nearby buildings. "Where is it? Who took all the food? This is insane. You ate it all, didn't you? Hand it over." "We don't have anything either." Angry voices, accusations, desperate cries, they rang out over and over, bouncing through the halls and alleys. But Kang Han-soo, he'd heard it all before. He was unfazed. "This damn garbage world," he thought. "That's why I warned them not to hoard everything. Because once that moon appears, the one that only exists in this twisted world, every last scrap of food disappears." With that thought, he began walking again, not even glancing back. Seeing this, Choi Songjin called out, "Where are you going?" "Doing what needs to be done," Kang Han-soo replied calmly. Scene shifts to Jin Taesung, who, along with the couple beside him, was dealing with the exact same problem. "This is insane. What the hell is going on?" he muttered in shock. "All the food's gone." The blonde girl next to him turned and asked anxiously, "What do we do now? Should we go look for more food?" Her boyfriend thought for a moment, then said, "By now, everyone's probably already cleared out the convenience stores." Taesung's face twisted in frustration. That bastard, he knew this was going to happen. He totally played me. That damn guy with powers. But before he could let his anger stew any longer, the blonde girl suddenly looked out the window and gasped, "Taesung, out there. All three of them rushed to the window, and what they saw sent a chill down their spines. Glowing silhouettes, just like before, were lurking outside the building. And they weren't just anyone. Leading the pack was none other than Sung-ho and his lackeys, storming through the streets. "Where is he?" Sung-ho bellowed. "That damn cheat, where the hell did he go? How dare he trick me? Find him now." His voice was full of rage, and the thugs behind him were just as fired up. Tae-sung, peering nervously from behind the wall, felt sweat bead on his forehead. "No way we can win if they gang up on us. We'll get slaughtered. Maybe we should just run and pick them off one by one," he thought, desperate for a plan. But before he could act, the blonde girl spoke again, this time with urgency. "What if we just go to Hansu?" "Huh? You're saying we should go crawling back to that trash who abandoned us and beg for help? Do you even have any self-respect?" Tae-sung snapped. But she wasn't having it. "And what, you think you can take on 5 of them alone? Staying here's not gonna help. Think logically. If they can't find us, they'll go after Hansu. We could help him if things go south, right?" Her boyfriend nodded slowly, seeing her point. "Yeah, with enough people on one side, we could win by sheer numbers. Talk to him a bit. Work together, we'll be fine," he said, forcing a nervous laugh. Tae-sung meanwhile swallowed his pride and fell into thought. Damn it, they're right. A temporary alliance isn't the worst thing. I hate the idea, but if I can use this chance to take advantage of him, it's worth it. A sly grin crept across his face. "You're right," he said smoothly. "Let's help him out. Let's go." Tae-sung cautiously cracked the door open and peeked outside. After confirming the coast was clear, he whispered, "All right, if we move quietly they won't notice. The path we came from is lit up, follow me." But just as he finished speaking, something suddenly shot toward him from a distance, some kind of sticky fluid wrapped tightly around his legs, yanking him off his feet and slamming him to the ground. "What the hell? Damn it, let go!" Tae-sung yelled, struggling desperately to free himself, but the substance refused to budge. No matter how hard he pulled, it held fast. Frustrated and panicking, he turned to the couple behind him. "Hey, help me out here. Hurry up, what the hell are you two just standing there for, you idiots?" But before he could finish, a deep, menacing voice rang out behind him. "You sure about that? If you pull him out, both of you might end up in wheelchairs. Or," the voice softened mockingly, "why don't you come over here? I just want to talk." It was the gang leader. After combing the area, they had finally cornered Jin Tae-sung, and his words immediately made the couple freeze. Then, without hesitation, they bolted, leaving Tae-sung stunned and furious. "Hey, you two pieces of shit," he screamed after them, but it was no use. They were already gone. The gang leader calmly crouched beside him, smirking. "Tae-skak, such harsh words. You're still young, why no?" he said mockingly. Then, glancing down at the gooey trap holding Tae-sung's legs, he added, "So? What do you think? It's called Oron's flytrap. While you were busy playing games, I was setting these up. If we all ganged up on you at once, that wouldn't be any fun, right?" He grinned. "Anyway, that's enough chit-chat. But, why are there only 3 of you? Where are the others?" he asked coldly. Before Tae-sung could even think of a response, the gang leader suddenly lifted his foot and slammed it into the concrete floor. The ground cracked beneath the force, splitting apart in jagged lines. Tae-sung was so terrified he nearly pissed himself. Without a second thought, he spilled everything. I'll tell you everything. Ask me anything, I'll answer. I can lead you straight to them." The gang leader's expression relaxed. "Now that's more like it. I like a guy who knows how to cooperate." Then, turning toward one of his men, Sung-ho, he said casually, "But before we go, there's someone here who has a little something to say to you. Take care of it quickly. We've got places to be." From behind, Sung-ho burst out laughing as he stepped forward with wicked glee. Well, we meet again. How've you been, huh? If I don't get a little payback today, I'll lose my damn mind." Even though Jin Tae-sung was clearly trapped like a fish in a barrel, he still hadn't let go of his rotten, conniving nature. "These filthy bugs, if only those two hadn't abandoned me," he thought, gritting his teeth in anger. The gang leader, worried his boys might maim Tae-sung beyond use, raised a hand and added coolly, "He's going to be working with us, so keep it within limits." Sung-ho grinned and turned back to the others. "You heard the man. Beat him up within limits, of course." And with that, Taesung was treated to a merciless beating. As fists and kicks rained down on him, he writhed in pain, all the while cursing those who had left him behind. Damn it! How dare they abandon me? I'll make every last one of them pay. He glared toward the distance, locking eyes with the couple who had fled, now disappearing from view. Meanwhile, by some miracle, the couple actually managed to locate Kang Han-soo's group. But what they saw left them completely stunned. Wait, are you guys seriously cooking? Are you camping or something? The boyfriend blurted out, staring in disbelief. Kang Han-soo glanced over at them, thoughts ticking behind his calm expression. They should already know all the food's turned to sand, right? The blonde girl stepped forward, smiling sweetly. Looks like everything's fine here. Mind if we join you for a meal? But her fake friendly tone made Han-soo instantly draw a clear line. Without hesitation, he stood up and swung the club in his hand down onto the ground, carving a deep gash across the earth between them. What the hell are you doing? The blonde girl cried out in shock. Han-soo met her eyes, his expression now ice cold. Stay back. What's your problem? She snapped. We're not here to fight you. This is Taesung's fault anyway. If I step forward, what are you gonna do? Han-soo's lips curled into a smile. Well, my ability says, things won't go well for you. Your stupid power is just telling you nonsense again. The boyfriend spat. Oh, it told me a few other things, too, Han-soo said calmly. Like how you two are about to be in danger. That last line made the couple freeze in place. Slowly, they turned around and there they were. The gang had arrived. Somehow, without anyone noticing, the thugs had crept up right behind them. The gang leader looked at the whole scene with a glint of amusement in his eyes, his gaze sweeping across both groups as tension crackled in the air. The reward known as the Selfish Rich Kid's Food Pouch came with a deceptively simple mission: cook and eat as much food as possible while the moon was in the sky. Sounded easy enough, but there was one crucial catch: you had to be completely selfish. No sharing. No helping others. Just eat as much as you can, alone. In a world where everyone was desperately scrambling for food, the one who could pull this off would be the sole winner. But meeting those conditions meant crossing a dangerous moral line. The creator of this mission clearly had a twisted sense of humor. Yet Kang Han-soo didn't seem fazed at all. Even as the chaos of starvation loomed outside, he calmly continued cooking and eating, perfectly composed. Then, staggering into view, came Jin Taesung, bruised, swollen, and barely able to walk. His face was puffy from the beating he had received, and the couple who had abandoned him earlier gasped in concern. Taesung, are you okay? Unfortunately for them, they'd chosen to worry about the wrong person. Shut your damn mouths. Taesung suddenly barked. You think you can just act like nothing happened? You left me behind. We were just trying to help, the blonde girl stammered. Don't give me that crap. He shouted even louder. If you two hadn't run off, I wouldn't have. But before he could finish, the gang leader interrupted in a laid-back tone. All right, cool it, rookie. Sounds like you need a little break. Then, shifting his gaze toward Han-soo, he offered a mocking grin. Good to see you again, kid. Gotta say, you've got some skills. Where'd you find that meat, huh? Be a good boy and tell me. Han-soo glanced up at him, unfazed. Meat's everywhere, he replied casually. I'm sure I don't have to explain what meat means, right? A chill ran through the gang. Did he really eat that stuff? The leader had fed it to one of his lackeys once they'd gotten severely dehydrated and almost died from the toxins. But these guys were munching away like it was nothing. It didn't take long for him to figure it out. So, you found a way to detoxify it, didn't you? Han-soo didn't bother hiding it. If you stew it in goblin blood, it's safe. Try it yourself. That's all I'll say. The gang leader narrowed his eyes, studying Han-soo. So the kid's ability really is legit. That punk said he got a rare item at the subway station thanks to it. He smirked to himself. Maybe today's the perfect day to test him in battle. Sure, there's a skill gap, but we've got numbers. And he's just a 20-year-old kid. He might be good at fighting monsters, but fighting humans, that's a whole different game. Having made up his mind, the gang leader flashed a confident grin, as if victory was already his. Then he casually nudged Jin Taesung. Hey rookie. Why don't you go have a little chat with your friend? Just a quick favor, what's the harm, right? Taesung flinched slightly, side-eyeing the gang leader. Friend? Like hell I'd call that guy a friend, and who is he to order me around? Still, he realized that this would keep the boss from having to make a direct move in front of everyone. Playing along might actually win him some favor. With that in mind, the blonde punk stepped forward and said with a crooked smile, "You're right, boss. Let's have a little talk, shall we?" Seeing this, Yu-Mi quickly called out in panic, "No. Don't come over here. Don't cross that line." But unfortunately she was wasting her breath. Jin Tae-sung had already snapped, "Shut up. You're no better than that bastard over there. Just wait," and with that, he stepped over the line Kang Han-soo had drawn in the dirt. "It's over now, don't blame me for this. Heiress," Han-soo thought silently, then with one swift, precise motion, he swung the spiked club in his hand. The heavy weapon whistled through the air and just like that, it slammed cleanly through the leg that had crossed the line. Jin Tae-sung staggered, eyes wide in disbelief, before collapsing onto the ground with a thud. His face contorted in shock as he stared at the severed stump where his leg had been. "Arg. My leg, you psycho. Are you out of your damn mind?" He howled in agony, clutching the bleeding limb, his screams echoing like a house on fire. The sheer brutality of it stunned even the gang members, causing them to subconsciously step back. "Damn it, my leg. Where the hell is your humanity, you lunatic? All this over a piece of meat?" Jin Tae-sung raged, howling like a rabid dog, blood pouring from his wound as he cursed the world. But Jin Tae-sung wasn't done yet. Even in agony, he still tried to sow discord. His twisted voice rang out, full of spite and desperation. "You think he's doing this just for food? If he gets stronger, do you really think he'll let you live? He'll wipe out every last one of you just to get his hands on those ancient runes. You should take him out now. What, you think you can be friends with a guy like that? Idiot." His crazed outburst struck a chord. The gang leader's expression darkened as he leaned toward Sung-ho and muttered something. Sung-ho hesitated, stammering as he tried to respond. But deep down, he too was starting to second-guess everything. That bastard might be holding back now, the leader thought grimly, but once he gets stronger, what's stopping him from coming after us? We're fully armed, and his body's glowing from the moonlight. He won't be able to run. This is the time to finish it. Damn it, Sung-ho cursed silently, staring at Kang Han-soo's cold, expressionless face. What kind of college student has eyes like that? What the hell did he go through to look like this? Meanwhile, our protagonist stood calmly across from them, calculating. Inside his mind, Ares and Keldian were already arguing again. Ares said, "We shouldn't make enemies if we can avoid it." But Keldian snapped back, "If your enemies are right in front of you, you crush them completely. Otherwise they'll do the same to you later." Kang Han-soo exhaled. Even Ares agrees this time, he thought, and that was all the confirmation he needed. Slowly he raised his right arm, releasing the runestone stored beneath his skin. The gang tensed immediately. What's he doing now? He's up to something again. To hell with it, cut him down. All of you, get him. No one knew who gave the order, but the moment the words were spoken, the entire gang charged forward, weapons raised. Kang Han-soo gripped his spike club tightly and muttered, "You guys started this. So before the night ends, let me test a few techniques on you." Then boom. He launched forward with explosive speed, slamming both feet into the ground so hard they left twin craters behind. The sheer force shocked Sung-ho. No way, how the hell is he moving like that? But there was no time to wonder. Kang Han-soo came crashing down with his club, smashing it into Sung-ho's shoulder. Though it was a downward swing, the blow sent Sung-ho flying upward before hurling him through the air like a broken rag doll. Without missing a beat, Han-soo dashed toward the next thug, took him out instantly, and moved on to the next. One by one they fell, and the few remaining gang members, watching this whirlwind of destruction, finally broke. "Screw this. Run." Terrified, they turned tail and bolted. Meanwhile, the gang leader stood frozen, staring at the chaos in disbelief. He's already collected all the runestones, he thought, a chill running down his spine. This isn't good. Not good at all. Snapping out of it, he shouted after his fleeing men, desperation laced in his voice, "Don't run. There's more of us, we can overpower him." But it was already too late. The thugs had vanished without a trace. Now it was just him. Alone. Facing Kang Han-soo. Realizing he had no backup left, the man switched tactics. He straightened his back and tried to play the moral card. You think I'm going to retreat, kid? He sneered. Think again. You really believe that killing others is gonna leave you untouched? This isn't like slaying monsters. What you're doing now, this is murder. You're killing people. That's not something a young punk like you can just walk away from. But he was preaching to the wrong guy. Kang Han-soo wasn't some naive rookie who'd flinch at a guilt trip. Not anymore. And before the gang leader could spew out another word, Kang Han-soo was already in motion, closing the distance in an instant, and unleashing a flurry of brutal strikes. Slash after slash, blow after blow until the self-righteous thug could no longer stand. Collapsed on the ground, broken and bleeding, he looked up to meet the eyes of the young man he'd just tried to guilt into surrender. But Kang Han-soo's gaze was cold. Unforgiving. He didn't say a word. He didn't have to. Back at the scene, the couple looked on in horror, staring at the gang members groaning in pain, sprawled across pools of blood. The brutal aftermath left them pale and shaking. Kang Han-soo, noticing that they were still lingering nearby, casually turned around and spoke with a disturbingly friendly smile. You're still here. Wanna go next? The grin on his face sent a chill down their spines. They looked at each other, then bolted without a word, vanishing from the area before he had a chance to change his mind. As for Kang Han-soo, with the situation handled, he calmly walked back to his stew pot and sat down, eating like nothing had happened. The serene way he chewed through his meal stunned Yu Mi-hee, who could only stare at him with wide eyes. What? You can look, Kang Han-soo said nonchalantly. But I'm not sharing. His casual tone made both Yu Mi and Choi Songjin freeze awkwardly. And no, it's fine. We weren't gonna ask, they muttered. And like that, the group settled in and rested for a while in the area. Time passed, and soon morning broke. In the sky, the eerie moon eye slowly shut itself. Kang Han-soo stood up, ready to move out. As he began walking, he thought to himself, I ate enough food to last 3 days. I feel like I'm gonna puke. I totally failed the part about persuading others. But I did manage to get this. He glanced at the new item in his hand, the gluttonous aristocrat's food pouch. According to the imp, the pouch could protect food from the effects of the moonlight, and store it inside a subspace pocket where anything edible could be kept. On top of that, it had 5 times the usual capacity. At least I don't have to worry about food for the next 2 weeks. Smirking, Han-soo linked the pouch to himself and kept walking. Behind him, Yu Mi-hee hesitated, then finally asked the question on her mind. Are you sure you're gonna be okay? What if those guys come back? You didn't finish them off. Her tone was heavy with concern. Han-soo blinked, a bit surprised by the question, then laughed softly. You think I should have finished them off? You're kind of scary, you know. I didn't mean it like that. She stammered, flustered. I was worried about you. As she spoke, her eyes drifted to his back. But clearly he's not the one who needs worrying. Even if they manage to get back up, there's no way they're beating him. Not now. From here on out he's only going to grow stronger. That's the kind of person he is. Still, she thought to herself, if he had chosen to use the runes by finishing them off, he probably would have collected even more valuable loot. Meanwhile, our protagonist had his own thoughts about Yu Mi-hee. Judging by her mindset, it seemed she had adapted surprisingly well to this new world. That kind of thinking is completely normal, Han-soo thought. It's the kind of mindset someone would have when they've accepted that the only way to survive is to treat anyone who could be a threat as a potential enemy. But I came back to save as many people as I can. That's the whole reason I regressed. To do that, I need to reduce unnecessary conflict and gather people I can rely on. The first step toward that is establishing rules. Rule number 1, don't kill others just to take their runes. Sure, I could beat them and still take their runes, but if I do that, I'll lose their future cooperation. If I want them to fight by my side, when the time comes, I can't cross that line. It won't be easy to enforce that kind of rule at first, but if I'm strong enough, I can make it a reality. That's why I can't afford to get caught doing anything questionable. If people see me taking others out and rumors spread, I'll gain a reputation that'll be impossible to shake. Every move needs to be clean and calculated, but there are just too many eyes watching me right now. Eventually, someone will cross the line. They'll kill just to grow stronger. It's inevitable. Han-soo kept walking, lost in thought. Meanwhile, behind him, the weakling of the group Choi Songjin had begun to lag. After a few more steps he came to a full stop. I think I'll stop here. Huh? What are you talking about? You me, he asked, surprised by his sudden announcement. Choi Sang-jin lowered his gaze, his voice quiet. I don't think I can keep going with you guys. Why now? She asked, genuinely confused. But Kang Han-soo didn't try to persuade him. Alright, your choice. I respect that, he said simply. And with that, Han-soo turned and kept walking without looking back. Choi Sang-jin hesitated for a moment longer, then turned the other way and headed off in the opposite direction. After a short while, Han-soo spoke again, his voice calm but probing. So why are you still here? You're not afraid of following me? The question caught Yu Mi-hee off guard. Of course I'm afraid, she thought. But as long as I don't cross any lines, I'll be fine. He won't hurt me. That thought gave her just enough courage to answer. If I leave now, you won't let me come back, will you? So I'm gonna stick to you like glue. Han-soo turned his head and stared at her silently. Their eyes locked, neither willing to look away. Eventually, Han-soo blinked first. He gave a small smirk. Her instincts are sharp, he thought. All right then, he said. Let's go. Then the two of them started moving down toward the subway station. Cut to Jin Tae-sung's location. At this moment he was trembling with rage, cursing Sung-ho who was pinning him down. Damn useless bastards, all you ever do is bark. Now, you've made me pay the price. Kang Han-soo should have wiped all of you out already. But you, Han-soo, you've made a mistake. My wounds are healing. Once I'm fully recovered, I'll slaughter all those trash, and I'll come after you. How dare you leave me behind, especially you, Yu Mi-hee. I won't forgive you. Jin Tae-sung gritted his teeth and slowly crawled forward. But just then he suddenly caught sight of someone's legs and quickly raised his head. That bastard Jin Tae-sung, he's been watching me all this time. Why is he approaching now? What does he want? No, this is my chance. The blonde-haired man grinned excitedly. Sanjin, help me up. Me? Choi Sang-jin asked, confused. Who else but you? Jin Tae-sung replied. Come on, you wouldn't abandon me after everything, right? We have to help each other. This is your chance to get stronger. Jin Tae-sung said this as if it were obvious, completely ignoring all the terrible things he had done in the past. Meanwhile, the leader of the thug group cursed loudly. Bastard. Hearing that, Jin Tae-sung forced a laugh and tried to act tough. Ha, you're about to die, old man. Then he turned to Choi Sang-jin. Hey, you handled that idiot first. Good. The runes we get from dealing with him, will split 5050, so don't worry. But before he could finish, his voice suddenly cut off. Jin Tae-sung noticed Choi Sang-jin was gripping a knife tightly and standing right in front of him. Huh? Why are you here? Jin Tae-sung said, stunned. Before he could react, Choi Sang-jin grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up like a chicken. The blonde man panicked. What the hell are you doing? He yelled in terror. That moment awakened something inside Choi Sang-jin. I get it now. This is my chance. I should have done this from the start, right? Choi Sang-jin said coldly, staring right into Jin Tae-sung's eyes. No matter how stupid Jin Tae-sung was, at this moment he finally realized the problem. Huff you, how dare you? Jin Tae-sung started barking out meaningless curses. At the same time, Choi Sang-jin began to talk some sense into him. I already told you I have to be reasonable. Maybe it's your turn to be reasonable now. Alone you're nothing. All this time you've done things that amused me, using my father to order me around. As he spoke, Choi Sang-jin slowly drove the knife in his hand into Jin Tae-sung's body, leaving him barely able to curse before collapsing immediately. After that, Choi Sang-jin couldn't hold back and dropped to his knees, vomiting violently. Once he emptied everything, he silently told himself, stop being weak. This is just a tiny thing like an ant bite. It's nothing to me. For him, this was simply something that had to be done. I have to be like Han-soo. With that thought, Choi Sang-jin gripped his knife again and moved toward the big boss ahead, startling him. Wait, my friend, let's talk for a bit. If you let me live, no. Let's shake hands. If we shake hands, we'll become stronger. Please, spare me, the boss weakly pleaded. But the more he begged, the more Choi Sang-jin's resolve solidified. Now I understand. I know why you didn't chase me, Han-soo. How pathetic must I look in your eyes? I don't need your protection. If I had the courage to fight alongside you in times of crisis, if I chose to grow stronger instead of shrinking away from your power, could I stand by your side? If I were stronger, you wouldn't have abandoned me like that. So nothing from the past changes. Before, I would shrink back and be cautious around someone. But now, I'll prove myself. I will become stronger just like you. If I use these fools and catch up to you, even you will see me differently. Choi Sanjin vowed silently to himself. Back with Kang Hansu's group, at this moment, no one knew exactly what kind of ancient artifact Yu Mi had used, but with just one shout, she unleashed a powerful shockwave that blasted upward, causing the crows that were about to attack her to fall like rain to the ground. However, suddenly there was a sharp screech from behind, making her startle a bit. The source of the sound was another crow that had apparently been just outside the attack range of her skill. But it didn't get to caw for long before Kang Hansu, standing behind, swung his blade and sliced it in half. I guess I do need help sometimes, Yu Mi said shyly. Kang Hansu didn't pay much attention to that. Not relying on others and acting alone are two different things. If a skill has a weakness, seeking help from teammates is only natural. This part is yours. As he said this, he handed Yu Mi 3 ancient stones, then took back his own share and continued. Make sure you understand both the strengths and weaknesses of your skills. Hearing this, Yu Mi could only smile awkwardly. He was always so strict about dividing the loot fairly. Thinking this, she opened her status window and muttered, "Has it really been 2 days already? Today is the 3rd day since we arrived here. Buying speed, magic enhancement, and stamina skills from Hansu was a good call. Without them, it'd be hard to keep up. But I'm still trying not to rely on him." She glanced at Kang Hansu beside her and sighed. Meanwhile, Kang Hansu was taking the chance to check his own status window. Kang Hansu, power 54.3, accuracy 55.8, stamina 42.1, perception 42.2, physical defense 22, magic resistance 13. Seeing these stats, he felt pretty satisfied and said quietly, "I've got decent stats now. The best method is to keep all attributes balanced. I won't have trouble if all stats grow evenly." Right then, a grating voice suddenly rang out. It was the little demon. Hello, mic check. Can everyone hear me? Focus and gather at the starting point immediately. Anyone late will be punished. That's the little demon, Yu Mi said worriedly, knowing that whenever he spoke, nothing good ever happened. At the same time, Kang Hansu started turning to leave and said, "Let's go." While walking, Yu Mi kept sneaking glances at Kang Hansu's face, making him finally ask, "If you have something to say, just say it." Upon hearing this, her cheeks flushed bright red and she suddenly shouted, "All right, Hansu, do you have a girlfriend?" Her sudden question even startled Kang Hansu, a guy who had been through countless ordeals. After asking, Yu Mi immediately felt a bit regretful. Was that question too personal? She thought. I know I shouldn't be thinking like that, but he seemed unusually generous, so I just couldn't help myself. Actually, I wanted to ask something else too. As she thought this, she started fidgeting with her hands nervously. Meanwhile, Kang Hansu, upon hearing the question, recalled his teammates. He's surprisingly straightforward even when being cautious. Kang Tae would probably like that question, even if it was just a formality. At first, Kang Tae was so nervous he could barely speak. I have a question." Never mind, Yu Mi said, trembling like a little puppy. Kang Hansu then remembered the image of someone in his mind. A girlfriend. She's just someone I haven't even met yet. I can't afford to lose her. Thinking this, Kang Hansu spoke quietly, "I don't remember." After that, the two fell into silence and continued forward. Not long after, they arrived at the gathering point, where many others were already present. "I see a lot of familiar faces, but the atmosphere feels so strange," Yu Mi muttered. Then, the little demon above seemed to notice everyone had gathered and smiled brightly. "All right, travelers, it looks like we have a full turnout. How boring, you all gathered so quickly. Let's get to the main point. I have 2 pieces of good news for you. First, if you can survive the next 72 hours, you'll be allowed to leave this place. That's something to celebrate, right? Come on, give me some applause," the little demon said with great enthusiasm. But instead of cheering, the crowd responded with silence, suspicion written all over their faces and in their eyes. Seeing this, the little demon's smile stiffened. No reaction. Well, no choice then. Under the demon's intimidation, everyone reluctantly rolled their eyes and applauded loudly. Only then was the purple demon satisfied, saying, "I'm glad to see you happy. Now, let me introduce the main character of this event." After saying that, it glanced to one side and snapped its fingers. Immediately after the snap, a violent tremor shook the crowd, as if something gigantic was appearing. The little demon quickly explained, "The castle you see is the most important location in this event. This is the magic altar." From their perspective, a massive tower-like structure had suddenly appeared before the assembled group. Turning back to the little demon, it continued its introduction. "There's a very cute pet waiting for all of you inside there. You can see it too, right? This little guy is called the carnivorous beast. We've kept it starving for an entire day just for you, so it's eager to break free immediately. And this magic altar. It looks impressive, but it's not very stable. It probably won't hold up for long. Look at all the dirt and debris falling down." The little demon smiled gleefully and added, "If this little guy manages to escape, I wonder how many of you will actually survive." As it spoke, the crowd watched the monstrous creature inside the altar screaming wildly in a frenzy. But there was no need for the purple-skinned monster to even threaten them. Just looking at its massive body and the terrifying aura it radiated was enough to make everyone there want to soil themselves. If the altar collapses, are we really going to have to fight that monster? Everyone was thinking silently at the same time. Meanwhile, the little demon spoke up again. "Now, I'll tell you the second piece of news. Luckily, there's a way to put it to sleep. If it's asleep, it won't scratch the altar or try to escape, right? So what's the way? Anyone can guess. If you do it well, I might even bless you all." Little Demon said this while blowing a wind kiss, which nearly made everyone gag. "You guys are such boring actors. The way is simple. Every day 5 people, just feed it 5 people each day. Since it's 72 hours, that means 3 meals, right?" Little Demon said casually. This, of course, caused an uproar among the group. Even Kang Han-soo started calculating in his head. There are more than 60 people left now. And if we do it this way, a quarter of us will have to become its sleeping pills. While he was still thinking, Little Demon snapped his fingers and showed them something interesting. "It's up to you if you want to use this method or not. For those who are still hesitating, let me show you this." With that, Little Demon used his power to project an image showing a monster similar to theirs breaking free and slaughtering everyone around. In short, against its insane bloodlust, no one could stand a chance. Little Demon then preached to them, "This footage is from another training area." The people there decided to fight together. Back among the group, after seeing the footage, they started looking at each other and whispering, "Fighting that thing is impossible. That's why I said we only have one option." While everyone was still hesitating, suddenly a man raised his hand and asked Little Demon, "How do we choose those people?" "Why ask me that? Whether you force others or draw lots, deal with it yourselves. As long as the sacrifice is alive, you can do whatever you want. You should know you have 1 hour to make a decision, so I'll start the countdown. That way you'll be safe for 24 hours. After that you'll have another hour to select the sacrifices. I hope you choose wisely." Following Little Demon's words, a countdown clock began ticking. The crowd around started cursing loudly, "We're definitely dead, damn demon." Meanwhile, Yu Mi-hee looked anxiously at Kang Han-soo and asked, "Han-soo, what do you think we should do? The outcome seems decided already." Kang Han-soo remained calm. At that moment, the guy wearing a hat spoke up and suggested, "How about we draw lots? We can choose 5 people the first day, then 5 more the next." But just then, a voice rang out, "Why do we have to do that? Why should we be fair to each other?" The voice belonged to none other than Choi Sang-jin. And his sudden words stunned everyone. "What did you just say?" someone exclaimed. "I already told you, is there any reason to be fair? So what do you want us to do? You can't just walk in there with that monster inside," the guy wearing the red hat questioned. But Choi Sang-jin confidently replied, "Why not? We have a simpler way." As he spoke, he touched a nearby utility pole, and immediately, the pole shattered in half under his strength. Everyone behind him paled in fear at the display. After showing his power, Choi Sang-jin turned to face the group and said, "Start with the weakest, useless ones. Toss in 5 of them. That should be enough, right? All we need to do is prove our overwhelming strength, and everyone here has to focus on what I say. I like that." He thought to himself, then continued, "Now's not the time to waste. We have to sacrifice the weak, so that the strong can live." As for teaming up to fight the monster, that's impossible. Everyone knows how difficult that is. But there's no other way. You won't need to fight it directly. We must cooperate with a higher purpose. And for that we don't need weaklings like you. Obviously we should throw the weak ones first as sacrifices. Right? What do you think about that, Hansu? Choi Sangjin glanced at Kang Hansu and thought, I'm not weak like before. You've noticed, haven't you, Hansu? I'm much stronger now. I'll help you because I don't intend to make you my enemy. I'm off to a better start now. I'll get stronger like you. But to do that I need your help this time. I'm sure you'll make the right decision because my idea is the best. Turning to Kang Hansu, after hearing the proposal, he responded, that idea's not bad, but let me suggest something. If everyone listens to my plan, we can all survive. No one needs to be sacrificed. What? Is that even possible? The crowd gasped in surprise. Meanwhile, the guy with the hat worriedly said, Don't tell me you want us to all fight the monster together. That's unrealistic. After watching that footage you should have realized that, right? Even if we try to overwhelm it with numbers, how can we defeat a monster that regenerates every time it eats someone? At his words, Kang Hansu looked puzzled and asked, Who said you have to fight it? What then? Are you saying you'll go alone? The guy shouted. That was exactly what Kang Hansu wanted to convey. He smiled and said, That's exactly what I mean. Of course no one around could believe his words. It was laughable. How could he possibly defeat the monster alone? Did anyone really think he could? That was the question everyone pondered. While they were still hesitating over the truth behind Kang Hansu's words, an older man suddenly stepped forward and said, What are you talking about? This isn't a fight against goblins. If we don't take care of it within an hour, we'll all die. And we have less than an hour left to decide what to do. Back to Choi Sangjin after hearing Kang Hansu's statement, he quietly thought. I thought I had almost caught up to his strength, but now he's strong enough to take on that monster alone. As for Kang Hansu, he casually said, I'll fight it, but not right now. That's right, even someone like you needs help, Choi Sangjin thought happily, then said aloud, So you mean the strongest should fight together? Let's fight as a team. You guys love interrupting me so much. Are you even listening? Kang Hansu snapped. What the hell do you want then? Choi Sangjin silently fumed, then asked, So what's your proposal? Meanwhile, Yu Mihi glanced at Kang Hansu and thought, Hansu will probably take me along to fight. No way he'd do that alone. While she was still lost in thought, Kang Hansu spoke up. It's simple. If I max out my strength and stamina, I might be able to duel that monster. So here's my other proposal. If everyone gives me all their attribute runes, I'll take responsibility for dealing with the monster. Who would sacrifice their runes? Someone whispered. 60 runes, that's way too many. Murmurs started spreading. But Kang Hansu's words were solid. Maxed strength and stamina at 100, speed and perception at 50, and with some skill usage, healing items and battle experience, this was totally feasible. If he succeeded he could claim the second hidden shard. In the past, even Ares Keldian, or Kang Tae couldn't defeat the monster. The only one who managed it was the Berserk King Clementine, and even he, with his Berserk innate ability, barely survived the encounter. This time, Kang Hansu was determined to get the shard. He was much stronger and faster now. Clenching his fists, Kang Hansu declared, I don't care who gives me the runes. Once I hit the required stats to fight the monster and its offspring, I'll go to the altar immediately to face it. Hesitating won't do us any good. On the opposite side, after hearing everything, the old man also spoke up. The weak don't have that many runes. If we did, we'd be much stronger by now. Damn it. Everyone, give me your runes. I'll fight. Or let's draw lots to decide who will be sacrificed if you can't make a decision, he urged the people around him. But right at that moment, an irritating voice rang out, catching his attention. You selfish bastard. What, bastard? Yeah, it's you, the voice continued. You're clearly the one who should be thrown in first if we start with the weak. So why should we give our runes to someone as weak as you? The gap between the strongest and the weakest is like heaven and earth. Or maybe you just want a few runes, so you don't want to give yours up. The old man was shocked by these words and took a step back, while this only made the burly guy more convinced. Clearly the weak like him would run away immediately because they're useless here. The old man, angered, shot back, "How dare you say that to me, bastard?" Before the old man could finish, the big guy drew his sword threateningly. "Don't do anything stupid, old man. Or do you want to have your limbs chopped off and thrown inside?" Hearing this, the old man started sweating profusely, stammering, "You're using your strength to act like that. Don't you people know how to respect your elders? Do you even know what democracy means?" He spoke while stepping backward, but his words actually played into the big guy's hands. "Democracy, huh? Fine. Then let's vote. Should we give up our runes to save someone like you or sacrifice you? And of course we'll keep it anonymous just like your precious democracy, okay?" Hearing this, the old man realized he was in deep trouble. So he quickly turned to Kang Hansu beside him and said, "Someone like you can easily take his runes, right? If you deal with some of the strong ones, you can get them easily." Before the old man could finish, he took a full punch to the face from the guy wearing a hat. "What's that crazy old man talking about? Does he want to die?" The old man looked terrified, turned to Kang Hansu, and shouted, "Save me. I'll give you all my runes. I have a family at home, please help me." Meanwhile, others who heard this shouted, "Throw him in first. If the monster isn't satisfied, we'll all die anyway." Looking at the crowd fighting in front of him, Kang Hansu sighed in frustration and thought, "They never know when to back down or when to push forward. Same as always. I knew this would happen. We need to resolve this conflict here." After thinking for a moment, Kang Hansu's cold voice rang out, "Everyone be quiet. I'll give you a few options to choose the people who will be sacrificed if no one agrees to hand over their runes. Option 1, Option 2, Option 3, and so on. That makes 5 people. This is an order for the weakest individuals." These people weren't anyone else but the bald old man and the guy wearing a hat. Also, there was a family of 3 included. Of course, the bald old man couldn't accept Kang Hansu's decision and shouted, "No way. Are you saying we have to sacrifice ourselves to that monster? You bastard, are you planning to abandon us just because we're weak?" he cried out desperately. But Kang Hansu just smiled, as if he had achieved exactly what he wanted. Time quickly passed. 30 minutes later, Yu Mihi was anxiously staring at the altar in front of her. Seeing her restless, Choi Sangjin spoke up, "If you keep acting like this, you might as well go with him. Maybe he'll let you come along." Yu Mihi smiled softly and replied, "You still don't know what kind of person Hansu is, do you? I want to go with him, but I can't just keep following behind him all the time. Right? Am I always going to be left behind?" Choi Sangjin pondered for a moment, then said, "So what do you plan to do now? Just keep waiting for him?" "No, if I do that, Hansu will scold me, and then I'll be no different from the others," Yu Mihi said as she turned and walked away. At the same time, she recalled the moment when Kang Hansu was talking to the group, "While others are busy, what are you doing? Even if you're resting and regaining strength, I don't care. But once you've made your choice, you must bear the consequences yourself. It's not because you're weak that they left you behind, but your own weakness is why you can't catch up with them. You're here now, yet you still want benefits. If you want a chance to survive, each of you take 2 runes, 15 people total. I can only give that much. It's your job to hunt and return what you borrowed from me within 72 hours. If anyone runs away without returning it, let me know, I'll cover it. If you have the courage, just try." Returning to Yu Mihi, she continued, "Hansu always keeps his promises, so I'm sure he'll handle this himself. That means I have to act fast to catch up with him. You just need to come with us. Everyone else will be glad to have you along," Choi Sangjin suggested. But Yu Mihi politely declined, "Thank you, but not yet. I'll answer your question later." Then she turned and left immediately, leaving Choi Sangjin behind with many thoughts swirling in his mind. I don't even have to see her fight to know she's stronger since the last time we met. I need to show them that too. But this isn't enough, there's something I need to prove my worth. He clenched his fist tightly as he thought. At that moment, a voice sounded beside him. "Hey you! We need to talk." It was the burly guy from before. Their aggressive attitude didn't make Choi Sangjin want to put on a good face. "What is it?" he asked coldly, curious about what these people wanted from him. While he was still wondering, on the opposite side, a man dressed like an office worker placed his hand on the burly guy's shoulder and said, "Why so tense? This guy's a little shy, so cut him some slack. I'm Park Seol. It's nothing important." Then he pointed toward the group behind them. "You're the leader of those guys, right? Since we're both leaders, I thought we should have a little chat." This surprised Choi Sang-jin a bit. "I'm the leader? We're just friends." "But yes, they usually listen to me." "Come on, then you really are the leader. What a player. Your team members are all really strong." "Haha, you're making me shy," Choi Sang-jin replied bashfully. Seeing this, Park Seol got straight to the point. "From what I saw earlier, you know that guy named Han Soo, right? I want to ask you some things about him. Is that okay?" Park Seol squinted slyly as he spoke. Choi Sang-jin agreed to share information. "Of course." Cut to inside the altar. Our protagonist was checking his equipment before the battle with the huge monster. "Goblin poison doesn't work on it, so I'll need to use paralyzing toxins. This should be enough." Then he looked at the pearl from Fi Miu, which helped restore a small amount of stamina. "I picked this up while hunting. Not bad. I have to use it now. Overall stats are unbalanced, but I have no other choice, because fighting this thing like this will take a long time," Kang Han-soo said as he slowly descended the stairs below. At this moment he officially faced the fierce minotaur-like monster. To boost his courage, our hero pulled out a pack of cigarettes he got at the train station and said, "I'm going to have to smoke this a lot. It's been a long time since I felt like this." Well, it makes sense. "Finally, I've created the right runes." Right after Kang Han-soo took a drag, a red aura suddenly burst out from his entire body. About the runes, when the rune stats exceed 100, the colors start layering, creating a different rune from before. It begins colorless, then shifts to red, then orange, then yellow. From a colorless rune, the stats change. Although a normal rune at 99.9% isn't much different from a colorless rune at 0.01%, the higher the level, the greater the difference becomes. This monster didn't even appear in the first training round, so a colorless rune is enough to deal with it. If I had the dwarf demon's essence, I could have defeated it more easily. That crazy Rage King really lost it. But one thing I can be sure of, as the only person who completed the hidden shard, after coming to this damn world, this is the first thing I realized: the harder the mission, almost impossible, the bigger the reward. Charging forward, thinking this, Kang Han-soo jumped directly down from the stairs, heading straight for the big monster's head. Meanwhile, in another part of the altar, a spatial portal appeared, and shadowy figures began stepping out from it. "Everyone, remember to stay quiet when you enter," a voice instructed. "What are you doing? Come on in," Park Seol said with a smile. Following his words, Choi Sang-jin's face gradually emerged from the portal. "So, how do you feel? Are you glad you didn't bring your friend along?" "Yeah, now let's hurry and go help Han-soo," Choi Sang-jin replied cheerfully. More details about the monster sealed inside the altar. It possessed a racial ability known as a racial skill. Carnivorous beasts, a sub-race of monsters, are born with these innate skills. This particular beast used two racial abilities of its own. The first was fear. Just like now, right after Kang Han-soo narrowly dodged a devastating blow from the monster, he noticed it beginning to activate that very skill. From her perspective, it suddenly opened all three of its eyes wide and locked its gaze directly on him. In the next instant, a wave of pressure surged from those eyes, targeting Kang Han-soo. Seizing that moment, the massive creature swung its huge arm at him again. Unfortunately for the beast, our protagonist had nerves of steel. The fear skill, designed to paralyze prey by overwhelming them with terror, had little effect on him. Thanks to that, he was able to avoid the blow with ease. That skill, fear, was the prelude to the second racial ability, carnivore. Once it successfully devoured its paralyzed prey, the creature could instantly recover all of its stamina by feeding on the victim. Kang Han-soo knew this well and thought to himself, its attack pattern is the same as before. Thank God it hasn't grown much stronger. Because if the beast ever managed to fully restore its stamina through that blood-sucking, life-draining technique, not even he would be able to put up a proper fight. As he continued dodging its relentless attacks, Kang Han-soo knew he hadn't done much damage yet. His poison-tipped needle strikes had only left tiny puncture wounds on its body. But I know the most effective method immobilizing it, he thought. Through his focused gaze, he noticed something important. The wounds he inflicted on both of its arms were beginning to link together, creating a more serious cumulative effect. That, in turn, enraged the beast even further. Again, it slammed its massive arm toward him, and once more, Kang Han-soo went head-on against it, dodging with sharp precision. Right now he was playing a hit-and-run strategy, keeping the monster. His stabs weren't penetrating deep enough to be fatal just yet. But if I aim for the nerve junction and inject poison directly there, the results will be different, he recalled. The nerves that register pain and restrict movement when disrupted are located between two joints. Just a little longer. Wait for it, there. This is it, now's my chance. With that thought, Kang Han-soo immediately plunged his needle into the monster's nerve point. Just as he had predicted, the moment the needle made contact, the carnivorous beast let out a blood-curdling scream of pain. Hearing it cry out like that, Kang Han-soo knew that his attacks were finally having an effect. Smiling to himself, he said, "Looks like that did the trick. Now let's wait and see how long it takes before you can't move at all." Time passed quickly. The countdown now showed only 12 minutes remaining. If Kang Han-soo couldn't defeat this hulking monster or at least offer it 5 sacrificial lives as a sedative within that time, it would break free from its prison. And right now, the battle was still raging on. Just then, the carnivorous beast swung its massive arm, knocking Kang Han-soo back. Without wasting a second, it activated its fear skill once again. But this time, it didn't even wait to see if the skill had taken effect, it simply lunged at him with another wild strike. Even so, Kang Han-soo remained calm and collected, thinking through the situation. Fear is a unique skill that affects each person differently, depending on their mental strength. Magic resistance can also help reduce its impact. But compared to the monsters I fought in my past life, this one's nothing more than a joke. Most of all, I'm confident that I can win, because I've learned to survive by relying on my battle experience and sharpening my senses to the limit. Back when Kangti said that combat is just about predicting your opponent's next move, I laughed. But now I finally get what he meant. Through his sharpened gaze, Kang Han-soo could now see something strange, almost like a faint afterimage overlaying the monster's body. It was a visual echo of its next movement, a subtle prediction of its next action. Thanks to that, the battle started to tilt in his favor. I can more or less predict where it's going to move and what it's going to attack next, he thought. But that doesn't mean it's easy. If I hadn't boosted my strength and stamina earlier, there's no way I could attack or dodge like this now. Even so, fighting inside this altar is still brutal. With the amount of cigarettes I've got left and the time ticking down, I need to end this quickly. Kang Han-soo clenched his fists, determination flaring in his eyes. Meanwhile, Park Seol's group was quietly watching Kang Han-soo from above. One of them muttered in awe, seeing it up close. That guy's strength is no joke. The burly man beside him clenched his teeth. Unbelievable. He's fighting that thing all by himself. The guy's insane, and he even has time to smoke. Park Seo let out a faint chuckle. He must been confident he could take it down from the very beginning. But he's starting to get a little more urgent now. Time's running out. Behind them, some of the underlings, seeing how well Kang Han-soo was holding his own, started whispering among themselves with suspicion. Honestly, did he really have to take our runes? I bet he just wanted to rob us. Fortunately, Park Seo still had some sense and quickly explained. That's not it. Without all those stat-boosting runes, he probably couldn't have lasted this long against that monster. Enough chatter, keep it down and start heading down. He spoke calmly, then turned and began leading the group down the stairs. But just then, Choi Sang-jin suddenly shouted down toward the battlefield, Han-soo. We're here to help you. Startled, Kang Han-soo glanced up toward them. Seeing this, Choi Sang-jin called out again, hang on, alright? We're coming down now. Park Seo jumped at the sudden outburst and hissed. What the hell are you doing? I told you to be quiet and go down. What if we get noticed? Of course Han-soo knows we're here. Choi Sang-jin replied casually. Yeah, but if you yell like that, the monster will know where we are too, you know. Park Seo clenched his jaw, trying to stay calm. Choi Sang-jin, realizing his mistake, scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. Ah, you're right. I didn't think about that. You didn't think about it. Of course you didn't. What a coincidence, huh? Park Seo grumbled as he turned away and continued down the stairs, muttering to himself in frustration. Unbelievable. That idiot, he never thinks before doing anything. God, I feel bad for Han-soo. Choi Sang-jin just grinned cheerfully and looked down below, while Kang Han-soo returned his gaze with a strange look in his eyes. This guy, he muttered. Back to Park Seo while making his way down, he continued grumbling under his breath. We're only behind schedule because of that idiot. But don't worry. Once they let their guard down after dealing with the flesh-eating beast, we'll eliminate them both. Both of them. They'll be too distracted to notice us." As he spoke, his eyes remained fixed on Kang Han-soo, who was still locked in combat with the monstrous creature below. And in that moment, a dangerous thought crossed his mind. More than anything, after seeing him fight, I'm now sure of one thing: he's terrifying. He's not like the rest of us. He's not human. He's like a tiger, already full but still dangerous. A beast hiding its claws while it waits for the perfect moment to strike. He's not just strong, he's something else entirely. I'll never forget what happened that night. The first night he took down all those thugs by himself, without the slightest hesitation. In fact, it looked like he was enjoying it. I can't allow a monster like that to roam free. His eyes glinted with cold calculation. Once he's dealt with, all that remains will fall into place. The trash left behind. And that girl Yu-Mi shall be useful. She'll know her place. Park Seo smiled to himself, as if he could already see the bright future ahead. Then he turned to the burly man behind him and ordered, "Go check outside. At this point there's nothing to worry about. The flesh-eating beast is starting to slow down." Meanwhile, Choi Shangjin, walking behind them, glanced toward the group with a subtle smirk on his face. That little smile didn't go unnoticed. The big guy furrowed his brows, irritated by the expression. What's with him suddenly going all quiet? Just then, a loud explosion echoed from above them. Boom! The stairway trembled violently. "Watch out, it's collapsing," someone screamed. Before they could react, the entire group plummeted straight down. Fortunately, their enhanced physical stats saved them from any serious injury. Cough. What the hell happened? Why did the stairs suddenly collapse? The big guy asked, coughing and brushing off the dust. He glanced around warily and muttered, "We're trapped now, but no big deal. That beast's probably worn out by now." At least, that's what he thought. But he had underestimated the situation entirely. Because no matter how exhausted the flesh-eating beast was after being kidded around by Kang Han-soo, it was still far beyond anything these mass-produced chickens could handle. The sudden arrival of fresh meat from above only served to excite the monster even more. As soon as it saw them, the creature instantly unleashed its fierce skill, directly targeting the newcomers. And of course, none of them possessed the mental fortitude to resist it like Kang Han-soo could. Just locking eyes with the beast was enough to freeze them in place with terror. The pressure down here was entirely different from what they had experienced above. They realized it immediately as they stared at the towering monster before them. Dread seeped into their bones. Meanwhile, Park Seo was still deluded, believing everything was under control. "It's fine," he thought. "We may not be able to defeat the monster ourselves, but we've got Han-soo. Everything will be all right." But just as that thought crossed his mind, he looked around and suddenly realized Han-soo was gone. Right then, the big guy next to him also noticed something and shouted, "Hey, where are you going?" Following his gaze, Park Seo looked up only to see Kang Han-soo casually walking up the stairs, completely unbothered. Panic immediately spread across Park Seo's face. "Hey, you're supposed to be down here helping us take this thing down. If we fought it together, we could have finished it off by now," he shouted, visibly anxious. "Don't tell me Han-soo is walking away just when everything's about to be over." Back to Kang Han-soo after hearing the outburst, he clicked his tongue in annoyance, and replied coldly, "That was the plan. But thanks to you, everything's blown now. That thing's already recovered all its strength." With a glare full of frustration, he stared down at the group. "I worked hard just to draw out its attacks using the cigarettes. But now, all that effort is gone, ruined by these idiots. As if they could ever handle a monster like that. Once it wipes them out, I'll be the one stuck dealing with it again. How much paralyzing toxin do I even have left? I need to level up more and retry." Finishing his thoughts, he shouted down, "If you think you can kill it, be my guest." The big guy below roared back, "So now you're running away with your tail between your legs? Did you forget your friend is down here too? Maybe we should use him as bait. Someone bring that piece of trash over here." But just as he turned around to search for the guy, a voice echoed from up high. "Looking for someone?" It was Choi Sangjin's voice, calling down from the top level with a cheery tone. "You really thought I fell down with the rest of you during that explosion?" He smiled down at them, and in that moment, everything clicked for the group below. That bastard, no wonder he was so quiet. He blew up the stairs on purpose. He was suspicious of us all along. Realizing this, the big guy roared in fury, "I won't let you get away with this." "Then come up here," Choi Sang-jin called back coolly. "Oh wait, you don't have time for that. That monster's practically drooling over you all right now, frozen stiff in fear." His words struck deep, snapping the group back to reality. Their eyes slowly turned back toward the monster. It was smiling. Or rather, savoring the moment. "If it fully recovers its stamina, we're done for." Park Seo screamed. "If you abandon us now, the situation will only get worse for you." His mind raced. "We have no choice but to cooperate with him. Only if we work together can we survive this." Park Seo's reasoning seemed so righteous, so logical. Too bad he was also the one scheming to stab Han-soo in the back just moments ago. But Han-soo wasn't buying it for a second. "You don't have to worry about the stairs collapsing from the monster. Weren't you all so eager to crawl in here like sacrificial lambs anyway?" The group stared blankly, dumbfounded by the realization. It was only now that they remembered the little demon's words. As long as the monster is fed 5 people a day, it'll fall asleep peacefully, and won't cause any more trouble. There were 8 of them here. Just like that, as soon as the monster could no longer suppress its hunger, it lunged forward and began devouring them. Screams rang out, horrified, desperate cries that echoed through the chamber. Kang Han-soo watched it all unfold with an expression of utter indifference. "I really appreciate your sacrifice," he said coldly. Before long, our protagonist had climbed to the top floor. There he found Choi Sang-jin already waiting for him. "Why did you do that?" Han-soo asked, looking at him sharply. "I know you brought them here for a reason, but from now on you'd better watch what you say." In response, Choi Sang-jin murmured quietly, "I finally understand, I finally know how I can be useful." He looked straight into Han-soo's eyes. "From now on use me as a tool." And with that the two locked eyes, starting an intense, silent staring contest, one that said far more than words ever could. After a long silent standoff between them, Kang Han-soo was the first to speak. "You want me to treat you like a tool. But why should I do that?" "Because I know your goal isn't like the others. Because you can always see further than everyone else, and you never stop moving forward," Choi Sang-jin replied calmly. At the same time, thoughts churned silently in his mind. "When I saw him fighting Jin Taesung and those thugs, I knew he overwhelmed them with sheer power. But he didn't kill a single one. Even though sparing them might come back to hurt him later. And when that altar appeared, despite what everyone said, he could have easily silenced them by force. But he didn't. He chose not to." He continued aloud, "I don't understand why you won't kill. It's obvious to anyone that your true nature isn't as soft as you make it seem. Am I wrong? So use me. Let me handle the dirty work for you. In return, take me with you. Or at the very least, let me follow you." Kang Han-soo gave a faint smile. "Is this how you're trying to convince me? After the stunt you just pulled?" Choi Sang-jin's voice trembled slightly. "I had no other way to deal with them. You got caught up in it too. But next time, I won't let anything happen to you. I promise. It'll be different. Please, just think it over again. There will always be people trying to get in your way." He suddenly shouted, his emotions boiling to the surface. "You shine too brightly. For those enemies you can't afford to confront directly, I'll eliminate them, one by one. So you can focus on your goal. In return, let me follow you. I'll grow stronger too. The faster I become powerful, the more useful I'll be at your side. If only you'd tell me your true objective. If only you'd let me follow you." On the other side, Kang Han-soo seemed to consider his words for a moment, then spoke. "Even if I say yes now, what would you do if something happens and you're forced to stay behind? Say, you couldn't follow me anymore for some reason?" He smiled slightly. That one line lit up Choi Sang-jin's face with joy. That was a hint. "Something's going to happen in the second training phase. I'll get stronger and come find you," Sang-jin replied without hesitation. "And when I do, keep treating me like your ally." Seeing how fired up the guy was getting, Kang Han-soo let out a chuckle and said, "Calm down already. Damn it, is he still not getting the hint?" Choi Sang-jin, refusing to give up, silently played it in his heart before speaking up again, trying to convince Kang Han-soo one last time. "Please give me a chance. Let me make up for the mistakes I've made. I'm begging you, use me." Kang Han-soo, seeing how persistent he was, finally turned back around and clarified. Don't get the wrong idea about what I said. Tomorrow at 1 o'clock, meet me here. By then, that monster down there will be gone. Oh, and take all the runes down there with you. You took care of those 10 guys, so just collect their runes. They're yours." He paused for a moment, then added with a calm smile, "Next time we meet, let's hope we're both in a better mood. I'm heading out, see you." And just like that, Kang Han-soo turned around and walked away, leaving Choi Sanjin behind. As soon as he was out of sight, Choi dropped to his knees and celebrated quietly, fists clenched. He was overwhelmed with emotion. "Meemph, I'm still not entirely sure about him, but I know I'll need him in the future," Kang Han-soo thought to himself as he walked off. His mind drifted back to the words of his close friend, Eris. "No matter what, you're returning to the past to save humanity. But ironically, there will be people trying to stop you. In times like that, you need to prepare an enforcer, someone who acts in your place. Every king needs an enforcer. Not just me, but all of them. They're the ones who handle the dirty work, the ones who make it possible for their king to move forward. In my past life, I was an enforcer too. At first I had chosen Anvirin, but this time I'll give this guy a chance. Though I'm still not sure how much I can trust Choi Sang-jin. When the second training phase begins, everyone here will be forced to relocate to different places. And when that happens, maybe he'll change his mind. Still, with 8 runes and a few of those cigarettes, if I can recruit a capable enforcer, then this investment will have been worth it. But if I fail, there's really nothing else I can do. Right now what I need to focus on is obtaining that hidden piece. I'll prepare thoroughly again and finish it off. Let's see what reward I'll get this time." Time quickly passed, and the next day arrived. After making all his preparations and ensuring no one would interfere this time, Kang Han-soo finally brought down the flesh-eating beast with his own hands. Looking at the requirements for the second hidden piece, it seemed deceptively simple: defeat the flesh-eating beast before it breaks the altar and escapes. It sounded easy on paper, but no one had ever expected anyone could actually pull it off. Kang Han-soo murmured to himself, "So that was it, ha." Just then, a spatial rift opened before him, accompanied by a system notification: "Hidden quest complete." Without hesitation, Kang Han-soo walked toward the rift and reached his hand inside. When he pulled it back out, a strange ring was now sitting in his palm. This was the ring of the bloodthirsty demon king, Numaha. And as for our protagonist, when he realized what the reward was, he nearly lost it with excitement. That crazy war sovereign. I always wondered where he got this thing from, so this is why no one else ever found it. Now, when it comes to gear in the abyssal world, there are countless ways to classify the tiers of an artifact. But above all else, the most important indicator is color. A typical artifact with no color can't even compare to a high-tier artifact with a unique hue. But as with everything, there are exceptions. Just like how travelers developed evolving runes, there are also growth-type artifacts, ones that absorb runes to change color. And among those, the most valuable ones belong to a series known as the numbered artifacts. Number 9 in the series, Numaha's ring. This ring was once the symbolic artifact of Clementine, who had been the sole owner of it in the past. That's why it became synonymous with his name. And when you stood against the 8 powers of this ring, no matter who you were, your body would be torn to shreds. I can't believe I actually got this. This is amazing. Kang Han-soo thought to himself gleefully. Slowly he slipped the ring onto his finger and muttered, knowing how hard it was to get this thing. It's definitely not some throwaway trash. A numbered artifact, huh? Numaha's ring. I've heard rumors it's supposed to have 8 powers. And just as he equipped the ring, a system notification popped up: Numaha's ring colorless. Currently only one ability can be unlocked. Kang Han-soo didn't seem too surprised by the message. Of course, since it's still colorless, I can only use one power right now. That first unlocked power was destruction, the ability to nullify one trait or ability of a target, whether it was passive or active. This lets me directly interfere with an opponent's ability, and once the effect duration ends, it'll wear off naturally. Being able to disable even one skill or power is a huge advantage in itself. To use it properly, at least one of my attributes has to sync with the colorless rune. So I'll need a ton of magic runes to fully unlock all 8 powers. But I can worry about stat balancing later. For now, I need to focus on using this ability well. Kang Han-soo silently calculated his next steps. Not long after, he stepped through the spatial gate and emerged outside. On the other side, Yu Mi spotted him and quickly ran over. I heard from Sangjin you took down that monster, didn't you? She asked, her voice full of excitement. But before Kang Han-soo could even reply, a sudden tremor rocked the ground, causing a stir of unease among everyone nearby. Then, right before their eyes, the massive sacrificial tower began to vanish, disappearing in the exact same way it had first appeared. Turning back to Kang Han-soo, he remained completely unfazed, regardless of whether the altar was there or not. Calmly, he said, "Didn't I tell you already? I said I'd handle it, didn't I?" For some reason Yu Mi blushed, turned her face away, and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Meanwhile, behind them, Choi Sang-jin smiled to himself, thinking, so he succeeded. Trusting him was definitely the right call. Back to Kang Han-soo, he turned to Yu Mi and said, "There's still some time before the next training round starts. Let's go hunting." With that, he spun around and left immediately. But this time Yu Mi didn't rush after him like she usually did. Instead, she stood firm and said, "Han-soo, I want to go separate ways. I don't think I'm worthy to stand by your side, and whenever I'm close to you, I end up relying on you too much. Luckily, Sangjin said he'd stick with me. I also know a lot of people here." She smiled as she spoke, but the smile was a little forced. Choi Sang-jin was a bit startled at first, but then glanced back at the group behind him and said, "She's very welcome here. Everyone likes her." Over on Kang Han-soo's side, after hearing Yu Mi's words, he had a lot on his mind. It's a bit awkward, but it's probably for the best if she separates now. After all, we'll be split up anyway once training starts. So she's already thinking about standing on her own. With that thought, he smiled softly and said, "Your decision makes sense." Right after that brief response, Kang Han-soo turned and left without looking back. This made Yu Mi quiet for a moment, but then she regained her confidence and called out, "Wait. Next time we meet, I won't give up so easily. See you then." Her words made Kang Han-soo smile a little as he replied, "Definitely." Then Kang Han-soo suddenly remembered something and said to Choi Sang-jin, "Hey Sang-jin, you said you wanted me to use you, right? If you're serious about it, just tell me. The decision's up to you." Hearing this, Choi Sang-jin immediately lit up with excitement. Just like that, a week flew by quickly. At that moment, the little demon appeared once again and announced to everyone, "You've all been waiting a long time, haven't you? There are more people this round than I expected. But who cares? I predicted this anyway." As it spoke, it looked directly at Kang Han-soo with a meaningful gaze. Normally the number of people should have dropped significantly after being sacrificed to that monster. But this demon clearly didn't care much, so it continued, "All right then, let's change the location." With that, the little demon snapped its fingers. Suddenly, a bright light appeared beneath everyone's feet, causing a wave of panic. "What's that? There's light under us." Kang Han-soo clearly understood what it meant. It's starting the second training round. As soon as he thought this, everyone was instantly transported by the light to a different place. When Kang Han-soo regained his composure, he realized he and a few others were inside a sealed room. Before anyone could think further, a voice rang out, "Is everyone here? Before the second training round begins, decide on the number of people. From now on, no more than 7 people are allowed in one room. We will proceed once this condition is met." The condition from the voice sounded simple, but in reality, it was extremely difficult. Inside the room, there were already 8 people. The guy wearing glasses immediately realized the problem and gritted his teeth. "Damn it, there are 8 of us here." It seemed like the voice could read their thoughts because it spoke again. "I don't mind if you reduce the number even more. Each room might face different situations, but the stats will be roughly the same. Isn't that right? Discuss among yourselves." After saying that, the voice fell silent, leaving everyone in the room filled with anxious thoughts. For example, the guy who had initially felt everything was going smoothly suddenly understood the real trouble was just beginning. No wonder. "I was thinking everything was going way too well. What do we do now?" He then noticed Kang Han-soo's strange weapon shaped like a syringe and recalled something. "That guy's name is Han-soo, right? I haven't seen how strong he really is, but judging by that weapon, he might live up to the rumors." While everyone was still restless with their thoughts, a girl from the group stepped forward and said, "Anyway, the rest will have to cooperate eventually, so some people have to leave, right? That's the biggest problem. We better solve it first." Let's introduce ourselves to show our value." She smiled as she said this, and immediately a supportive voice responded, "I'll go first. You're probably seeing this for the first time, right? My name's Dachiel. I don't think anyone here can take me down. I'm definitely not dead weight." Confidently he enveloped his spike club in a radiant glow using his power. Kang Han-soo, watching from across, instantly recognized that this was Qi technique, an ancient skill that uses magic to enhance all attributes. It could also be used to strengthen weapons by coating them in magical energy like this. Qi technique was a rare and very powerful skill to possess, but considering what they could get here, it probably wouldn't be fully effective. Still, it was better than nothing. Back to the matter at hand. After Dachiel's introduction, others followed suit. The glasses guy immediately showcased a healing skill and said, "When it comes to the importance of skills, I probably have the advantage. I'm Kang Min, and I possess healing abilities." On the other side, the black-haired guy introduced himself, "I'm Hanchul, and I have combat skills." Right after he finished speaking, a worried middle-aged man at the front said, "You're saying some of us have to die? We're a family. Please, I beg you, spare us." His voice was filled with desperation, but it wasn't enough to move anyone inside the room. The atmosphere suddenly turned tense and awkward. Finally, it was Dachiel who spoke up, "Miss, if I'm not mistaken, you haven't introduced yourself yet. Since you're the one who suggested this idea, you should set an example." He said this while looking at the beautiful girl. In response, she smiled and said, "My name is Jimin, and as for my skill, I'll show you right now." With that, she started walking toward Dachiel with an expression that was extremely dangerous. This immediately made Dachiel nervous. "Why are you coming at me? You'll regret rushing at me like that," he said as he raised his club in front of him. But at that moment, suddenly a dagger pierced straight through his chest. Dachiel gasped, stunned, as the attacker was none other than Jimin herself. For some reason she had vanished right before his eyes and then stabbed him. This sudden action shocked everyone in the room, and even the mother and child pair who had been noisy earlier fell silent in fear. As for Jimin, she happily picked up a few ancient rune stones that fell from Dachiel's body and said, "How lucky. I didn't expect this skill rune to drop like that. Oh man, I'll take this skill." She held the rune stone that contained Dachiel's Qi technique skill. Then, she kindly shared with the rest. "The rest of you can share whatever's left among yourselves." Her tone and expression made it seem like what she just did was as easy as swatting a bug. On the other side, after witnessing Jimin's cold-blooded move, Hanchul swallowed nervously and thought, "She just killed someone immediately, she's crazy. I need to be more careful around her." Meanwhile, Kang Han-soo silently observed everything so far and sighed quietly. A useless person is useless even with a powerful rune. Things just got a lot easier now. People who died in the past are alive again now. Looks like time is starting to change. He smiled to himself, thinking, things are progressing in a very interesting way. Not long after, the little demon emerged from a rift in the space beside them. "You've reached the number 7 people before any other group," it said. "Alright then, let's begin the explanation. Let me show you first what's right in front of you is the ascension path. Your mission here is simple. You must keep climbing for 3 months and reach the dormant volcano at the center of the 2nd level. That's your first goal. Once you pass this tutorial, the world of adventure will fully open up to you. Wishing you the best of luck." The little demon smiled and immediately vanished. After seeing the demon leave, Kang Han-soo's group began moving along the suspension bridge toward the islands ahead. At that moment, Hanchul smiled and said, "We'll be traveling together for quite a while, so let's get used to each other." But before he could finish, Kang Han-soo in front suddenly sped up, which made Hanchul a bit annoyed. What's wrong with him? Why is he in such a hurry? As if hearing Hanchul's question, fate gave him the answer right away. Suddenly, an older man behind shouted, "Wait! The bridge is starting to collapse. Run, everyone." Hearing this, everyone glanced back and immediately scrambled forward like they were being chased by dogs. Luckily, at least everyone managed to step safely onto the island. After they set foot on the island, the little demon appeared once again and said, "Oh right, did I mention that the lower parts of the island will start collapsing more and more each day? The bridges will fall even faster, so be careful." Hearing this, everyone nearby began to grit their teeth, thinking, someone should have told us that first. Thinking that, Hanchiel noticed Kang Han-soo quietly walking off and asked, "Hey, where are you going?" Unfortunately, Kang Han-soo ignored the question and kept moving forward. "Damn, that rebellious jerk," Hanchiel muttered. Meanwhile, Jimin looked toward Kang Han-soo and then suggested to Hanchiel, "How about we follow him first and see where he's headed?" "What?" Hanchiel was surprised. "Who knows? He looks confident, maybe he knows where to go," Jimin explained. So the group gradually started following Kang Han-soo's lead. After struggling for a while, Hanchiel began losing patience and said, "We've been walking for hours and there's still no sign of any bridge. Does he even know where he's going?" Jimin also complained, "I don't know either. Don't bother talking to me." "Damn these pests," she thought. Hanchiel kept thinking to himself, "We've seen similar situations before, and there's nothing here. How much farther do we have to go?" Just then, Hanchiel suddenly noticed Kang Han-soo chewing on something in his mouth and curiously asked, "What have you been chewing on all this time?" Kang Han-soo raised a piece of oak bark and said, "This has some kind of detoxifying effect if you eat it. Why are you eating an antidote?" Hanchiel pressed on. But before Kang Han-soo could answer, he suddenly grabbed Hanchiel by the collar and threw him backward. "What the hell are you doing?" Hanchiel shouted, then immediately fell silent when he saw a large snake slithering toward him. At this point, Hanchiel realized that Kang Han-soo had just saved his life. However, he was a bit curious and asked, "Hey, how did you know a monster was about to attack us?" "Superpower," Kang Han-soo replied casually as he chewed on the oak bark. This answer left Hanchiel staring blankly, thinking, "Superpower, huh?" Time quickly passed. Now, Hanchiel was fighting a snake just like before, and unfortunately, it bit his arm directly. Damn it, he gritted his teeth and then swung his arm hard, throwing the snake far away. Quickly he stabbed it in the neck with a knife, causing it to shudder a few times before going stiff. Only then could he finally breathe out a sigh and mutter, "These stubborn monsters." The snake was called a Ko-nu-ja, ancient script serpent. It was fully grown, and its temperament shifted depending on the arrangement of the ancient script marks on its head. Because the ancient scripts changed randomly, their behavior was unpredictable. Looking at his wound, Hanchiel worried aloud, "Damn, they keep attacking non-stop, not giving us a chance to heal. That guy Han-soo taught us how to trap them, but now I'm injured like this, I have no strength left to catch them. Besides, why don't you guys stop hiding in the back and come fight with us?" He shouted this at the family who was standing in the back, trying to stay safe. The middle-aged man hurriedly stood up and said, "I'm sorry. Please understand. I have to protect my family. I can't risk helping you." "Damn it, you've got family, so what?" Hanchiel thought bitterly. "We're standing at the front fighting so none of us have to die here." He then glanced at Kang Min and thought, "What about you? You don't have family to protect, right?" Hanchiel's words seemed to prompt Kang Min, who smiled and adjusted his glasses before replying, "Ah, you can't guarantee I won't get hurt fighting, can you? What do you think would happen if I got injured without you? Is your sword just for show?" Hanchiel screamed inside his head, feeling powerless. "Of course. You're the healer," Kang Min said with a smirk. "Let me tell you this. If you want me to heal you, a top-level ancient script skill costs about 3 points. Otherwise, 1.5 points of agility, or just 1 mana point will do." Kang Min laid out his price list. This made Hanchiel's face darken in frustration. Damn bastard, but of course he only dared to think that silently. Finally, he looked toward Jimin and said, "Are you just going to leave them like that, or what?" Jimin was surprised and replied, "What do you mean?" This made Hanchiel realize that he might be the only one who saw how bad the situation really was. He thought silently, "Yeah, I'm probably the only one who's truly worried right now." Meanwhile, the middle-aged man turned to Kang Min and said, "Here, take these ancient scripts and heal my wife." He handed over a few ancient scripts, and Kang Min happily accepted the order. After finishing, he turned to Hanchiel and said, "What are you standing around for? Come over here quickly. This bastard acts like that just because he has healing skills. Such a rotten hand, I always end up with useless people." Hanchiel thought in despair. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his head, "Hanchiel, can you hear me? How's it going on your side?" Hanchiel responded mentally, "Stop asking. How about your side?" "On my side, not bad. It seems like there's a rescuer up ahead clearing the way, so keep climbing. Try to find some new teammates to help you on your journey." Our group will only get stronger, right? Keep it up. Hearing this, Hanchul felt a headache coming on. I want to do that too. But I don't know if anyone will come with me. Some guy claiming he has superpowers. A crazy woman carrying a sword, and that strong healer. Worst of all, that useless family of 3. I'll put the team finding business aside for now, he thought silently. Then he said aloud into the mental link, Captain, I'll come to see you later. After that he immediately ended the connection. Looking at Hanchul's strange behavior, Kang Han-soo immediately guessed he was communicating with someone else. Their king trait is developing too fast already. The king trait is part of a player's characteristics. All kings, like Iris and the Furious King, possess it. It grants the ability to lead a team and help them become stronger. The king gives the group members a special symbol. Those sharing the symbol can connect mentally and communicate, which improves their tactical coordination. However, the number of recruits a king can gather is limited. Right now, everyone is busy searching for members, and if I have to compete with them, it'll be difficult. Ultimately, if I want people to follow me, I have to be strong enough to support them. Kang Han-soo thought quietly. Time quickly passed. Behind Kang Han-soo, the ground was littered with serpent scales and ancient scripts. He was steadily approaching his goal. It seemed the number of monsters had decreased, but that didn't mean the danger was gone. Fewer monsters often meant they were entering the territory of a stronger boss. Kang Han-soo pushed aside some bushes blocking his path and thought to himself, looks like we're close to the lair of the mutated ancient serpent. Finally he was near the very target that had brought him here. Ahead of him coiled a massive ancient serpent wrapped around a tree, the fully grown true ancient serpent. Just as our protagonist was about to take another step forward, a worried middle-aged man behind him said, Wait. Do you really think we have to fight that snake? I think if we don't get too close, it won't attack us. Why don't we just leave this place now? His face was full of fear. His reasoning wasn't entirely without merit, but unfortunately it was addressed to Kang Han-soo, who didn't seem to care. If you want, you can leave. I'll fight it myself. If everyone else wants to climb ahead to avoid it, that's fine with me, Kang Han-soo said calmly. The man hurriedly added, No, that's not what I meant. We should stick together. Why are you doing something so stupid, fighting it on your own? Kang Han-soo coldly glanced back and said to the whole group, I think you're misunderstanding a few things. I'm not traveling with you. We're just heading in the same direction. Eventually, we'll part ways. With that, Kang Han-soo walked straight ahead, ignoring their reactions. Jimin shook her head in exasperation and said, Well, then I give up on this one. Wait, then who will fight for our team? The middle-aged man panicked. Jimin smiled and replied, I mean, we can't force him to come with us. Maybe you should just stay here and follow him around. The man nervously swallowed his saliva, clearly worried. Eventually, the whole group agreed to move on, leaving Kang Han-soo to do as he pleased. At that moment, Hanchul glanced at Kang Han-soo and thought, he's stubborn just like everyone says. But I can't just leave him like that. While Hanchul was still lost in thought, Kang Min nearby said, Why haven't you gone yet? If you're still trying to convince him to come with us, just forget it. Why? Hanchul asked. Everyone needs my healing, but he hasn't needed any once. He acts like these battles are nothing to him. People like that won't listen to others. And from what I see, he's not the type to survive long if he keeps fighting alone. Kang Min calmly explained, then turned and walked away. Kang Min's words crushed Hanchul's hope of recruiting Kang Han-soo. He's so skilled, but I can't make him join us. What a shame. Seems like he's hard to manage too. Meanwhile, Kang Han-soo's battle with the giant ancient serpent had officially begun. Fighting this serpent was getting on Kang Han-soo's nerves a bit. Whenever the ancient script magic was active, the serpent would immediately dodge him. But the moment it sensed that the script had disappeared, when the danger was gone, it would launch an attack again. Such a coward, he thought as he charged forward, stabbing the serpent several times. Its eyes flashed bright yellow in response. According to Kang Han-soo, this serpent was stronger and faster than a lizard serpent, but nowhere near as powerful as the carnivorous monster he had fought before. When attacked, the ancient script on the serpent would switch to a defensive mode to boost its protection, weakening his strikes. A prolonged fight was something he wanted to avoid. Still, this wouldn't put Kang Han-soo in a difficult situation, though it was definitely annoying if anything unexpected happened. The way to defeat this serpent was simple. Focus on the cloud-like cluster right in the middle of the gap, the serpent's nest. Forget about the serpent itself. Attack that spot first, Kang Han-soo thought, then gathered his strength in his legs and sprinted forward. By instinct, the serpent would have to loosen its guard to protect the nest, exposing its weak points. Sure enough, just as Kang Han-soo passed by, the massive ancient serpent suddenly snapped awake, gaping its mouth wide as it lunged straight at him, completely ignoring whether Kang Han-soo was wielding any weapon. And just like that, it fell right into his trap. Kang Han-soo instantly braked with both legs, and using some incredible burst of speed, struck at the serpent's vulnerable spots, the head, body and tail, so fast that the creature barely had time to flinch before it went down hard. Meanwhile, Kang Han-soo started moving toward the tree the serpent had been guarding, mumbling to himself, "Getting started now. This is going faster than I thought." He looked at the ancient serpent's egg right in front of him. Here it is. At that moment, the egg suddenly trembled slightly. Then, a crack appeared on the surface of the egg, and from it emerged a tiny creature small compared to its fully grown form. Kang Han-soo looked at the little serpent in his hand, and thought to himself, but this little one has a very unique trait. It eats ancient scripts and immediately spits them out. It will eat any 3 scripts and give back 2 scripts that its owner wants. For others, losing 3 and gaining only 2 would be a loss, but I don't care. Just eat whatever you want. As long as you spit out exactly what I need. Good. Right now I need to focus on improving my magic and physical damage resistance. You can rest now. With this guy, I'll be able to reach my goal. Maybe I should act now. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the family of 3 who are still wandering in the forest, unsure of which direction to take. "Where are we going, Dad?" the daughter asked. The father immediately interrupted, "Order." Sweating nervously, he stared at the map in front of him until he felt dizzy. The island map they had when they left the room lacked detailed structure. They couldn't move recklessly because they didn't know what dangers awaited outside, or where it would be safe. I wish they hadn't left us behind. The more he thought about it, the more worried the uncle became. Just then, rustling noises came from nearby, making his wife panic. "Honey, did you hear that? Could it be a monster? Or maybe other travelers?" he stammered, standing up to shield his family. Luckily, the figure emerging from the bushes was none other than Kang Han-soo, which immediately relieved the uncle. "Kang Han-soo, you're back," the uncle said. Kang Han-soo, seeing them still there, was curious. "What are you all doing here?" Instead of answering right away, the uncle chuckled and asked back, "Did you run off halfway through your fight with that giant serpent?" "I already took it down," Kang Han-soo said casually. "He beat it, and only got that small wound." "Wow," the uncle thought in amazement. "And it didn't even take long." Then Kang Han-soo asked, "Where are the others?" His sudden question startled the family of 3 as they recalled their memory of parting ways with him. "What are you talking about? Leaving here? It's too dangerous to split up like that. Please don't do that. We don't need to fight amongst ourselves," the uncle said, looking very confused. Hearing this unreasonable statement, Hanchil could only sigh and smirk bitterly. "So you just want to relax while we cover your back, huh?" "Well, the uncle stammered, unsure what to say. Before he could continue, Jimin spoke up, "He's right. Now that the top players are out, it's a real hassle having useless people blocking the way. Even Kangmin, the guy who's usually greedy for benefits, didn't want these people tagging along anymore. I don't care who gives me ancient scripts," he said, "but I should be the one to find powerful scripts myself to strengthen my own power. I can't let weaklings cling to me." With that, he headed off in another direction. "They even blocked our way so we couldn't follow. Damn bastards, how dare they look down on others like that?" The uncle gritted his teeth and said. But Kang Han-soo, who was standing opposite, only caught half of the story and already understood what was going on. So he didn't bother caring about what was behind, and just walked away immediately. This made the uncle panic and shout, "Hey, where do you think you're going? I'm older than you and I'm still talking to you. Let's move." "We're wasting too much time," Kang Han-soo said calmly. Meanwhile, the wife glanced at the uncle and said, "Honey, we should also," without needing many words. The family silently understood each other, and quietly followed behind Kang Han-soo. Although he didn't care much, this situation made our protagonist a little annoyed. So he turned back and asked, "What are you planning to do? Didn't you say from the start you wouldn't come with us? Just go your own way and we'll go ours." Typical stubborn argument. Whatever, Kang Han-soo thought to himself. Then he turned back forward and said, "Suit yourselves. Anyway, I'll fight alone." With that, our protagonist moved forward while casually dealing with a few monsters that dared to block his way. It was a bit tough, but thanks to that, his stats were at their best condition. Really a wise choice to boost resistance against negative effects and increase physical defense first. Kang Han-soo muttered. That makes fighting alone much easier. He quickly released his ancient serpent and let it swallow the leftover spirit stones dropped by the monsters. Here are his current stats: Kang Han-soo power. Colorless 0.03%, Stamina 88.8, Policy 84.0, Perception 85.1, Magic 58.4, Physical Resistance 32, Effect Resistance 29. After checking his information, Kang Han-soo closed his status window and began sorting through the leftover food. Nearby, the daughter of the family watched with admiration and said, "Wow, he's getting stronger and stronger. It's amazing." The mother smiled softly and said, "Fortunately, he's not interested in our ancient scripts. Should we fight recklessly like him?" The daughter suggested, but was immediately shut down by her father. "Calm down, Chae-yoon. It's not wise to interfere unnecessarily in his battles. Just being together as a family like this is already a blessing from the gods. We only need to stay safe, we can become stronger later." "Yes sir," the daughter quickly replied. When they saw Kang Han-soo moving forward again, they hurriedly followed behind him. Not long after, the three of them stared ahead in confusion, murmuring, "Where is he going?" "A tunnel." Through their eyes, Kang Han-soo was heading straight into a deep, dark tunnel. As he emerged from the other side, the group noticed a large gathering of people there. "Is this the destination? We're safe. We're still alive," they said with relief. "Brother, Chae-yoon, this is wonderful," they exclaimed happily. Meanwhile, Hanchil noticed Kang Han-soo's presence and thought in surprise, "That guy survived and is in pretty good shape after going alone. The rumor about him fighting the beast alone must be true." Over here, the little demon grumbled upon seeing them arrive. "Look at you all, late and noisy as usual. Anyway, you're the last ones. Close the door." With that, a stone door suddenly closed behind them, sealing the tunnel. Next, the little demon snapped his fingers and laughed, saying, "Everyone get ready for a grand event. Welcome to the Level 1 dock. There are about 75 survivors here. Well, that's not too bad, considering the circumstances. The special event today is the battle for the tickets. You'll be using these tickets to move from this collapsing Level 1 island to other islands. Of course, some islands are filled with monsters and surrounded by lava. But if you're lucky, you might land on a central island or the southern island full of treasures. But just going from island to island would be boring. So here are a few rules I've prepared. Each boat can hold only 3 people, and it requires at least 3 tickets to set sail. However, if 3 people each use 1 ticket, they will be randomly sent to different islands, could be a remote island or the central island. If 2 people use 3 tickets, they can travel together but won't get to choose their destination. But if one person uses all 3 tickets, they can go wherever they want. The islands collapse starting from the edges, and each island varies greatly in difficulty, so naturally, the better your island's position, the better your chances. Please check the island map for more details. There are about 30 minutes left before the entire Level 1 island collapses. A total of 25 boats are stationed around the volcano's mouth. Let's get started. You all know what to do: survive at all costs. That's what makes the competition so exciting, the little demon said with a terrifying smile. Just as the demon finished speaking, chaos erupted. Everyone rushed to fight over the tickets. "Give me the ticket. How dare you betray me? Please don't leave me." Screams and shouts filled the air. Meanwhile, our main character coldly observed the scene, not rushing to join in. This chaos was inevitable. If that's the case, he thought. Suddenly, a voice whispered in his ear, "Kang Han-soo, I beg you, just this once, please save me. No, save my family. We need a lot of tickets to safely reach the center of the island. You're really strong, so it should be easy for you to get the tickets or something like that, right? You just need to snatch a few tickets from others and hand them over to us," the man said, while quietly thinking to himself, "If I kneel like this, he'll easily take me to the center of the island." After that thought, he hurriedly bowed his head again and continued, You're going to save the innocent people, aren't you? To be honest, this guy was smarter than a dog, and his acting skills weren't bad either. The only problem was that he was trying this on the wrong person, because this young man already knew perfectly well the fate awaiting those on the island. So, he just coldly replied, "You'll have to take responsibility for yourself. Handle your own business and your families." Hearing this, the man quickly begged, "Please, it's not that hard. Come on, don't you feel sorry for us?" Just at that moment, someone grew irritated by the man's pleading and snapped, "Shut up." The voice belonged to Hanqiul, who then casually kicked the man aside. Then, turning to Kang Han-soo, he asked with some annoyance, "He talks way too much, seriously annoying. Are you just going to stand there and listen to all this? All you need to do is grab all the tickets and end this. Kang Han-soo, let me make you an offer. Come with me, no, come with us. I'll even give you a ticket if you need one." As he spoke, he turned around and muttered, "Honestly, even though they're on my team, I don't like any of them. You see that too, don't you? You're really strong, just like the rumors say. So why don't you join people on your own level?" Hanqiul said, showing a mark on the back of his hand as he explained, "This is my team's awakened power. It's different from normal skills. It makes the whole team stronger. If the leader agrees, you can have it too. I've already talked to him about you. He'll say yes. Going alone is troublesome, right? This isn't just about the next destination, it's more than that." But before Hanqiul could finish his pitch, Kang Han-soo shook his head and said firmly, "No, I refuse." "Yeah, I knew you'd say that." Hanqiul stopped and said, "Wait, hold on, wait. We're completely different from those people. Maybe you don't yet understand how much a team can increase your strength." But Kang Han-soo already understood this very well. "Of course I do," he thought. "I know exactly what that bond means. But this time I have a new goal. I'm going to do this completely on my own." Seeing that Kang Han-soo wasn't paying attention to him, Hanqiul sighed in frustration, "So you're not going to listen to me, huh? Damn it. Then I have no choice." Saying that, he tossed a ticket down at Kang Han-soo's feet and explained, "I stole this from that pathetic guy over there. Too bad you refused it. But I can't just ignore things either. Someone strong like you, I've always hoped to work with you. I'm going to meet the others on the central island. Consider this a gift for now. I'm sure I'll see you again. When I do, I'll ask you again," he said cheerfully. Meanwhile, after hearing all this, Kang Han-soo remained silent. He didn't even show any intention of picking up the ticket lying at his feet. The others immediately noticed this. "Hey, there's a ticket right at his feet. Is he really not going to take it? Then someone better snatch it," someone shouted. Instantly, the group lunged toward the ticket like starving wolves. "This one's mine now," someone exclaimed happily as they grabbed the ticket in their hand. But at that moment, the old man quickly clung to Kang Han-soo's leg, begging, "No, that's mine. Give it back." "No way, I'm giving it back. Want to die?" the other person snapped. Seeing this, Chae-yoon hurried over and grabbed tightly onto the arm holding the knife. But her action only enraged the young man more. "What's this? Are you some relative of that old man?" he sneered. "Is that right? Hemph. Then I'll send you all to the afterlife together." With that, he grabbed her collar, causing her to cry out in pain, then used the knife in his hand to strike Chae-yoon down. Nearby, Kang Han-soo watched coldly as it happened. The others had paired up families to witness scenes like this. That was exactly what they wanted. No matter how much people struggled in this place, even death had already been staged beforehand. Just as Kang Han-soo was thinking this, a voice suddenly rang in his ear, surprising him a little. "Why did you refuse Hanqiul's offer earlier?" "Personal reasons," he answered calmly. "Do you want to say something?" At this, Jimin smiled and pulled off her glove, revealing a mark on her hand just like Hanqiul's. Then she said, "Come with me." Kang Han-soo shook his head in refusal. This didn't surprise Jimin much. "Haha, I kind of guessed," she said. "But before we go, I have one question. You're not here on a mission, only to get distracted by things like sympathy, right? I don't think you're that sentimental." She said this while staring intently at Kang Han-soo, watching his expression closely. Her words gave him pause. "Sympathy, huh? Those who can't get on the boat will just die. After all, there's only one boat left, and everyone here is fighting over it. No matter what happens on the other islands behind, no one on this island knows about it, and those who leave might not be able to protect themselves from the traps on the island ahead. There are so many people here who should be saved, but in this training area full of islands, the monsters are too strong. He can't save everyone. So he has to focus on what he needs to do. Because if he falls here, this whole return mission will be meaningless. He already knows very clearly the fate of those who can't move on to the next island. Down there, the sea is poisonous, they will melt away as the water floods the island. All he can do is stand and watch. So instead of suffering while being used by them until death, Kang Han-soo made his decision. Coldly, he said, "I'm sorry. Hate me as much as you want. I have my own way of feeling sympathy." Time passed quickly. And by now Kang Han-soo had boarded the boat heading toward the central island. At that moment, the little demon who had been observing everything couldn't help but praise him. "You're really impressive. I didn't expect you to be so brave to do what you did. Although it's a bit disappointing that things ended so easily for you, you truly are a rising star. Don't worry, we'll never go around spreading rumors about how people survive. I'll be waiting for you at the central island ahead." With that, the little demon slipped into a spatial crack and vanished, leaving Kang Han-soo behind, his mind swirling with thoughts. "I won't regret this. I'm not coming back to save the people here, I'm heading for the ultimate victory. I can't afford to be shaken. I have to keep moving forward. The next goal is the central island." As he thought this, Kang Han-soo clenched his fist tightly, as if to show his own determination. Not long after, a congratulatory announcement echoed across the central island. "Excellent. All 1,921 explorers have made it this far. Welcome to the land of opportunity, the central island." On the central island, there were exactly 3 critical priorities: protecting the castle that stored the crystal cores, growing stronger through training in the underground dungeon, and finally defending against monster attacks. Just like now, explorers were struggling to hold back a sudden assault by a horde of skeleton monsters. "The monsters are coming. Stop them." "I said stop them," someone shouted. "We're short on people here. If we could just hold the line, we might survive the daytime period." "Keep pushing." "I can't do this." "How do you expect me to hold it for a whole month? Help me." From every direction along the castle walls, cries, screams, and curses rang out. At the same time, in the great hall of one of the castles, a meeting was underway between the leaders. Suddenly, someone slammed the table and shouted, "We need to establish some rules. Our protective barrier was nearly destroyed in just one day. The losses are huge. How long do you intend to just stand there and watch? If this continues, not only will we fail to protect the crystal cores, but the monsters will slaughter us all." This man was Park Jung-wook, the leader of the MK Guild. In response, and Ju Hyun, the head of the Wejong Guild, asked, "Should we wait for the other guild leaders to arrive?" "They're already here, so it's fine," Hong Xia, leader of the Noah Guild, replied. "What are we going to do then?" Lee Guktae, head of the Smog Guild, chimed in. Back to Park Jung-wook, he shared his opinion. "The biggest problem is the shortage of guards along the barrier. So even if we have to force them, we must bring in those unaffiliated explorers. But we don't have any way to bind or control these free explorers, right?" Hong Xia asked urgently. Park Jung-wook responded coldly. "Then we'll handle it with force. I don't think words will work. Another attack will come in 3 hours, and we can't guarantee we'll hold up this time. Are we just going to let it happen?" Across the table, Lee Guktae considered something and said, "What if our guild alliance selects members to team up with them? Can you guarantee that will work?" But the casualties in the underground dungeon presented a major problem because the monster numbers had increased so much. They now rivaled the total members of the guild alliance. Those monsters had formed a group called the Underground Alliance. It was laughable. Ever since they began acting, everything had spiraled out of the guild alliance's control. Could the guild alliance, focused mostly on defense, really handle them? Park Jung-wook heard this and hesitated, then said, "So how about letting the other guilds take the front line against the monsters first?" And Ju Hyun immediately shouted back, "If everyone goes up front, then who will protect the castle?" Then she added, "If that's the plan, the smaller guilds should bear the brunt of the losses first." Meanwhile, Hong Xia quietly listened to their discussion, lost in thought. They only talked about what they wanted to achieve, such chaos. Damn it, if those 1,900 people had just focused on defense, things would have been so much easier. At first, everyone joined the defense because survival depended on it. But once some returned from the dungeon carrying legendary items and grew stronger, they started leaving and focusing on attacking the dungeon itself. Thinking about this, she clenched her teeth and muttered, "So what are we supposed to do next month when it's time to protect the crystal cores?" Just as she was struggling with these worries, Jimin suddenly burst in with a cheerful smile. "Xia, not now, Jimin. I'm dealing with a headache here." Hong Xia waved her off. "This time I'm serious. I've got important news. There's a report that someone just went insane after fighting the Underground Alliance," Jimin said happily. Hong Xia's eyes widened in shock. "No way." "What?" she exclaimed. Right then, a shout echoed from outside the door. "Fan, help. Calm down. Have I ever said I'm not going? I was just planning to hunt for a couple more days. Once I'm stronger I'll join." "Let's talk about this," said a guy in a blue shirt. Before he could finish, a sword suddenly plunged into his shoulder, making him scream in pain. The attacker? None other than Kang Han-soo. "It's too late now. From tomorrow on, everyone has to fight both above ground and down in the dungeon. You slacked off today, so tomorrow you'll have to work twice as hard. Don't come near me," the guy stammered, trembling as he heard Kang Han-soo's cold tone. He could feel Kang Han-soo's stats were higher than his own, and that was why he couldn't win against him, he realized bitterly. At the same time, Kang Han-soo reached out and demanded, "Give me your weapon." On the opposite side, a big, burly man saw this and angrily shouted, "Who the hell do you think you are, ordering us around? Die." With that, he wrapped his dagger in some sort of glowing aura and charged straight at Kang Han-soo. Our main character immediately recognized what was happening. So that dagger had a sharpness-enhancing effect pretty useful. Too bad it ended up in the hands of a worthless fool. As he said this, Kang Han-soo used Nirmaha's ring to nullify the dagger's enhancement ability. At the same time, he delivered a powerful punch to the burly man's chest. The man trembled violently from the pain, feeling the dagger's effect vanish. "What? The dagger can't even stab anymore," he thought, staring helplessly at the dull blade in his hand. Before he could process this further, Kang Han-soo stepped forward and punched him straight in the face, saying, "Is it my turn now? It's hard not to send you off just like that, but there's no other way. You may be useless, but you're still a valuable asset here. And talking won't get you anywhere, you probably wouldn't listen anyway. I only have a few tasks left, so be careful." With that, Kang Han-soo stormed through the group, forcing all the leaders to watch in stunned silence from a distance. Who is this guy? They wondered. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to a meeting room. Kang Han-soo was now present, discussing matters with the major guild leaders. They quietly observed him, whispering, "So that's the guy Hanchil mentioned. Why does he have a demonic beast on his shoulder?" Kang Han-soo went straight to the point. "Starting tomorrow, the Underground Alliance and the Guild Alliance will cooperate, alternating between hunting and defense. If anyone has objections, speak now. Without me you can't command them anyway. So whether it's dungeon battles or castle defense, you can send as many people down there as you want. When they return, reward them. I'll make sure those outside follow your orders, so there won't be any problems." He calmly explained his plan. What he just said left the guild leaders a bit puzzled. Doing things that way would benefit the guilds, not him. What exactly did he want? Hong Xia wondered silently. At that moment, the red-haired Li Gukdai spoke up directly. "What's your goal? Some people won't join your plan if they don't understand why you're doing this. A strong guy like you is just causing trouble here. Are you sure you don't have some hidden agenda?" Kang Han-soo met him head-on, confident. "As long as the basic rules are followed, no one will object." Li Gukdai sneered. "How do we know you won't suddenly change your mind and destroy the guild alliance? I'm not interested in petty arguments like this." "But if you're worried," Kang Han-soo said. Then suddenly his body dissolved into smoke. Everyone across the table tightened their grip on their weapons. He vanished. He's about to attack. Get ready. That's just a simple invisibility skill. He can't disappear completely from where he was, Li Gukdai shouted. But just then, Kang Han-soo's voice came from right behind him. "You think I can't attack? You're wrong." The dagger in Kang Han-soo's hand pressed against Li Gukdai's neck. The red-haired man froze in terror. "That's not just invisibility, it messes with your senses. I can't believe he fooled me and slipped behind so easily." Kang Han-soo's earlier move was just a warning, a show of power to make negotiations easier. Once he got their attention, he continued, "Before coming here, I've already seen what you've been doing down there. So don't think you can fool me. Calm down. I don't want any grudges between us. Right now we need to unite to fight these monsters. Isn't that right? Let's all do our best. I want to survive this too." With that, Kang Han-soo turned and walked away, thinking to himself, both sides have been fighting each other for so long. Now a truce feels tough, but I still have time to hold back a little. This is just the beginning. What comes next will be much harder. Just then, Jimin blocked his path and said, "Wait. If you leave now, I'll be really disappointed. Our conversation this time, I want a different answer from you. What do you say?" "I believe I've asked you this before. Would you consider joining our guild?" she said, her tone casual but eyes watching Kang Han-soo carefully. "Well, I'm officially extending the invitation now. What do you think? Exploring alone must get lonely, right? Or is there someone already in your heart?" She paused, then added teasingly, "I heard you were traveling with a girl back at Gangnam Station." As she spoke, she watched Han-soo's expression for any reaction. But when all she got was that same cold, unreadable face, she second-guessed herself. No reaction. "I guess not. That means there's no problem, right? It'd be great if you joined us," she said with a smile. Unfortunately for her, Kang Han-soo didn't even spare her a glance. "I need to get to City Wall Base as soon as possible," he muttered to himself, already lost in thought. That attitude made Jimin visibly irritated. "What the? You're not even going to pretend to listen to me? You damn jerk." Scene change up on the city wall. Han Chiel was busy coordinating defensive efforts. "Everyone, close ranks. We need more relief supplies here. Anyone with support-type skills, head that way." Just then, one of his subordinates rushed over with a report. "Commander, the Vietnamese city wall is mostly secured." "Good. Get the injured to fall back, and let the rest up. How's our guild holding?" Another team member stepped forward. "We're doing much better than last time. Everyone's in their assigned positions without delays." At first, the alliance members from the underground base weren't too cooperative, but they pulled through. Thanks to them, our casualties were minimal. In a situation like this, they don't exactly have the luxury to slack off, not with that monster standing guard over the front line, Han Chiel muttered, glancing toward the battlefield. Then his eyes landed on Kang Han-soo, who was cutting down wave after wave of monsters on his own. His eyes widened. "Watching that guy fight is terrifying. If you were just a little more polite, I would try to recruit him already. Maybe God really is fair after all, huh?" he thought to himself with a small, almost relieved smile. At this rate, we just might be able to hold the wall. But unfortunately for Han Chiel, things were never that simple. Right then, the soldier next to him looked up at the sky and shouted, "Wait, Sergeant. There's a crack in the sky." Han Chiel's head snapped upward, eyes following the same direction. And just like that, from within that ominous rift in the sky, a little demon emerged. With a cheerful grin, it called out, "All right everyone. I've kept you waiting long enough, haven't I? You've had 2 full days to rest, right? Well, let's spice things up with the real game for those of you feeling bored." The demon hovered in the air, its voice ringing out clearly. "From today onward, demons will appear in the fortress defense battles. They're far stronger than the usual monsters, but don't panic. The undead you've been killing until now drop nothing, but these demons will drop crystal shards. That's right, real loot." A low murmur began to rise from the people below as they listened. While the demon continued, "These crystals can be exchanged for powerful artifacts in the exclusive shop here. And not just that, you can also use them to buy escape tickets. That's right, you can leave this place. Isn't that what you've all been dreaming of? So come on, fight your hearts out and collect those crystals." The moment the announcement ended, chatter broke out among the survivors. "We can escape with these crystals. This is our chance. We have to take it." Excitement spread like wildfire. But then, without warning, a swirling blood-red portal opened above the battlefield, and from it, a hulking demon burst through, monstrous and feral. It didn't hesitate for even a second. The thing let out a booming laugh, then charged straight toward the city wall like a cannonball. Terror hit the defenders instantly. The aura it released was oppressive, monstrous. "Someone go deal with it. We don't even know how strong it is. I want those items." But the panic was rising until a single voice cut through the fear. "Everyone, stand back." The crowd turned just in time to see Kang Han-soo, sword in hand, launch forward like a bullet, charging straight toward the incoming demon without hesitation. But it quickly became clear this demon was no joke. Even though Kang Han-soo had the momentum from his fall, the demon blocked his strike with just one hand, barely flinching. And almost instantly after that, it countered with a lightning-fast pounce that smashed the ground, creating a deep crater. Thankfully, Han-soo had dodged just in time. But that first exchange told him everything he needed to know. Just as I expected. Even though it's only a low-tier demon, regular attacks won't land a critical hit. I've run out of my power-boosting cigarettes. I focused my runes on boosting defense and magic resistance, which means my current attack power isn't enough. I'll have to rely entirely on the artifacts I got from the dungeon. I'll bring it down using pure speed. With that thought, Han-soo activated one of his equipped items, the Hunter's Swift Boots. In combat, they significantly boosted the user's movement speed. The moment they kicked in, Han-soo zigzagged forward like a blur, darting in from the side, and striking the demon hard in the ribs. But unfortunately, the grinning demon had already predicted the trajectory of the attack. It raised both arms in time to block the blow. From there, the two exchanged a flurry of rapid strikes. Blades and claws clashed. Blasts of energy and shockwaves rang out. But neither side could gain the upper hand. For now, it was a stalemate. Seconds passed. Then minutes. Finally, Han-soo spotted a small opening in the demon's pattern. He seized the chance and slashed horizontally across the demon's chest. It landed but barely made a dent. Instead, it just made the creature angrier. With a growl, the demon summoned dark energy into its left palm, condensing it into a searing beam of magic. In the blink of an eye, it fired a laser-like blast directly at Han-soo. The attack struck him mid-air, sending his body flying like a cannonball and detonating into a small explosion on impact. But at that exact moment, Han-soo activated the first power of his Naha's ring, Destruction. The moment it made contact, the ring's ability triggered, nullifying the demon's active skill before the damage could fully connect. Back on the fortress wall, as Han-soo continued his desperate fight, the others were just watching, casually commenting on the battle like it was some kind of show. "He's fighting that demon alone," someone said, stunned. "How much stronger has he gotten?" Han Chiel muttered in disbelief. Next to him, Park Jung-wook, leader of one of the major guilds, calmly observed the flow of battle. "Get ready, Han Chiel. We're going in too." "What? You want us to jump in now? Are you sure that's a good idea?" Han Chiel asked, uneasy. Park Jung-wook's answer was simple: if we don't, someone else will. And sure enough, just as he predicted, several figures began leaping down from the fortress wall. "There's only one demon. Let's get in there. I'll finish it off myself. We're going to." One after another, the would-be opportunists threw themselves into the fray, hoping to steal a piece of the glory, or at the very least, a piece of that precious crystal. Meanwhile, from atop the wall, Jimin couldn't help but speak up as she watched the chaos unfold. "I don't like this either, but should we join them, Han-soo?" But before he could reply, and Ju-hyun calmly interrupted, eyes still locked on the battlefield. "No, let's wait. I need to see what he's truly capable of." Back in the fight, behind Kang Han-soo, a swarm of other hunters had already gathered like vultures around a carcass, waiting to pounce on the opportunity. Han-soo noticed them and just sighed, annoyed. How shameless. This demon, it's bound to unleash one of the demon race's signature abilities soon. I can't afford to get distracted by these scavengers. But there was something odd. Very odd. Despite how long the fight had dragged on, the demon still hadn't used its racial skill. Wait a second, why hasn't it activated it yet? Could it be? Is that some kind of wide area damage skill? Kang Han-soo narrowed his eyes as he watched the smiling demon gather energy into its arm, forming a glowing orb of concentrated fire. Realizing the threat, he immediately turned back and shouted to the others behind him. "Get back. None of you can handle this. If you want to live, stay behind me." Hearing Han-soo's unusually urgent tone, Kangmin grew tense. "I've got a really bad feeling about this. Should we just fall back and observe from a distance?" But someone else in the group scoffed at the idea. "What are you talking about? We've got to be close. If we want the final blow bonus, we need to stay in range." And then it happened. The demon's laughter echoed across the battlefield as it unleashed its spell, Hellfire. A tidal wave of flame burst forth from the orb, sweeping toward the hunters like a living inferno. But one confident hunter stepped forward, shield raised. Relax. I've got this. With this new item, I can block the flames. If I land the final hit, that reward is mine. He raised his shield to meet the attack, but he had severely underestimated the true power of the Hellfire spell. The moment the flames touched his shield, his entire body ignited. Screaming in agony, he collapsed. Help! Somebody help me, he cried out. But there was no helping him now. The sight of his charred, flailing body sent panic through the crowd. Hunters began fleeing in all directions like terrified birds. But in the midst of the chaos, only one figure stood firm: Kang Han-soo. Hellfire, huh? Maybe it's time to push this ring's powers to the max. With that thought, Han-soo focused. Electricity surged along his sword, wrapping the blade in a veil of blue lightning. Then, with a single slash, he unleashed a massive arc of sword energy slicing straight through the wall of fire rushing toward him. Gasps erupted from the hunters who had stopped to watch. No way, what was that? He cut the flames in half, with a sword. Meanwhile, Han-soo kept his eyes locked on the enemy. This demon, it's no pushover. But with the strength I've gained from the infernal labyrinth, I might be the only one here capable of taking it down. As he prepared for the next phase of the battle, the smiling demon began charging a new skill. Its hand ignited entirely, flames surging with lethal power, clearly preparing for a high-impact physical strike. And it wasted no time. With no taunts or theatrics, it lunged straight at Han-soo, flames trailing behind. Back on the wall, Lee Guktae, the leader of another guild, stared in disbelief as Han-soo stood his ground. He's one of us. A traveler like the rest. We all started from the same point, so how the hell is he this much stronger than everyone else? Back on the battlefield, Kang Han-soo raised his sword just in time to block a heavy swing from the demon. The sheer force of the blow sent shockwaves through his body, enough to make him cough up water. This isn't good, I need to figure something out fast. If this keeps up, I'll lose all the advantages I've gained. Even as he thought that, a violent surge of power erupted from his body, sparking with raw energy. Time passed quickly, and it seemed that the battle between Kang Han-soo and the demon had come to an end. How did he win? Well, the artist didn't draw it, so I've got no idea either. Now the other hunters were busy cleaning up the aftermath, preparing for the next monster wave. Move out. Guild members, gather up. We need to fortify positions now. Voices rang out across the area as players scrambled to regroup. Meanwhile, off to the side, Jimin stood still, eyes fixed ahead, as if waiting for someone. That's when Han Chiel's voice broke the silence beside her. If you just stand here waiting for him, you're not going to accomplish anything today. What do you mean by that? She asked, puzzled. Han Chiel scratched his head and explained. I mean, waiting here won't do you any good. I've done that too many times myself, waiting, hoping, and it never worked out. Wait, you were waiting for someone? She asked, her voice slightly unsteady. Who else? Kang Han-soo, obviously. He glanced sideways at her. You're acting under the king's orders, aren't you? Chech. The squad leader always gives me missions like this. He gave a small sigh. There's just the two of us here, so relax. Let's talk honestly. Have you noticed how the guild alliance is starting to crack? You know why, right? At those words, Jimin's gaze sharpened. She glanced at him and asked cautiously. And why are you telling me this? Isn't it obvious? I've got an offer from the opposing factions. But just as the words left his mouth, Han Chiel suddenly fell silent. He froze, then turned around abruptly, visibly tense. What is it? Jimin asked. It's nothing. I just thought someone was watching us. Maybe I imagined it. Except he wasn't imagining anything. His instincts were right. At that very moment, perched silently inside a nearby building, Lee Guktae, the red-haired guild leader, was observing them closely. He spoke in a low voice to someone behind him. Kang Han-soo's starting to gain influence over more and more players. This has been going on for a while. But he hasn't made any suspicious moves yet, has he? No, the subordinate answered. We've kept surveillance on him. Outside of fighting, hunting demons, and diving into the underground dungeon, he just rests. Thanks to that, battles have become a lot easier overall. But the man continued, there's a new problem. Unaffiliated players, those not in any guild, keep picking fights with our members over dungeon loot distribution. Lee Guktae didn't look surprised in the slightest. Just as I expected. A guy like him, unaffiliated with any guild, it's no wonder more rogue players like him are starting to cause trouble. Even the Guild Alliance is following Kang Han-su's lead. That's why I've already made preparations. His eyes narrowed. If our authority starts to slip, we won't be able to control them anymore. And for the sake of our long-term plans, we can't let that happen. Not under any circumstances. Just then, a group of people entered the room. Li Guktae turned to face them, his tone calm but commanding. Good. Everyone's here. Let's begin the discussion about the future of the Guild Alliance. Meanwhile, our protagonist Kang Han-su had just finished slaying another demon. He took a moment to catch his breath, then looked down at the makeshift mace he'd crafted earlier. The weapon was now completely trashed. Well, that's useless now. He casually tossed it aside, then let out a satisfied sigh. Finally, level 60, his eyes lit up. That means I can finally get my hands on that. The high-tier items sold in the crystal shop were typically reserved for large guilds. And for good reason, the gear sold there was incredibly powerful. If those items fell into the hands of major guilds, it would no doubt spark chaos, vicious competition, and unnecessary battles. That's why Kang Han-su had made up his mind. He would buy up as many of those weapons as possible before they could. But there's still one major obstacle left, he muttered as he opened the crystal shop interface. With a quick tap, a notification popped up, purchase successful. 60 crystals have been deducted, the item he had just acquired. A wicked chain scythe, the known as Degrad's challenge. I can wield pretty much any weapon, Kang Han-su said, examining the curved blade at the end of the chain, but it's always best to stick to what I'm familiar with. This one should make the upcoming fights a lot easier. Without hesitation, he gave the chain a practice swing, and just then, the ground in front of him began to shake. From beneath the earth, a horde of monsters erupted forth, snarling and writhing. Kang Han-su's eyes gleamed with excitement. 10 more days until the end of the defense battle. Let's see who'll be the first to break the calm and stir the storm. Time passed quickly, 10 days, to be exact, before that mischievous little fairy reappeared, announcing some bad news to the travelers. Looks like you folks are making things a lot more interesting this time, it said. For those of you who've managed to survive the longest, we've prepared a special event. As soon as it finished speaking, the entire area around them began to rumble violently. Everyone was instantly on edge. What's happening? The monster wave shouldn't be starting yet. That's when they noticed it. The corpses of monsters that had been slain earlier were now being sucked into the depths of the fortress. What the hell is that? The bodies are being drawn into the keep, someone shouted. Inside one of the castle's great halls, those corpses began to dissolve and merge together, fusing into a grotesque, cocoon-like mass. Eventually, a female figure emerged from within the cocoon. These were the hidden mechanics of Central Island, the battle against the Demon King. The moment she broke free, she used her dark magic to summon a swarm of grotesque monsters, ready to greet any challengers who dared step forward with their lives on the line. Meanwhile, outside, a red barrier spread across the entire region, locking everyone inside. Escape was no longer an option. The fairy clarified smugly, if I were you, I wouldn't get too close to the fortress walls. Either way, you're not getting out. You've got two choices: stand your ground and face the undead horde, or try to escape using the teleportation crystals. Then it added with a smirk, just a heads up, these undead won't be like the ones from before. Get ready for a real treat. Oh, and if you're feeling brave, you can also take a shot at defeating the Demon King inside the fortress. Gasps rippled through the crowd. The Demon King? You never mentioned anything about that. Someone protested. But the fairy didn't seem bothered. While lazily filing its nails, it replied, yeah, well, I didn't really want to summon him, to be honest. Odds are, you'll all end up dead. But hey, there are just too many survivors at this point. You've seen it yourselves. The teleportation crystal will activate 30 minutes before the undead assault begins, it continued. But it can only take 500 of you. That means at least half will be left behind. However, if you manage to defeat the Demon King, everyone can leave. Since this is a special event, I'll give you a bit of time to think it over. As it finished speaking, a 10-minute countdown timer appeared, giving them time to decide. Kangming clenched his fists in frustration. Damn it, I thought we only had to survive for a month. As the crowd hesitated, unsure of what to do, Li Guktae stepped forward, clapping loudly to gather attention. We'll hold the line for 30 minutes and escape with the teleportation crystal. We just have to endure. Everyone, Get into position, Guild Alliance near the crystal, the rest to the front. But before he could finish, Kangmin cut in, calling him out. You think we don't know you're just trying to get your guild out of here alive? Li Gukdai turned and stared at him for a moment before answering. Isn't it better to defend than to make reckless moves? We need to find a way to save as many people as we can. Kangmin narrowed his eyes. Typical of a king. Doesn't matter what happens to others, just save the ones you can control. Li Gukdai's eyes flared. And what's your plan? Then. Even the demons in the first attack wiped out a dozen people in one strike. How exactly do you plan to take down the Demon King? What about everyone else? Do you want to survive and make it to the next island together? Or are you just another moth throwing itself into the fire? His voice grew louder and more intense with every word. Kangmin, adjusting his glasses, had no reply because everything Gukdai said was painfully true. Seeing that no one was opposing him anymore, An Juhian felt a surge of relief inside. It's over. The tide has turned. With the Mist Guild now allied with them, he was confident they could escape safely. That's what he thought until Han Su suddenly stepped forward and addressed the crowd. The only way everyone escapes is by hunting the Demon King, Han Su said calmly. If we can defeat him, no one has to die. His words were simple, but they hit with the weight of truth. Across the field, Li Gukdai clenched his teeth in frustration. Him again, he cursed inwardly. And then, out loud, he snapped, You really think you're going to survive this? Han Su let out a sigh, replying without much emotion, Who knows? Then he pointed out the flaw in relying on the teleportation crystals. If we go with that plan, over 500 people are guaranteed to die. Maybe even more. The honesty in his voice resonated with the unaffiliated survivors. Slowly they began to gather behind Han Su. Then a blonde girl with freckles stepped forward, nodding. If that's the case, we'll follow you. We never trusted those guild folks anyway, why should we side with them now? Let's beat the Demon King and get out of here together. Their voices rose in unison, echoing his call to fight. Moments later, Xia from the Noah Guild and Park Jungwook, leader of MK Guild, also approached Han Su. Then we're with you, they said. We'll fight alongside Kang Han Su. Across the field, An Juhian saw the shift in momentum and began preparing to use force. We can't let this happen. We'll have to stop him, even if it means fighting him directly. We need to break their sense of unity before the battle begins. When the chaos starts, everyone will be too busy trying to survive to think clearly. If we can ambush him now. As he silently activated his ancient glyphs, ready to strike, Han Su turned his gaze directly on him, as if he'd read his mind all along. Without hesitation, Han Su gave him a cold warning. Don't even think about starting a fight. Then, to drive the point home, he flung his hooked chain straight at the ground in front of Juhian's feet. The metal links slammed down hard, rattling with menace. You really don't want to deal with the consequences, Han Su said flatly. Juhian froze, trembling slightly from the intimidation. Behind him, Li Gukdai's face darkened, as if all the blood had drained from it. He looked like someone who'd been forced to swallow mud. But realizing the power balance had shifted, he had no choice but to accept Han Su's plan. He put on a polite facade and said, All right then. Let's work together and wait for the right time. After all, we've still got time left. And frankly, we're looking forward to seeing how this turns out. We'll follow his lead for now, he thought. But we still have one shot left. Back on Han Su's side, whether they were sincere or faking it no longer mattered. At least outwardly, everyone had agreed on the plan. Looks like we've all come to a decision, Han Su said. But before that, let's settle this once and for all. He turned toward the massive purple teleportation crystal, raised his chained weapon to Kratos, and began wrapping it tightly around the crystal's surface in looping coils. Then with one mighty pull he yanked it taut. Just like that, the massive teleportation crystal, everyone's backup plan, shattered into pieces right before their stunned eyes. Gasps and silence swept through the crowd. But no one looked more shocked than Li Gukdai and An Juhian. They stared at the fragments in disbelief. Someone couldn't take it anymore and shouted, What the hell are you doing? Han Su calmly turned to face them. We're heading into the fortress anyway. We don't need it, he replied, his voice unwavering. Leaving an escape route behind only weakens our resolve. A murmur rippled through the crowd, and then, from the back, unaffiliated survivors began to raise their voices in support. He's right. We shouldn't look back. Just keep moving forward. Follow Hansu and defeat the Demon King. Follow Hansu. One after another, voices joined the chorus. But Hansu's reply was unexpected. He looked at them all and said firmly, "Don't follow me." He paused, then added, "Look ahead for your own sake. Fight to survive." As those words settled over the crowd, the 10-minute countdown on the screen finally reached 0. The real battle was about to begin. Then, just like that, everyone began to follow Hansu, slowly stepping inside the fortress. They pushed open the massive gates, and the scene inside changed dramatically. The interior was completely transformed, shrouded in a much darker, more ominous atmosphere. Even Han Chiel couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. "I can't believe this is the same fortress we saw before." The interior looked entirely different now. Before them stretched an endless corridor, pitch black and void of light, seemingly extending into infinity. The only illumination came from a few dim purple torches mounted sporadically along the walls. The eerie atmosphere was like something out of a horror film, enough to unsettle everyone present. The excitement they had felt upon entering vanished instantly, replaced by uneasy silence. Then, piercing through the stillness, a sharp, chilling female voice echoed through the corridor. "Haha, it's been a long time. You've come all this way seeking pleasure. But I won't let you leave so easily." As soon as the voice faded, the heavy door slammed shut behind them with a deafening bang, locked tight. Panic rippled through the group as a system notification appeared for everyone: "Fortress sealed." But that wasn't all. Suddenly, the entire fortress began to tremble violently. Eyes wide with terror, everyone watched as cracks spread rapidly across the floor, chunks of earth splitting apart. The ground was collapsing. Someone shouted out in alarm, pointing at a gaunt, skeletal hand clawing its way out from the depths below. And soon after, its owner was fully revealed, a hideous monster, resembling a grotesque version of a goblin. Without hesitation, the creature lunged at the nearest man. The sheer horror of the beast paralyzed the victim, who could only scream for help from the others. Thankfully, Hansu acted quickly, flinging his newly acquired chain to intercept the monster's attack. Once the threat was neutralized, he raised his voice, commanding calm. "Stop panicking. Those bastards are no different from the enemies we've fought before. Stay calm, and get your weapons ready." Then, turning his gaze away to another part of the corridor, he thought to himself, "That's right. The real problem lies beyond that door. To fight the Demon King, we have to get through it." At that moment, two massive columns of flame suddenly erupted from the ground ahead. As the fire died down, two towering knights emerged from within the gatekeeper demons. "Demons, they're crawling out of the flames!" Someone shouted as they locked eyes on the intimidating figures. Without a word, the two demons swung their swords, unleashing shockwaves that surged toward the group. Fortunately, everyone quickly retreated and dodged in time. Back to Hansu, he immediately took command. "We've got two enemies at once. Split up and take them down. The ones responsible for buffs, fall back to the rear. The long-range attackers, move up front. Anyone without the skills to handle this, stay back." His orders were clear and calm. But Park Jung-wook quickly interrupted. "Wait. Charging in recklessly could put all of us in danger." Before Jung-wook could finish, Hansu had already charged forward. "I'll attack from the left," he said firmly. Hansu's bold move wasn't reckless, it was calculated. Those two monsters were modeled after the gatekeepers of Hell, weaker versions but with similar movements. "I can predict their actions." With that, he swung his chain, aiming directly at the sword of the left demon, momentarily preventing its attack. But that was just the beginning. More importantly, Hansu could fully harness the power of Degred's challenge. The chain could extend meters, with special abilities. Right now, his chain was tightly coiled around the demon's sword, glowing with an intense blue light. Hansu then activated Degred's special skill, Suppression. The chain seemed to gain a life of its own, as if it had eyes, spreading out and binding the massive body of the demon tightly. Using suppression to bind the enemy meant the chain would continuously absorb the demon's magical energy, generating a curse that weakened its stats. Though the skill consumed Hansu's own magic, he was confident it was enough to control the situation for now. With that thought, Hansu glanced toward the group of bystanders who had been watching passively. "Are you all just going to stand there and watch?" he called out. At his words, Park Jung-wook's group snapped back to attention. "That's right, we can't just stand here doing nothing. Everyone, get ready to attack. Show your guild's strength." Yes, sir, they shouted back. Meanwhile, Xia took charge of those with lower endurance behind her. Support from the rear. Everyone, let's move. All right, I'll go first, Jimin said enthusiastically. Without hesitation, the whole group launched a synchronized magical assault. Since the gatekeeper demon was bound by Hansu's chain, it had no chance to evade their attacks. But it wasn't without defenses. After taking some hits, the demon activated a skill that caused its gigantic sword to burst into purple flames. Hellfire, Hansu thought silently. Gradually, the flames on the demon's sword grew brighter and more intense. Eventually, the chain's magical suppression was no longer strong enough to contain it. With a roar, the demon broke free from the restraints. Seeing this, Hansu charged forward to attack, shouting at the others not to stop their assault. He then studied the demon carefully. Taking even one of its attacks would be hard to endure, but if he could at least track its position. With that, Hansu yanked sharply on the chain, propelling himself onto the demon's massive chest. Without hesitation, he plunged his hand deep into its body, ignoring the searing flames burning inside it. From below, Jimin shouted a warning, danger. That fire will nullify your attack, Kang Hansu. Everyone watched in horror as flames inside the demon's chest burned Hansu's arm raw, blood visible beneath his skin. The pain was immense, and Hansu gritted his teeth, clutching his burning hand tightly with the other. I just have to remove this, he thought. This is the source of the hellfire, the ignition stone. He began to fumble inside the demon's body, and the moment he found the stone, he didn't hesitate. Hansu grabbed it firmly, pulled it out, and crushed it. As the stone shattered, the hellfire engulfing the demon slowly died out. The group behind them gasped in disbelief. What just happened? The flames around the demon disappeared. Hansu smiled and reassured them, didn't I say? Don't stop attacking. Don't worry about this, keep going. It can't use fire anymore. Suddenly a shout rang out, Kang Hansu, watch out. Reacting instantly, Hansu leapt aside just in time to dodge a streak of fire flying at him. The attack came from the other demon, the one that the guildless members had been fighting. Look out! Park Jungwook called out. From the look in his eyes, it was clear that their group was being completely overwhelmed by the monster. Sounds of desperate cries for help echoed through the air. Help us! Why aren't you attacking? Behind them, the guild led by Lee Gukdai and In Juhyun remained calm, acting as if none of this was their concern. Isn't Kang Hansu supposed to handle that thing? Someone whispered. If we jump in now, it's way too risky. What are we supposed to do anyway? Voices of opportunists waiting to benefit from the chaos began to rise. And this was exactly what Lee Gukdai wanted. They're starting to falter now. It'll be much easier from here, he muttered under his breath. Thinking this through, Lee Gukdai turned to scowl at Hansu. Kang Hansu, are you pretending to be innocent after pushing everyone to the brink of death? This is all your fault. Everything that's happened is because of you. You dragged everyone into this mess, so take responsibility. He pointed directly at Hansu as he spoke, but before Hansu could reply, Hanchul jumped in to defend him. So what? Why don't you guys stop talking and start fighting? You're the ones doing nothing, he shouted. However, the red-haired man just kept a cold, indifferent expression. You think I won't stand up because I'm weak? I'll show you how different I am from those loudmouths, he said, waving his hand to signal the pack of hunters under his command. Watch the power of the special forces. As soon as he finished speaking, his group of seasoned adventurers charged at the remaining gatekeeper demon. Their coordinated assault was impressive enough to force the huge demon down onto one knee. Even those unwilling to admit it had to acknowledge their skill. Impressive, they murmured. Meanwhile, Hansu turned to his comrades behind him. Everyone move over there. I'll handle this trouble here, he ordered. Gripping his chains tightly, Hansu lunged forward to attack. At the same moment, the other gatekeeper demon arched its back like a shrimp to gather momentum, then slammed its massive greatsword toward Hansu. Unfortunately for the demon, Hansu easily read the attack and calmly jumped high to dodge. Using the momentum from the fall, Hansu unleashed a flurry of slashes with Decredos, raining down blows across the demon's massive armored body, shredding its armor to pieces. Watching from behind, and Juhyun's face turned pale. He was facing monsters that normally required dozens of people to take down. Thinking quickly, he shouted to his subordinates, "What are you doing? Finish them off quickly." Hearing the command, his group surged forward to assault the gatekeeper demon once more. While focused on his own fight, Hansu also glanced to the side, eyeing Li Gukdai's group. Though he wasn't impressed by the special forces' show of strength, he decided to concentrate on the battle at hand. With that, Hansu threw his grappling hook forward, and somehow it magically circled around, binding the huge monster tightly. Seizing the chance, Hansu charged in, using both hooks to slash repeatedly across the demon's body. Behind him, the others didn't stand idle once the demon's movement was restricted. They all rushed in to attack. Finally, Hansu wrapped his chain several times around the gatekeeper demon's neck and yanked hard. With a sickening snap, the demon's head flew off into the air. Poor monster didn't even get to kill anyone before being taken down. At the same time, Li Gukdai's group successfully defeated the other demon. The two leaders exchanged a look of mutual respect and satisfaction. Putting that aside, and Juhian stepped forward holding a precious gemstone. This is a gem. Now, exchange these shards for the best artifacts we can get and store them away. We've built the special forces with help from allied guilds, so nurturing them should be our top priority. Hearing this, Li Gukta had a different thought and spoke up to explain. I'm thinking we let the Smog Guild use what we have for now, they'll be our shields. I was appointed temporary commander, but the special forces belong to the allies, so I'm not sure I can command them as I wish. So for now, don't worry about that. He said this calmly. Meanwhile, Park Jungwook frowned as he looked at both of them and spoke. Since when have the allied forces been able to form such a strong group? From what I found, it seems like they've been keeping this under wraps. Xia responded, then shared her speculation. They've managed to control the lone wolves without guilds and formed an alliance. Fear of the crisis must be a big factor in bringing them together. However, someone in the corner seemed indifferent. She said this while glancing at Hansu, who was still focused manipulating something on his system screen. With that said, the two approached Hansu to share their thoughts. Hansu, it looks like the alliance is trying to make things difficult for you, they warned. Calmly, Hansu turned and said, don't worry about it. I have a rough idea of what's going on. Across from them, Xia's face showed surprise. You have some idea of what's happening. So what exactly, she started to ask, but Hansu cut her off. Unless they act directly, just observe. I'm ready, he said with confidence, as if he already had everything under control. On the other side, Hanchil stepped forward with his opinion. Now that those guys have to fight on the front lines, won't things be a bit easier for us? They can't just stay behind, hiding under someone else's protection. Jimin, however, wasn't convinced by Hanchil. Are you sure about that? What if they just huddle together and do nothing? Even if we help them, they might still ignore us, she said frustratedly. In the end, Park Jungwook summed it up. Anyway, to get out of here, we have to face the Demon King. If they want to live, they have to fight. Xia looked around carefully, then spoke up again. But judging by the current situation, it doesn't look good. There are so many injured people lying on the ground after the battle. I can't move my arm, I can't fight like this. I thought we only had to face the Demon King. Maybe I could survive if I joined a guild. Worry and panic began to spread among the group, until a freckled-faced woman stepped forward to rally them. Stop complaining. If you want to live, defeat the Demon King and find a way out. That's the only choice we have, right? She moved toward Hansu's group and introduced herself. I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Seo Jian, Kang Hansu. She extended her hand toward Hansu. Seeing this, Jimin next to them was so furious it looked like she was about to blow up. Instinctively, she grabbed Xia's shoulders tightly, causing Xia to yelp in pain. Without letting the hand touch him, Hansu brushed it away and went straight to the point. What are you trying to do? He asked sharply. Over here. Seeing Hansu's cold reaction, Seo Jian's face darkened a little as she started to scold him. That was so heartless. It's nothing, Hansu replied. I just wanted to introduce you to someone. If you're interested, just let me know. See? There's someone who's very interested in you, she said with a smile before immediately walking away. But after she left, Jimin kept watching her with a look full of irritation. What does she mean by that? She's really scary. Hearing this, Xia complained, stay away from me, please. When we talk to her, she just ignores us. She'll be fine with anyone as long as they don't mean her harm. We've tried starting conversations, but she just brushes us off. Maybe she's afraid of something. Everyone started murmuring and discussing. Meanwhile, Hansu quickly tossed the mouse controller behind his head and said, "If everyone's ready, let's go." Haha, now even he's ignoring me, Hanchiel laughed awkwardly. After regrouping and stabilizing their formation, the group started moving forward again until they reached a purple barrier. Passing through this barrier meant officially stepping into the Demon King's territory. At that moment, suddenly, the mischievous fairy's laughter echoed. "Haha, you really intend to challenge the Demon King? Honestly, you adventurers are funny. Well, I have good news for you. You don't have to defeat the Demon King to open the gate to the next island. You just need to survive for 30 minutes. Endure the Demon King's attacks for 30 minutes, and the gems on the throne will activate. Simple, right? With a portal that can take you to any island without restrictions, it did sound easy." He smiled at them and didn't forget to offer a second option. "Or you can buy an escape ticket with gem fragments, but that's not the official way. Now, do your best to survive against the Demon King. See you on the next island." Then the fairy vanished. In front of them, the barrier slowly dissipated, revealing the scene inside the Demon Queen sitting regally on her throne, waiting for challengers to come and die. Seeing them begin to step forward, she muttered a single word, "Rise." As soon as the word was spoken, the floating meat sacks around them suddenly glowed. Then, from inside, countless dry skeletons burst forth, flying and swirling through the air. Turning his gaze back to Hansu, looking at the beautiful Demon Queen sitting on the throne ahead, he wasn't unfamiliar with her at all. She was a version weakened to less than half of the original one in the underworld. "I know her attack patterns," Hansu thought to himself. Whether it was because the monsters sensed he was the most dangerous among their group, a three-headed ghost suddenly charged straight at Hansu first. Of course, with experience from his previous life, Hansu was pretty well prepared for how to deal with them. First, he used a gem to purchase an artifact, a perfect match in combination with his dagger, Decretos Judgment, the Justice of Decretos. Immediately after Hansu spent the money, a small black dagger appeared in his palm. Without hesitation, he threw it straight forward. The dagger flew like a bullet and pierced directly into the largest skull of the ghost, freezing its entire attack in place. "I'll use Decretos' two special skills, throw and recall, to attack effectively," Hansu thought. Right after, he waved his hand, creating a swarm of daggers hovering in front of him. Without hesitation, he started controlling all of them to fly toward the Demon Queen. However, before the daggers could hit their target, a massive ghost charged forward and blocked them all. It seemed that Hansu's actions had also angered the Demon Queen. She began to rise from her throne, gathering energy into her palm, forming a whip of dark magic which she cracked toward Hansu with a fierce shout, "Pathetic." On the opposite side, Nam Chin quickly swung his chain to block the magical whip. Thus the two clashed repeatedly, one swinging chains, the other wielding a whip, caught in a fierce stalemate. Seeing this, the Demon Queen silently used her power to manipulate a nearby skeleton monster. The skeletons began to float in the air, then suddenly transformed into a dog-like creature that lunged at Hansu, tearing its prey apart. Her unexpected attack forced Hansu to quickly leap backward to dodge. The red dog paused momentarily, not rushing its attack, giving Hansu enough time to turn and say to the others, "I'll handle the Demon Queen. You guys take care of the summoned monsters." Hearing this, Hanchiel, who was struggling against the skull monsters, shouted, "Too many are charging at us. Come here and fight." He looked toward Lee Gupta's group. However, the red-haired man decided to stay out of the fight, calmly stepping back and pulling his hounds aside. Jimin on the side was so angry her whole body trembled. "I knew those bastards would do this." Looking back at Hansu, the actions of Lee Gukdai's group didn't surprise him much. He had predicted this all along. "Tech, so that's their decision," Hansu muttered, annoyed, turning to Jimin behind him. "Hold off the Demon Queen for a while." "What? How can we stop the Demon Queen without you?" she said in shock. Before Hansu could explain the situation, the Demon Queen in front suddenly went berserk. Hansu saw her begin to channel her energy, manifesting a gigantic arm with bulging muscles and veins exposed. The massive arm formed into a fist and swung directly toward Hansu. However, before Hansu could even dodge, Park Jungwook, the guild leader, wielding the great sword on his back, rushed forward and blocked the giant fist for him. A tremendous pressure slammed down, causing his eyes to roll back. "We can't hold this for long. You need to finish things quickly, and come back immediately," he gritted his teeth and said. Hansu knew time was precious, so he quickly spun around and left. Back with Li Guktae's group, the guild members of Anjuhin were murmuring among themselves. There are way too many people and monsters here. I can't even see ahead. Are we really okay waiting here? Shouldn't we help a little to buy some time? Someone suggested. Before the sentence could be finished, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. The cause was a dagger stabbed into his back. What the hell are you doing? Anjuhin shouted loudly. In response, Li Guktae's cold face appeared. We attack when they're distracted like right now. It's time to wipe them out. Following his command, the so-called Special Forces hunting dogs lunged in to bite chaotically, leaving Anjuhin looking utterly panicked. Do you think we can just take this? What are you guys doing? Fight back, he yelled, turning to the remaining guild members. Unfortunately for him, for some unknown reason, everyone in his group suddenly went stiff like stone statues. I was ready to fight, but I can't move, Lord, someone muttered. What's going on? Traitors. Shouts echoed as Li Guktae's people started cutting them down like chickens. No way, Anjuhin began to threaten. The battle isn't over yet. If this keeps up, we'll all die. Neither you nor your guild will survive. Doesn't matter. Those guys are just trash anyway. They chose to sacrifice themselves for the Lord. Li Guktae sneered, revealing a tattoo of a crown pierced by 3 swords on his hand. Meanwhile, Anjuhin was stunned to realize Li Guktae, the guild leader, was nothing but a hunting dog working for someone else. Lord. Who is he talking about? Ignoring his thoughts, Li Guktae charged forward to finish him off. It's time for you to die, he said, stabbing his sword forward. But just then, the sword he threw was blocked by a dagger no one else but Hansu. You've finally revealed your true colors. Your dirty tactics haven't changed one bit, Hansu said, his voice full of contempt. Though surprised to see him, the red-haired man wasn't too worried. Why would someone fighting the Demon Queen come back here? But it's too late for you to interfere now, he said. The pack of hunting dogs also began to surround Hansu from all sides. Hansu knew this because they belonged to a miserable faction from his past life. So he finally revealed himself, the true disguise of the Dark Lord. The trace of the Black Lord. The pawn I must destroy at all costs. Hansu thought quietly. Meanwhile, Li Guktae laughed loudly, confident the victory was in his hands. Kang Hansu, even if we can't kill you, if we just hold you down a bit, the Demon Queen will slaughter everyone else. Soon you'll be completely alone. I'm ready to die. If I die, I'll take you with me, the red-haired man declared. However, unlike what Li Guktae expected, Hansu proposed a different deal. Seems like you're mistaken about something. I'm not here to get in your way. I just came to make a deal. So what do you say? Will you listen? This time it's not a bad deal for you, Hansu said with a smile, causing Li Guktae's expression to darken slightly in thought. Back with Xia's group, the battle against the Demon Queen was growing more intense. Kang Hansu, when are you coming back here? Hanqiu gritted his teeth, his body trembling from pain. With just a moment of distraction, he let the skull-faced monster slip behind, and prepared to attack the ranged fighters. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Hansu appeared like a superhero. Using his chains, he locked the skull monster's mouth shut, then tore it apart into countless pieces midair. Behind, Xia sighed in relief as she saw him return. Where were you earlier? She asked. I was busy preparing for what's next, Hansu replied, leaving them a bit puzzled about what he meant. At the same time, a loud crash echoed. Jimin was thrown backward like an arrow, attacked by none other than the Demon Queen herself. I'm starting to get bored, the Demon Queen muttered, then sent the giant hand she had created smashing toward Hansu. Luckily, Hansu was quite familiar with her fighting style, so dodging wasn't too difficult. He then began controlling his daggers, each trailing a chain behind it, and somehow, every dagger struck true, piercing the Demon Queen's body and wrapping her tightly in chains. The pain from the wounds enraged the Demon Queen even more. How dare you? She shouted. Her body suddenly burst with a surge of purple magical energy. Seeing this, everyone knew the boss was about to unleash a powerful skill, so they gripped their weapons tightly, ready to respond. However, Hansu raised his hand, signaling them to hold back, leaving Hanqiu confused. Why are you stopping us? He asked. Before Hansu could answer, a purple fireball flew straight at him from across the battlefield, followed by a massive explosion. What the hell is going on? I can't see him. Is he dead? Someone shouted while staring into the thick black smoke rising ahead. Even Xia found it hard to believe. There's no way he could go down that easily, she muttered in disbelief. Nearby Jimin, who had just managed to stand back up, suddenly noticed something and shouted, "He's up there." Hearing her voice, everyone quickly looked up into the sky, and to their shock, Hansu was already floating above, high in the air. When did he even jump up there? Someone exclaimed. Back to Hansu in midair, he conjured a few throwing daggers and flung them toward the chains below. The blades struck them with pinpoint precision, pinning them to the ground like nails. In that instant, the chain binding the demon queen emitted a glowing blue light, and began pulling her down, forcing her to her knees. Hansu seized the opportunity and used his momentum to come crashing down with his scythe, delivering a vicious slash that made the demon queen scream in agony. In just seconds, one of her arms had been severed clean off. Cheers erupted from the group watching. The attack worked. Someone shouted. But the celebration was short-lived. Across the battlefield, the demon queen suddenly let out a deep, menacing laugh. Ha ha ha. I like this, she grinned, her eyes glowing crimson with excitement. Then, under everyone's stunned gaze, two enormous arms burst out from her back much larger than her original ones. Hansu, however, wasn't surprised. This boss is troublesome. She can absorb surrounding life force to strengthen herself, he thought. Even though my attack landed, it didn't do enough damage. I'm still not strong enough to end this. Realizing he needed a boost, Hansu pulled out an ancient runestone and activated it. Meanwhile, the demon queen's massive hands began gathering magical energy into glowing orbs. As soon as she saw Hansu charge toward her, she waved her hand and launched the energy balls straight at him. Hansu calmly swung his chains, deflecting the attacks midair, but the onslaught wasn't over. The two giant arms behind her suddenly bulged and grew even larger. Then, with tremendous force, the hands clapped together, forming a massive column that smashed down toward Hansu. Seeing the monstrous blow coming at him, Hansu shouted, "Hanchiel, the greatsword now. Throw it to me." "Got it." "Catch." Hanchiel yelled back, hurling the sword with all his might. At that moment, the giant hands came crashing down, leaving a massive crater in the ground. Miraculously, Hansu wasn't crushed. Instead of being flattened, he used the greatsword to slice through the monstrous fingers and escape. The sight was so shocking that even the demon queen's 4 eyes widened in disbelief. How? How did he? Ignoring her words, Hansu ran straight up the massive arm toward her. He leapt off and prepared a powerful downward strike to finish her off. But the demon queen wasn't done yet. The moment Hansu lunged, she opened her mouth and unleashed a stream of purple flames. The fire barely grazed Hansu, but that was all it took. His greatsword sliced straight into her neck, making her scream in pain as blood gushed onto the ground. "How dare you?" she growled, teeth clenched in fury. Behind them, the group began to stir again. Did he finish her off? Is it over? Why hasn't the crystal changed? Someone asked, eyeing the orange crystal still floating above. This fight isn't over yet, Hansu said calmly, pressing his hand against a bleeding wound on his side. Just as Hansu had said, the air around the demon queen began to shift. "Well now, I must commend you," she said with a twisted grin. "It's been a long time since I've felt pain like this." With that, her entire body exploded with a shockwave that sent Hansu flying backward. "I'll fight with everything I have. That's the least I can do to honor your effort," the demon queen said, channeling dark magic into her palm, forming a growing energy sphere. But before the attack could be completed, a spear came flying in and struck her hand dead on, interrupting the spell. The one who interfered, none other than Xia. Seeing her attack thwarted, the demon queen narrowed her eyes and glanced toward the others. "Ah, right, there are still a few little insects buzzing around." With a flick of her wrist, a ghostly skull-shaped wraith launched straight at Xia, who had no weapon on hand at that moment. Luckily, Jimin noticed just in time and rushed in to intercept. "Well done, Jimin," Xia said. "This will only buy us a bit of time, but we need to retreat now. There's no way we can defeat her like this." However, the demon queen wasn't about to let them escape so easily. "If you think you can run, go ahead and try," she sneered. "I'll make sure none of you leave here alive." She raised both hands above her head and began gathering dark magic, forming a colossal purple fireball. "And as for you," she continued, locking eyes on Hansu, "this is your reward for making this battle slightly entertaining." With that, she hurled the massive orb of energy straight at him. The resulting explosion was enormous, tearing through the ground and sending debris flying like bullets in every direction. Even the shockwave alone was enough to blow everyone inside the palace far back. "Damn it! I'm being pulled into the vortex, someone help!" a voice cried out amidst the chaos. About 10 seconds later, as the dust began to settle, Hankyul's voice rang out. "I can't believe we were blown away by the shockwave alone, from her magic blast. Is Kang Han-soo? Is he still alive?" Park Jung-wook asked nervously, scanning the wreckage ahead. Inside the settling dust cloud, a lone figure stood. Suddenly a dagger shot through the haze at blistering speed, piercing straight into the Demon Queen's chest. The surprise attack struck true, and she couldn't dodge in time. But even with the dagger lodged in her chest, she barely flinched. "I didn't expect you to still have the strength to throw something like that, even after taking a direct hit from my spell," she said, genuinely impressed. On the other side, Han-soo, now barely able to stand, had used the last of his strength to launch the attack. But that was enough. "At last I've created the silence and peace I longed for," Han-soo said with quiet resolve. The Demon Queen, however, couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Ha ha. You really think a pathetic little attack like that could take me down?" As she spoke, the Demon Queen reached up and grasped the dagger lodged in her chest, trying to rip it out, but for some reason, she couldn't. Her brows furrowed in disbelief as her fingers tightened around the hilt to no avail. Finally, her voice seethed with bitterness. "If only I had a little more time. If only I had the true power I always desired. You wretched human. I never thought you'd actually be able to do this to me." Just then, the crystal floating before the others began to glow with brilliant light. Cheers erupted from the group. "She's down. Look over there. The crystal is glowing. Could it be? The condition is met." A system notification appeared in the air. "Crystal gate activated, access granted." Their joy was overwhelming. Tears welled up in their eyes. Kang Han-soo, he really defeated her. "We did it. We can finally move on to the next island." But just as their celebration began, an ominous purple flame burst from the Demon Queen's body, forcing everyone to freeze in place. "What the hell is happening now?" someone shouted. Even Han-soo stood frozen, confused by the sudden development. "Her heart's already shattered. How is this even possible?" he muttered. And then her voice echoed once again, low, twisted, and trembling with madness. "I finally found joy in battle, but no. This fight, it can't end like this. I won't allow it." Her eyes were wide, filled with burning hatred. "If I must pay the ultimate price, then so be it. I will destroy every last one of you before this body burns to ashes." Her face contorted into a monstrous grin like a true demon risen from the depths of hell. She had no intention of going down alone. If she was going to fall, she'd drag everyone with her. Or at least, that was her plan, until a sharp, mischievous voice rang out from behind. "That's enough already." It was the little fairy demon, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Oh please, you really thought you could unleash your true power in this domain?" he scoffed. "Using forbidden magic to regenerate your body. That's a violation. And now, you Demon Queen, you'll be the one erased from this realm." As his voice echoed, a massive spatial rift suddenly cracked open above the Demon Queen's head. From it, a gigantic gray hand reached down and grabbed hold of her. And behind the little demon fairy, another tear in space formed, and through it, the colossal face of the being to whom that hand belonged came into view. Back to the little fairy demon, he now pointed straight at the Demon Queen and spoke coldly. "I never gave you permission to do that. Independent actions are not allowed. According to the rules, I'm taking you back." Down below, the Demon Queen's face contorted in a frenzy. "You brought me to this place, and now you dare to stop me from using my own power," she shrieked. "I won't leave like this. I'll destroy them all. Every last one of these worthless insects." She was spiraling into madness, screaming in fury. But at that moment, the fairy's expression darkened literally. His face turned pitch black, like a scorched pot. "That's exactly why I hate dealing with half-breeds like you," he muttered with disgust. Then suddenly, Espelot. A sickening sound echoed through the air. Before anyone could react, the massive gray hand squeezed, and in the blink of an eye, the terrifying Demon Queen, who had pushed them all to the brink, was reduced to a bloody pulp. Everyone stood frozen, horrified by what they'd just witnessed. Meanwhile, the fairy pulled out a small handkerchief and casually wiped the blood off the massive hand. With an awkward smile, he turned to the group. "Don't worry. I'll take care of the cleanup. You guys can go ahead and enjoy your reward. Congratulations on defeating the Demon Queen. Not many get to experience this kind of event, you know. Oh, by the way, you only get one reward from the Demon Queen. So, I'll be giving it to the one who contributed the most." With that, he tossed something red and glowing toward Hansu. It was shaped like an egg. Item: Crimson Seed Core Effect. Temporarily boosts all rune stats by 99.99% for 24 hours. Penalty: all stats decrease by 0.01% after the effect ends. Ignoring the penalty, the item was insanely overpowered. Without hesitation, Hansu caught it and quickly tucked it away. The fairy shrugged. "Well, that's my job done. If you want to use the magic stone, just think about the island you want to go to. See you on the next island." And just like that, the fairy vanished just as mysteriously as he had arrived. Hansu looked down at the glowing crystal in his hand. "With this, I've finally reached my goal, the central island," he thought to himself. "That energy I felt earlier, that had to be from hell. I still have a long road ahead." As Hansu steeled himself for what was to come, Hanchiel came up, clearly frustrated. "All that effort to kill the Demon Queen, and we only get one reward." Park Jungwook, standing beside him, gave Hansu a look of quiet admiration. "Don't worry. Everyone knows it was you who took her down." "Yeah," Hanchiel added. "And even if someone else wanted that thing, they wouldn't be strong enough to take it from you anyway." Back to Xia. Only now did she remember Li Guktai's group. "I don't know. The Mist Guild won't just let this slide," she muttered. "But they've been acting strangely quiet. I need to reach out to some of our members behind the scenes. They haven't shown themselves since we fought the Demon Queen. Why don't we just deal with it now?" Jimin asked, turning toward Hansu for his opinion. Hansu replied calmly, "It's already over." That answer caught Hankiel off guard. "Over? What do you mean?" At the same time, Xia, who had just made contact with her own people, suddenly shouted out loud, "What? The monarchs disappeared. Where could he have gone? The tattoo vanished. That means he's dead." Someone exclaimed. "We got them." Another voice chimed in. Xia's eyes widened in shock as she started piecing things together. "What? The Mist Guild betrayed us," she whispered in disbelief. "They used a special forces unit to kidnap the monarch?" Up front, Hansu couldn't help but let out a faint smirk. Rewind just a bit. While Hansu's group had been fully occupied battling the Demon Queen, somewhere deep in the forest, a shadowy figure had already taken care of Li Gukta's so-called special forces. Cleanup complete, the figure thought silently. Moments earlier, Li Guktai and his elite unit had appeared in this area through a spatial gate, dragging along none other than Guildmaster An Juhan. Gazing at the towering spire ahead of him, Guktai gulped. "I don't know where this place is, but if there's a tower here, we've arrived at the right spot." "Good. Originally, my mission as an undercover monarch was to sabotage the other monarchs on the central island and take them out one by one. But hey, trading their lives and my own status for this betrayal will be enough to cover my tracks. It's easy to trap monarchs when they're all so focused on Kang Hansu," he thought to himself with a sinister grin. "Now, I can finally bring real power to my guild." Turning to his subordinates, he barked, "Tie them up. Right here." Thinking back to Hansu's earlier proposal, Li Guktai remembered the moment vividly. Hansu had pulled out a few shards of violet crystal and said, "Use these to ascend. You'll be able to control even the lower-ranked members of other guilds by turning monarchs into special units. Since you've already created one yourself, I'm sure you know the rules. As long as you don't stir up any trouble, I'll turn a blind eye to whatever you do with them." At the time, Guktai had nearly laughed himself to death inside. What an idiot. Making that kind of deal just to get through a temporary crisis. Smirking, he turned to the bow-wielding girl at his side. "Get in touch with the others," he ordered. "Looks like we're not in the same location as the holding zone. Is someone over there?" One of his special unit members shouted, but before he could even finish the sentence, a blade slammed straight into his face. He crumpled backward, dead before hitting the ground. The ambush was swift. Li Guktai's face froze in shock. "Who?" "I didn't sense a thing." Then, a chilling voice rang out from nowhere, completely untraceable. "So you really came?" I had my doubts. But I suppose the prep was worth it. Realizing he couldn't locate the enemy, Gukdai quickly turned to reassure his team. They're not showing themselves. That means they're few in number, we still have the advantage. But the moment those words left his mouth, the ground beneath them began to rumble violently. Then, like stepping into quicksand, the feet of every one of his men were suddenly sucked into the earth. What's going on? My legs won't move. There's something under me, I'm sinking. Panic erupted. The mysterious voice spoke again, this time with a touch of mockery. You're just stuck temporarily, but the trap's already sprung. You see, that was a timed consumable. Works great when you know your enemy's position ahead of time, doesn't it? The voice was followed by the appearance of a masked shadow emerging silently right behind Lee Gukta. Cold sweat poured down Gukdai's face. No way, how did you know I was here? But the only answer he got was a blade driven straight into the back of his neck. And beside him, the cowardly and Juhian, who had witnessed everything from the beginning, was practically on the verge of collapsing from fear. Please. Spare me. If you let me go, I'll do anything you want, he pleaded, stumbling forward. But the masked figure didn't even blink. No need, he said coldly. You don't have anything I want. And with that, he grabbed Juhian by the face, tightening his grip before slamming the man's body into the ground with such force that the earth beneath them shattered into pieces. After finishing off his targets, the mysterious masked figure began to mutter to himself. Now I just need to wait for the ones from Central Island, and eliminate every last one of them. It was the first time he'd heard about Central Island in the tower, and he didn't quite understand what he had meant back then. But just like always, he had been right. The man was brilliant. As he spoke, the figure slowly reached up and removed his mask, his thoughts drifting back to a memory from the past. You want me to use you? If you're truly serious, then I'll tell you something. If you can pull this off, you'll surpass anyone who started at the same point as you. Go to the place I tell you. Whether or not you go, it's your choice, Kang Han-su. Trusting and following him. That had been the best decision of my life, the man thought. Now all that was left was to wait. That mysterious figure was none other than Sanjin, the young man who had once followed Han-su faithfully. Meanwhile, in a different corner of the forest, a voice filled with irritation broke the quiet. Damn it, he's dead. Behind him, a short-haired woman asked, Who are you talking about? Lee Gukdai? The man with long hair nodded, a grim expression on his face. Yeah. That means Central Island's plan has failed. The last time he contacted me was from the Demon King's fortress, but now. Radio silence, he must have died there. Well, just a hunch, don't worry about it. But despite his casual words, his eyes were sharp focused. It seems we've got a real nuisance to deal with now, he added. They're headed for Tower Island. More rewards there than anywhere else. And only one way in once you activate a mana stone. As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward a glowing golden crystal hovering in front of him. All around the area were countless other travelers, silent, waiting, hidden in the shadows. They were laying in ambush, ready to slaughter anyone who teleported in. No one's getting past us alive, he whispered to himself. It was clear now this man was the true mastermind behind Lee Gukdai's betrayal. On this side, the brown-haired guy had already raised his bow, aiming directly at Han-su, and threatened, You sneaky bastard behind us. What do you want? Looks like you're alone, so you'd better answer honestly. Calmly leaning against a tree, Han-su replied, Not much. I'm just here to make a proposal. What, are you crazy? Why should we listen to you? He shouted, making Han-su frown slightly as he glanced at the young man. Being cautious wasn't bad, but these guys were suspicious of the wrong person. I'm not here to talk to you. Your leader, I'm here to talk to the woman over there. Saying that, Han-su turned to look at Yunche and continued, With your intuition stats, you should know what to do. Yunche's face was already dripping with sweat at this point. This person, she's the reason why I feel uncomfortable. It's hard to recognize immediately that she's a queen, but she's very certain. She has intuition like mine, or rather, her appearance is just a shell hiding what's inside. Whatever it is, there's definitely something more dangerous hidden within her. So I need to be on guard at all times. Yunche bit her lip, thinking hard. Han-su noticed her tense expression, and to ease the group's suspicion, he said calmly, No need to be so tense. Didn't I say from the start I'm here to make a proposal? Without possessing a supernatural sense like Yunche, the brown-haired guy couldn't really gauge how dangerous Han-su was, So he kept babbling. What tricks are you trying to pull? If you keep spouting nonsense about your leader or whatever. Before he could finish, Yunqi hurriedly shouted, step back. I'll talk to her. Her voice held urgency mixed with a hint of panic, startling the brown-haired guy. Our leader has never been this flustered, he thought, realizing the woman in front of him was not simple, so he stepped back. Once calm, Yunqi voiced her doubt. You look strong enough to handle this alone. Why come to us with this proposal? I need to know the reason. She didn't forget to add a little threat. Even if you're strong, we won't back down easily. Hansu replied coldly, everyone has their reasons. I need someone to fight on the front lines for me. Hearing this, Yunqi guessed what he meant and asked, you want us to deal with those who just passed by here, right? She understood why Hansu wanted that, but they couldn't handle all 40 people. In response, Hansu shrugged and said, what are you talking about? You only need to handle 10 people at a time. Besides, those guys are weaker than you. Using the authority of her leadership, starting by converting the weakest group, making them her members, and increasing her guild's numbers, Hansu calmly explained. Yunqi's face turned purple with frustration. Managing this many people is already a headache, and now you want me to take more. Do you want me to die from exhaustion? Her intuition warned her that saying this out loud could be dangerous. The brown-haired guy beside her silently thought, she's complaining about having too many people to manage. Putting that aside, although reluctant, Yunqi finally spoke up to accept Hansu's request. Seriously, I just want to get through this floor peacefully. But it seems I have no other choice. So, I'll give it a try. I'll be watching, Hansu warned, making the girl sigh deeply. I don't know if it'll work, she muttered, ignoring his words. Meanwhile, Hansu quietly murmured to himself, it's the perfect time to prepare for the next step of this mission. Time flew by quickly. Following Hansu's orders, Yunqi's group began suppressing the other teams and forcing them to join their guild. This time their target was the blue-haired girl who had earlier suggested splitting up to hunt the guardians. These guys were refusing to join. The brown-haired guy said, we're already part of the guild, so just tie them up. No need for complications. Yunqi agreed, exactly. Meanwhile, the blue-haired girl and her members looked at them suspiciously. No need to glare at us. Are you discriminating against us because we're from another guild? We haven't done anything wrong. Do you think I want to do this? Yunqi replied. In the end, she managed to do what the blue-haired girl had said. Except for these guys, Yunqi had recruited everyone here into the guild. Thinking about it, Yunqi felt a headache coming on, tired and drained. She didn't really approve of all this, but because of that damn mission, before she could finish her thought, the cheerful system notification sounded out, congratulations. You have found the treasure. You need to bring the treasure to me for exchange. Everyone heard the announcement and grew curious. What the hell? Someone already got it. But if everyone is here, then who found the treasure? Yunqi wondered aloud. At the same time, a long-haired guy in her group spotted something and shouted, Leader, I found this under that tree. He stepped forward, showing Yunqi a golden orb. Seeing it, Yunqi's eyes widened in disbelief. She said she'd let us go easily. This has to be the real treasure, right? She said, stunned. Then the group called Fairy the Little Devil to confirm. Luckily, the treasure was real. Holding the golden orb, Fairy smiled and said, That's right, confirmed. It's definitely the treasure. Too bad no one here died. You did well, though it seems you weren't the one who directly retrieved it. She pulled out a magnifying glass to examine it closely. Yunqi asked, So there's no reward for me? Don't rush. Don't worry, I'll give you plenty of time to decide, the demon said, snapping her fingers. Suddenly, countless system screens appeared before Yunqi's eyes. With the screens came a voice, choose a number. Although you're the guild leader, the unique golden cloak is out of your reach. Behind her, the others started folding their hands, praying. Please, let everyone get an artifact. Please choose many items. Back to Yunqi, faced with an important choice, she smiled with excitement. Haha. What should I choose now? Should I pick number 1 and eliminate everyone else to take all the items for myself? Hearing this, the people behind urgently begged, Please save us. Save all 50 of us, and we will truly obey you as our leader. Hearing the system's announcement, Yunqi paused for a moment, then turned to the group with a spark of interest and gave them a proposal. Don't you think this is a bit boring? How about we organize a survival game? All new members either kill themselves or slaughter each other. That's an order from me, your leader. She smiled as she said this. Unsurprisingly, the group reacted very strongly. What did you say? No way. You really think we'll follow such an order just because you're the leader? At the same time, marks appeared on everyone's palms, the guild marks. But just as quickly, the marks shattered into pieces, leaving everyone dumbfounded. The guild tattoos disappeared from our hands. Does that mean we're no longer members? So we're free to act on our own now? The stunned group asked. Meanwhile, Inchi took advantage of the chaos and led her people to escape. Fairy, meanwhile, looked at the crowd with contempt. Do you really think a suicide order would work without any conditions? You're pathetic. Leave now, this place will be sealed soon. Because the path to the third floor had opened, she said while pointing to a tree not far away where a newly formed gate stood. Hearing that, the group didn't hesitate and bolted towards the gate. Damn it, let's get out of here, they shouted. Behind them, the blue-haired girl somehow managed to untie herself miraculously. I've freed myself. Wait a moment, I'll free the others. Hurry, we need to report this to our leader immediately. As she started untying the others, the first person freed contacted their leader. He's gone ahead, so he must already be on the third floor. We could have killed all of them here. But the mission interrupted us. Understood. What? You want me to come there right now? Yes, I'm on my way. The leader's situation is urgent, don't waste time, get up. She yelled at the others. What they didn't realize was that Hansu, hiding behind a nearby tree, overheard the entire conversation. Got them. Now all we have to do is follow them to your leader, he thought, then quietly started tailing the group to find their leader's location. The path to the third floor and the entire floor is quite vast since it's a dungeon. Finding one specific person is almost impossible. So there's only one way. If we don't capture the Dark King in the training area and lead him to the red zone, everything we've done so far might be for nothing. We need to block all the routes and funnel him in one direction. Tower Island is the perfect place to do this, the serious Chaldean guy said. And Ares also agreed with this plan. That's right, floors 1 and 2 of Tower Island are impossible to operate in, but the third floor is manageable. There are hundreds of entry points leading up to floor 3, but once he sets foot there, he'll need support from guild members to move around. So he'll call all of them back. That will be our only chance. The third floor of the tower is the path he has to take before reaching the true otherworld. It's a place where the space starts to shift into the environment of the next dangerous red zone. It's slightly different from the real space but has an almost identical environment. The monsters here are on a completely different level than before. So our plan is to lure him in. If he senses we're targeting him, he'll run immediately. That's why we have to act when he feels safe and off guard. He's very cautious, so I bet he'll bring some guild members along to support him when entering that dangerous red zone. He's strong, not as strong as me, but still formidable. So you know exactly what to do to take him out for good, Kang Tai said, patting Hansu on the shoulder. Back in reality, Hansu took out a red crystal and thought it over, a fake gentle stone he'd gotten from hunting treasure. The preparations for the final showdown were complete, but first he needed to deal with the Dark King on the third floor. Finally, he'd get to see the face of the enemy. Thinking this, Hansu quickened his pace and stepped through the gate. The third floor space was all rock and stone, like a volcanic area. At the same time, Inchi's group silently followed behind Hansu. We follow her, right? Someone whispered. At the same time, somewhere on the upper part of the third floor, the Dark Lord and the members of his guild were struggling against a horde of monsters. He was urgently contacting all guild members, ordering them to ascend to the third floor immediately. He shouted out, everyone, get to the third floor now. At that moment, the group was surrounded by 3 monsters resembling prehistoric dinosaurs with rocky backs, in a space filled with hot, poisonous air, a place teeming with countless monsters. This was only the beginning of the otherworld. They said they wouldn't intervene, but I guess they won't need to, the Dark Lord thought to himself. Meanwhile, the yellow dinosaur-like beast opened its massive jaws and let out a roar before launching an attack aimed at him. Seeing the sharp teeth closing in, the Dark Lord quickly raised his greatsword to block the bite. Despite that, his strength wasn't enough to match the beast's power, and he was gradually pushed backward. Realizing he couldn't overpower the monster, he suddenly gathered his strength and pulled hard with both arms, causing the creature's entire body to roll aside. The situation doesn't look good, guild leader. The monsters are coming in greater numbers. If this continues, someone shouted. The Dark Lord swiftly turned and reassured his people, don't be afraid. If you want to live, follow me. We will not fall. Don't let these monsters push us back. Hearing this, the group regained their composure and took their stance once more. Understood. We trust our guild leader, they shouted in unison. That's right. I'm not dying here. We can't give up. Our guild is one of the strongest to have ever reached the tower. I've defeated countless foes to get this far. There's no way my plan was wrong. We will succeed, he murmured determinedly. Time passed quickly, and with their coordinated efforts, the group slowly advanced forward until they came across a strange object. There were noticeably fewer monsters here, was it? Because of this shard. The shard emitted a disturbing aura, almost like it was a living creature. The Dark Lord looked ahead anxiously and said, "Is it this piece that's causing it?" Through his gaze they could see a red crystal cross standing in front of them. More surprisingly, inside the crystal column, there appeared to be countless floating silhouettes. Are those people inside? He wondered aloud. Hearing his question, as usual, the little demon fairy appeared to explain, "Isn't it beautiful? This place has the potential to become a famous tourist spot. But its beauty isn't all there is. Look closely, and you'll recognize some familiar faces. If you made it through the training area, you've probably come across them before," Fairy said with a smile. Though unsure of Fairy's true intention, the Dark Lord stepped closer to examine the crystal shard carefully. Inside the cross, he whispered to himself, Sojong, my daughter, if only I had known about the Dark Lord's traits earlier, he muttered, almost exhausted, then collapsed to his knees. Memories from the past began flooding his mind. At this moment it seemed he had not yet fully become a lord. Right in front of them, a gigantic monster was preparing to attack. Beside them, a man wearing a cloak shouted loudly, "Let's get out of here. Just leave them behind." "No, don't leave me, Father, save me," the weak girl pleaded. "Wait, Father," the Dark Lord shouted, but before he could act, the man behind him barked, "Stay still. You must protect me. That's an order." "But she's my daughter," the man said in confusion. However, the black-haired man cared more about his own life. "Your job is to protect me, not those useless people. I am your lord. If I had known the monster would appear here, I would have used them as bait." "Consider yourself honored to die for your lord," he snarled. Turning to the Dark Lord, he hugged his daughter's lifeless body tightly. Tears filled his eyes. "If I had known my daughter would be used as bait for the lords, I never would have joined this guild," he murmured. "Shut up and run while they're still distracted by the bait," the black-haired man yelled. What he didn't realize was that this foolish outburst enraged a grieving father who had just lost his daughter, and had nothing left to lose. The Dark Lord charged forward and finished him off. "You will not disobey my orders. How dare you?" the black-haired man shouted in his last moments. But his defiance only fueled the Dark Lord's anger even more. "If a worthless scum like you can be a lord, then so can I," the Dark Lord growled. And so, the black-haired man died by the hands of his own subordinate. After disposing of him, the Dark Lord himself received a mark, a symbol granting him the traits of a lord. "It's my fate to kill vermin like this. Because of this power I have lost everything. For my daughter, I will rule over all the lords. I will not stop until I find my son," he said, his expression twisted with madness. Back to the present moment, the Dark Lord's trembling hand touched the stone slab as he said, "Father thought he would never see you again. Thank God, you still answer me." Saying this, he quickly turned to Fairy and asked, "Tell me how to get her out. I can resurrect her, right?" From above, Fairy smiled and explained calmly, "Relax. That's just a copy when we brought you here. We copied your information and stored it inside the cross-shaped shard. Although it's only a copy, it has the same strength and memories. She must mean a lot to you. The rules are simple. I need materials to create a new one. You must bury someone alive," Fairy said coldly. Hearing this, the others began to hesitate. "Then maybe my son too, many who died are inside that cross shard." "But where do we find those who sacrificed themselves?" someone asked. The Dark Lord looked at them with a dangerous glare. "I understand. That's one way. Sojong will return if I sacrifice the weakest. If I take care of one of these people," he silently planned. However, Fairy, knowing his thoughts, immediately imposed a condition. No way, that's not allowed. Of course you can't use your own guild members. That would be too easy, and I don't like that scenario. Once you leave here, you won't be able to come back. So think carefully. By the way, while we're talking, 4 more people just entered, Fairy added mockingly. Thanks to someone, there aren't many survivors left in the tower. Shouldn't you have known this earlier? This taunt enraged the Dark Lord, and he punched the stone slab hard. Damn it, I've come this far and yet feel powerless? This is my only chance to see my daughter again, he gritted through his teeth. Suddenly Xiao Jian's voice echoed, Lord, someone's coming. Our guild members have been defeated. For the desperate Dark Lord, this news was like winning the lottery. Capture them alive, he ordered coldly. The newcomers were none other than Hansu. Knowing he had no smoke bombs, he sighed quietly. Soon Hansu noticed heavy footsteps rushing toward him. They're coming, he thought. Through his gaze he saw the Dark Lord's group calmly advancing toward him, one of the targets to be eliminated along with the Raging Lord. The furious Dark Lord, Li Wangqiang, had a record of crimes as thick as a dictionary. Of course those were from a previous life. But the same fate was about to unfold. Driven mad by his inability to resurrect his daughter, the Dark Lord plunged into despair searching for his son, and became a murderer beyond his former level. I will save your son at all costs. Even if it means killing you right here, Hansu vowed. As Hansu thought this, he began to dispel his weakened state, and Xiao Jian, standing opposite him, immediately recognized him and shouted, You're the one, the chain wielder. Hearing this, Li Wangqiang grew even more excited. Haha, what a lucky break. I didn't expect the very person I'm trying to eliminate to come right to me. This must be a gift for Sojong. I'll make good use of your worthless life, he sneered as he gripped his weapon tightly and charged forward without hesitation. Seeing this, Hansu also clenched his weapon firmly, preparing to fight. However, just as they were about to clash, the ground suddenly began to shake violently, forcing both of them to pause. Then, the earth exploded loudly, causing them both to jump back. The cause of all this chaos was a giant worm that had just burrowed its way out of the ground. The map of the islands, broadcast from Ascension Paradise, revealed hundreds of different islands, each one a step on the path leading up to the towers. They were categorized into 3 main levels. Everything began at level 1, with Ascension Paradise itself. From there, one could travel to level 2 islands, including Central Island. And finally, the journey would reach level 3, ending with a final explanation in the tutorial. Among all the level 3 islands, there was one in particular rumored to offer the greatest rewards, Tower Island. Naturally, everyone wanted to go there. The promise of treasure was enough to lure in even the most cautious. Back with Hansu's group, as they took out some skewers from their inventory to eat, Kata gave the others a serious warning. If you're thinking about heading to Tower Island just for the rewards, I suggest you rethink that. Didn't we nearly die on Central Island last time because we got greedy? Think carefully. I mean it. That goes for all of you. Tower Island's even more dangerous than Central Island. What's the point of getting stronger if you die before you can use your power? Hansu's blunt words made everyone go quiet. Their original goal had clearly been the treasure-filled Tower Island, but now, doubt crept into their minds. So, what do we do now? Someone muttered awkwardly. Eventually, it was Xia who stepped forward and asked directly, So you're not planning to go to Tower Island either? Hansu calmly replied, Every island has a way to claim its rewards. I'm just letting you know. What you do with that information is up to you. He went quiet after that, clearly not intending to explain further. Xia, watching him closely, found herself thinking, I thought he was the reckless type who didn't mind danger, maybe I misjudged him. Meanwhile, Park Jungwook, after thinking over Hansu's words, nodded and offered some advice of his own. He's got a point. If it's that dangerous, what's the use of the rewards if we're dead? Our guild has grown since the monarchs disappeared, but everyone's exhausted. Finding a safe place to rest wouldn't be a bad idea. As he said this, he extended a hand to Hansu with a thankful smile. We're heading out soon. Just wanted to say thanks. We survived because of you. If we make it out alive, I hope we'll meet again. Hansu gave a faint smile but didn't shake his hand. Knowing Hansu's personality, Jungwook didn't take offense. All right then. Let's go, Hankyul. Coming. Hankyul replied quickly. On the other side, Jimin turned to her own leader and asked, Should we start moving too? Xia rubbed her chin and thought. Tower Island? Huh? Maybe taking his advice wouldn't hurt. Not long after, a glowing spatial gate appeared in front of the Mana Stone, ready to take them to their destination. But the group stood still, hesitating. Maybe we should go somewhere else. I'm sick of this place already. If someone like him doesn't dare go there, it must be insanely dangerous. The quiet murmur of doubt grew louder. As for Hansu, he had no plans to leave just yet. He still had something to take care of. Go ahead. I've got some things to do, he said simply. Understanding the hint, no one pressed him further. All right. Then we'll go on ahead. Hopefully we'll meet again. With that, Park Jungwook and Hanchul stepped through the gate and vanished. Behind them, Xia called out, if you want to say goodbye, go ahead. I'm good. I'll go first then, Jimin replied coldly before stepping into the gate without looking back. Just before stepping through herself, Xia turned to Hansu one last time. Then instead of goodbye, I'll say see you later. And with that, the entire group disappeared into the portal, heading to the island of their choice, leaving behind only Hansu and one other person. You're not going? Hansu asked the girl standing quietly beside him. Seo Jian. You go ahead. I've got something I need to confirm, she replied calmly. Hansu simply turned and started walking away. Suit yourself. Crazy woman, we'll meet again on the next island, he muttered just loudly enough for himself to hear. But Seo Jian, still standing behind, furrowed her brows slightly. What did he just say? At that moment, a strange glow flickered on the back of her hand, the same monarch symbol that had once appeared on Li Gukta. She seemed to be communicating with someone silently, and although no one could hear what was being said, one thing was clear, some of them were still tracking Hansu. Cut to a new scene. The blonde man from earlier. He and his crew were still waiting in front of the glowing golden Mana Stone, mouths practically watering in anticipation. She's been messaging us for a while now. Took her long enough to show up, he muttered, eyes locked forward. The Mana Stone suddenly lit up as if it were about to activate. The moment it did, he grabbed his weapon and barked a command to his crew. Get ready. We take him out the moment he arrives. Weapon in hand, he dashed toward the gate just as it shimmered into existence. Daniil, he roared, swinging his weapon with brutal force. But the person stepping through wasn't Hansu, it was Seo Jian, the blonde girl. Well, monarch, she gasped, quickly ducking to avoid the deadly slash. It was so close that it sliced clean through a few strands of her hair. She looked up at them with a puzzled expression. Seriously? Is this your idea of a welcome? A bit much, don't you think? Ignoring her complaint, the blonde man narrowed his eyes and asked, why are you alone? Where are the others? I waited until they left before showing up. What's with this place though? It's weirdly clean, she said, scanning her surroundings. Even he looked confused. No one came through here. So you stayed at the center island till the end? I'm sure they moved somewhere else already, Seo Jian said confidently. I saw it myself. Those cowards actually listened to that guy. She continued, he told them Tower Island was more dangerous than Central Island. He said it so seriously, like he was trying to convince them to avoid it at all costs. The blonde man's expression darkened. Him again. Those idiot monarchs and adventurers actually listened to some punk, and ran off. The more he spoke, the more rage welled up inside him. Without warning, he smashed the tree beside him to splinters in a fit of frustration. That brat, I hate him. We went through all the trouble of tracking down the teleport gate, and now there's no one left to use as bait. He gritted his teeth. What's his goal anyway? Seo Jian shrugged nonchalantly. Who knows? The way he fights, it's boring. Almost like he's trying to protect someone. Either way, things are getting annoying. Hearing that, the monarch's eyes narrowed as he muttered under his breath, then he's officially a problem for our plan. He turned sharply to Seo Jian. Send word to every guild member on all the islands. If anyone sees Kang Hansu, kill him on sight. Seo Jian's expression shifted, but Hansu's as strong as a monarch. A head-on attack would be suicide. The brown-haired monarch, however, had already considered that. He doesn't like killing people, does he? If he comes at them recklessly, tell our people to show no mercy. We can't afford hesitation. Remember our purpose and what those bastards have done. We will eliminate every last obstacle for the sake of the ones we've lost. His tone was cold and absolute. Then he turned to Seo Jian again. Describe his appearance and weapons to everyone. It's time to climb the tower. Surprised, she asked, we're not waiting anymore. Waiting isn't my style. We move. Without another word, he started heading toward the tower, his footsteps quick and purposeful. None of them noticed what happened next. Not long after they left, a new portal shimmered to life in front of the golden mana stone. From inside it, Hansu stepped out calmly. They're gone, huh? I figured that guy would have backed out sooner, he muttered, smirking slightly. Finally I can go. Just then, Sangjin emerged from another direction and spotted him. Hey, long time no see, Hansu. And you were right. Recognizing the familiar voice, Hansu didn't waste any time. You brought it, right? Of course. I always keep my word, Sangjin replied, pulling out a golden earring. The Seven Brothers earring. I don't know what you're gonna use it for, but here it is. Hansu took it and immediately clipped it to his ear. Perfect. Now, time for the next island. As Sangjin stared in confusion, Hansu's body began to change, his features morphing before his eyes. What the hell is that look? Sangjin stammered, eyes wide. That artifact, you're disguised. Hansu smirked. Yup. With a disguise this good, no one's gonna recognize me. Now then, let's head to Tower Island. He turned, still smiling but with an entirely new face. Cut to Tower Island, first floor main hall. Inside, a crowd had already gathered. This place is crowded. Better find somewhere less packed, someone muttered. Lucky to get to the spot with the best rewards, but still fewer people than I expected. What's going on? That little brat should have shown up by now, mocking us with some sarcastic explanation. But he's nowhere to be seen, said the guy in the red hat. Just then he noticed a small figure ahead and hesitated. Who's that? Looks familiar. At that moment, the girl in front suddenly turned and stared at him, then started walking right toward him. She's coming my way, he wondered. Of course that girl was Hansu, disguised after using the earring. You keep staring. Something wrong? Hansu asked casually. The guy hesitated before speaking his question aloud. Have we met before? Your way of talking seems familiar. At the same time, a blonde guy wearing glasses nearby turned and said, those two together. If there's no one else in the team yet, can I join? No, we're not. The red hat guy started to refuse. Before he could finish, Hansu pushed him aside and said, all right, you're in? Cut to a location in front of another gate. A group had gathered around the blonde guy. Everyone's already in teams, so it's hard to find more people, he explained. Luckily we found them. Looks like each room has a participant limit. The higher you climb, the better the rewards. Nearby, a long-haired young man interrupted with a bored tone. What's the big deal? Just go in. We fight whoever's inside and take the prize. It's obvious. He looked around with a teasing glare. How many here do you think will survive? Who's gonna die first? It's clear, so stop wasting time and let's go. With that, the speech ended abruptly, and the group began entering the gate. Inside, the scene was a cavern crawling with giant ants. Attack them all at once. Split them up. The blonde shouted, commanding. Suddenly, a girl in the team got targeted by one ant and screamed in shock. Hansu noticed this immediately. Wearing the Seven Brothers earring cut his stats in half. He didn't want to fight head-on like this. But I need to test my level and strength, he thought. He conjured a dagger on his palm and dashed forward, grabbing the red-hat guy by the shoulder, pushing him aside, then throwing the dagger straight at the ant. The throw was perfect. The dagger sank deep into the ant's head. The ant let out a shriek and collapsed. But Hansu wasn't done. He leapt high into the air, using the momentum from his fall to drive his sword into the ant's midsection, making its body curl up like a shrimp. After doing that, Hansu made a quick assessment of his current strength. Usually I could take one down barehanded, but now it takes at least 2 hits, he thought. Behind him, the girl he had just saved looked at him with admiration. Thank you for saving me. You took it down with just that dagger? You must have fought a lot on other islands, right? And maybe you've met people stronger than you too. There's someone I'm looking for who's really strong. I've heard he helps others and uses a cool chained weapon. Do you know him? I need to meet him. As she spoke, her face lit up with excitement. Hansu just sighed inwardly. Enough questions, focus on fighting. Nearby, the guy in the red hat frowned a little and complained, what's wrong with talking a bit? Why so harsh? The girl in red glanced at the guy beside her and chuckled. Do you know him? I heard he did a lot on the central island. His name is Kang Han-soo, right? Kang Han-soo. Probably. We fought together. The guy scratched his head shyly, making the girl's admiration grow even more. Really? So you're his teammate. That's awesome. They chatted cheerfully. Han-soo just stayed silent, listening to their conversation. Then the red hat guy asked, "But how do you know Kang Han-soo?" Hearing the question, the girl quickly replied, "There's a rumor among travelers that he's really strong. You're his teammate, right? Do you know where he is now?" The guy shook his head. "I'm not sure. He's always busy traveling around, so I don't even know where he is right now." He thought to himself, if the rumor is about a strong guy named Kang Han-soo, it must be him. Thinking about it, she does look a lot like him. He stared at Han-soo. At first I thought he was all talk. But if it weren't for Kang Han-soo, many people would have died. Looks like he's already gone ahead of me. Setting that aside, everyone around had already finished clearing out the giant ants. The long-haired guy holding a spear started complaining. Killing these ants doesn't drop any artifacts at all. Just a few ancient runes. Low difficulty combined with such large numbers makes the drop rate for artifacts really low. Up ahead, the guy with glasses suddenly noticed something and shouted to the group, "There's a gate over there, just like the one we entered through." Hearing that, everyone quickly turned their eyes toward the front, where a gate identical to the one they had stepped through stood. "We can move up to the next floor now. Do you think we can find artifacts right after we leave? Everyone, let's go." Excited voices began to rise. Suddenly, from behind the group, a chilling scream rang out. "No, the fewer people, the higher the item level. But if we enter together, the quality of items drops. So picking a room with fewer people is pointless. I'll take care of all of you and claim the items for myself." The long-haired spear guy laughed coldly and started slaughtering the others. Meanwhile, the blonde guy saw this and quickly fled, with no one left able to stand against the spear guy. "You all just run away instead of fighting back. You're so weak. Which makes this too easy." He laughed loudly as he charged at Han-soo. Seeing this, Han-soo wasn't surprised. Calmly he pulled out a dagger, ready to defend himself. But at the very first clash, the dagger was knocked from his hand. Moments later, Han-soo was beaten down and lying flat on the ground. "Damn, I thought you were the strongest here. You're even weaker than I expected," the spear guy sneered. Nearby, the red-hooded young man and the girl beside him stood frozen, watching Han-soo get beaten. Now the spear guy turned slowly toward them. Sweating nervously, the red-hooded guy whispered to the girl, "Kid, step back behind me. When I give the signal, run as fast as you can." However, contrary to what he expected, the girl beside him remained perfectly calm. Slowly she reached behind and pulled out a crossbow. "Stay still. If you move, I'll miss my shot." After saying that, she directly pulled the trigger, and before the spear guy could even react, he was already meeting the King of Hell. Just like that, she took care of the threat with incredible ease, which caught the red-hatted guy a bit off guard. "Nice one, kid. You took him down while he was off guard." I probably missed the first shot because it was my first time using this," she muttered. "No, that shot was perfect." The red-hooded guy praised her, just before the arrow shot straight at him. "I should have pierced both of them at once," she said coolly, pulling the trigger a second time. She sent the young man off to join the spear guy, so they could keep each other company. After finishing that, she bent down, picking up some ancient runes scattered on the ground, mumbling, "This should be enough." As she said that, the mark of the brown-haired warlord appeared on her hand. At the same time, she reported back to him, "Warlord, the chain wielder isn't in floor 1, room 10. Got bored, so I killed everyone else. It'd be better if I could catch him. If I see him on the next floor, I'll report back." "Alright," came the reply from the other end, then they cut the connection. At this moment, Han-soo no longer needed to pretend. Calmly he stood up. "What if he's here?" he teased, making the girl visibly shocked. Before she could respond, Han-soo threw the chain at her, binding her tightly. Then, pressing the tip against her neck, he said, "Aren't you the one who's been looking for me?" "I saw you pass out," the red-clothed girl said, trembling. Seeing her like that, Han-soo had to give himself some credit. "Looks like my acting isn't bad at all. Don't even think about contacting your warlord. From now on, you stay silent. I'll send my regards to your warlord, Hansu said. Then immediately finished off the traitor. After that, Hansu glanced around and said, looks like they only left one person here. Didn't expect them to give up so easily. But eventually we'll meet again. No rush. He recalled what he'd heard back in the training area in his previous life. The hidden dungeons aren't completely separate. The floors of the tower have the same structure. If you have to clear a dungeon to climb to the next floor, it means there's a dungeon on the third floor too. That's the final destination of the training area. Hansu thought quietly to himself as the scene shifted to the main hall of the second floor. This time he returned to his female disguise to hide his identity. While waiting for the challenge on the second floor to start, he used the time to think over a few matters. There were things he needed to do first. First, my current artifacts don't quite fit their ranks. Except for the growth artifact Nirmaha, the others are pretty ineffective. I need to get new artifacts to replace the colorless one, Hansu muttered. Right then, the gate on the second floor activated, showing the number 50 above it, only 50 people remaining from floor 1. Move quickly. Someone shouted and everyone rushed inside. Once they passed through the gate, they found themselves inside a dense jungle map. At that moment the little fairy demon appeared and began explaining. Welcome. This is the second floor. I'll explain everything here. You've waited long enough, haven't you? Let's begin. Welcome to Treasure Island. I'm glad to say you've made a wise choice picking this room. Among the tower's rooms, this one offers the greatest growth. You need to defeat the treasure guardians and bring the treasure to the center of the island to exchange for artifacts. The time limit is 2 weeks. Of course, that wouldn't be any fun, would it? Only those who exchange treasure for artifacts can leave. In other words, those who can't exchange will die. There is only one treasure, so you may choose to exchange it for 50 artifacts to save everyone, or fewer artifacts to save only one survivor. The fewer the artifacts, the higher their quality. You know this, right? I hope you choose wisely. There are a total of 128 guardians, which I'll mark on the map. Hearing the fairy's words, Hansu quietly began formulating a plan in his mind. 128 guardians over 2 weeks, this will be tough. He wondered how she would handle it as he glanced at the blue-haired girl beside him. Immediately the blue-haired girl stood up and proposed to everyone around. Let's split into 5 teams, each with 10 people. The teams will split up and defeat 2 guardians a day. Everyone can do this, right? Her suggestion sparked murmurs as people looked at each other. Is she proposing that the guild members work together? And just 10 people per team. Those outside guilds will be at a disadvantage. Hansu felt her suggestion wasn't a bad idea at all. Meanwhile, inside the group, a blonde girl began signaling to the guy next to her. Upon receiving the signal, he quickly agreed. We agree. Defeating 2 guardians a day isn't impossible. If we fail, we take full responsibility. We already have enough people within the guild. Hansu thought to himself, the 2 strongest people sharing the same opinion that seemed to settle everyone's views. Right now, there was no choice but to follow this plan if they wanted to survive. When we find the treasure, we'll inform everyone and gather immediately at the center. The voices of discussion began to rise. At the same time, Hansu checked the positions of the guardians marked on the map by that fairy and thought 128 guardians scattered throughout the vast dungeon. I'll have to move around a lot. The key is to move alone. With that thought, Hansu quietly slipped away. His solo movement caught the blonde girl's attention. She wondered, where is he going? Back with Hansu, he was searching for a hidden item called the Philosopher's Stone. Recalling what Kang Tai had said in his previous life, I guess no one else but me can succeed. Kang Hansu, listen carefully. Among the orbs collected after defeating guardians, one will glow while the others are ordinary. People usually focus on the treasure and discard those orbs. But I found out they're not ordinary at all. With my keen intelligence, I discovered that collecting 32 of these orbs lets you forge an artifact that mimics the Philosopher's Stone. You didn't know that, did you? Surprised? Haha. Finding hidden events like this is nothing to someone like me. Kang Tai smiled brightly, lucky to have stumbled on this once. Keldian, standing nearby, sighed in frustration, muttering, he must have made deals with greed itself not to throw those orbs away. Back to reality, although it's not the same as the Philosopher's Stone that Anvi-Arin used, the effect should be similar. I have to get it. The dungeon isn't simple, and the time to fight here is limited. To defeat them quickly, I'll go alone. Just need to avoid getting caught. Thinking that, Hansu reverted his transformation and returned his stats back to normal. Cut to a corner of the forest, where a golem began to stomp heavily, shaking the ground with each step. The sound it made immediately drew everyone's attention. That noise is nearby. Someone called out. Before they could move and rush to the spot, suddenly the system announcement rang out: the second guardian has been defeated. Congratulations, everyone. That's 2 down today. At this rate it won't be long. Nearby, noticing the blonde girl seemed distracted, someone shouted, "Focus." "I know," she complained, quickly leaning back to dodge a swipe from a red-skinned monster. Then she bent her leg and unleashed a thunderous kick, sending the creature curling up like a shrimp and flying backward. Taking advantage of the moment, the brown-haired guy fired several arrows at it and said, "You can dodge without looking. Looks like I wasted my effort. You could have handled it alone from the start." The blonde girl shook her head. "Let's not get sidetracked." He then commented about the recent announcement. "We haven't even seen a guardian yet, but others are already done with theirs. We've only caught a few small fry." But the blonde girl thought differently. That's not true. Neither the first nor the second guardian was defeated by any group here. Someone else must have taken them down. I have a feeling about it. If you say so, Queen Unchi, maybe you're right. What does everyone think? He asked, stroking his chin. Yunchi blushed a little. I told you, don't call me that. It's really annoying. Stop babbling and hurry up. It looks like the one up ahead has been defeated, so we'll change direction and head right, Yunchi instructed. But then suddenly, she sensed something and quickly raised her hand to stop everyone. Wait, something is coming this way. I felt a strong, disturbing presence from the start. In a different scene, another group was moving together. However, instead of hunting the guardians, the red-haired leader had a completely different idea. I've said it before, we don't need to target the guardians. Even if we find the treasure, we won't be able to bring it to the altar. Let's just wait for the other teams, they have more strong people. Someone behind him, feeling a bit uneasy about the red-haired guy's words, replied, That's true. But we can't just sit around and do nothing. Hearing this, the red-haired guy turned back and continued, Exactly. While others go after the guardians, we should use this time to get stronger. Just hunting the monsters around here is enough to boost our power for the fights ahead. We only need to focus on whoever brings the treasure back. Honestly, no one will notice if a few people go missing. If we don't find it within 2 weeks, we're all dead, he said with a sly grin, as if he had done this countless times before. However, what they didn't know was that all these words were overheard by a blonde girl hiding nearby. It would be a nightmare if everyone acted like that, Yunchi muttered to herself. But the feeling I have isn't from them. Just then, a voice rang out not far from the group. I agree. In this situation you need command more than anything. The sudden unfamiliar voice behind them startled the group, who immediately shouted, Who are you? The girl, bruised all over, was walking alone. Why is she by herself? More importantly, I have a strange feeling about her. Yunchi frowned, deep in thought. The sudden change on the battlefield threw Li Wangqing's men into brief panic. Damn it. If there are monsters here, we need to fall back now. Someone shouted. Hearing this, Li Wangqing wasn't foolish enough to insist on continuing the fight, but he also wasn't about to let Hansu go so easily. Don't let the chain user escape. Xiao Jian, go watch him, he barked. There's no need to make it that complicated, Hansu said calmly. He then swung his chain, wrapping it tightly around the giant worm's body, and with a powerful tug, the sheer force traveling through the chain tore the beast apart into countless chunks, before it could even breathe fire on anyone. Gazing at the shredded remains, Hansu said calmly, Now, nothing can stand in my way. If you won't fight, then I will. No sooner had he finished speaking than Hansu gripped his weapon tightly and charged forward, striking first to seize the advantage. On the other side, after witnessing the sheer force Hansu displayed, Li Wangqing's confidence started to crack. This guy's a monster, everyone kill him now, he screamed. His subordinates, responding to the order, rushed forward to block Hansu. But sadly for them, they were no match. With just a few sweeps of his chain, Hansu effortlessly knocked aside the red-cloaked attackers charging at him. Behind them, Li Wangqing's expression turned grim. You said he doesn't kill. What kind of useless intel was that? A girl beside him complained. I didn't see him use any special skills. Maybe he doesn't know how. Back to the fight. Hansu's hook flew straight toward Xiao Jian. She barely managed to block it with her sword. I told you, he hasn't used any real abilities. It's weird, she called out to Li Wangqiang. Fine. I'll give you one more chance. Overwhelm him with numbers. If he doesn't have any defensive skills, brute force should be enough. Prepare for a full assault. All attackers up front cut off his escape. Yes, sir. The group shouted in unison and surged forward. Seeing the mob coming at him, Hansu chose not to engage head-on. Instead, he leapt sideways to avoid their charge. But this was exactly what Xiao Jian had been waiting for. Nice move, now try dodging this. She shouted as she swung her sword at close range. At that distance, Hansu didn't have time to counter with his chain. If I can't dodge, then I'll counter directly. He summoned a dagger into his hand and used it to block Xiao Jian's strike. But this wasn't an ordinary attack. Just from the clash, Hansu's arm began to tremble violently and started to bleed. She's strong. I can't trade blows like that without taking damage, he muttered to himself. Seizing the opportunity, the remaining red-cloaked fighters lunged at Hansu again. It's working. Keep pressing him, someone shouted. Hansu tightened his grip on his weapons. One hand swung the chain while the other slashed with the dagger. Within moments, the charging enemies were cut down, their bodies bursting into fragments. As a few ancient rune stones fell from their remains, a small serpent-like creature on Hansu's body slithered out and swallowed them whole. Seeing this, the rest of the enemies broke into cold sweat. What the hell is that? Is there a monster living on him? It's absorbing the runes, they cried out in disbelief. Meanwhile, Li Wangqian quickly sensed something was wrong, and shouted. Don't let that thing get any stronger. He's planning to let it absorb all the rune stones here. The battle resumed at full force, dust and debris rising in thick clouds that obscured the entire area. On Li Wangqiang's side, the woman who had been standing silently beside him finally made her move. Her body suddenly surged with magical energy as she waved her hand forward. In an instant, two magic circles appeared beneath Hansu's feet, and thick vines shot out from them, binding his legs and halting his movement. Seeing her chance, Xiao Jian charged forward and slashed down with her sword. Hansu quickly raised his chain to block just in time. From the back, Li Wangqiang, who had just been spectating, now shouted like a madman. It's still not enough. We've come this far to get revenge on those who trampled on us. Don't back down. We must crush every pest in our way for the comrades we've lost, for the families we've lost. My words will guide how we fight, how we take vengeance. Hansu, watching from the other side, wasn't surprised in the least. If necessary, Li Wangqian would push his guild members into battle, regardless of their condition. Despite claiming not to treat them as expendable pawns, he was clearly trying to wear Hansu down before going all in. The longer this drags out, the more I'll suffer. No, I have to end this now. Just as Hansu was thinking that, he narrowly dodged another strike from an enemy. But once again the magic user woman acted. I'll restrain him, she shouted, activating another magic circle beneath Hansu. But this time he was ready. The moment he saw the circle appear, Hansu summoned a dagger in his hand, and slammed it into the ground. You think I'll fall for that again? He muttered. It's nullified. That's impossible, the woman cried. Taking advantage of her moment of shock, Hansu surged forward, knocking aside everyone in his path as he charged straight toward her. Just as he was about to reach her, the woman suddenly smiled. You've fallen right into my trap. Did you really think I'd let you charge me so easily? As she spoke, she triggered the magical trap she had set up beforehand. A mass of magical tendrils erupted from the ground, wrapping tightly around Hansu's legs, and dragging him to the ground. At that moment, Li Wangqiang finally stepped forward himself. No matter how hard you struggle, you're still just one man. You won't survive this. It's time to pay the price. With that, he raised his massive blade and brought it down toward Hansu's shoulder. I've won. My daughter will be resurrected. The first step of my plan is finally. But before he could finish his triumphant cry, Hansu's voice cut him off. Are you done talking yet? As he spoke, Hansu reached up and grabbed the blade embedded in his shoulder. With a deep breath, he began to slowly pull it out, blood dripping down his arm. His voice was calm but sharp as steel. You still don't get it, do you? You're the one who's walked right into a trap. He locked eyes with Li Wangqiang. There's no one left here to save you. Let's see how you plan on escaping. With that, Hansu swung his scythe forward, its deadly edge slicing through the air with terrifying force. But Hansu wasn't about to end this so easily. Just as his scythe came down, Li Wangqiang pulled out a hidden dagger and blocked the strike at the last second. Fool, he sneered. You think I came here with just one weapon? I've seen through all your tricks. They won't work on me anymore. Hansu's eyes narrowed, his calm expression sharpening into something cold and dangerous. Is that so? Then it seems like you're the one who's misunderstood something. Without another word, a dagger materialized in Hansu's palm. And in one fluid motion he hurled it straight at Li Wangqiang. The short distance between them offered no room to react. With a shocked gasp, the blade pierced straight into Li Wangqiang's chest, and a violent spray of blood followed. Master! The female mage nearby cried out, her voice trembling with panic. Stay away from him. I'll kill you. I swear I'll epi. But none of them moved. Not one dared to charge forward. Meanwhile, Li Wangqiang clutched his chest, glaring at Hansu with burning hatred. You used your own body as bait. This is our chance, he roared to his men. Kill him before his wound closes. Immediately, his remaining subordinates surged forward, trying to save their leader. But Hansu had already prepared for this. Even under pressure he found time to speak. If you wish to take someone's life, you must be prepared to lose your own. Do you have that resolve? His voice was cold and unwavering. Your men, they died just like you always made them, blindly loyal and disposable. And with that, Hansu made his move. It didn't take long. One after another, Li Wangqiang's henchmen fell. Brutally, efficiently. None were left standing. And in the end, even Li Wangqiang knew he couldn't deny it any longer. He had lost. Completely. Why, he rasped, still clutching at his bleeding chest. Why did you stand in my way? What did I ever do to you? Is it because of that damned rule? That stupid law you made? His voice trembled with bitterness. The rule about not killing other travelers? It's nonsense. But even as he screamed, he seemed to forget he was the one who tried to hunt Hansu down first. And that accusation triggered something in Hansu's memory. Flashes of the past. Of the moment when he and his group once defeated this very man. So it's that again, huh? Hansu murmured. Is this your reason? Because we broke your precious guild laws. Is that why you chased me across this cursed world? Was it revenge? The question hit hard, especially for one person. Behind them, Kang Tae's face froze. What? What did you just say? He muttered. Voice cracking. Do you even realize how many people you've murdered? He shouted. Because of you, even members of our own guild. His hands trembled in rage. Kang Hansu. Step aside. He rolled up his sleeves. I'm going to smash that bastard's skull in myself. On the other side, Li Wangqiang, his body covered in wounds, spoke weakly, barely holding on. This world has always been like this. Sooner or later they all die. But why? Why did Sejong and Mintai have to die first? What did they do wrong? His voice trembled with grief and rage. You claim you're saving people. What right do you have? You couldn't even save my daughter or my son. His eyes burned with hatred. It's because of hypocrites like you. Because of disgusting monarchs. Because of this damned world. That's why I wanted to destroy it all, humans, monarchs, the whole world. Why should I follow your stupid laws? And back in the present moment he echoed the same words once more, venom in his voice. Look around you. You're the real lunatic. The real killer. A hypocrite. Why don't your self-made rules apply to you, huh? But Hansu didn't bother answering. Not to someone already halfway to the grave. I didn't kill you because you broke the rules, Hansu muttered. I just don't have time to waste. Then, without warning, Hansu crouched down in front of Li Wangqiang, his voice a quiet murmur. There's a limit to how strong one can become just by hunting monsters. People like you, you're just stepping stones. His eyes darkened. My goal is to return back to the years I spent learning in my previous life. Across from him, a young mage spoke up, his tone serious and eyes burning with purpose. It's not just about uniting humanity. It's not just about clearing the 3 trials. We have to do whatever it takes to prepare for what's coming next. Even if it means killing everyone inside this tutorial zone. Then he turned to face the girl beside him. Iris. You agree with me, don't you? At his question, a look of hesitation crossed Iris' face. Her lips parted slightly, but no words came out. Seeing her silence, Kang Tai stepped in, his voice loud and bold. Don't worry, Iris. When it comes to tough decisions like this, I'll handle it myself. He puffed out his chest proudly. I'll crush anyone who gets in our way and take their treasure. Then I'll be known as a hero. And a total lady killer. As he began to drool at the thought of his glorious future, Iris's fist flew out and landed square on his face with a thud. After giving Kang Tai his well-deserved punishment, Iris seemed calmer, her voice steadier. I don't agree with sacrificing the few for the many, she said firmly. But we do need to get stronger. We don't know what's waiting for us inside the hidden dungeon. Still, we need to find another way, one that doesn't involve slaughtering everyone. Keldian, standing nearby, didn't argue. But Kang Tai, rubbing the red mark on his face, grumbled, I don't get it. I'm clearly the best choice here. As he spoke, the man began casting some kind of spell, one that seemed to be calculating or analyzing something. But the computation must have been too complex, because in the next moment, smoke started rising from his head. Hansu, standing nearby, glanced over curiously. What did that formula just say? He asked, intrigued. Down below, ignoring the smoking wizard, Keldian continued calmly. The hidden dungeon inside the tower must be cleared. But we can't do it through ordinary hunting. There are certain people we must deal with before the guidance period ends. We'll have to eliminate them. Then let's use them, he said coldly. Hearing that, the burly Kang Tai jumped up with a nod. Yeah. If we kill all the bad guys and absorb their ancient runes, we'll definitely become strong enough to clear the hidden dungeon. We'll train our bodies and become heroes. That's awesome. Back with Hansu, he seemed to agree with their plan. If everyone's on board, then so am I, he said. No need to overthink things, Kang Hansu, Keldian added with a quiet mutter. Anyone who stands in the way of our goal, you just need to. He didn't finish the sentence, but it was clear enough. Hansu understood exactly what needed to be done. Back in the present, Hansu was still lecturing as if the battle wasn't happening at all. You wanted to kill me. You stepped on everyone else to get here. So why are you making that face now, as if you don't deserve this? He leaned in, pressing the blade of his dagger against Li Wangqing's throat. Wouldn't it make more sense to accept that this is exactly why we ended up on opposite sides? Hearing Hansu's calm, merciless words, something inside Li Wangqing seemed to click. So that's it, he muttered bitterly. I thought you were just playing the hero. But this is the real you. We must pissed off the wrong guy, he thought, despair creeping into his chest. Looks like the timing I predicted came earlier than expected. Realizing he had no chance left, Li Wangqing made one final plea. If you ever find my son, please take care of him. He has red eyes just like mine. But before he could finish, Hansu cut him off with a cold, uninterested expression. I don't have time for that. But if my plan goes smoothly, everyone else, including your son, will survive. Li Wangqing stared at him, confused. I don't understand what you're saying. But before Li Wangqing could say another word, Hansu swiftly sent him off to the afterlife without any further explanation. At that exact moment, over at the teleportation gate, Yunqi and her team were still guarding the location. Damn it. How much longer do we have to stay here? She complained irritably. The guy with the bow responded casually, you can leave if you want to. Hearing that, Yunqi's whole body visibly trembled. I can't, she muttered. I have this feeling like something's still not right. My instincts are warning me. That woman, she's terrifying. I tried to follow her in secret, but she noticed me right away. If needed, we'll ambush her, she added with determination. But just then, Hansu's figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. I left this place to you guys. Hope you've been guarding it well, he said, his voice cutting through the air. The sudden presence made Unsha jump in fright. But she quickly switched to a cheerful, proud expression. Of course. We even captured the ones who were tailing us, she boasted. Hansu stared at her for a moment, quietly thinking, she didn't see anything. I was planning to silence her if she had, but it looks like I took care of everything already. There's nothing left for her to find. With that thought, Hansu turned to leave. Good job. That's all for now. You're free to go, he said abruptly. The sudden dismissal left Unchie and her group stunned. That's it, she stammered. We can just leave. It wasn't until Hansu had fully disappeared from sight that the group finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then the brown-haired archer suggested, "Leader, let's go. Maybe we can circle back and find a different route." "No," Yunchi cut in, biting her lip. "We keep going. I need to know what he did back there." Not long after, they arrived at the location of the star fragment. And there, once again, the little imp appeared cheerfully welcoming them. "Oh my! Wonderful! A new traveler has arrived. Excellent. This is just too exciting. Well then, let's get started. Let me explain how to use this cross." Meanwhile, back with Hansu after reaching the 4th floor, he finally returned to his original form. "There's no point in keeping up the disguise now," he muttered. This was the gathering point where all the separated travelers would reunite after clearing the rooms from the 1st to the 3rd floor. The 4th floor, the preparation zone. "I'm getting closer to my goal, setting foot on the Tower Island," Hansu whispered to himself. The preparation zone, floor 4. This was the staging area before entering the red zone, like building a boat before crossing a river to reach an island. Here the boats needed to access that area were crafted, using materials gathered by hunting beasts and monsters nearby. It might sound simple, but nothing here ever is. Depending on the materials you collect, the grade of the boat you can build will vary. But if you manage to build one, you're allowed to leave with anyone you choose. "I'll admit," the little imp fairy said, "a big boat is definitely better than a small one. We'll provide a list of required materials aside from the basics. These key materials are essential, and their shapes and descriptions are all documented in the guidebook. So don't worry too much, just start preparing to leave this guided area and step into the new world." As the fairy finished speaking, a man from the group turned and shouted, staring out into the wild forest beyond the barrier. "Outside the wall is wilderness. We need to build a boat big enough for the whole guild. Move fast." Hearing that, another player spoke up. "Our guild will help too. We should cooperate." Meanwhile, Hansu didn't pay much attention to the fairy's speech. He had already made his plans before even stepping onto this floor. "I need to find that place," he muttered. Just then, a familiar voice called out behind him. "You showed up later than I expected," said Songjin. "We arrived pretty early and have already gathered most of the materials. Have you finished what you needed to do?" Hansu turned around at the sound of his voice. "Dark King. The first finished everything," he said calmly. "You remember what I told you, right? I've prepared exactly what you asked for back on the 1st floor. So you've returned to your original form, huh?" Songjin replied, his voice carrying a trace of melancholy. "I don't need to wear disguises anymore," Hansu said, then paused. "Aren't you going to get moving? The materials for large boats are limited. And you know time's running out." "Oh, Mihi and the guild are handling that part," Songjin answered with a bright smile. Seeing Hansu's puzzled look, he added, "I joined her on the 1st floor of the Tower Island. She's changed a lot. Mi would be really happy to see you again." Before he could say more, Hansu suddenly tossed something at him, a wriggling snake. "Well, what the hell is this?" Songjin yelped, startled. "I don't need it anymore, but I figured you might," Hansu said coldly. "I've got things to do." And with that, without offering any further explanation, Hansu turned around and walked away. As if something had just occurred to him, Hansu paused for a moment and said, "We won't get many more chances to talk like this again. The red zone is much tougher than the guide area." It was a quiet reminder, spoken sincerely. Hearing that, Songjin suddenly went silent for a moment, his expression thoughtful. A few seconds later he spoke with resolve. "I became stronger because of you. I'll meet you on the next floor." His voice was firm, full of determination. Hansu gave a small smile at that, then turned and walked away without another word. Watching him leave, Songjin couldn't help but feel a strange emptiness. "I wasn't expecting a response, but still," he thought to himself. Just then his attention was pulled by voices coming from a nearby portal. Two figures emerged. It was Yunchie and her group. "We're late," she said sharply. "We wasted too much time at that crossroads." One of her teammates added anxiously, "Maybe we shouldn't have brought Wonkyung along." "Shh, keep your voice down. Someone might hear us," Yunchi hissed, quickly glancing around. She turned toward the portal and whispered, "Come out." A man slowly stepped forward. It was none other than Lee Wonkyung. the same men Hansu had killed earlier. "I'm sorry. I was just worried about my daughter," he said quietly. "Our people are guarding the rear. What's there to worry about?" Yunqi replied, then narrowed her eyes. "Don't you remember anything?" "No. I don't even know where I am," he answered, confused. "I was just walking with my daughter, that's all." He looked around, completely lost, as if the world in front of him made no sense. Hearing that, Yunqi sighed in disappointment. "I see," she muttered. "So resurrection causes memory loss. I didn't expect that. I had planned to let someone like him lead the way, but now things just got more complicated." Still, since they had already gone through the trouble of bringing him back, they couldn't just abandon him now. "Twin brothers, follow us and stay behind him. I need to talk to the guide fairy," she said firmly. With that, the group moved on quickly, unaware that Sangjin had overheard every single word of their conversation. And judging by his expression, he had thoughts about what he'd just heard. Back to Hansu. After saying goodbye to Sangjin, he headed straight into the forest ahead. As he walked, he thought to himself, "There's not much here. Most of the monsters are deeper inside. In the central zone of the tower's preparation area. Each floor, each chamber was its own self-contained world. Some looked like vast skies, others like deep oceans. But no matter what they looked like, in the end, they were all artificial. There was an end. They said the tower ended at the 4th floor, but that was a lie. There's a 5th floor. A hidden dungeon meant to take your life. And using conventional methods to reach it was nearly impossible." "If that's the case," Hansu muttered, "then I'll use the power of the new Maha ring to break the very walls that make up this tower. I'll find the weak spot, use that opening. If I can't climb up from the inside, then I'll climb from the outside." With a single powerful strike against the partition wall, the protagonist successfully punched a hole through it and slipped outside. Immediately after, the tower's self-repair mechanism activated, beginning to heal the breach that Hansu had just created. Watching the wall slowly mend itself, he muttered in admiration. The gaps close so fast. It'd be nearly impossible to try this without the new Maha ring. Then he turned to check his current status once again. Hansu Kang. Strength uncolored, 60.8% dexterity. Uncolored, 61.1% endurance. 66.7% sizz. 67.7% magic. 58.7% physical resistance. 58.7% magic resistance. 58.7%. Looking over these numbers, although they were enough to intimidate others at this stage, for Hansu they were still far from satisfactory. Really too weak. I raised all my stats by at least 40 points using relics after fighting the Dark King. That's just the minimum. Now it depends on how I handle what's ahead. With no hesitation, he began to climb swiftly up the tower's exterior. After some struggle, Hansu finally reached the secret 5th floor of the dungeon. In the center of this floor floated a golden orb, radiating dazzling light. According to Ralph Lauren, what lies inside the dungeon is still unknown. But I have to win, no matter what. He threw all his weapons onto the ground and prepared himself for the battle ahead. Then, the orb's radiant light expanded into several energy beams, accompanied by a notification sent to the protagonist: a monster has been created based on the invader's memories. The moment the announcement appeared, the glowing orb suddenly transformed into a massive golden dragon, one that Hansu knew all too well. As he took in its shape, memories from his previous life began flooding back to him. Back then, on an unknown battlefield, the golden dragon was roaring, spewing flames from its wide-open maw. Scattered all around the battlefield were the bodies of countless adventurers, lying motionless everywhere. Not far from there, Ares raised her hand to contact her teammates, calling out, "Kirill, Kang, Hansu, where are you? Humanity is on the brink, hurry." The mage shouted loudly as he desperately cast spell after spell. "We can't hold out much longer. We have to get through the crystal orb now." "I'm handing over command to Anviarin and Kang Hansu." Arya gave her orders swiftly and clearly. Meanwhile, our protagonist was in a corner, gently cradling a certain girl in his arms. At that moment, her breathing began to weaken. Why? Why are you doing this? If you don't try to protect me, then you." Jun's voice faltered. In response, Kirill reached out, stroking his face gently, and sighed with relief. "Thank God you're safe. You can't stop now, not here. Promise me." After saying this, her arm went limp and dropped by her side, leaving Hansu helpless, screaming out loud. Back in the present, after taking a deep breath to pull himself out of the endless memories, Hansu stared intently at the dragon before him, and quietly vowed, "At last I found you again, Belium the Golden Dragon." The hidden dungeon recreated the strongest enemy from his memories. Now was the chance to defeat it. Even weakened by the red mark, Hansu had to give his all, using every item he carried just to get through this hidden dungeon. As he spoke, Hansu took out two stones that looked like fake versions of the Philosopher's Stone, consumable treasures gained from a treasure hunt. Looking at the stones, Hansu recalled all the hardships he had endured to obtain them. He had exchanged 32 sapphire stones on the second floor for the Philosopher's Stone. It wasn't perfect, but if he could use it, all of his marks would nearly enter a red state. And then there was the demon's essence, a relic so valuable that consuming it could destroy the Demon King in just one day. All his stats would shoot up to the red level, reaching the threshold of 99.9%. However, it would only last one day, after which all stats would plummet to 0.01%. I've worked hard to create a red mark. I pushed myself to reach that ancient language for this exact reason. I will defeat you, he said, staring straight at the roaring golden dragon before him. With that, their battle officially began. After just one roar, Hansu's body was instantly pushed back by the dragon's sheer force. Seeing this, Hansu immediately reached out and grabbed a sword he had previously planted into the ground. He began to activate the first power of the Manhua ring, the red destruction power, at 99%. The moment he activated it, both Hansu and his sword were engulfed in a red lightning aura. Without hesitation, he charged forward to engage the golden dragon in a brutal fight. He gathered all his strength into both hands and unleashed a full power strike, slashing at the dragon's neck. However, the clash of metal rang out and Hansu's sword shattered into many pieces. Meanwhile, a scale from the dragon's body flew off. "Meef, my attack still didn't go deep enough," Hansu frowned in thought. At the same time, in front of him, the golden dragon opened its mouth wide, gathering a destructive energy within. Once fully charged, it wasted no time and unleashed a beam of destructive energy rushing straight toward Hansu. For some reason, standing before this attack, Hansu suddenly smiled. Elsewhere, the story continued to unfold. The scene shifted to somewhere deep inside the forest. Mihi's group and Sang Jin had just finished taking down a monster that looked like a giant lizard. From a distance, Mihi hurried over to deliver the news. "Sang Jin, that was the last Kelk," she said. Hearing that, the young man grabbed the dagger in his hand, slashing open the monster's body. From inside, he pulled out a pouch filled with some kind of slime. "We've collected the Kelk slime pouch. Now let's get to work on making a boat," he announced. Mihi sighed with regret. "It would have been better if Hansu had come with us." Sang Jin's expression grew a bit serious at the mention of Hansu. Even if Hansu didn't go elsewhere, it's still really hard for anyone to keep up with him. "What do you mean?" Mi asked, puzzled. "We're still just following in his footsteps," Sang Jin replied, shaking his head slightly. Staring at the beam of energy rushing toward him, he still had time to think about other things. The situation's different than before. But I'm still in the same position. However, this time I can dodge. With that, he pushed hard off both legs and leapt quickly to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. But dodging its attack was one thing, piercing through this dragon's tough hide was another matter entirely. Ordinary weapons just weren't sharp enough to hurt this giant. Judgment and Justice of Decretos were a pair, they only revealed their true power when used together. As he said this, Hansu summoned another dagger. This is the upgraded version of Decretos. At the same time, he activated the second power of the Manhua ring, Blood Frenzy. The chain instantly transformed, sprouting countless sharp blades along its length. Without hesitation, Hansu threw the chain around the dragon's neck. The blades on the chain sank deep into its flesh, causing the golden dragon to roar out in pain. Back to Hansu's thoughts, using the upgraded Decretos came with a side effect. The upgrade granted power at the cost of durability. The dragon's aura is strong, but I can't maintain this for long. Can I hold on? No, I have to. Even if I lose all my weapons here, I can't let my offensive power weaken. I'll keep attacking even if I sacrifice everything, Hansu told himself firmly. At that moment, the golden dragon thrashed violently, struggling with all its might. The chains wrapped around it started to show cracks along its surface. Meanwhile, Hansu was pulling hard, trying to tighten his grip even more. But the dragon wasn't foolish. It immediately swung its massive tail, striking Hansu directly, and sending him flying backward like a cannonball. After hitting the ground, Hansu got back up, blood covering his face. Without missing a beat, he swung the chain again, wrapping it around the swords he had previously stuck into the ground. Then, with a strong tug, he controlled all those weapons, sending them shooting forward like arrows. However, to the dragon, this was barely a nuisance. With a single flap of its wings, it easily shattered the weapons flying toward it. Still, at least it bought Hansu a little time. Taking advantage of this moment, Hansu tightened the chains again, causing the dragon to roar as if its lair was burning down. Just as the dragon opened its huge jaws, seemingly ready to swallow Hansu whole, Hansu yanked the chains forcefully, propelling himself straight at the beast. Putting the battle aside for a moment and shifting back to Sang Jin, he said calmly, "We need to get ready to catch up to him. Let's go. I have some business to take care of first. There are a few people we'll bring along on that big boat." Mihi looked a bit surprised. "People? People you know?" "Yeah, something like that," Sang Jin replied. "I'm not entirely sure, but I think they'll be useful." As he spoke, his mind drifted to the team led by Yunqi. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to another corner deep inside the forest. The forest was slowly being engulfed by a dark red liquid. Seeing this, a smaller guy nearby grimaced in disgust. "Damn it, the poison has spread all the way here." Without hesitation, he picked up speed and rushed toward the ship's mooring spot. Luckily, the ship was just about ready to depart. "Wait, I'm not on board yet. Hold up," he shouted desperately. But his words were met with two spears plunging straight down at his feet, forcing him to stop in his tracks. Luckily for him, the attacks missed. However, the actions of these people startled the young man greatly. "Hey, what are you guys doing?" he shouted. From above, a scarred man laughed and replied, "Hey, you missed. Kid's pretty good at dodging, huh?" Hearing this, even though he was foolish, the young man sensed something was off. "You lied to me. You said I'd get on the ship if I helped you gather the materials." At this, the man in the purple shirt shrugged and answered, "There's no reason to bring along someone who isn't part of the guild. Thanks for the materials, idiot. Now go build your own damn boat." "Those bastards." The young man clenched his teeth and jaw, fuming as he turned back toward the forest. Watching his retreating figure, the men on the ship laughed among themselves. "Do you think he'll die from the poison before he even finishes building the boat?" Meanwhile, the young man continued blaming himself for his own foolishness. "I shouldn't have trusted those cursed Gald Ska. No, if that damn monster warned me about a time limit, then I have to act fast. There must be some kelk around here somewhere." As he said this, he scanned the area, unaware that right beside him, the barrier suddenly cracked. Then a loud shattering sound echoed, and from inside the white curtain, a bloody arm suddenly reached out, startling the young man so much that he fell backward. "Who are you?" he stammered in panic as he saw Hansu's bloodied figure step out. Back with Hansu, he glanced around at the scene briefly and felt a bit relieved. "The ground isn't poisoned yet. I still have some time." Nearby, the small young man, seeing that the figure who stepped out was human, calmed down slightly and asked, "Who are you? How did you get through the wall?" "I didn't even know it could be broken. I attacked it, and it didn't even scratch." Hansu ignored the weakling's talking and walked off without a word. Seeing that, the small guy hurriedly called out, "Hey, hey." With no other choice, Hansu replied, "I'm in a hurry. No time to chat. I know you're in a rush, but look at you, don't you have a habit of wandering around without a shirt?" The young man suddenly tore his own shirt. "I have to build a ship. No time to waste," Hansu said sternly. This only made the young man more curious. "You're just starting now. How can you do it alone?" Hansu didn't answer. Instead, he focused his strength in his legs and leapt high into the air with a powerful jump. Seeing this, the young man below looked on in amazement. Cut to somewhere else in the forest, a team was struggling to defeat a monster, but things weren't going smoothly. At that moment, one team member was knocked into a nearby tree and yelled out in pain. Hearing this, another teammate turned back and said, "Calm down. We don't have time for you to pass out." Then he faced the four-eyed crocodile covered with spikes on its back. It was a Galapagos crocodile. "We can't defeat this thing," someone said. Despite their relentless attacks, they hadn't even scratched it. "If you don't do it, I will," Hansu's voice suddenly rang out. He darted through the group like a flash of light, charging straight at the crocodile, planning to catch it bare-handed. "Who is this guy?" The group gasped as Hansu's heavy punches landed deep into the crocodile's body, blood splattering everywhere with each hit. While the team still wondered who Hansu was, the small young man came running from afar, panting, "He's really fast." The group looked at the small guy and asked, "Is that your guy?" "No, I just met him," he answered. Back to Hansu, ignoring the chatter, he plunged his hand deep into the crocodile's body and fumbled around, then pulled out some kind of meat pouch. Looking at it, Hansu frowned. "I caught it because it was in the way, but the parasites in this Galapagos crocodile aren't the materials I need." Nearby, another guy in the group, impressed by Hansu's power, suggested, "Hey, do you want to combine materials and build the ship together?" Behind him, the small guy quickly spoke up, "Wait. I'll give you my materials, just let me on the ship." In response, the person in front shook his head. "The parasites from the Galapagos crocodile only work for a 20-seat ship. No room for you." "Well, I need that. Trade with me," the small guy said, glancing at Hansu. "Scumbag, I got it first." "No way, I met that guy first." Before they could settle it, the two started grabbing each other by the hair and struggling like kids. But before a winner could be decided, Hansu casually tossed the parasite pouch forward. "I don't need it. I'm building a 500-seat ship." "Do whatever you want," he said, then turned and walked away. Time was way too tight. The small guy, seeing Hansu's bold plan, was shocked. The core material needed for a 500-seat ship is the heart of a Jockrock stone lizard. The materials needed grow exponentially for bigger ships. With the fourth level flooded with poison and time running out, how could he build a 500-seat ship with just some random monster? Thinking this, he got frustrated and glanced at the group still fighting over the parasite. Turning back to Hansu, he scratched his head and said, "Tell the others who are still here, if they bring me other materials to build the ship, I'll let them come along." Following Hansu's words, the group spread the rumor to the others, who were gathered at the fourth level's preparation area. Whispering among themselves, "Will he accept us with just these materials?" someone nervously asked. Inside the group, the small guy took a gamble. "I brought everything I was told. This really is the last bet. I hope this time it's not a lie," he whispered. Just then, while everyone was anxiously waiting, a loud rumble erupted from the distance, making everyone turn around. "What's that noise?" someone asked. Then, according to their eyes, a massive monster flew over everyone's heads. "It's falling toward us. Get out of the way," someone shouted, and the whole group scrambled to run. This monster was the stone lizard needed to build the 500-seat ship that Hansu had just brought. Seeing everyone gathered here, Hansu nodded. "Looks like you're all here. Let's get ready to go." He actually hunted that monster all by himself, one guy said in amazement. Unaware of their surprise, Hansu headed straight toward the little fairy sitting and relaxing. "I've brought the heart of the stone lizard. Let's trade." The little fairy pulled out a watch and checked it, exclaiming, "Really? You still have time? You know you'll need other materials for a ship, right?" "Of course," Hansu said as he began pulling out various materials from his inventory bag: Selt slime pouch, the Arun tree, and the materials others had brought in exchange for passage on the ship. Finally, the silk thread from Arik. "Not bad," the fairy said, "but wait, where's the heart of the stone lizard?" "It's behind me." "Take it," Hansu replied. Seeing this, the fairy didn't make things difficult anymore. "All right, no problem. Congratulations on collecting all the materials. There are still other materials, but you're the only one who brought this much. I'm thinking of rewarding you." Before the sentence was finished, the people around quickly stepped back, since the poison had spread all the way here. "Want a round of applause?" the fairy said as it started tossing papers around, driving the crowd wild. "Come on, hurry up and build the ship for us," they complained, making the fairy even more excited. "All right, I like seeing you all trembling with fear. Here's the ship you'll be taking," it said, waving its hand. Instantly, a huge sailing ship appeared floating in the air. "The 500-seat ship?" the young guy asked. "Everyone can get on. Bring those with materials here," the fairy replied. Following Hansu's instructions, the whole group quickly rushed onto the ship. Meanwhile, the little fairy reminded them, "Don't worry about steering. We'll handle the first trip as a little gift. Just sit back and relax. The estimated arrival time is within 3 days. I won't interfere after this, but I'm glad I succeeded in bringing all of you to the red zone. To make sure my efforts don't go to waste, try to survive as long as possible." This red zone would be the first they'd encounter after leaving the tutorial screen. Then, the ship began moving straight into a glowing golden portal. When they emerged on the other side, they found themselves on a vast red sea. Far in the distance, countless other sailing ships were speeding forward. "Is this the entrance to the red zone?" someone asked. "I still see so many ships. What an impressive sight," another added. "It looks beautiful. But this isn't just a red ocean, it's made of poison. We should be grateful to hitch a ride, or else we might never even get to see this view." As he spoke, the guy glanced sideways at Hansu, and the person next to him nodded in agreement. "He let us on the ship without too many conditions. He's a good guy." "What's his name again?" Back to Hansu, who was checking his stats again. Sure enough, they had dropped to nearly 0.01% except for his strength and agility, which had slightly increased. But this was expected. "Good thing I anticipated the stat reduction from taking the Demon Jade Essence," he muttered. "I didn't expect to gain something here, but this is the first skill I've gotten in my life, Dragon Energy. I used to underestimate this skill, but for me, who can learn 7 skills, Dragon Energy is enough to be my first." To activate it, Hansu muttered to himself. Just then, his words were interrupted. "What's that?" "The ship ahead of us, it's been sunk." Hearing this, the group quickly looked ahead and saw countless pieces of floating debris drifting on the surface of the sea. "Help me. I don't want to die here," the scar-faced guy shouted. The others immediately recognized him as one of the jerks who had abandoned him before. "We're still here. Help," the scar-faced man begged desperately. But before his pleas could be answered, a dark shadow suddenly rushed toward him at lightning speed. Suddenly, from behind the scar-faced man, a trident pierced straight through his chest and hoisted him up into the air. The culprit was a muscular, ugly merman with purple skin covered in countless boils and lumps. "A sea monster! A sea monster!" someone shouted. At the same time, the ship suddenly lurched and rocked violently, almost throwing the group off balance. "Who changed the ship's course?" someone yelled. The little guy immediately turned to Hansu, eyes wide with suspicion. "It's him. What is he trying to do? Changing course so suddenly, what are you doing? Stop it. Don't you see those shattered ships over there? If we get attacked again in this poisoned sea, no one will survive. If we get attacked, do you think I can save everyone? No way. We're all going to die." The little guy spoke up, warning Hansu, who was startled, remembering the advice from his teammates. The kid continued, "If we get closer, it'll be even more dangerous. We have to stick to the original route." "This might actually work," Hansu muttered to himself. "Good choice, you should just ignore all that." He nodded. But before he could say more, sounds of scrambling and climbing suddenly erupted. "Wait, what? When did they get on board?" The little guy panicked. At that moment, a mohawk-haired guy climbed onto the ship and glared at the small guy. "I heard everything. You're trying to abandon us. We only survived by swimming as soon as we saw your ship nearby. Look at you flailing when you fell off." Saying that, he grabbed the small guy by the collar as if to throw him overboard. Right then, a flash of light cut across just in front of him, forcing him to release the small guy. "Who's that? What just hit me?" he said, looking down at the knife stuck in the deck. Of course it was Hansu who had just intervened. Seeing the stowaways causing trouble, Hansu clicked his tongue in annoyance and muttered, "Geez, all right, let's talk this out. They're here now." "What's here?" the guy asked suspiciously. Suddenly the ship lurched again, as if something had collided with it, and it was all caused by those mermen. "They're here, the guardians of the red zone, the cursed survivors. These creatures can survive in the poisoned sea. Their attack is simple, they bore holes in the bottom of the ship." Hansu frowned, thinking hard. Others on board were also alarmed, shouting, "Our ship is being attacked from below. If this keeps up, we'll sink. Stop them." Someone yelled, only to be shouted down by another voice. "How do we even reach them? The attackers are underwater, we need to hit them from above the water. They're blocking our attacks." we need more firepower. Another shouted. While the crew scrambled and panicked, nothing really got done. Finally, Hansu took charge. If no one's going down, I will. With that, he jumped off the ship and plunged into the poisoned sea, causing everyone on board to think he had lost his mind. He's crazy. Jumping into the poisoned sea with no gear. He's dead for sure, they muttered, unable to believe Hansu could survive and resurface. Underwater, the mermen who noticed Hansu's arrival stopped attacking the ship and instead surrounded him from all sides. Hansu dared to solo them thanks to the skill he had just acquired. The poison water was easily pushed aside by his dragon technique. With his magic stats in the red zone, he could handle it. He thought to himself, a confident smile spreading across his face. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, the group of mermen saw a human jump into the sea, practically offering himself up. Without hesitation, they charged to tear him apart. Facing the first of these ugly, muscular purple-skinned mermen covered with boils, Hansu began to activate his new skill. The dragon technique allowed a person to harness the energy of dragons, and gradually transform their body to become more dragon-like. Such legendary skills and items were called number 0, and dragon technique certainly deserved that title. I still can't fully use its power yet, he thought as both his hands became covered with shining black dragon scales. The moment he activated the skill, he felt his entire body surge with energy, almost overflowing. As the first chubby merman charged at him, Hansu threw a thunderous punch that pierced straight through the creature's chest. Not bad for piercing power. I almost died to get this skill, so I can't waste it, he muttered. The other mermen, seeing their comrade easily defeated, grew fearful and hesitated to attack. In fact, they quickly turned around and fled. But how could Hansu just let these sneaky hyenas get away? They're retreating. If I let them go, they'll regroup and attack again. No time to waste. With that, he surged forward at lightning speed, even faster than the swimming tails of the fleeing mermen. When he caught up, he finished them off with a swift strike. Above water, a few other mermen realized they couldn't outrun Hansu's pursuit, so they took a desperate gamble and attacked him directly. Seeing this, Hansu casually grabbed a floating trident nearby, and pierced through one merman's head with a single strike. Before long, the area around him was littered with the bodies of defeated mermen. But the battle wasn't over yet. Glancing at the holes punched into the ship's hull, Hansu frowned. It looks like things above water aren't settled yet. I have to get up there quickly. Cut to the ship's bottom deck, where the crew was desperately trying to plug the holes as water flooded in. Plug the holes, damn it. If any monsters appear, attack immediately, someone shouted. Suddenly, a shadow slipped through one of the holes and entered the ship's interior. There it is. Attack! A man yelled, swinging his sword at the dark shape. However, the man's sword was stopped by a trident because the one who had just slipped inside was none other than Hansu. Hey, watch out before you swing that sword, Hansu warned calmly. Seeing him appear unharmed, the whole group's eyes widened in disbelief. How did you come back without a scratch? They asked in astonishment. You thought I couldn't do it? Hansu replied with confidence. Why are you so calm? You just punched a big hole in the ship's hull. Someone reminded him. I know, Hansu said as he casually picked up a piece of wood and began splitting it in half with his bare hands. Seeing this, the others exchanged puzzled looks. What are you planning to do with that? Now's not the time, someone behind cautioned, not fully aware of the situation. Why is everyone gathering here? We need to stop the monsters. Another voice called out. Look, he's making wooden planks to plug the holes. Follow him. Go get more wood or ruin it. We'll need kelp slime to seal the gaps, Hansu added. He's breaking that wood with his bare hands. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Just do as he says. We need to deal with the toxic water accumulating here too, another chimed in. With that, the group split up, using wood pieces and slime to patch the holes. As for the toxic water flooding the bottom of the ship, Hansu explained it would evaporate on its own, so they could leave it be for now. If we stay here, we'll have to breathe the poison fumes. Let's get out, he said. After a hard struggle to fix the holes in the hull, the group finally made their way up to the deck to breathe fresh air. I used all my strength, but it's okay. I also found something useful to replace the broken weapon, Hansu thought, glancing at the trident in his hand and nodding. This trident is durable enough to withstand the toxic water, so I'll be fine. Turning to the people behind him, he said, if you look ahead, You might see something beautiful. What's there to see but water everywhere? The black-haired guy complained, though he glanced forward anyway. Right after that, the faces of the whole group, including Hansu, changed dramatically. What is that? Land, someone shouted. We finally made it to the red zone. No way we got here so fast. The group exclaimed with joy as they spotted the island. At last they wouldn't have to worry about those merfolk anymore. But as the ship approached closer to the island, it showed no sign of slowing down at all. Wait, why isn't the ship stopping? Isn't it supposed to be on autopilot? Someone asked. The small guy reminded them. They said the trip would take 3 days, so we're not there yet. At the same time, Hansu stepped forward to explain to everyone. That's not land, that's the root of the world tree. The roots? What kind of tree is roots this huge? The group murmured as they stared at the massive tangled roots. The little guy gave a goofy smile and asked, so that's the beautiful sight you were talking about? Hansu smiled back, knowing they were curious. Just wait and watch. The real show is about to start. No sooner had he spoken than something gigantic suddenly rushed toward the ship at incredible speed. The whole enormous creature made the ship shake violently as it rocked from side to side. Then, to everyone's horror, a colossal sea monster's head as huge as a mountain emerged. People were utterly terrified, almost fainting from the shock. What the hell is that? The group shouted in unison. Then, the gigantic monster went berserk, opening its massive jaws and biting down hard on the colossal root beneath. With its enormous body, even the slightest movement created huge waves taller than the ship itself, causing it to rock violently from side to side. Hold on tight, someone shouted. Without needing to be told twice, everyone instinctively grabbed onto something sturdy. After the shaking calmed down a bit, they finally had a chance to get a good look at the monster before them. It wasn't trying to eat them, it was after the root. The root was as massive as an island. Hansu glanced at the little guy who looked puzzled, then explained, that root is huge like an island. The little guy looked at the familiar roots ahead and thought quietly to himself. Ships leaving the training zone would enter one of thousands of different zones based on their route. The World Tree Eater, the Calamity Fish, was one of the 5 calamities that withered the World Tree. These creatures thrived in the red zone called Elfenheim. To protect the species from this dangerous environment, the inhabitants had created the World Tree through mystical techniques. But it wasn't enough to stop the 5 calamities, and Elfenheim was beginning to decline. These mutated monsters seemed born just to destroy the World Tree. I failed to protect it before, but now I have a duty, Hansu thought to himself. The monster's belly is full, so it will slowly move to the next target. I have to start with a root at the far edge of this area, away from where we began. Watching the huge monster start to move away, Hansu quickly steered the ship to chase after it. However, this action terrified the little guy, who hurriedly ran over to stop him. Wait. What are you doing? You're chasing that giant monster. Are you crazy? No matter how strong you are, that beast is on a whole different level. This is not good at all. You need to ask if others agree first. Hansu nodded thoughtfully. Maybe some won't agree. Then I'll let them off the ship right now. I really need to chase that monster. So, anyone who wants to get off, raise your hand. I'll let you off immediately. Hearing this, the group looked nervously at one another, then back at the endless, directionless poisonous sea. They wondered if getting off here was even an option. Time passed quickly, but no one disembarked because it was simply impossible. So, despite their hesitation, they had no choice but to continue chasing the sea monster. Eventually they encountered another cluster of giant roots. This is the World Tree Zone. These are the old roots, where the World Tree begins, someone said cautiously as they carefully anchored the ship nearby. Everyone calmly climbed onto the roots, where before them lay a withered section of root tightly wrapped by a giant snake-like creature. Looking at the tree trunk, they received a system notification. The World Tree is withering. I thought this was land. But this is where the roots start. It's so huge, I don't even know how far it goes, the little guy said, staring in awe. In response to the boy's words, Hansu patted him on the shoulder, sending a chill down his spine. Better to get off the water, right? Now, smile, we've got 2 weeks left. Keep moving forward, and we'll be safe. What do you mean 2 weeks? The fairy-like guy hurriedly asked. You said we needed to reach the World Tree. Seeing the two of them chatting so casually, someone from afar called out, Hey, aren't you coming? Hearing that, Han-Su turned and reminded, "We can't just sit here. You need to follow the others." "Wait, I'm coming too." The little guy quickly hurried after the group. Meanwhile Han-Su muttered under his breath, barely audible, "Hurry up. The calamity fish will devour these roots in 2 weeks. I have to find that guy. But first I can't let anyone else use this ship, I have to destroy it." Without hesitation, Han-Su stabbed a large hole in the ship with his trident, causing it to slowly sink into the poisonous sea. "They're probably about to see the crucifix tree," Han-Su thought, turning his attention back to the group. As they moved toward the massive tree trunk not far ahead, the little guy kept pondering about Han-Su. Seems like he said he's not heading this way. He's hard to read, but having him around is reassuring. Thinking this, the man next to him stopped and shouted, "Wait, is that the crucifix tree?" Before them stood a giant crucifix-shaped structure, patched together from different pieces of steel. Seeing it, someone immediately suggested, "Someone definitely made that. Let's head that way." On the other side, sensing something unusual, the little guy raised his hand and said, "Wait. If someone made that, it could be a trap. If we all go, it'll be too dangerous. How about sending a small group instead? Since none of us belong to any guild, maybe a few pairs can scout the place." As soon as he finished, the group started murmuring and debating the idea. But before they could agree, suddenly a voice rang out from above. "This is exactly why cautious people are such a pain, better for survival, but so annoying." The tone caught everyone's attention. They all looked up and saw that, somehow 3 strangers had appeared on the withered roots above. Someone shouted at them, "Who are you?" Inside the 3 newcomers, the black-haired man complained to the person next to him, "You're the only one who finds this annoying. Let's settle this before they get the wrong idea." You always leave this kind of stuff for me to handle," grumbled the blonde-haired man. Despite his complaints, he went ahead with the task. At that moment, the blonde man leapt straight down, creating a powerful shockwave upon landing. Glancing at the number of people who had just arrived, he muttered, "Let's see, 148 people. I'm surprised so many non-guild members have survived. I'm Aaron Pat, part of the Valkyrie Guild support team. Basically, we're your new saviors," he announced. Hearing this, the group couldn't help but be curious. "What do you mean, outsiders?" Aaron immediately realized that this group was clueless, so he quickly explained, "As you know, after the tutorial phase, those little demons don't intervene or guide you anymore. They might seem weird, but they're actually fairies. Of course they're watching us from somewhere, but they won't help. So, just follow us." Of course the group wasn't easily convinced by Aaron's words. "Is that really okay? They're not many. Maybe we can take them down," someone whispered. Behind them, the other 2 members of the Valkyrie Guild seemed tired of Aaron's speech. "Seriously," said one. "If you say it like that, no one will follow." "I'm Bitch Min Chu, from the support team," a woman introduced herself. "And this is Pam Ferris," she added, pointing to an elderly lady standing behind her. Then she clarified, "We, the support team, have orders to assist travelers coming from the tutorial area." "I told you so," Aaron complained again. "Then who gave the orders?" someone asked. Pam Ferris answered, "That would be Iris Valentine, the ruler of the Valkyrie Guild. She left us here 20 years ago before heading to the Orange Zone. I know it's hard to trust us, but we're here to help you adapt to the Red Zone. This is the end of the routes, we're quite far from the World Tree, so you'll need our help." Hearing their explanation, the group hesitated but discussed among themselves. They didn't seem hostile, and even in the worst case, they outnumbered these newcomers. "I think it should be fine," they concluded. Up ahead, Aaron grew impatient as they couldn't make up their minds. These rookies are so boring. You just need to follow us." In response, Min Chu shook her head. "Himph, you're the one who won't listen. Didn't you hear me say everything's in order?" Soon enough, the discussion ended quickly, and the small guy stepped forward to speak on behalf of the group. "All right, we'll follow you," he nodded. Unfortunately, these words went unnoticed by the 2 in front because they were still bickering. "What did you say? Even a wild dog listens better than you. Didn't you hear that? If you're so smart, why don't you do everything yourself? You talk too much. Weakling." Aaron gritted his teeth. With these 2 arguing back and forth, the small guy couldn't find a chance to step in. Eventually it was old Pam who stepped up to shut them down. "Enough, stop wasting time. We have a duty to fulfill. Now, guide them." With that, she turned and walked away. The two young men kept bickering even after she left. Then Aran faced the group again. Let me make this clear. Don't even think about attacking us just because you have the numbers. The 30,000 support members here have been around for years. If you don't want to die, be smart. Hearing that number, the group swallowed hard, clearly worried. Seeing their reaction, Aran chuckled inside. Haha, rookies. Hearing that number makes them turn pale. Look at that old lady, the more they know, the more they'll realize some creatures are scary just by name. The red zone has its own rules. No one messes with the rookies. Just as he finished speaking, loud explosions suddenly echoed from afar, grabbing everyone's attention. What's that? Is someone fighting nearby? Don't pay attention, just keep moving. Aran waved them off. No, there's a fight over there. The group insisted. You guys still can't handle anyone here, Aran warned again. At that moment, Minshu noticed something. Wait, that skill looks familiar. Why is that woman fighting? What? A woman? Aran exclaimed in surprise. Cut to the front lines. Hansu was being pushed back by an attacker. Why are you attacking? He asked coldly. Shut up. You just finished the tutorial and don't even know where you are. How dare you talk nonsense? A frustrated girl shouted loudly. A few minutes earlier, looking at the massive silhouette of the fish bobbing in the distance, the strange girl began to get agitated. So you finally come here, disaster fish. Can I still avenge my parents? She thought to herself. I always believed that both my sibling and I would be dragged here someday. I'm going to end this. Master, everyone said you were crazy when you declared you'd destroy the disaster fish. No one dares to risk killing a monster bigger than a mountain. All efforts afterward. She stopped her thoughts there as a voice suddenly called out. Are you Sophia Varaj? Hearing her name, Sophia turned around, and, upon seeing the newcomer, looked slightly surprised. A rookie. How do you know my name? She stared at Hansu's ragged appearance and assessed him silently. She couldn't see his exact stats, but he looked like he just arrived in the red zone. He seemed to have no proper weapons or equipment, and his clothes were torn. Sophia frowned thoughtfully. Unaware of this, Hansu went straight to the point. I want to talk about the disaster fish. Speak. I need your help. At the mention of the disaster fish, Sophia flinched slightly, then her gaze grew serious as she asked, I've never seen it before. Are you Quadratus? Noticing Sophia's wariness, Hansu considered her carefully. She seems cautious. Let me try Kang Ti's advice, he thought, then extended his hand and continued. This will benefit you too. Are you just going to worry if your sibling got brought here? If we take care of the disaster fish, your sibling's chance of survival will increase. Before Hansu could finish, Sophia suddenly lost her temper and charged at him. What do you know? She yelled, swinging her hand straight at him, hitting the ground and creating a huge crater. Seeing this reaction, Hansu cursed silently inside. Damn it, Kang Ti's advice completely backfired. That was why the two of them started fighting. Next, the busty girl continued her assault, curling her fist and throwing a powerful punch. But using his combat experience, Hansu jumped high, grabbed her shoulder as a pivot, and pushed himself away. Sophia, annoyed at being dodged repeatedly by a rookie, decided to teach him a lesson. How dare you mess with me, she snarled. Her hand flared with magical energy, and with a flick, a giant magic circle appeared above her head. At its center was a triangle, and inside the three corners of the triangle, streams of light converged, shooting straight toward Hansu. She's using that skill. I must have really pissed her off, Hansu thought instantly. He recognized the magic she was casting, the heart jade crossing bridge technique. Seeing the energy orbs flying at him, Hansu had to use his new skill to defend himself. I'm still not good enough with dragon magic. It's a heavy burden, but worth the risk, he thought. First tier transformation skill activated. Thinking quickly, Hansu triggered his ability, and his entire body was enveloped in a golden aura. At the same time, the ice spheres from above slammed directly toward him, causing countless ice pillars to sprout around his position. The 3 Jade Ice Light Sphere was a technique that instantly froze anything it touched. You won't be able to escape my attack. It can even freeze the air itself, Sophia said sternly. I'm sure you won't survive this, so I need to know your source of information. However, contrary to her expectations that Hansu would be controlled, His voice rang out, "Sorry, but you're not the only one with power." At that moment, the cracking sounds of ice breaking echoed as Hansu's dragon-transformed hand crushed the ice into fragments. Then, he activated the first power of his demon ring, the destructive trait. He slammed his hand onto the ground, shattering all the ice into debris, as if the skill itself was being nullified. "You actually destroyed my 3 jade ice light sphere," Sophia exclaimed in shock, while continuously thinking to herself. A transformation skill, a cultivation technique. Is that something that can be acquired in the tutorial area? How dense is his protective layer? No way, I can't lose. Recalling the earlier sneer, "If you don't follow us now, you'll be left behind. Do you intend to waste time on something like the disaster fish, something that can't be killed?" Sophia's anger surged. She shouted fiercely, then started pulling a book from her side to cast magic. Countless semi-transparent pages swirled in a spiral toward Hansu. Above Sophia's head, the shadow of a gigantic sword appeared. "I'm not staying here just to be looked down on by people like you," she said, then swung her hand, controlling the giant sword to charge at Hansu. Yet again, with a simple swipe, Hansu's sharp claws tore the sword to pieces. Afterward, he withdrew his dragon transformation and said, "Want to continue?" While facing Sophia, seeing her attack had no effect on Hansu, Sophia was reluctant, but had to accept the situation. "This is pointless," she muttered. "Why are you retreating?" "It's not over yet, I can still fight," Hansu replied. At this, Sophia gave him a look as if he were an idiot. "You think I'm a fool? Your special move isn't even perfected yet." She then thought over the 3 factors that determine a cultivation technique's rank. First, the value of the seal's extension and amplification. Second, the efficiency and strength of the mana barrier. And third, its special abilities. The special abilities could greatly change the technique's power and usage. I pushed him to the brink of death, but he took my attacks without a scratch. His cultivation technique is already top tier by Red Zone standards. No need to spy on him further. Thinking this through, as if finally acknowledging Hansu's strength, Sophia calmed down and asked, "I understand you're very strong, but how exactly do you plan to deal with that dister fish? People have already given up after it swallowed more than 1,000 others. Do you realize what it means to fight a monster that can devour an entire ship? It's called a natural disaster, not just a monster. And now, I even have fools worshipping that creature. I'm tired of fighting alone. You should leave before you end up like me, wasting your efforts." As she spoke, Sophia clenched her fists tightly, clearly feeling helpless about her situation. However, Hansu had already come prepared with a plan. "If I thought it was easy, I wouldn't have come to you. Help me. I have a plan." Sophia shook her head and started walking away. "I think you're mistaken. I don't intend to continue this." But Hansu didn't give up and kept persuading her. "This is your 14th attempt to deal with the Deester fish. Are you planning to give up now?" Hearing this, Sophia stopped in her tracks, turned back to Hansu, and shouted, "No matter what you say, I won't fight anymore." Sophia Varaj had stood up to the disaster fish many times. Her parents were swallowed right before her eyes. She kept challenging it, from the first time to the second, the third, and all the way to the 14th attempt. The number itself was meaningless. If she hadn't succeeded yet, maybe she just wasn't successful, but she had survived being swallowed 13 times. Without me she would have failed, but now I'm here. I will help her take down that disaster fish. Hansu's resolute voice reminded Sophia of a mage's words. "I don't need you to come. I know I can do it. Trust me," Sophia said, recalling those words, then fell silent for a moment before asking, "Let me ask you something. Why are you so determined to catch it?" "I just want to save 1 billion lives." "No, maybe about 1.5 billion, Hansu replied flatly, leaving the mage stunned. "You're even crazier than the crazy ones," she muttered. Meanwhile, not far away, Aaron was quietly observing the two. "What's all the noise about? If we get involved, it'll be troublesome. What are they doing? Let's go before that woman catches me," he thought, trying to quietly slip away. However, just as he turned to leave, a trident suddenly shot down and pinned the tail of his coat to the ground. "Hey, you're leaving without saying goodbye?" Hansu laughed. "No way. How could he have noticed my presence?" Aaron thought to himself, amazed. At the same time, Sophia approached and asked, "Ha, Aaron. What are you doing here?" Aaron could only smile awkwardly in response. "Nice to see you, Sophia. Back with Hansu. Aaron was someone from his past life. So he's here, Hansu thought, nodding as he asked, "Could you please show us the way?" Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to the area beneath the cross. The group led by Minchu had just arrived. Looking around at the various tents and the countless people moving about, they all muttered in awe, "Wow, so many people." Hearing this, Minchu spoke up to explain, "The refugees from the Roots End have to keep moving constantly. If the disaster fish takes over that area, we have to relocate immediately. So we try to minimize this as much as possible. They will give everyone a brief introduction at the central building and help everyone settle in the town above. Is anyone hungry?" "Finally, we have real food," said Juhan, a small young man, happily. Then, a plump woman dressed as a cook warmly greeted the group, "Welcome. I heard you were coming, so I picked out the freshest dishes." She said this while pointing to some plates holding a liquid that looked like jelly in front of her. Just by looking at it, the group's mood suddenly dropped noticeably. "What is this? I heard there would be food, but this weird slime. You want us to eat this?" Juhan said, pounding the table in frustration. However, the woman wasn't angry at all. As if she was used to this kind of reaction. "Haha, yes, everyone here eats this. It has all the necessary nutrients. If you want something else, try asking the people over there." She then pointed to the side, where a few unlucky guys were constantly going to see Madame Huey, and didn't know when they would be free again. Just seeing their miserable faces, the whole group suddenly fell silent, not daring to say a word. So reluctantly they had to eat the jelly-like dish. "Oh man, the texture is so weird," Juhan complained while the woman next to him laughed out loud. After they finished eating, she said, "I'll distribute extractors to everyone for harvesting." Seeing this, Minchu felt he had no more tasks and bowed politely. "The rest I'll leave to you." "No problem, Minchu," the woman nodded. Later, after returning to his tent area, Minchu saw Aaron fiddling around in a corner. "When did you come back? I saw you were carrying what you just fought with. What are you doing?" Hearing this, Aaron's expression looked like someone suffering from constipation for 3 years as he replied, "Can't you see? I'm fixing my clothes." "I mean, how did you end up like this?" Minchu asked curiously. Just hearing him mention this matter made the passionate guy unable to hold back and yell out loud. "It's all because of that crazy guy who fought with Sophia, right? But I thought you said she went to scout and wouldn't be discovered." Turning back to Minchu, perhaps feeling too embarrassed to get into details, he just sighed. "Phew, what about the others?" Hearing the question, Minchu looked out to observe the newcomers and said, "Well, it's about the same. They're much stronger than last year. The red zone gets harsher, the stronger the people who enter. This group has quite a few talented individuals. Without the disaster fish, every team would bring back this many people. Adventurers need time to adapt to the route, and they must stay close to the center because the disaster fish devours the outskirts. The fairies know this too, and adjust the difficulty of the guidance to bring in stronger people." But before he could finish, Aaron cut in, "No one's crazier than him. Sophia Varaj, someone from the guidance section who can fight her, rumors have probably spread, so he'll show up soon." Back to Sophia's place. "Did you get the extractor machine yet?" "No extractor, no survival," she said. "Where are you going?" Hansu asked. "Are you asking me? I've got things to do." "Here, take this. I grabbed it in a hurry, but it's better than nothing." With that, she handed the main character a set of clothes because she really couldn't stand his beggar-like appearance. Then Sophia added, "I still feel bad for attacking you. We'll be working together." Just then she noticed Hansu was about to change clothes right next to her, and her face suddenly flushed bright red. "Wait, I'm not saying you have to change clothes right here," she said. "Of course not. I'm just checking if it fits," Hansu explained before thanking the sorceress for the new outfit. On the opposite side, Sophia realized she had misunderstood and felt extremely embarrassed. Clearing her throat, she said, "I just didn't want to see you shirtless." Before leaving, she said, "We have to stop by here first." After saying that, once Hansu finished changing clothes, she led the main character to the support center for assistance. Adventurers who did not proceed to the next zone came here. This place was created to help those with families arriving soon, one of the areas left behind by Eris Valentine. Seeing the sorceress enter, a staff member cheerfully greeted, "Oh Sophia, it's been a long time since we last saw you. Hearing this, Sophia nodded and stated her purpose. Hello, may I check the list of newly arrived adventurers? And also about the items I left here. Of course you're a VIP guest. Please wait a moment. With that, the girl quickly worked on her system screen. Meanwhile, Sophia took the opportunity to explain. The support center not only helps newcomers but also provides additional services for major contributors. The staff member finished her operation and handed Sophia a list placed in front of her, saying, "Here's the list of people recently rescued near the route. Checking other routes will take 2 more days. Come back later." Glancing briefly at the list, Sophia's face showed some disappointment. "They're still not in this world yet. No, I need to focus on the disaster fish." Turning back to Hansu, seeing her disappointed expression, he knew she was done with business and spoke up. "If you're finished, let's discuss the plan. We have 13 days and 18 hours left. Not much time, so we need to start immediately." "What's your plan?" Sophia asked, her cheeks slightly flushed, noticing Hansu's new outfit. "Simple. You just need to lead me inside, and I'll use a special weapon to strike its weak point," he said coldly. Hearing such a seemingly simple plan, the sorceress was stunned for a few seconds before asking, "Is that all? This joke is getting boring. Is something wrong?" Hansu asked innocently. At that moment, Sophia started to have some regrets and wondered quietly to herself, "Should I just give up?" Then, whether Hansu noticed it or not, Sophia had to repeat, "You can't kill it from outside, but it's not that simple either." "Don't worry, we can use a ship," Hansu said with a smile, which surprised Sophia a bit. "You already have a ship prepared. I have a 30-seat ship." "A 30-seat ship isn't enough. We'll use my ship. I have a 500-seat ship," Hansu whispered, causing Sophia to widen her eyes in disbelief. "What? You mean you left it parked outside?" She seemed worried that Hansu might leave such a valuable thing outside, where others could easily steal it. "So before we go in, I've carefully hidden the ship," he said. "I'm not a newbie, you'll see when we get there." Hansu shook his head, making Sophia look even bigger-headed. You really are new here, huh? I mean, you just arrived here, right? Let's just say I have a special power. We have a ship, now we just need to gather materials. Let's split up. If you trust me, everything will go smoothly," Hansu said firmly once more. Hearing these words, a certain image suddenly appeared in Sophia's mind, a confident tone. That determined look he reminded her of her master. Thinking of this, Sophia couldn't help but smile and said, "I'll go gather materials on the other side. Don't back down, right now, don't forget this. Your weapon is about to break. This is better than your trident, so don't refuse." As she spoke, she threw Hansu 2 short axes, triggering a flashback of his past life when she taught him survival skills. Some things never change. With that thought, he strapped the 2 axes to his waist. Unaware of Hansu's thoughts, Sophia continued, "I've already found the materials needed to hunt the disaster fish." "I know, there's the library," Hansu nodded, making Sophia once again amazed by him. "How do you know that? Do you have psychic powers?" "Yeah, I can visualize it. I don't know all the information, but no one understands the red zone better than me." She stared at Hansu intently. "But even with that knowledge, I still can't understand you." "Then I'll head to the outskirts. Are you ready?" Hansu smiled. "I'm always ready," Sophia replied, silently promising herself that she would settle this once and for all. To create a poison capable of taking down the disaster fish, we need to gather all the necessary ingredients. To get the Apon extract, I have to lure it out of its nest. Thinking this, she quickly moved toward a certain direction. But at that moment, 3 streams of greenish light suddenly flew from afar, forcing Sophia to quickly use her magic to block them. "What are you doing, Gyang Georgisu?" She frowned, looking at the guy who had just bitten her. He was a young man dressed like he was going to the beach, though they were literally in the middle of the sea. In response to her words, he kept a mocking attitude. "Hey Sophia, your figure is still as amazing as ever. Wanna hang out?" Seeing his smug face, Sophia didn't give him even a hint of patience. "Get lost, you bastard. Are you here to commit suicide? I'm way too busy to deal with trash like you." "Scram," she shouted. But the bastard kept teasing without backing down. So bold. "Are we that close? Come on, that's part of your charm. A teammate who came back with me from the belly of the disaster fish. I hate fighters who don't know their limits," he said, pulling off a golden chain from his neck and swinging it like a weapon. The chain transformed into a green whip aimed straight at the sorceress. Seeing this, Sophia took the threat seriously. She used her magic book to create a magical barrier above her head. Then, countless magic swords rained down from the barrier, blocking the whip. There was even an attack that shot past the rogue's face to warn him. "I hate those who don't know their limits," he sneered. "Looks like this can't be avoided," Girgisu said as he pulled down the cloth wrapped around his forehead. At the same time, Sophia shot another magic sword, but suddenly the eye in the middle of Girgisu's forehead flared up, causing the sword that was about to pierce it to freeze midair. Then, Girgisu looked at Sophia with a mocking smile. "Do you really think I'd attack without a backup plan? We're working with an entire organization. I don't just have a guide, I also have something related to you. If you join the fight, it's going to be very troublesome for you." On Sophia's side, she glanced at the eye on his forehead, gritting her teeth in frustration. The 1,000-mile eye of one who bears envy. He had a very annoying skill. Turning back to Girgisu, he continued to babble like a dog. "You're really smart, Sophia. You know I have no perverse intentions, right? I just want to test your skills. I thought maybe your level dropped after you lost to a newcomer. But your skills remain very strong. I guess people just exaggerated. This isn't your business anymore. I'm tired of you. So get lost," she warned, turning to leave quickly to avoid looking at his annoying face any longer. Behind her, the three-eyed man revealed his real intention. "Don't worry, once I find what I'm looking for, I'll leave immediately. I need to know where Kang Han-soo, the rookie you fought, is." "You won't know that," Sophia growled. But the sly man had already guessed she wouldn't give up that information easily, so he said it just for fun. "I'm sure you'll say that, so I'll just use one of my investigation skills. Thanks in advance for your cooperation." With that, he lunged forward and touched Sophia's arm, catching her off guard. "When did you learn that kind of skill?" She gritted her teeth. Meanwhile, Girgisu, having achieved his purpose, quickly jumped back but didn't forget to say, "Of course, if you try hard enough, you can block that skill, but you're still too soft." Hearing this, the sorceress's face darkened as if scorched. "Someone like you should have died in the belly of the disaster fish that day," she cursed. Unfortunately, these words were like wind passing through Girgisu's ears. "You're too cold. But I'm not the one at fault here. You are. You should have joined Quadratus when I gave you the chance. You were the one who acted foolishly before, Sophia." As he spoke, all three of his eyes glowed blood red as if possessed. Speaking of that organization Quadratus, one must mention the disaster fish threatening the ecosystems in the red zone. How on earth did that Quadratus group turn this fear into worship, serving the 4 disaster fish? They don't care that these disasters will wipe out humanity. Back to Sophia, upon hearing these words, she nearly vomited from holding it in. "Enough nonsense. You want me to join some ridiculous organization like this? Using the disaster fish's power as an excuse to sacrifice people's lives. Even selling the relics of the dead for profit, how is that acceptable? Are you even human? Do you realize how many explorers you've deceived with promises of safe shelter and food, only to end up dead inside a disaster fish?" In response to her accusations, Girgisu showed a blank expression and retorted, "So what? I just make money with my abilities and participate in their religious rituals. Anyone who blindly believes them is the fool. They won't live long anyway. They should be grateful for even a brief moment living in that beautiful place inside a disaster fish. I hope you'll come to your senses soon. After a few more runs, you'll see for yourself." With that, the brat disappeared right before Sophia's eyes, leaving her no time to stop him. "At least he's quick to run," she muttered, thinking back to Girgisu's past. "Zhang Girgisu, if only I had known you would become this kind of person. You completely changed after nearly dying trying to escape the belly of a disaster fish. If I chase after him now," Sophia hesitated, recalling the earlier advice from the main guy. "Don't worry about me. Don't focus on anything else. Just concentrate on gathering the materials. I'm sorry, but I want to entrust this task to you, Kang Han-soo." Back to the main guy's position, unaware of what happened to Sophia, he was speeding up to collect the remaining necessary materials. The key item needed to defeat a disaster fish is a dissolving solution that causes sclerosis. This dissolving solution was synthesized by a sorcerer combining knowledge to create the perfect poison against the disaster fish. One of the first ingredients is its alkali. I have to get the heart of a Kyukuza. To find a Kyukuza, I need to know the location of a valley between the body and the root. That's what I assumed. The kukuza live in a cave near the root of the tree to avoid the disaster fish. They easily burrow and make their nests inside. Compared to the heart of the kukugia, the other ingredients needed to make the dissolving solution that causes sclerosis are relatively easy to find. But near the root of the tree, it's very difficult to find the heart of a kukuza. If I manage to find it, that would be great. Thinking that, Hansu's steps paused for a moment as he sensed strange energy waves appearing. It's coming. Saying this, he drew out the two short axes hanging at his sides and activated his Dragon Chitai technique, a magical enhancement of his ki, causing both axes to glow with a golden light immediately. Right after he finished, a herd of fierce-looking water buffalo-like creatures charged at him from the hollow trees. They were the kukuza. Seeing the monsters charging to attack, the main character didn't hesitate, and prepared to send them straight to the underworld. First, he swung one of his axes at the leading beast's skull, chopping it cleanly, sending the creature to its death instantly. Then, putting force into his legs, he used his footwork to close the distance with the buffalo behind, and swung his axes wildly at their throats, cutting them down like ripe grass. However, after killing several, Hansu's axes started showing signs of damage. Cracks appeared on the blades, and his eyes narrowed. It seemed channeling chi into the weapon caused it to deteriorate faster. I need to attack while carefully adjusting my technique until I get a better weapon. Just as he thought this, another buffalo took advantage of Hansu's moment of distraction, wagged its tail, and bit him from behind. But how could the main character not feel this attack? Instantly he turned and threw one of his axes straight into the beast's head, piercing deep so that its eyes turned white as a frog's. Yet, these monsters really seemed fearless. Even after Hansu had beaten them to a pulp, several others charged at him wildly. Seeing this, Hansu lightly flicked his index finger, controlling the axe stuck in the skull of a buffalo lying dead like a dog nearby. The axe spun like a boomerang and flew straight back to him. On its flight path, the axe conveniently smashed a hammer right into the brain of one of the buffaloes, instantly killing it. After retrieving his axe, Hansu noticed 5 more buffalo quietly closing in on him from a distance. As soon as they reached striking range, all the buffaloes simultaneously whipped their tails, propelling their bodies high into the air, aiming straight at him. Below, Hansu clenched his weapons tightly, focusing power into his legs, ready to charge into a fierce battle with them. As he closed in, he swung one axe down the body of a buffalo, cleaving it in two. In no time, Hansu had slaughtered all the young kukuza around him. Looking at the scattered carcasses, he thought to himself that all the buffaloes he just defeated were juveniles. The adults must be somewhere else. Should I deal with the young ones too? With that thought, he reached out and collected the scattered ancient runestones around him, muttering, "Using all these skills has drained both my strength and magic. The red ancient runestones are rare, so I don't have many of them. For now, I'll gather these stones first." After pocketing the stones into his wrist storage, just as he relaxed and let his guard down, suddenly from the forest came a crescent-shaped energy blade slashing straight toward him, cutting half of the trees in its path. Fortunately, Hansu reacted in time, raising both axes to form an X-shaped cross-block to deflect the attack. Looking at his axes, he realized they were on their last legs. They had already been weakening, and he'd been using them even more recklessly. Turning his gaze forward, the attacker was none other than Girja-su. Seeing Hansu successfully block his strike, Girja-su smirked and said, "Wow, you blocked that. I was going to hold back if you were about to die, but you're better than I thought. I'm not here to fight, just wanted to test you a bit, so don't get mad. I came with an offer for you. Join Quadratus. Someone's already watching you. This offer is good for you, so come along." Before Girja-su could finish, Hansu swung a slash of energy that cut across Girja-su's face, leaving him numb to the scalp. "You bastard, wanna die or what?" Hansu snapped, ignoring the meaningless barking from Girja-su. "Crazy bastard. Some rookie like you dares to counterattack while I'm talking." Girja-su took a deep breath to calm himself down. "Piff, you must be pretty confident just because you passed the training phase. That's why you think you can attack me without fearing death. That girl might like you for some reason, but me." Before he could finish, Hansu cut him off again. "I refuse your offer, I refuse." He repeated it twice, because from his past life memories, he knew exactly what kind of organization this bastard was part of. They are a disaster-worshipping cult. Quadratus. I know very well how cruel they are. But the worst part is their business. They breed the calamity fish. Adventurers in the area have started disappearing since Quadratus began operating. Their business is watching people get eaten alive by these calamity fish. The more brutal, the more money they make. A cruel industry built on others' suffering. That's the organization I need to wipe out as soon as possible. I will kill them all, one by one. Han Su said this to himself before putting on his usual bored expression. I don't see why I should listen to someone weaker than me. He sighed heavily, which only made Georgiou grind his teeth in anger. What did you just say? Georgiou snarled. Haha, fine. I'll take you down myself. No, if I don't bring you back, they'll lose their minds. So I'll take you back whether you like it or not. Though they won't mind if you lose 1 or 2 arms, right? As he spoke, he pulled up his headband and ripped off the old wristband he was wearing. Who knows how many times he had already torn it before, or how he managed to put it back on. On the opposite side, Han Su also wanted to teach this little punk a lesson, so he didn't hesitate to clash. Same here. I'll get the info I need from you. Losing 1 or 2 limbs won't stop you from talking, right? He replied. Let's see what you'll say once I'm done with you, Georgiou threatened. Without wasting any more time, he swung his energy whip straight at Han Su. Reacting instantly, Han Su dodged by leaning to the side. Seeing this, Georgiou smirked mockingly. Foolish. Just as he predicted, suddenly, blood splattered from Han Su's shoulder, causing him to drop down to his knees. So what else do you want to say now? Georgiou taunted with a grin, though his eyes remained sharp and cautious. He was aiming for Han Su's hand, but his attack was too light. Am I hitting too weakly? He wondered. Then Georgiou started swinging his dark whip, slapping it onto the water's surface while boasting. You won't be worth anything if I hit you too hard. Don't worry, I'll finish this quickly. Confident he had Han Su cornered, he kept talking loudly. But just as Georgiou was still running his mouth, Han Su successfully stopped the bleeding from his shoulder. Yeah, maybe I got too cocky. I've never fought you before, Han Su said as he stood up again. His words left Georgiou confused. What the hell are you talking about? Did you get kicked in the head by a bull? Just shut up and lie down, Georgiou snapped, raising his right arm to swing the whip again. However, before Georgiou could attack, Han Su closed the distance instantly and delivered a solid punch right to Georgiou's stomach. The hit made Georgiou vomit from the pain. With the momentum, his weak body flew backward like a torn sack. I need to update my info. Let's cooperate, Han Su said confidently with a smile. Meanwhile, Georgiou was still stunned from the hit. That attack, I didn't see it coming. Fighting against a bastard who probably has invisible ancient stats, he thought, unsure if he could fight back. But he still tried to talk big. Don't get too cocky. I let you hit me on purpose. Before Georgiou could finish, Han Su released a few ancient stones into the palm of his hand and nodded. Good, I'm just getting started. You're not going down that easily. Han Su's calm, confident demeanor made Georgiou's face turn dark. You think just raising some stats can change your skills? Stats aren't everything, Georgiou sneered. Han Su nodded, accepting that, then threw his axe flying quickly forward. The axe pierced directly into the tree trunk above Georgiou's head, sending a chill through him. What's wrong? Scared now? Han Su teased, watching Georgiou's stunned, frightened expression. No way, I'm not scared, Georgiou growled, but his trembling body betrayed his words. Next, the player swung his whip, transforming the energy ribbon into a massive greatsword, the Sword of Oblivion. Whether it was a powerful artifact or not, Georgiou gripped the sword and charged confidently at Han Su. Han Su raised both hands into a defensive stance, seemingly ready to use martial arts. He's attacking bare-handed. His horizontal slash will tear through everything within range. I'll shred his hand, Han Su thought. Georgiou swung the sword diagonally from below upward, aiming straight for Han Su's throat. With all 3 of his eyes shining brightly, he smiled, I've got you. But just 1 second later, his smile faded completely. Han Su activated the first power of the Nubaha ring, grabbing the blade. With just a slight force, the energy sword shattered into countless fragments. Seeing his prized weapon turn to junk, Georgiou's multiple eyes glazed over, as if he'd just lost a high-stakes game. No way, my slash was blocked. Even experts in decoding magic struggle to break attacks with such high mana concentration, he thought, trembling with fear. Turning back to Han Su, now unarmed, Han-Soo rushed forward, grabbed Georgia-Soo by the collar, and slammed him onto the ground hard enough to make him cough up blood, his lips swollen in pain. Then Han-Soo looked at the bastard and said, "Don't pretend to be dead. I've held back enough." He wondered, is he really unconscious? As he reached out with both hands and grabbed Georgia-Soo by the collar. Looking at the arm tightly gripping his bicep, Han-Soo nodded slightly. "Oh, not bad. You reacted quickly. You used a skill to block," he said in surprise. At that moment, Georgia-Soo's body seemed to stiffen like cement. It works, Han-Soo thought. The defense skill, Bronze JD, limits his movement. I didn't want to use it before because it restricts me, but now I have no choice. Georgia-Soo thought silently. If I can break free from his control. But with the new Baha ring, those skills barely affect Han-Soo. Nice try, but that's all you've got, Han-Soo said, then punched Georgia-Soo's face, sending his teeth flying out instantly. How could he break through my skill? Georgia-Soo screamed. Han-Soo's hands moved like machines, continuously throwing rapid punches downwards. Finally, overwhelmed by pain, Georgia-Soo raised both hands in surrender. Wait. I'll tell you everything. I have no choice. You understand? My business isn't going well. I just follow orders. Look, I'm a good guy. I don't want to hurt anyone. If you spare me, I'll give you some of my ancient rune stones. I'll tell you who ordered to send you here, the unscrupulous man pleaded, trying to redeem himself. Listening to him ramble on for over 10 seconds made Han-Soo a bit annoyed. You're saying way too much unnecessary stuff, Han-Soo said as he clenched his fist tightly and punched Georgia-Soo right in the center of his face. After that punch, Georgia-Soo's face seemed to cave inward. Such a hassle, Han-Soo muttered. But you did tell me to talk, Georgia-Soo screamed in his mind, tears and snot running down his face. So what? I've told you everything I know already, Han-Soo said. You bastard, you've treated me like a dog, what more do you want? The idiot kept bragging, talking non-stop. Han-Soo was out of patience. He had to use physical force to teach the guy a lesson before he would finally cooperate and confess honestly. That's all I know. Quadritus is a cult that worships disaster. Besides their usual work in that area, they also hire other guilds to do jobs for them. This time the assignment is to spy on you, Han-Soo, since you finished the tutorial stage. The one who commissioned it is Carls Morel, from the Pathfinders Guild. Han-Soo recognized the name immediately. Pathfinders, huh? The Pathfinders form an alliance of 6 guilds managing the 6 roots of the world tree. Their management over these roots shows that they're among the strongest guilds. But Pathfinders should be under Miyamoto's control, right? So there's more than one guild meddling in this business. Thinking this through, Han-Soo asked, they must be getting ready to move out now. The informant is from the support center, right? Georgia-Soo nodded hurriedly. Yes, some support people are involved, but this time I got the info directly from Carls Morel. Is that so? Then you're worthless now, Han-Soo said, exuding a dangerous aura that sent chills down the spine of the street thug. Wait, there's more. Listen up, idiot. What I did just now was all an act. Do you know what the eye on my forehead is? What you just did before Georgia-Soo could finish, Han-Soo bluntly interrupted. It's the 1,000-mile eye of the envious one, right? Georgia-Soo's face froze in shock, wondering how Han-Soo knew about that artifact. But setting aside how Han-Soo knew, he began to threaten him. Yes, with the 1,000-mile eye, I can share my vision with others. That means your location has already been compromised. Oh God, I'm so scared, Han-Soo said sarcastically, though his expression showed no worry at all. Behind him, seeing Han-Soo ready to leave, Georgia-Soo tried to stall. Carls Morel is the commander of the Pathfinders forces. You really think you can escape? Right now you're like a fish on the chopping board. No sooner had Georgia-Soo finished speaking and boasting about the consequences Han-Soo would face when his bosses arrived, Han-Soo rushed forward and punched him hard in the stomach. Georgia-Soo barely managed to groan a few words before passing out. Damn bastard, I was talking. Georgia-Soo gasped weakly. Seeing Georgia-Soo finally shut up, Han-Soo exhaled wearily. Pretending with you guys is really exhausting. After saying that, Han-Soo took advantage of the moment to seize all the equipment from the thug. My weapons are almost all used up, I need to find new gear. The forgotten relic, that's a good item. And this duplicate mirror artifact isn't bad either. At the same time, high above in the sky, a strange white hawk appeared. Looking at it, Hansu knew immediately it was a scouting device sent ahead. Detected again, Carl's Morin. I don't remember who he is, so probably just some small fry. But what a nuisance, I'm busy now, plus that bunch of monsters nearby. It seems there's a pack of Jurtus around. Hansu smiled as he looked toward the nearby forest. Alright, I'll take them down before reinforcements arrive. Jurtus were monstrous creatures resembling prehistoric purple-skinned dinosaurs, hunting in packs. Somewhere else, 3 men cloaked in black were being chased desperately by these purple dinosaurs. One of them on the left shouted, "Everyone, activate invisibility." At his command, all 3 activated their invisibility skills, making their bodies vanish instantly from the Jurtus sight. The trio then quickly jumped onto a nearby tree branch, leaving the Jurtus confused, unable to figure out where their dinner had gone. Seeing the monsters stumble around cluelessly, the cloaked men sighed with relief. Almost gave myself a heart attack. That's why I don't want to be bait, said Cheng, a member of the Quadratus Guild. How many Jurtus do we need to lure? Another asked. The more the better, Cheng replied. But he also reminded them, since we need to hold our breath to maintain invisibility, we can't use it continuously. For now, let's lure them to the valley, then rest before continuing. Mentioning this, Cheng recalled the mission their boss Carls had assigned to Girja-su and complained, "By the way, that idiot just needs to bring the rookie here. Why is it taking so long?" "You mean Girja-su, the one who accepted the commission?" asked someone nearby. "Yeah, probably off playing around again," Cheng answered. While everyone else was working their backs off, the 3 men in the group suddenly noticed something and simultaneously looked up. Then, a dove emitting a faint bluish-green glow appeared on Cheng's fingertip, a messenger dove with a blue hue. Only one person was capable of materializing such a detailed dove like this. Nobody knew exactly how he read the information carried by the dove, but after finishing, his expression grew thoughtful as he stood up and said, "Let's go. We've received a message calling us to Lake QQ." Time quickly passed until late afternoon. By then, Cheng's group had reached Hansu's previous location and found Girja-su lying there, like a dead dog. "Did you really lose?" Cheng sneered at him. The mentally slow guy didn't argue but only replied, "Good thing I passed out in a low-toxin area. My legs almost got burned to a crisp." "So what about that guy? Did he knock you out?" By the time we arrived he was long gone. Cheng mocked Girja-su again. "You mean someone who survived inside the belly of disaster, like you couldn't even capture some punk kid? And you expect us to clean up the mess you left behind?" Ignoring the taunts, Girja-su hurriedly checked his body and gritted his teeth. "Damn it, my weapons, and what the hell is this weird wound?" He frowned as he looked at the bandaged injury on his thigh. Of course that wound was caused by Hansu. "Go back to sleep. I'll give you a gift. In exchange, I'll take your weapons." Hansu's voice echoed faintly inside his head, though Girja-su still didn't fully understand what it meant. "What are you whining about? Get up, we have to report the situation here," Cheng reminded him. "Shut up. I remember he said something," Girja-su grumbled. "What about him? Are you addicted to poison or something?" Then he turned to his companion and ordered, "Escort him out. We'll return to the ship. Just in case, I'll contact the nearby commander and the client as well." As he spoke, he activated his skill and conjured a blue messenger dove hovering between his palms. The blue messenger dove, a support skill that helps travelers communicate. His messenger dove could only send basic information, but it had to be clear and precise. Scene shifted to an unknown location. Cheng's messenger dove fell into the hands of Carls. After reading the message, Carls angrily crushed the dove in his hand. "Pathetic fools. Let's go. Follow me." Not long after, Carls appeared on the ship where Cheng's group had just arrived. Seeing him, Cheng hurried forward to greet him. "You came quickly. I just sent the dove a moment ago." Without responding, the boss pushed Cheng aside and approached Girja-su. "Step aside. What's this nonsense, Jang Girja-su? You dare show your face here after being beaten to a pulp by a rookie?" "Carls Morin," Girja-su muttered. To emphasize his point, Carls immediately kicked Girja-su straight in the stomach, causing him immense pain. "Who do you think you are, barking at me? Didn't expect Quadratus to become so useless. How do you plan to handle this trash?" Carls said, then looked at Cheng. "We will take responsibility," Cheng quietly replied. Before long, a cloaked man nearby noticed something and shouted, "Trouble." Our Jurtis herd is gathering in the valley. They're breaking out and heading this way. Hearing this, the group rushed to the ship's side to observe and discovered that, somehow, the entire herd of dinosaurs they had painstakingly gathered was now flooding this place. Damn it. Once the Gertas run, they can't change direction. I used that trait to lure them into the valley. How did they escape and come here just because we captured their young ones? Cheng said, confused. At that moment, a strange scent wafted past Carl's nose. He quickly pulled out a dagger and aimed it at Georgisu's position, then threw the knife straight into Georgisu's wound with a shout, "You idiot, you just dragged a whole pile of trash back there." When he pulled the dagger out of Georgisu's thigh, a piece of paper stuck to it. "This is Gertis blood, it will lure them here, and it contains an amplifier to boost its influence. If I hadn't used Arona's tracking, no one would have known." Carl stroked his chin thoughtfully, considering the person who came up with this plan. A rookie who just arrived in the red zone and already knows the traits of Gertis to trick us? Haha, amusing. This is interesting. He suddenly burst into a manic laugh and turned to Cheng with a command. "That one, bring Kang Han Su to me. I want to see his face." Cheng hesitated but replied, "There's a herd of Gertis down there. The ship won't hold out long." "Let me be clear, I'll handle things here," Carl said, his hand glowing with energy, as if he intended to personally intercept. Cheng didn't seem fully convinced but stammered, "But, this kid has disobeyed orders more times than I can count." That annoyed Carl's. "Don't make me repeat myself. Hurry up and bring him here, or I'll toss you to the Gertis' food. I'll handle things here, move it." After threatening Cheng, Carl's tossed Georgisu aside like trash. Kang Han Su smirked. "If you think this field is enough to stop me, you're dead wrong. I'll make you regret it." With that, he began gathering energy inside his body, forming a glowing sphere between his palms. Once fully charged, he thrust both hands forward, launching the sphere like a cannonball. The blast sent the purple dinosaurs flying in all directions like a storm of destruction. The explosion was so loud that even Han Su, standing far away, could hear it. "Looks like my trap is working," he chuckled, pleased to have bought some extra time. Time to move forward. Time passed quickly. Setting aside the trouble Carl's group was having with the Gertis, Han Su took the opportunity to gather materials for himself. He gently pulled a syringe out from part of a tree root, a look of disgust flashing across his face. "The nutrients here are just dried bones, no thanks. Not eating this for 2 days is really wearing me out." The nutrient liquid flowed through the world tree's roots, some absorbed the poison, while others purified and detoxified. "I need to find something nutritious, but ever since the world tree died, nutrient sources have sharply declined. I've gathered almost all the necessary ingredients. It'll be more effective if I leave this place soon." The only thing left was the deep lake inside the tunnel where the adult cuckoos lived. "It's not a shallow water structure like here, so I need to build a bridge." With that, Han Su pulled a few seeds from his storage pouch, bamboo shoot seeds which absorb poison water to grow giant leaves. Once dropped into the water, the seeds quickly sprouted before his eyes, forming enormous lotus-like leaves as large as small buildings. Using their buoyancy, Han Su jumped down and ran across them. "It would be easier if I could lure them onto the leaves, but there's no time. I'll go down myself." Time to start the hunt. He summoned the sword he had confiscated from Georgisu. Ahead of him was a herd of giant cuckoos water buffalo, seemingly the adults. Back to Carl's group, under his overwhelming firepower, the entire herd of purple dinosaurs had been burned to cooked meat. After clearing out the trash blocking his path, Carl's coldly asked the girl behind him, "Has the messenger pigeon arrived?" "It's still delivering the message," she replied. Carl's clicked his tongue in frustration. "Tech, even the strongest reconnaissance skill can only be used once a month, and you wasted it. If you weren't good at leading the way, we'd have thrown you into the poisonous sea already, both you and Quadratus." The more he spoke, the angrier Carl's grew at Georgisu. But seeing Georgisu's limp body, the masked man realized Georgisu probably couldn't endure any more torture and threw him down, then turned back to the girl. "Rachel, take me to the final location." "Are you going alone?" Rachel asked. "Yeah, hunting with my own hands is fun," he replied. "Kang Han Su, you won't get away," Carl said, a look of excitement spreading across his face. Meanwhile, Han Su was surrounded by the dead bodies of the water buffalo floating all over the place. Exhausted from dealing with them, he was breathing heavily, his stamina nearly gone. It's getting harder to swing my sword, but this is the last kukuza heart I need. Thinking this, he bent down to extract the heart from the water buffalo. But just after finishing, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation up his spine, as if something was targeting him. Instinctively, he tilted his head to the side and dodged successfully as an arrow sped toward him, slicing through the air. The arrow struck the buffalo's body, shattering it into pieces instantly. The attacker was none other than Cheng. While Carls was busy dealing with the purple dinosaurs, Cheng had snuck here to capture Hansu. Chech missed again, Cheng said with regret. While Hansu's face showed signs of strain, he was completely exhausted. His precision skill was faltering, making it hard to dodge the attacks. Seeing no other choice, Hansu swung his sword twice, knocking away 3 glowing arrows flying toward him. However, the forceful action caused the wounds on his arms to bleed heavily again. Damn it, the wounds tore open again, Hansu gritted his teeth and said. At the same time, droplets of his blood fell into the poisonous lake, the scent quickly stirring the bloodthirsty instincts of the raging water buffalo. Without wasting a second, 2 of the crazed beasts charged at him faster than a bike losing its chain. Because someone was targeting him, Hansu couldn't stop to fight them off. They're going berserk over the blood. What a nuisance, he frowned, thinking to himself. Meanwhile, Cheng was also irritated by the rampaging buffalo disrupting his plans. Damn rats, those water buffalo are making everything harder. We're here to support, go down and capture him, he ordered the girl beside him. Her name was Miller, a member of Quadratus. Hearing Cheng's command, she hesitated for a moment. What? You want me to go into the swamp full of water buffalo? The splashing will ruin my hair. Otherwise he'll just get away, she protested. Now, just chase the bleeding guy. What are you afraid of? Cheng yelled, making Miller's ears nearly ready to retire early. All right, stop yelling or I'll get more wrinkles. I'm sending a messenger pigeon now. You handle him. Got it. We have to capture him alive, Cheng said as he activated his communication skill. Though reluctant, Miller jumped down to face Hansu. Fine, capture alive it is. But you better keep me entertained until we're both exhausted, she said, slowly drawing the short sword at her side. Above them, the cloaked figures didn't stay idle. They immediately cast supportive magic to aid Miller. They used some sort of enhancement spell that wrapped the assassin in a glowing red aura. Once in battle mode, her attitude shifted completely. Gone was her earlier sarcasm. It's been a while since I had a proper fight like this. Let's go, she declared. With a single leap, she launched herself from a giant lotus leaf straight toward Hansu. And so, their battle began. Miller swung her sword so fast it left afterimages, while Hansu parried like a machine. But before many exchanges could happen, from above, a raging water buffalo suddenly charged at Hansu with its jaws wide open, startling him slightly. But right after that, Hansu casually swung his sword, slicing straight through the throat of the raging water buffalo, causing it to writhe and struggle on the ground. Turning back to Miller, seeing that Hansu was busy dealing with the beast, she immediately closed the distance and aimed her sword at his throat. Where are you looking, handsome? She teased. At that narrow moment, Hansu threw his whole body backward to dodge. Then, to return the favor, he kicked Miller straight in the face. Although she managed to block with her left hand, the force of the kick still sent her slender body flying far away. Miller twisted slightly midair to lessen the impact and lightly landed on a lotus leaf behind her. I didn't expect someone on the edge of collapse to be so tough. I'll make you pay for the scar you gave me. I'm not going easy on you, she said, licking the blood off the corner of her lips seductively. Meanwhile, Hansu's face grew pale from exhaustion. Miller stepped closer as the crazed water buffalo were going wild over the blood. If I cause a ruckus, it'll be dangerous. The situation favors her right now. The longer this fight drags on, the worse it is for me. So why not change things up a bit? With that thought, he started transforming his sword shape, turning it into a whip. Instantly, he cracked it straight at Miller, producing a loud explosion in the air. Though caught off guard, the assassin still managed to block it. What? I thought you were smart, but you're just mediocre. Isn't that Georgia Sue's weapon? You really shouldn't be stealing other people's weapons like that. She looked at the whip marks on her left arm as she spoke, but suddenly the wound began bleeding uncontrollably, startling her. What? The wound isn't healing. Why is it getting bigger? No way, she shouted as the crazed buffalo, attracted by the blood, shifted their attack toward her. From above, Cheng's group watched in confusion. What is she doing? Seize the moment. It's just a little blood. They're smelling my blood. Miller panicked. All this was caused by the second power of the Nan Nu Maha hemorrhage. This power unlocks when the red stat is boosted. Don't think it's just normal bleeding. Continuous blood loss during battle clouds the mind and drains the body. Maintaining hemorrhage costs a lot of magic, so Miller had been trying to avoid using it. But with the monsters going berserk over the blood, this was the current situation. Thinking she could escape now, while Cheng's people were busy with the crazed buffalo, Han Su took the opportunity to sprint away as fast as he could. Seeing Han Su's retreating back, Cheng panicked. You fools. Go help her. If we lose track of him here, Karl's Morin won't let us off easily. I can't face that again. I'll handle the Kukura. So just focus on capturing Kang Han Su. As he spoke, Cheng pulled back his bow and fired a rapid volley of arrows at the charging buffalo to support his teammate. Meanwhile, the cloaked figures rushed forward to engage Han Su in close combat. Seeing this, Han Su reached into his storage pouch, muttering to himself, "What a hassle. Then I'll give you all a gift," he said, before hurling the corpse of a purple dinosaur straight at them. But Miller immediately swung her sword, slicing the corpse in two. "Running won't work on me," she said coldly. "Wait, the blood, is this from Gertis?" Han Su exclaimed in surprise. This was his cue to enlighten the others. "Do you know? Gerta's blood is the perfect bait to drive those QQ robbers, sir. They won't hesitate to charge at whoever has that blood on them. Just imagine what they'd do if you were covered in Gerta's blood." No sooner had he finished speaking than the entire herd of buffalo suddenly went wild, reaching level 2 frenzy. "This crazy bastard," Miller hissed, her face twisted in disgust. "Well then, have fun with them," Han Su shrugged. At that moment, the enraged buffalo could no longer contain their fury and charged from all four sides to attack them. Back to Han Su. After sprinting away for a while, he finally managed to slip out of the group's sight. He even had a moment to spare to check on something else. Quietly placing his hand on a nearby tree root, Han Su's expression darkened slightly. The root was dry. With the way things were going, everywhere the helpers came to was drying up fast. This process was happening too quickly. He needed to check the area above as well. Hopefully it wasn't too far. "I thought things would be easier after the red zone. Keldian, next time we meet, I'll give you a fight," he muttered under his breath, recalling the wizard's tough words from before. At the same time, elsewhere, a new group of adventurers led temporarily by Juhan was gathering nutrient fluids. However, the spot they targeted had already been taken over by another group. Seeing them arrive, a man in a red leather jacket arrogantly sneered. "Fresh blood showing up here without knowing the rules. Get down, idiots. This is our territory." Another man nodded and added, "Yeah, go away." Juhan's face grew withered, lips cracked from thirst and exhaustion. "But down there the nutrients are gone. The fluid we received from helpers is all used up. Please have a little mercy," he pleaded weakly. The opposing group burst into loud, mocking laughter. "Haha, maybe you should manage your resources better. This area belongs to our guild," said a man in gray, asserting his claim. The red-jacketed man pulled out a knife threateningly. "You're newbies. You don't have what it takes to fight us. Newbies should be a little hungry, right?" Knowing they were outmatched, Juhan's group reluctantly turned away, frustration burning inside. "Damn it, after all we've done to get here, the world tree is rotting. Of course the lower areas won't supply nutrients properly. The upper zones have plenty, but they're full of monsters. And every time we try to climb up, other guilds block our way. Are we going to starve like this?" The group silently pondered their helplessness. Suddenly, the shouts from earlier caught their attention. "Who are you? When did you get here? Get lost." Before the words even finished, a punch slammed into the man's stomach, forcing him to spit out saliva. The attacker was none other than Han Su, who had just arrived. Without missing a beat, Han Su threw the beaten man forward, causing the nearby hunters to step back in shock. "He defeated our captain with one strike. Step back," two of them ordered hurriedly, dragging their boss away. Seeing the rivals retreat, Juhan's group was overjoyed. "They're running away. Finally we can get the fluid. I never thought I'd be thankful for this someday. Everyone drink up." Without a word, the whole group eagerly started to absorb the nutrient fluid. Juhan glanced at Hansu with a dumbfounded smile. Haha, he solved the problem with just one move. Time flew by quickly. After gathering some nutrient fluid, the small guy didn't forget to come closer and thank the main character. Hey Kang Hansu, your name is Kang Hansu, right? It's been a while, he said. Hearing his name, Hansu jumped down in front of him with a puzzled look. You know me? Haha, don't you remember? We were on the same ship, the young man said awkwardly. Hansu felt strange this guy acted familiar but didn't even remember his face. Putting his embarrassment aside, Juhan then asked, So, what have you been up to? This is the first time I've seen you since then. Well, that's not important right now. It's good to see you again. I'm Juhan. Thanks to you we would have all starved otherwise, Juhan added gratefully. Hansu just shrugged as if it was nothing. I just wanted to eat. But go ahead, eat if you want. Juhan, seemingly thinking hard about something, gritted his teeth and said, Then, can I ask for one more favor? You probably know already our ship, we need it. All the paths upwards are blocked, so we need to use the ship. No, Hansu shook his head, refusing. I'm not begging. The nutrients here could run out anytime and the disaster fish is damaging the roots outside. So just take the ship and go up, Juhan urged quickly. But Hansu, already having his own plan, replied coldly. That's not the problem. It will be solved soon. You'll be safe waiting here. Don't even think about going above. What are you planning to do? Juhan asked, startled. I'll take care of it. I'll use the ship to deal with the disasters attacking the world tree. I'll personally defeat the disaster fish. So you don't have to worry about dying anymore, Hansu said with absolute certainty. Juhan's eyes dimmed for a moment, losing their light. It took several seconds for him to regain his composure. Sorry, what did you say? Please explain that more clearly, Hansu didn't answer. He just told himself if the disasters disappear, the area will thrive, and everyone here will be safe. So how could he be wrong? Seeing Hansu remain silent, Juhan could only hold his head and sigh. God, I don't really know what you're saying, but if it's you, someone who's done so many unbelievable things, it just might be true. Before you go, can I ask one more question? Why do you try so hard to save everyone? Hearing the question, Hansu's steps paused for a moment. Why? Because I need to save as many people as possible. That's why I came back. Saying this, a flicker of doubt crossed Hansu's heart. Was this really what he truly wanted? Kang Hansu, why did you stop? Juhan asked. In response, Hansu threw him a metal stone and explained, This is a metal stone. It'll be useful, so keep it. Hey, wait a minute, why did he make that expression? Juhan wondered aloud, feeling a bit unsettled by Hansu's strange look. Looking at the stone in his hand, Juhan's suspicion grew. But just like the first time Hansu helped them get the ship, when he spoke of the impossible yet made it real, maybe this time would be the same. He might really bring hope. Thinking that, Juhan's face brightened a little. Back to Hansu while moving forward, his mind was still tangled in those repetitive thoughts. Of course he had to act for humanity's survival. So why did it feel so strange? Focus on what you need to do, Hansu reminded himself. Not long after, he ran to the place where he had arranged to meet the mage Sophia. Sophia, you're early. Do you have all the materials? Sophia turned back and nodded. All except two things. But I came prepared just in case. That's not too bad, Hansu replied. Looking at Hansu's face, Sophia said, You seem worried. Is something wrong? Nothing, but some people are watching us. Did you notice? Of course. It's those Quadratus. They're targeting you, so they're after me too, she said, gritting her teeth from being repeatedly ambushed by those damn mercenaries. Hansu added, Yeah, met them. Karlsmoren is after me. What? Karlsmoren? The leader of Beacon's strike team. Sophia gasped. I've been holding him off, but he's very skilled and won't stop chasing us, Hansu reminded her. He's not someone easy to deal with. No matter how strong you are, you can't face him alone. Sophia worriedly said. So let's work together. One of us keeps gathering materials, the other acts as bait to lure Karlsmoren, Hansu suggested. But Sophia didn't agree with that plan. I don't understand why. Beacon is one of the ruling guilds in the Red Zone. They're not only large in number but full of veteran soldiers who've spent years there. That place is filled with powerful people, some have even left the Red Zone. Among them, the strike team is the most ruthless, and Karlsmoren is their commander. So we have to face him together. We should gather materials right now while they still don't know where we are. We need to hurry, Sophia said urgently. Unfortunately, it was a bit late. That's going to be difficult. I left something there, but judging by the current situation, they've already discovered it, Han-Su muttered. At the same time, at Juhan's location, the entire group had been defeated by Karls. Karls lifted the small Juhan's body effortlessly with one hand and said, I'll give you a choice. Do you want to die in pain or die peacefully after telling me where Kang Han-Su is? As he spoke, a bit of mana began to flow from his hand, ready to strike if Juhan didn't cooperate. Despite trembling with fear, Juhan chose to protect Han-Su. I didn't see him come. How could he bring so many people so fast? I don't know who that person is. You're mistaken. Hearing this, for some reason, Karls suddenly released him. Juhan gasped for air, his lungs burning. Your name is Juhan, right? You have no sense at all for a newcomer. How rude. Do you know lying has a smell? I already know he's been here. Arona's tracking skill, that's my skill. He erased nearly all his traces, but I can still smell what he left behind. At that, Karls pulled out the piece of paper Han-Su had planted on the thug Gyurja-su before and continued, his mistake was leaving a trace while trying to trap me. Now let's get to the point, where is Kang Han-Su? I really don't know, Juhan stammered. Seeing Juhan clueless, Karls sighed. You still smell like a liar. I have no choice then. You'll die here. With that, he swung his hand straight at the small man, terrifying Juhan. But suddenly, Karls froze and broke into an excited grin. I smell him now. Here he is. He turned toward where Han-Su was calmly standing, watching everything unfold. So you're the one looking for me? Han-Su said calmly, as if greeting an old friend. You're Kang Han-Su, aren't you? Karls asked again. Come on, I am, but, before Han-Su could finish, the masked man lunged forward and stomped down on his face. However, Han-Su's body vanished instantly into a wisp of energy. Chech. Too obvious, Karls clicked his tongue in irritation. A metamorph stone, a consumable relic that creates a crude copy. That was supposed to be with Gyurja-su. Looks like he got stripped clean. Still, despite it being a decoy, traces remained. Karls let out a low chuckle, pleased. Even if it's bait, I'm happy to chase. I'm starting to pick up his trail. Meanwhile, Juhan couldn't help but worry about Han-Su. Time passed quickly, shifting scenes to a turquoise lake, the breeding ground of the Kukuza, where they spawned. This place was formed by tearing open the outer roots of the world tree and filling the cavity with nutrient fluid. That fluid neutralized almost all the toxins in the reverse-flowing poisonous waters. At that moment, Han-Su looked down at his hand, feeling the strength returning. He smiled. The nutrient liquid he'd consumed earlier was working, the wounds were healing. The hallucinations had faded. Finally, the enemy had arrived. You're finally here, he said, standing up slowly as he sensed Karls's presence. Looks like you've given up on running. A little rat finally shows its tail, Karls taunted. You should be grateful, Han-Su fired back. A bloodhound that can't even sniff properly took me to lead you here myself. Karls let out a laugh, his rage boiling beneath his grin. What did you say? Interesting. Really interesting. Fine, let's see if your skills live up to the rumors. If not, you'll be nothing more than dust under my foot. The masked man conjured 2 violet flames in his palms. All right then, but not today. Han-Su spun around and broke into a full sprint, vanishing at top speed. Karls's face twisted in fury. You bastard. You dare mock me to my face. You think I'll let you get away? Roaring, he gathered mana into his palm, forming a dense ball of energy radiating deadly heat. This is Fire Jade Art, Scarlet Jade Cannon. Once fully charged, Karls hurled the orb like a fastball straight toward Han-Su. The projectile blazed through the air, but it was useless. Han-Su had already leapt high into the sky, dodging the attack with ease. Midair, Han-Su swiftly pulled a few bamboo seed sticks from his storage pouch and flung them into the nutrient-filled lake nearby. Instantly, the seeds sprouted and bloomed into enormous lotus leaves across the water's surface. Seeing the massive lotus leaves sprouting, Han-Su immediately stepped onto them and dashed across the surface of the lake. This breeding lake had a low toxicity level, but it wouldn't last long. As long as I get inside, I'll be fine, he thought. You think you can escape by diving into the water? Come out here and fight me. Carl shouted furiously, raising his hands and unleashing blast after blast of mana attacks. However, all his shots missed. Hansu had already gotten too far. Clicking his tongue in frustration, Carls had no choice but to chase after him on foot. Seeing Carls take the bait, Hansu smirked to himself. Good, he's fallen for it. Now, using the sword soaked in Gertus's body fluid, he planned to mix it with his own blood to amplify the scent strong enough to lure the Kukuza, especially now during their breeding season. Anyone who entered their nest during this time would be seen as a threat. Hansu sliced into his left palm with the sword, letting his blood drip into the lake below. Sure enough, the ferocious beasts living beneath the water sensed the scent of an intruder and began emerging from beneath the surface one by one. It didn't matter whether you were marked with blood or not. If you stepped into their sacred breeding territory, you became a target. In an instant, a swarm of wild, bull-like Kukuza burst from the lake and charged toward Carls. Yet even as a dozen of them lunged his way, Carls didn't show a hint of fear. Instead, he smirked, mocking Hansu's tricks. This is all you've got? Looks like you're running out of ideas, he sneered. Did you really think I'd be scared of a bunch of oversized water cattle? I'll burn them down and rip through their hides. With a wave of his hand, Carls fired a barrage of purple fireballs. The blazing orbs struck the airborne Kukuza with devastating force, exploding them mid-air into a rain of gore. When it was over, he turned back to Hansu, grinning with arrogance. Didn't I say? Just eliminate them and they're no threat. And now, Kang Hansu, you're next. Running changes nothing. Why won't you just face me? Hearing that, Hansu paused slightly and smiled. You've got a point, he said calmly. The confidence in his voice made Carl suddenly feel uneasy. Why is he so calm? Carls wondered. Hansu didn't respond to the question. Instead, his eyes focused on the pendant hanging from Carls's neck, thoughts racing in his head. Underwater, there's no artifact more valuable than Ahol's breath. Carls Morin is definitely going to follow me down there, so bring me what's mine, Hansu muttered under his breath. Just as he finished speaking, Hansu launched himself into the large lake with a powerful leap. Back on the shore, Carls didn't immediately jump in after him. Whether it was his cunning or arrogance, he stood there with a smug grin. That idiot, he really thinks I won't follow him underwater? Carls scoffed. If I just wait here, he'll eventually have to come up for air. But I prefer hunting to fishing. He raised his hands again, conjuring a barrage of energy spheres and hurling them into the water one after another, hoping to hit Hansu blindly. Explosions erupted beneath the surface, sending shockwaves rippling through the lake. Damn it! He's just spamming attacks until I surface, Hansu thought, frowning. If I go up now, I'll get roasted the moment I breach the water. I can't use Dragon Kian Neknik, I'm out of mana. But I came prepared for this. Reaching into his satchel, Hansu pulled out what looked like a tightly wrapped flower bud, and bit into it without hesitation. This is the air sac of an alham. It stores breathable air inside its unopened bud and ruptures when exposed to blood. With this I can hold out a bit longer. Just as he started to settle in, his thoughts were interrupted. From the murky depths of the lake, two Kukuza bulls were charging toward him in a crazed frenzy. Without flinching, Hansu reached back into his storage pouch and pulled out something else. Kukuza aren't the only territorial monsters down here, he thought. There are plenty of aquatic beasts so foul even these things avoid them. What he held now was the Arwan stink gland, a foul-smelling organ from a notorious underwater predator. Its stench was so noxious that even Kukuza fled from its presence. Hansu clenched his fist and crushed the gland in his palm, releasing its revolting scent into the water. Instantly, the two charging beasts skidded to a halt, panic flashing in their eyes before they turned and fled in the opposite direction like terrified prey. This'll clear the path, Hansu thought. During mating season, Kukuza mix toxins with their nutrient fluids, diluting them to form the breeding lake. All these tunnels eventually lead to the poison sea. I need to reach it. With his mind set and no enemies in sight, Hansu surged forward, swimming deeper into the underwater labyrinth. Meanwhile, back above, Carls had waited long enough. With no sign of Hansu surfacing, he finally decided to dive in himself. As soon as he spotted Hansu's figure swimming below, he didn't hesitate. With a swift motion, he launched a spiraling blast of energy straight toward him. He's here, Han Su noted, his eyes narrowing. Even with Bloodfire Key, tracking attacks underwater is easier than it looks. Before he could brace himself, the spiraling force grazed his arm, sending a jolt of pain through his body. His face twisted in agony. "Kook," he gasped. "It just grazed me, but that impact, damn it." Still, Han Su didn't flinch. "This is my chance to counterattack." Gritting through the pain, he lashed out with his whip, aiming directly at the masked attacker. Unfortunately, Carl's narrowly dodged at the last second. "That weapon, it was the relic Georgia Su used," Carl sneered. "So, you're the one with the forgotten relic blade. That thing was far too much for a brat like him. But don't worry, I'll be taking it back." Just as he spoke, something unexpected happened. Carl suddenly clutched his throat, coughing violently as panic set into his expression. I can't breathe, what the hell? This artifact, it's supposed to let me breathe underwater." Realization struck him like a thunderbolt. No, it can't be. His eyes darted forward in desperation, and his worst fear was confirmed. The pendant that let him breathe underwater was no longer around his neck. Han Su had snatched it mid-combat using his whip. "Kang Han Su, you bastard, you stole my artifact." Carl's voice echoed into the water, burning precious oxygen as he roared. The more he shouted, the faster his lungs emptied. Meanwhile, Han Su calmly placed the necklace around his own neck with a smug grin. "I told you," he said coolly. "That belongs to me. But don't worry, I'll give you something in return." With that, he shifted his weapon from whip to blade form, ready to go toe-to-toe to Tainik Carl's and spill some blood in the water. Kang Han Su smirked with confidence. "I'll give you something in return." He raised his sword and calmly chanted, "Nirmaha's second authority Hemorrhage." In a flash, a glowing blue chain shot out and coiled tightly around Carl's Morin's arm. Its pressure was brutal, blood gushed from the limb, as if it were being crushed from within. Carl's gritted his teeth in pain. What kind of idiotic trick is this? But just as he was distracted, the stench of blood reached a nearby beast. It lunged straight at him, jaws full of razor-sharp teeth. Feeling the danger, Carl spun out of the way at the last second. "Damn bottom feeder," he cursed under his breath, slashing his hand outward to launch a counterstrike that shoved the beast back. He looked up. All the creatures in the hive were stirred into chaos now. Annoying. He cast a spell, energy rippling through his hand. "I'm at a disadvantage. Time to pull back for now." And with that, he vanished into the shadows, thinking to himself, "Don't get cocky, Kang Han Su. This isn't over." Han Su exhaled in relief as he watched Carl's retreat. Whew, lucky he gave up that easily. Now he could finally collect what he needed and leave. She's been waiting long enough. Without wasting a second, Han Su dove into the fissure and swam toward the surface. On the shore, a familiar figure paced restlessly. Sophia. She walked back and forth, glancing around. "This place, the very end of the root system. The place I first met Kang Han Su." She stared anxiously at the water. "When's he coming? I should have just fought Beacon myself, I hope he's okay." She adjusted her glasses nervously. "More importantly, where's the ship he mentioned?" "There's nothing here. A ship that could carry 500 people would definitely attract attention. If he failed to rescue it, if he couldn't make it back, then I'll have no choice. He might be disappointed, but I still have that 30-seater I found. At least it's something." Her thoughts were interrupted as the water behind her surged violently. A massive wave crashed onto the shore. She spun around instinctively, wide-eyed. A colossal ship rose from the water like a leviathan, casting a shadow across the land. Water splashed everywhere. She threw up a barrier above her head on reflex. She stared in disbelief. Where did that come from? Atop the ship stood a tall figure, just in time, he thought. There was no mistaking him. It was Kang Han Su. He gave her a calm smile. "Hop on. We're leaving." Sometime later, the ship drifted steadily across the toxic sea. Sophia stood at the bow, gazing into the distance. "I can't believe you actually buried the ship in the Sea of Poison." She gave him a sidelong glance. "I don't know if I should call you a genius or an idiot." Then added, "And just how long did it take you to gather that many runes?" Kang Han Su sat casually, arms full of runes, smirking. "Let's just say I got them from a friend." His grin widened. "Not that they were willing to help. But thanks to them, my magic's hit its peak." Sophia suddenly asked, "More importantly, how did you pull it off?" He blinked. Wait, what was she talking about? Sophia gently picked up a small seed and continued. I'm talking about how to use the kuchi seed. These seeds can only be found near Lake Kukulza, so they're incredibly rare and hard to come by. It was nearly impossible to tell just by looking that the seeds would germinate when thrown into toxic water. You've only just arrived in the red zone, she said, so how could you possibly know this much about the monsters in the ecosystem already? She glanced at him again, thoughts swirling in her mind about the stats she had seen with her library skill. They were unusually high for a first-year traveler. Impressive, yes, but not enough to explain everything. The item combinations he used were ones that most red zone travelers would never even think of trying. He wasn't particularly strong in terms of raw stats, yet he acted like he knew everything. Before she could dig deeper, he interrupted her train of thought, holding up a bundle of herbs and explaining their effects, how they could be used to enhance strength or create new materials, optimizing an item's full potential. The vial in his hand displayed a stat readout, red zone formula 1614 sclerosing solution. Sophia kept thinking. This is the result of the ingenuity and creativity of alchemists who once worked for the survival of humanity. Kang Hansu looked at her and said, I don't have much, but there are a lot of ways to use it. This is a key material for dealing with the doomfish. Sophia responded quietly, a toxin to fight the doomfish? I never even considered that possibility. And even with my library skill, I didn't recognize the formula at first glance. Kang Hansu, what are you hiding? He smiled faintly and turned away. I could ask you the same thing. 7 wraiths, the real reason you need someone to guard your position is because of the doomfish, isn't it? Sophia was visibly shocked. How do you know that? Hansu slowly stood up. But now's not the time to talk about this. It's here. As soon as he said those words, the still surface of the water began to ripple, and then 2 massive scales broke through. It was the devourer fish. The doomfish. With arms crossed, he asked calmly, you know the way in, right? Without hesitation, she replied, yes. As long as nothing goes wrong, we can enter through its gills. He glanced behind them. The others will be here soon too. Hansu turned back to her, his voice firm. From this point on, you must follow every instruction I give, no questions asked. If you can't do that, I'm not taking you with me. Sophia answered with equal resolve, don't worry. I won't be a burden. As long as we kill the doomfish, your identity doesn't matter to me. My only goal is to eliminate it. That's the reason I teamed up with you. You made the right choice, he said. Don't worry, I'll keep my promise. In his mind, Kang Hansu thought to himself, this is where it begins. I'll start changing everything from the red zone, laying the groundwork for my long-term survival. There won't be a second chance. I have to succeed this time. While Kang Hansu and Sophia drifted quietly across the sea, danger struck out of nowhere. Spears, dozens of them, came flying straight at their boat. The impact shook the vessel violently. Sophia screamed, the hull took a direct hit. At this rate, we're going to sink. Meanwhile, on the other side, Karlsmoren, the one who had attacked Kang Hansu's ship, placed a boot on the railing and sneered. Those rats, looks like they've been hiding a pretty decent ship. He smirked victoriously and barked out an order, Rachel. Bring the rest of it over. I prepared this special weapon just for you. He grinned, eyes narrowed in anticipation. Let's see how much pressure your ship can handle. With that, he gave the signal, and more sharp iron spears were launched toward Kang Hansu's boat. Sophia shouted, we have to strike back now. But Hansu stretched an arm out in front of her, blocking her path. Wait. She looked at him in disbelief. Did you not hear what I said? If we hesitate any longer, we won't make it. Even if this ship was crafted by the ancients, it's already taken damage. Right now we're only afloat thanks to the leaves sprouting from the kuchis. If we take even one more hit, she began, but Hansu calmly cut her off. The doomfish is extremely sensitive to magic. A single strike strong enough to sink our ship won't even get its attention. You know that as well as I do. It only reacts to magic or skills. He thought to himself, it must be the magical force within the world tree that makes it so sensitive. Even the smallest movement near it could mean instant death. He continued aloud, yes, we're at a disadvantage right now. Sophia immediately asked, then what do we do? But even as she asked, doubt crept in. I didn't come all this way just to be useless. Isn't there anything I can do? At that moment, Hansu reached into the pouch by his side. Don't worry. When I said we were at a disadvantage, I meant because we don't have a proper method to deal with distant enemies without using skills. If we can't do it ourselves, then why not call for help, he added. Sophia was taken aback. He's using another artifact, she thought, eyes wide. Then she asked cautiously, should I create a decoy? But before she could say more, he responded softly, we just need to hold out a little longer. His eyes glinted as he looked away, a sly grin curling on his lips. So why don't we try fishing? He said, handing her something. Seeing what it was, her expression immediately brightened. I've decided to trust you. Let's do this. Meanwhile, Karlsmoren remained oblivious to their plan, fully convinced they were on the brink of defeat. He chuckled darkly. That ship will be resting at the bottom of the sea soon. Looks like that guy wasn't so tough after all. He gave another order. Bring out the rest of the spears. I'll throw him overboard myself. Just then one of his men, Cheng, asked, seriously though, what have those two even been doing this whole time? On Kang Hansu's ship, the two of them were tossing cargo crates overboard. Cheng kept watching. Hey, they're dumping stuff into the sea. Is that some kind of trap? Karlsmoren scoffed. Pointless. Destroy those crates. Smash everything in our way. Yes, Commander, his crew responded, launching their attacks. Back on Hansu's side, he reassured Sophia, just hang on a little longer. One by one, the crates were destroyed by Karlsmoren's forces. But Hansu's eyes gleamed. It's taken the bait. Suddenly the water began to tremble from below, subtle at first, then growing. Terror spread through Karlsmoren's crew. A kraken. The crew on board trembled in fear as enormous tentacles of the kraken encircled the ship. We're surrounded. It's coming after us. The monstrous creature rose from the depths, its massive head breaching the surface, sealing off every escape route with its limbs. The ship was completely boxed in. Karlsmoren narrowed his eyes. A kraken. It usually doesn't show itself like this, Zhang Gesu quickly replied. If we don't act fast, the doomfish will dive to the ocean floor. We have to enter its gills before that happens. If we miss this chance, we'll lose Kang Hansu. Just then, Rachel drew her sword and declared firmly, leave everything here to me. Without hesitation, she began slicing through the kraken's tentacles with surgical precision. The beast roared in fury and pain, thrashing violently as its limbs were severed. Karlsmoren stood with arms crossed, gazing into the distance. Rachel, if you're ready, let's move. We've wasted enough time. She gave a respectful nod. Yes, sir. Understood. Karls then walked over and grabbed Zhang Gesu by the head. Quit zoning out. Focus and lead the way. The kraken's sudden appearance isn't a coincidence, he thought. So Kang Hansu really plans to rely on dirty tricks to the very end. Suddenly, a voice rang out. The doomfish is diving, hold on tight. The ship slowly drifted forward, carried along with the creature's descent. Karls muttered, almost to himself, strange, even underwater, the gills are completely dry. Zhang Gesu, drenched in sweat, explained nervously, it's because there's some mysterious energy inside the doomfish. Look. They were now sailing through a tunnel-like passage inside the creature's gills. Karls asked, so we just follow this path all the way down, right? Zhang Gesu snapped, annoyed, why do you keep asking? Just follow the path, we'll get there. That big fleshy wall acting as a gate will shift before it closes, so stay alert and you'll be fine. Then, from behind him, Rachel spoke with quiet deference, Commander Karlsmoren, rather than chasing Kang Hansu, perhaps we should focus on the true goal of this expedition. Everyone turned to look at her. She continued, you know very well we're supposed to recruit promising travelers for Quadratus. Karls slammed his hand down on the railing. I know, don't rush me. Either way, while we're inside the doomfish I can't just leave whenever I want. Besides, what do you think he can do without a guide? If we don't find his corpse, that alone would be a miracle. Inside the doomfish's body, the stomach was like a pocket dimension, a separate space, where everything it had swallowed had merged into a massive island. It looked no different from a dungeon. Karlsmoren and his team had disembarked onto the strange island. He frowned, thinking, the magical energy here is warped, it's making tracking more difficult. But ahead of them, a faint light glowed in the distance. Karls narrowed his eyes. I really don't like this place. From behind him, his crew began murmuring uneasily. Look at that, Quadratus is just full of wrecked ships and half-digested corpses. Don't tell me this is what we paid for on this expedition. Jiang Gesu stepped forward confidently, a sly grin on his face. It seems you still don't get it. This marvelous place is a blessing from the Doomfish itself. This is the highlight. He gestured dramatically around them. The only thing the Doomfish has ever completely absorbed is the placenta of the World Tree. This place holds the remnants of Elfenheim, the very beings who created the World Tree. A hidden treasure buried within the Doomfish. His eyes gleamed as he pulled out a dusty necklace and held it up for all to see. Just think. If countless others have been buried here, what do you suppose happened to the artifacts they carried? He tightened his grip on the necklace, then continued, his voice filled with conviction. The only reason I survived this hell is because of what I found here. Now tell me, do you crave power? His voice turned almost hypnotic. If you're willing to serve the Doomfish as part of Quadratus, your deepest desires will become reality. His words washed over the crowd like a spell. One by one, greedy smiles began to spread across their faces. Their eyes lit up with ambition and longing. Jiang Gesu pressed on, voice rising, raise your voices for Quadratus. Give thanks to the Doomfish for its blessings. Quadratus welcomes you all. Then, more seriously, he warned, do not use any offensive skills or make loud noises. If we're heard, we'll be attacked. Still caught up in his speech, he failed to notice someone approaching from behind. Just follow Quadratus' guidance and you can enjoy everything here in peace. Loud noises like what, exactly? A voice asked behind him. Unbothered, Jiang Gesu casually replied. It's nothing to worry about. Only things like explosions tend to trigger them. Behind him, Kang Hansu smiled lightly. An explosion? Huh. Right on cue. Massive chunks of ice burst out from beneath a nearby ship, the resulting blast echoing through the air. The shockwave knocked several people off their feet. Kang Hansu's faint smile twisted into a smirk. Perfect timing, Sophia. Panic spread across Jiang Gesu's face. No, this is bad. Karl's Morin turned toward Kang Hansu, fury blazing in his eyes. You Kang Hansu. Then he sneered. So you came all this way just to die by my hand. Excellent. He turned to Jiang Gesu, barking, what are you doing? Get out of the way. But Jiang Gesu was trembling, sweat pouring down his face. Damn it, they're moving. As he spoke, skeletal warriors wielding ancient swords began appearing all around them. Their eyes glowed with malevolent light as they slowly advanced, clearly hostile. They're here, Jiang Gesu stammered, voice shaking. The cursed army of Galadriel, Elfenheim's knights. The ones once sent to destroy the Doomfish. The Ghost Knights, someone whispered. They're targeting us, they're attacking. Panic erupted. Another shouted, he told us we just needed to collect artifacts from inside the Doomfish. No one said anything about this. Suddenly another explosion tore through the air, louder, closer. Quadratus was rapidly losing their advantage. Karl's Morin shouted, attack. Destroy those cursed souls. Yes, Commander. His men responded in unison. They surged forward, clashing with the skeletal warriors. Karl's channeled his power, gathering energy in his palm before unleashing a fiery blast. The resulting explosion incinerated a wave of the undead, sending charred bones scattering through the air. After the explosion, skeletal remains were scattered all over the ground. Cheers broke out, everyone was ecstatic. That's the new assault commander from Beacon. He took them all out so easily. But behind them, Jiang Gesu stood still, eyes narrowed. No, they're not that easy to kill. Just as he feared, the bones began to twitch. Skulls reattached to spines, limbs jerked unnaturally, and the skeletons stood once again, ready to resume their attack. Jiang Gesu's expression froze in disbelief. They're the guardians of this place. Protectors of the Doomfish. They possess cursed bodies able to fight endlessly. As long as the Doomfish lives, they will keep rising. Screams of panic broke out around him. Wait, no. Someone help me. Karl's Morin roared over the chaos. Don't retreat, you fools. Hold your ground. But even as he barked orders, Karl's turned to flee, thoughts racing. What a shame, but I'm not risking my life here. I need to use this chance to escape. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Wait, Kang Hansu. Where is he? He caused all this chaos and now he's disappeared. If he came here for the same reason as that woman, Sophia, then meanwhile, on the other side, Kang Hansu was on the move, running through the winding corridors of flesh and bone. Everything's playing out exactly as Keldian said it would, he thought. Keep the Ghost Knights, the Doomfish's first line of defense, occupied. I left that job to Sophia. I've already done my part there. Now it's time for the next critical step. That step, the core of the Doomfish. The Doomfish's outer hide is impervious to all attacks. But its core. That's another story. Kang Han-soo drew his sword. There's only one way to kill this thing, he muttered. And this is it. With that he leapt upward, aiming for the inner sanctum. But from below, a furious voice echoed Kang Han-soo. Jang Gae-soo hurled a powerful explosive toward him. Kang Han-soo reacted in a flash, countering midair. Then, using the momentum, he dove downward toward Jang Gae-soo. You again, huh? Kang Han-soo crashed down, slamming the man into the ground. His blade pierced into Jang Gae-soo's side. Wasn't last time enough fun for you? But suddenly Jang Gae-soo grabbed the blade with both hands. Blood poured from his palms, but a smug smile crept across his face. I know everything now. Unbelievable, you're after the Doomfish's core. That woman Sophia, she sent you, didn't she? You've ruined everything. Karls Morin wanted to kill you with his own hands. But suddenly he screamed, anyone who dares defile the Doomfish must die. Cheng. Make sure he doesn't escape. From behind, Cheng raised his bow and took aim at Kang Han-soo. I've got him locked in. This time will be different. Thwip. The arrow flew. Cheng shouted, bullseye. Jang Gae-soo sneered. You're nothing special, Kang Han-soo, but then his face changed. Something wasn't right. Even Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. What is that? Kang Han-soo stood unharmed. Where the arrow should have pierced him, a glowing protective layer shimmered. Cheng gasped. He didn't take a scratch. Pieces of armor began to materialize along Kang Han-soo's neck, forming in glowing segments. A surge of golden lightning burst across his body, the dragon transformation. A powerful dragon-type energy art. Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. That arrow was strong enough to pierce through a kukulza with a single shot. Jang Gae-soo was equally stunned. That's the dragon race's energy art. The one I saw before, but now, it's far stronger. He's improved this much in such a short time. Cheng, tense, raised his bow again. If one shot wasn't enough, I'll just keep firing until it is. Kang Han-soo scoffed. Even if you could spare my life, if you have no intention of letting me go, then don't expect me to hold back. He focused energy into his palm. The first time I used this technique, it drained my mana too quickly. But I've fixed that now. His pupils sharpened into slits. This time I won't show mercy. Chaos erupted across the battlefield. Skulls were crushed underfoot. Bones scattered and shattered. Karls Morin barked out an order. Don't let up. Keep attacking, don't give them time to regenerate. A fighter, struggling to fend off the enemies, shouted back. Their regeneration is speeding up. We can't keep up. A flaming skull hurled itself toward them, engulfed in blue fire. Karls clenched his jaw. Damn it. If this keeps up, we'll burn through all our stamina and mana. We're fighting an enemy that keeps coming back, we're at a constant disadvantage. Kang Han-soo, how did you come up with the idea to use the Doomfish like this? He turned to rally the panicked crowd behind him. If we die here, we'll end up like the rest. We're not finished yet, use the feather we brought. As soon as the feathers appeared, the system displayed new data, World Tree Feather consumable item. A fallen leaf fragment from the World Tree. Extremely rare. When used, initiates emergency extraction for the user and nearby allies. A black-haired man gripped the feather tightly and shouted, panicked, it's no use. We already tried earlier, it won't activate. Sophia stepped forward calmly. Useless. You can't escape the Doomfish's stomach that easily. She explained, unbothered. The same applies to Elfenheim's Phantom Knights. In this place, they're immortal. They can't be killed inside this beast. Karls Morin's voice exploded in fury as he spotted her. You bitch, you think I'll let you off after you interfered with me? If one of the 7 Phantoms finds out about this. Sophia cut him off with a mocking smile. Do you really think the ones who sat idle, watching me struggle alone to kill the Doomfish, will lift a finger just for you? Her words made Karls's group hesitate, their faith shaken. She continued, instead of whining, why not figure out how to escape? Communication here is useless anyway. Karls grit his teeth as each of her words hit harder. Live or die, no one out there will even know. Sophia summoned a glowing magic circle. Let me give you a final gift. Her eyes sparkled with confidence. After all, I've already gotten all the information I needed. Carl sneered. Looks like hanging around some rookie brat has clouded your judgment. I'm the assault commander of Beacon. I was assigned to manage the red zone. Just as he spoke, a vortex of dark energy began swirling in his palm, condensing into a dense, roiling black sphere of destruction. In a flash, Carl's Morin lunged straight at Sophia. You lowest among the 7 phantoms, I could fight you all day. Sophia's enchanted stones whirled around her, striking out at Carl's with deadly force. But Carl's roared back with disdain. You can't even land a hit on a target right in front of you. What a disgrace to the 7 phantoms. The magic circle behind Sophia shattered into fragments. She shielded her face as Carl's violet energy sphere hurtled toward her. A massive explosion erupted in mid-air. But when the smoke cleared, Sophia stood there, completely unharmed. I wasn't aiming for you, she said coldly. Carl's expression twisted, he could feel it. A tremor. The crowd began murmuring in alarm. What, is this an earthquake inside the Doomfish's stomach? Panic spread quickly. Commander. The entrance, the stomach is closing up. Sophia's voice was calm, though a trace of fatigue slipped through. I've been buying time, using my library skill to find a way to close the gill flaps. Carl's eyes widened in horror as her words sank in. She's done her part. He screamed in fury, you bitch. But Sophia simply turned and walked away. I hope this is the last time we meet. Carl snapped out of his rage, barking at his troops. What are you waiting for? Get the transport ready, we need to get out of here, now. Rachel, tense, looked up. The ship, it's Carl's, cut in. Where's Quadratus? What the hell is Janggesu doing? He should be leading the evac. Rachel's voice was grim. The Phantom Knights, they're flooding in again. Carl's clenched his jaw and started issuing orders. Once we reach the gill flaps, they'll open again. Hold out until then. Rachel, give us cover, we need breathing room. Rachel nodded nervously. Yes, sir. Carl's eyes burned with rage. Sophia, I swear you'll regret this the moment I get out of here. Flames began to swirl around him as he activated his technique. Fiery Jade Chi Art Fiery Jade Technique. A vortex of fire exploded outward, his power tearing through the Phantom Knights like a storm. He raised his voice, leading the charge. Follow me. But after only a few steps, they all came to an abrupt halt. Standing before them, blocking their way, was Kang Han-soo. Carl's Morin's voice thundered in disbelief. You dare stand in my way? Kang Han-soo calmly held Janggesu by the collar, dragging him forward. I'll admit, this does feel a bit like a villain's entrance. With no emotion on his face, he let Gesu's limp body fall to the ground. But so what? He said coldly. No matter what I say, you never listen anyway. Carl's Morin seethed with fury. You arrogant bastard. You're just a mad dog who doesn't know fear. He raised his hand and declared, I was going to capture you alive. Without hurting you, but forget that. I've made up my mind. But Kang Han-soo didn't waste a second. He dashed forward, aiming directly for Carl's Morin. Reaching out with one hand, he tried to grab his opponent's head. There's no need for any more words, he muttered. A brutal slash from Kang Han-soo's sword came crashing down toward Carl's head. The blow sent Carl's Morin hurtling to the ground with a deafening impact. Rachel, standing nearby, cried out in panic, Commander. A flood of thoughts raced through Carl's mind. He pushed me back. Even though that man had been on the run all this time, has he grown that much stronger from absorbing Quadratus runes? Clenching a shard of stone in his palm, Carl gritted his teeth. No, even if that's true, he doesn't stand a chance. He growled, You really think you can take me on just because you absorbed their runes? I'll crush you and take back the breath of a hall that you stole from me. Rachel rushed toward them. Commander Carl's. Let us assist, but Carl's cut her off harshly. Get lost. You think I'm so weak I need help to deal with him? Without waiting for a reply, he lunged back into the fight. Go. Stop the Phantom Knights instead. Rachel didn't hesitate. Understood. We'll handle them. Kang Han-soo simply smiled, pointing his sword at Carl's. Don't worry. I plan to clean up everything here. Infuriated, Carl's roared, You're nothing more than a newborn pup. Their blades clashed in mid-air, a fierce metallic shriek echoing as they crossed. Carl's delivered a decisive strike so fast and heavy that Kang Han-soo couldn't dodge. He dropped to one knee, absorbing the full brunt of the attack. Seeing him stagger, Carl sneered. All that big talk and this is all you've got? Kang Han-soo clenched his teeth, refusing answer. Carl's grinned even wider. I knew it, there's no way he's stronger than me. No way I'd lose to some inexperienced brat. Their swords collided again, sparks flying. The weight of Carl's blows began to drive Kang Han-soo deeper into the ground with each clash. Raising his sword, Carl's prepared to finish it. No hesitation. The blade pierced through Kang Han-soo's body. Carl's let out a scornful laugh. You fool. If you had accepted my offer, become my subordinate, you could have kept your life. But the sword had only gone through Kang Han-soo's shoulder. Carl's leaned in with a sinister smile, twisting the blade deeper. Blood trickled from the corner of Kang Han-soo's lips. The reason you'll die is simple, Carl's hissed. You're weaker than me. But Kang Han-soo didn't look defeated. In fact, he smiled. Oh yeah. He gripped the blade that had impaled him with his bare hand. Then, Kang Han-soo raised his head, locking eyes with Carl's Morin. Let me return those words to you. Kang Han-soo slipped too late to block. The blade pierced straight into his heart, and blood slowly spilled from his mouth. Carl's Morin charged in, gripping his sword tightly, laughing maniacally. This is the price you pay for your arrogance. But Kang Han-soo smirked through the pain. Then let me return the favor with the same words. He reached up and grabbed the blade still embedded in his chest. Carl's Morin's eyes widened in disbelief. Still gripping Carl's sword, Kang Han-soo lowered his head and muttered. Night relics really are something else, sharp enough to pierce even the scales of dragon Kiarts. He looked up, eyes locking onto Carl's Morin. Thanks for the delivery. Carl's Morin's face twisted in rage. No, I pierced your heart. I destroyed it. But then, a chill ran through him. His voice trembled. Wait, did you modify your body? Kang Han-soo chuckled. Reaching behind him, his massive dragon hand began to pulse with power, ready to strike. It's too late for you to realize that now. The enormous dragon hand surged forward, radiating devastating force. Blood pooled at Carl's Morin's feet like a torrent. A gaping hole now marred his shoulder, nearly tearing through his upper body. He staggered, choking out his final words. But I destroyed your heart. Kang Han-soo stood tall above him, the sword still lodged in his body. For a moment he held his stance, then grimaced, teeth clenched in agony. Slowly he bent over and gripped the hilt. With a sharp pull he yanked Carl's sword from his chest. Blood streamed from his mouth, but Kang Han-soo fought through the pain. He focused his dragon hand's energy into a small stone in his palm. The stone turned into a swirling blue mist. His tired eyes brightened slightly. I managed to do it, by pushing my body past its limits to form 3 dragon hearts. He exhaled sharply. I'm still lacking healing elixirs, but I've got no other choice now. Far above, the golden doomsday fish opened its mouth with a thunderous roar. The special ability of this technique imitation was modeled after the original creator of the Dragon Chi arts. In truth, the Dragon Chi arts didn't create power, they borrowed the might of dragons. Behind Kang Han-soo, the wound from earlier still bled down his muscular back. He thought to himself, but the real change is in my body. Compared to dragons, the human body was still too inefficient. The backlash from the transformation was severe. He still had to endure it whenever he used this power. He reached for the hilt of his own sword. My ancient script mastery is only around 35%. With care he sheathed the blade at his side. Straightening his back, he closed his eyes to regain composure. I still lack the experience to maintain this form for long. He clenched his dragon hand, it shimmered with a golden glow. His eyes, now steady and determined, narrowed forward. He exhaled. Now, it's only a matter of time. His gaze sharpened with a frightening intensity. If I don't act immediately, I won't make it in time. He bolted forward. Jiang Gesu lay on the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. Weak, barely clinging to life. The eye on his forehead watched as Kang Han-soo's figure raced forward. With a final breath, Gesu closed his eyes. The eye on his forehead flickered, then floated upward. Kang Han-soo. I'll remember this grudge. Meanwhile, Kang Han-soo stood at the base of the mountain, staring up at the doomsday fish's crystallized core glinting in the sky. He thought silently, they haven't arrived yet. This is my chance. He took off running up the mountain. Thanks to Sophia, I've learned all I need about the doomsday fish's core. That core threaded with golden veins was located at a high, nearly unreachable point. I can't reach it on my own, but a platform will soon form. Because it's reacting. The doomsday fish's core glowed a brilliant gold. Though the creature lacked external defenses against outside threats, it possessed an exceptional internal defense system, designed precisely for emergencies like this. As Kang Han-soo charged toward the golden core, the fish's golden tendrils lunged at him. These weren't just traps or obstacles, they were a fully functioning defense system. Every attempt to approach the core was intercepted by overwhelming physical force. The massive golden tendril struck the ground violently, targeting Kang Han-soo as he parried with his sword. He glanced at the attacking tendrils, thinking to himself, it's simple, but there's nothing more effective. With powerful swings of his blade, Kang Han-soo cut through the defenses, his eyes filled with fierce determination. I can take them down. Holes formed on the tendrils where his strikes had landed, but they began regenerating. Kang Han-soo noticed this and quickly recalculated his approach. At this regeneration rate, simply defeating them isn't enough. He darted toward one of the tendrils lunging for him. To stop the regeneration, Kang Han-soo reached down to the pouch at his side and pulled out a vial. There's only one way: strike the doomsday fish directly with a decisive blow. He tossed the vial into the air. Then, with one fluid motion, he sliced it in half midair with his sword. At the same moment, he slashed one of the golden tendrils with a powerful strike. The hardening solution spilled everywhere, not only solidifying everything it touched, but also concentrating in a wide area, completely halting the regeneration process. The tendril he had just struck turned pitch black, now incapable of regenerating like the others. Kang Han-soo paused for a moment, watching the tendrils he severed remain still, no regeneration. Just as the alchemy formulas predicted. It worked. I've confirmed it now. He smashed another vial of the hardening solution with his sword. Sticky residue coated his blade. Now dual-wielding two swords, Kang Han-soo assumed a wide-range attack stance. All that's left is reducing their numbers. He launched into the air, slicing toward the tendrils just as they swung back with equal force. The doomsday fish let out an earth-shaking roar, waves surging violently as it thrashed. Far away, on the coastline, Pat and Baek Minchul stood watching the chaos unfold in the sea. Baek Minchul turned to him and asked, "What did Ferris say?" Pat responded flatly, "All nearby assistants must remain on alert and stand guard." Baek Minchul frowned. "I've never seen the doomsday fish this frenzied. It writhed like a beast gone mad, gaping its mouth as if trying to expel fire from within. The ocean roared in agony around it. From above the stormy waves, Sophia flew in, weaving through the crashing water walls." Baek Minchul's jaw dropped. He raised his hand to block the blinding light and squinted toward the distant skies. His voice trembled as he called out to Pat behind him, "Wait, something's coming." But Pat didn't turn. "Now's not the time. We need to scout the next zone immediately." "We don't have another." Before he could finish, a force slammed into him, throwing him violently to the ground. Baek Minchul spun around, eyes wide. "Aaron." After the impact, Pat lay face down on the ground, completely unconscious. The one who had collided with him was none other than Sophia. Sitting on top of him, she panted and muttered wearily, "Just a little more, and I would have been done for." Baek Minchul rushed over, stunned. "You're Sophia Varaj. Where did you even come from?" Meanwhile, Aaron groaned weakly from below. Sophia turned her head to respond to Baek Minchul. "There's no time, we have to move." "Now, what?" "Move where?" he asked in disbelief. The two of them stood and turned toward the doomsday fish, which was thrashing more violently than ever before. Its agonized convulsions shook the ocean with terrifying force. Standing beside her, Baek Minchul shouted, trying to get Sophia's attention, but she remained fixated on the raging creature, lost in thought. "I've never seen anything like this before. The doomsday fish is truly in pain." It was a claim that would sound absurd to anyone else, like something from a myth. But here she was, frozen in the moment, as the world around her trembled. Her hand clenched into a fist, trembling with frustration. "I'm angry that I couldn't be the one to do it." But she brought both hands to her chest as tears began to fall. "At last I can be free from this wretched guilt that's haunted me for so long." Her thoughts flashed to Kang Han-soo, his hand reaching gently toward her. He really kept his promise. The doomsday fish opened its massive mouth in agony, turning toward the shore where the three of them stood. It began advancing closer and closer to land. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Bake Minchel's collar from the front, yanking him around in shock, then another reached for Aaron Pat's from behind. The beast continued its advance. Each step shattered rock and earth, sending debris flying through the air. Sophia dragged both Bake Minchel and Aaron Pat backward toward safety. Then, the doomsday fish began vomiting, spewing out what it had consumed. What the hell? Is it regurgitating everything it ate? Bake Minchel turned his head, shouting in disbelief. Why? He spun to Sophia, rage in his voice. What did you do? She replied softly, we did it. Tears streamed down her cheeks, but a radiant smile lit up her face. Her eyes sparkled with pure joy. Kang Hansu, he did it, she shouted, her voice full of emotion. Still pulling the two men, Sophia suddenly sped up. We're out of time. We have to get away from the roots now. Or we'll be swept away with everything else. No sooner had she said that than Aaron Pat, still being dragged, cried out, wait. Let go of me. Far below, Michael looked up at the unfolding scene and gasped. That technique, I know it. He stared harder, realizing whose skill it must be. Sophia, from behind him, a worried girl ran up to report, Michael, if the doomsday fish's rampage gets worse, the damage will spread to this area. Michael clenched his jaw and demanded, did you send the report? I just sent a messenger pigeon saying we're monitoring the doomsday fish, she answered quickly. That's not enough, he snapped. Send another one. Now. His expression was grim. This might just be the beginning. The doomsday fish's eye glowed bright gold. Its entire body turned a deep, searing pinkish red, an indication of instability within the red zone, which until now had remained under control. With a wild lurch, the beast surged, and the sky above turned violet. Waves crashed violently against the shore as the ground split apart in all directions. An earthquake sent massive rocks tumbling down. Molten lava had also begun to pour forth. Kang Hansu struggled to hold himself up and finally managed to stand. A sigh of relief escaped him just as he had predicted. The entire place looked downright nightmarish. Relying on human strength alone in here was far too exhausting. His body was reaching its limits. The physical strain from using dragon transformation was beginning to take a toll. Everything was becoming more dangerous by the second. More importantly, the doomsday fish's tentacles were cursed with a recovery-reducing skill. Still, Kang Hansu's determination hadn't wavered. He pushed forward with everything he had. A direct assault was the only way through this. He tore through everything in his path with reckless abandon. He kept slashing until it screamed in pain. Water splashed everywhere. Kang Hansu allowed himself a small cold smile. So you can feel pain, huh? His swords were now embedded deep inside the creature. The subspace that acted as its stomach was collapsing, the core had been destroyed. Kang Hansu poured all of his remaining strength into the attack. The beast was gradually breaking down. Now, on to the next step. He charged forward like a god unleashed. The surest way to kill the doomsday fish was to destroy the magic core in its stomach. The second option, far riskier, was to travel through the blood vessels connected to the core and strike its heart directly. In the end, that was the method that would bring this calamity to its final end. He glanced at the pendant around his neck, silently resolving, I'll use Dragon Chui to purge the poison. Then rely on mind-focused breathing to keep going here. It was a miraculous moment. Everything was finally coming together for him. Kang Hansu had fought with everything he had to make it to this point. The power radiating from his sword shattered the ground beneath him. Then, without warning, something pierced through him. Agonizing pain ripped through his body. His insides were a mess. My heart, he struggled, clawing for a way out of it. But doing so only made his body wearier. After what felt like an eternity, he finally broke free. He told himself firmly, there's no time to recover. I have to keep moving. But ahead of him lay a dense field of thorns, traps far worse than he'd expected. In the end, he had to choose the safer route. I have to retreat. But that was something he never wanted. Clenching his teeth, he endured the pain, the bitterness. Ridiculous, he growled to himself. If I turn back even once, I'll never stop retreating. Kang Hansu had become a different man altogether. The only path left was straight ahead. His speed was far greater than before. Electric sparks seemed to crackle across his body, just a little faster, and he'd make it. He kept reminding himself, faster. I need to move faster, afraid that time would run out. Finally, he shattered everything in his way. A surge of joy rose in Kang Han-soo's chest. I did it. The life source that powered the Doomsday Fish, a shard of the Divine Stone, once part of the World Tree's very foundation, now broken into fragments and embedded deep inside the calamity itself, was within reach. He looked down with contempt. You're making this far more difficult than it has to be. With that, he launched himself forward once more. The grotesque beast finally revealed its true form. Kang Han-soo gripped his sword tightly. So, you're planning to fight until the bitter end, huh? His eyes gleamed with unshakable resolve. Then I won't go down easily either. They were now face to face, at close range. Kang Han-soo lunged forward, sword in hand. But his body was already at its limit. The creature's tail wrapped tightly around his legs. He struggled, but couldn't break free. When did that thing even get there? Before him lay countless thorns and deadly traps. They were merging, forming one giant force intent on killing him. A swirling vortex of destruction loomed ahead. Suddenly, the ground shook, rocks rained from above. But Kang Han-soo stood firm. This isn't enough to stop me. Gripping both swords tightly, he snarled, You bastards! Let's see how you fight when I drain you dry. He drove his blade straight into the beast. But even he couldn't hold on much longer. This thing, it was harder than anything he'd ever faced. He had no choice but to change tactics. If a direct attack was too difficult, then he'd sever the blood vessels connecting the Divine Stone fragment to the Doomsday Fish instead. His sword sliced through the air. Kang Han-soo poured every ounce of power he had left into the strike. He weaved his way through layers of muscle and sinew, until finally he saw it. That shimmering fragment. He gripped it in his hand. It's smaller than I imagined, he thought, yet it holds enough power to sustain the entire creature. At last, it's mine. But something felt off. The way out was becoming more treacherous. Now that the fragment had been removed, the Doomsday Fish's internal structure was collapsing. At this rate, he'd be swallowed up by its destruction. And yet, Kang Han-soo had no idea that danger was once again closing in. Something slammed into him, knocking him down. He reached out, desperately trying to reclaim the glowing fragment. But now he could no longer stay conscious. His body gave way, unable to support itself any longer. Meanwhile, someone lurking in the shadows was enacting a wicked scheme. A new order had been given: find Kang Han-soo, the man who brought down the Doomsday Fish. At sunset, deep within a cavern, a voice rang out. There it is, Deputy Commander Liu Hong, Deputy Commander of the Assault Unit, had arrived. He and his subordinate stood before a gaping hole carved into the cliff face. So it's true after all, one of them muttered. Liu Hong examined the item in his hand. This belonged to Carls Morin, the commander of the assault team. According to what he knew, Carls had been in charge of the Quadratus region. But now the question was, what the hell happened to him? The subordinate continued reporting. We also found the bodies of other Quadratus team members nearby. They've been confirmed, all from Carls Morin's unit. Liu Hong didn't seem particularly interested. As expected, he said coldly. The evidence clearly shows they were all victims of that person. Deputy Commander, then what should we? Liu Hong casually dropped the item from his hand. No. As you can see, the commander's no longer around. Use the proper title from now on. The soldier paused, then reluctantly corrected himself. Yes, Commander Liu. Liu Hong smirked with satisfaction. That sounds much better. I'm not like Carls Morin. He only got to be commander because he'd been here a few years longer. They continued examining the scene. What about the other items you found? Any survivors? We're still investigating, but based on how wrecked the area is, chances are slim. There's something else, the soldier added. We didn't find any runes, but we did recover a few artifacts from inside the Doomsday Fish. Liu Hong took a broken sword in his hand. A massive creature like that dies, and leaves behind no rune. Who knows how many intact items are still buried in there? He tossed the sword aside without a second thought. More importantly, we don't know if he's still alive or not. But search for any trace of him, Kang Han-soo. In Liu Hong's mind, a dark thought surfaced. I'll need to inspect the sky eye he placed in Quadratus. Just then he spotted something. What's this? They discovered remnants buried in the rubble. It looked like the location where the Doomsday Fish's heart had once been. He immediately sensed something was off. Part of the creature's body was rotting away. What happened here? Lu Hong remained lost in thought. Could Kang Han-soo really have been strong enough to before he could finish that thought? Someone shouted. Deputy Commander. Irritated, he turned. It's Commander Lu. What is it? Miko rushed over, panting. A large group of adventurers, they're heading this way. Lu Yuhong's expression twisted in anger. We were supposed to keep this place a secret. What the hell have you all been doing? Why wasn't security tighter? Mikhail lowered his voice. There were too many of them, we couldn't stop them all. Commander, what should we do? A crowd had already gathered near the site. Lu Hong sighed. It's fine. They're probably just here to see the Doomsday Fish's corpse. As long as they don't get too close, let them watch. No need to stir up trouble. The onlookers murmured among themselves. Is it true? That giant monster is really dead? What happened here? Did someone actually kill it? Among the crowd was Sangjin. He whispered to those around him. I heard there are tons of rare artifacts inside the Doomsday Fish. The atmosphere began to stir with tension. You're just trying to claim them all for yourselves, aren't you? Is that what this is about? They immediately turned and asked again, what? Artifacts? Hunting here was already tough enough, and there aren't even any runes. But if I could just get my hands on one artifact, the crowd began to go wild. What are you waiting for? Let's go grab the artifacts. Everyone surged forward. Yeah, we've got the numbers on our side. Lu Yong's face twisted with rage. Out of respect for that man, I let you people be. But now, get lost. This zone is under our control by Kun. What are you all standing around for? Handle them. Yes, Commander. A signal eye captured the entire scene. It took off and flew toward its owner Sophia. She gently took the floating device in hand. I had them gather around the Doomsday Fish to attract Baikun's attention. Looks like it worked. Sophia felt a little relieved. They made a mess of things, but that's fine. All I did was spread a few rumors. Even if I can't trust them, their skills are useful enough. Still, something nagged at her. They stirred up the others on purpose. More importantly, who are they? She shook the thought away. Either way, this chaos works in my favor. They won't last long against Baikon. I need to focus. Sophia closed her eyes and centered herself. This is my chance to search. I don't have much time left. If one isn't enough, I'll just use more. According to the system, the Divine Eye technique generated white spheres that shared vision with the user. The more orbs used, the more mana it consumed, and controlling them all at once was extremely difficult. But if she wanted to search silently, there was no other choice. Determined, Sophia exhaled slowly. It's already been 3 days. She released dozens of glowing orbs into the air. I will find Hansu this time. He's not the type to die so easily. Despite everything, she still believed in him. And because of that, she knew she'd find him. Meanwhile, Kang Hansu lay unconscious on a shoreline. He hadn't moved at all. The fairy was there too. So this day has finally come. It tapped him gently with its tail, then lightly slapped his cheek. The fairy had come up with a risky idea. With an evil grin, it threatened, "Wake up or I'm gonna kiss you." It giggled mischievously. "Oh, you're awake? A shame, really." Kang Han-soo slowly sat up, examining his body. Looks like I managed to recover before the dragonification process got interrupted. He glanced down. The glowing gem is still here. Good. I got everything I needed. Then he looked up and realized who had woken him. The fairy beamed. Long time no see. Kang Han-soo stared coldly at the creature. What are you doing in the red zone? The fairy grinned, clearly amused. Oh, I'm terrified. So you do know we only show up when something abnormal happens. It continued without pause. That's right. But I couldn't just sit still. This situation's a little too unusual. The fairy held out its hand, pointing toward the distant cave. You see that? That's your masterpiece. You're the first adventurer to ever take that thing down. And you know the rules, we always reward those who accomplish great things. It still wouldn't shut up. Honestly, that creature wasn't even meant to be hunted. There wasn't even a set reward for it, which is a shame. Kang Han-soo chuckled to himself. How strange, the stronger I get, the more fun this all becomes. Shouldn't it be getting boring by now? The fairy's expression turned sinister. That's because you enjoy pain. You like cruel and desperate situations. There's no way you're here with pure intentions. It actually agreed with that. Exactly. Which is why we gave it a lot of thought, its tone darkened with meaning. We wondered what kind of hell would it take to make Hansu dive headfirst into despair and struggle. A glint of madness laced its words. Oh yes, we thought about it a lot. Then came the offer. So I've got a proposal for you. And trust me, it's not a bad one. A soft glow appeared in its palm. If you take your reward now, for killing the doomsday fish, a radiant gem floated into view. An 8th-tier skill, Lord of the Dead. Kang Hansu recognized it instantly. A skill that revived the dead as spectral minions and allowed the user to summon them. But that wasn't all. It also amplified dark mana. The exact limits of its power were unknown even to him. And for someone like Hansu who could only carry 7 skills at a time, this would be a tremendous advantage. But the fairy wasn't done. Don't get too excited yet. That's not all. There's a catch tied to the remaining calamities. Hansu narrowed his eyes. The skill fragments, he already had an idea of what was coming. He cut it off immediately. No, that's enough. I'm not interested. The fairy blinked. Huh? I haven't even explained the rest yet. Hansu was unmoved. I don't need to hear it. I'm choosing the second option. The fairy gave a mischievous nod. Unlike the first choice, this one means you'll have to eliminate all remaining calamities to receive your reward. If even one survives, you get nothing. It tilted its head. You still want to pick that one? Hansu didn't hesitate. I'm fine with that. Very well then. Until next time. The fairy floated off, heading toward a nearby river. It cupped its cheeks and sighed with delight. He accepted, without even waiting for the full explanation. He never disappoints. If he had picked the easy reward, I'd have been so let down. Just locating all the calamities in the red zone is nearly impossible. I hope he suffers for a long, long time. Back in that dark, eerie cave again. The towering tree loomed, its grotesque, demonic face twisted in silence. A deep, resonant voice echoed from within, the voice of the doomsday fish, though Hansu could no longer understand it. Its current state seemed utterly deranged. And all the while, the crimson river continued to flow without end. Kang Hansu's footsteps pressed into the red sand. His body, honed like a weapon, radiated quiet strength. His mind drifted back to the moment with the fairy. At the time he might have considered taking the offer, but the reality was far more complicated. He had already run the calculations in his head. There was no denying the truth, his very existence had accelerated the collapse of the abyss. Kang Hansu pressed onward. I have to finish this, faster than I did before. He remembered Kang Tae's words, unless we move while synchronizing with Urkeniel's spacetime crystal, the more future knowledge we use, the faster hell itself breaks down. Kang Tae had even laughed when he said it. That's why you've got to sprint like hell, Hansu. Annoying, right? Hansu let out a tired sigh. Getting tossed into this mess like that, it's a real pain. He glanced down at his hand. Now that he thought about it, yeah, he really had been thrown in cold. In that moment he realized he was holding a girl's hand. The memory felt like it had pulled something out of him. But she had let go, and that feeling still lingered. Hansu clenched his fist. His eyes turned sharp, focused. His gaze shifted to the blade lodged deep in the ground. In this situation, every skill is a valuable asset. He had known it from the start. He hadn't killed the doomsday fish for a reward. His hand touched the golden earth. No, this was something I had to do, to maintain the balance in the red zone and to find the next calamity. The plan was already forming in his head. With even a fragment of the doomsday fish, I can lure them out. He carefully tucked the shard into his jacket pocket. He took a long look around. Things are different now. He had slain the beast, gotten what he came for, and paid his debt to Sophia. Now the first step, I need to see Sophia. But before that there's one other place I need to go. The group up above had spotted Kang Hansu. So there's still a straggler hanging around, huh? What the hell do you think you're doing here? A crowd quickly surrounded Kang Hansu. He had sensed them long before they showed up, but he played along. Perfect timing. He began rotating his arm, loosening up. There's something I need to confirm. His movements were lightning fast, like a squirrel darting through branches. Lucky me, so many of you around to ask. One of the men struck hard, roared in anger. But Kang Hansu's expression had already turned menacing. Don't worry. I'll make sure you can at least still talk." By the time it was over, he had taken them all down. He stood in silence, eyes cold as he gazed toward the outside world. Sunlight crept in through the cracks. 3 days had passed, which meant the other calamities had likely started moving. He clenched his jaw. "I need to move faster. Damn it, I didn't think I'd be unconscious for this long. If this keeps up, I'll miss my shot at the next opportunity." With no time to spare, Kang Han-soo shot into the sky. Just then, something dropped from above. It nearly grazed him. He looked up sharply. A voice called out, "It is you, isn't it?" It was Mikkel, from the Valkyrie Guild, along with his support squad. He wore a smug, self-satisfied grin. Kang Han-soo remained on guard. "What do you want?" "I'm in a hurry." Behind Mikkel, a whole group had also just descended. Aaron Pat watched the scene and frowned. Sophia's been looking for Kang Han-soo. Did she fail to find him? And now Mikkel's gotten to him first. Mikkel turned to Aaron, his tone laced with venom. "I'm holding you personally responsible for supporting the Shadowbind directive on your own, despite being part of our Valkyrie Guild support team. So don't try any funny business here." He hurled something toward the group. Kang Han-soo takes priority. With a blade already in hand, Mikkel stepped forward. A golden light surged around the area, and then Sophia appeared. "Finally," she said. "I found you." She shot a teasing smile his way. "You really do attract the most useless kinds of people, don't you?" Then, her voice softened. "But I'm glad you're okay." Mikkel raised his voice. "Sophia, why? You were supposed to stay at your post in Shadowbind. Why are you helping him?" The question clearly rattled Sophia for a moment. The higher-ups already knew what had happened here. And of course they also knew she was involved. She responded coldly, "I've prepared myself for that. So if you plan on stopping Kang Han-soo," she unleashed her power. "Go, Kang Han-soo. I'll hold them off. You've got something more important to do." Mikkel, however, remained as calm as ever, like none of this really mattered. "Looks like we've had a little misunderstanding. I just wanted to ask something." He even played dumb. "Is it really true that you're the one who dealt with that monster? The Calamity Fish?" Kang Han-soo shot back with sharp eyes. "And why does that matter to you?" Mikkel extended his hand. "Knew it. In that case, I guess I'll have to do this." It looked like he was about to grab Sophia's arm. 2 bystanders nearby stood stiff, just as anxious. Then Michael flashed a wide, beaming smile. "Let's shake on it." Sophia furrowed her brows, confused. "What's that supposed to mean? Why would you want to cooperate with us?" "Arms crossed," Mikkel replied seriously. "And what exactly would I gain from shaking your hand? It's not like I benefit directly from helping you." Then he explained. "Unlike Sophia, the woman standing next to you, I can guarantee direct support from the Ides. That's not such a bad offer, is it?" His demeanor still reeked of suspicion. "I want change. The red zone has remained the same ever since I got here. But you actually changed something." His words felt strangely genuine. "I need a strong wind to stir these still waters. I need someone like you." Sophia leaned in and whispered in Kang Han-soo's ear, "This smells fishy, but will you say yes?" Kang Han-soo gave a simple reply. "So there are still people who hope for change, even now. All right then." He smiled gently. "Good. You've made a wise decision." So, from now on, suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, like an earthquake had struck. The tremors surged beneath their feet. This movement, Kang Han-soo's voice cut through the chaos. "To everyone, get back, now." Massive thorn-covered structures came crashing down. And then, it appeared again, that bizarre, monstrous thing. Just looking at it sent shivers down their spines. The massive, gaping mouth of the monster loomed into view, an image soaked in terror. Mikkel recoiled in panic. What the hell is that thing? Where did it even come from? Just then, the system screen popped up in front of him. Demon's Maw. That was its name. His thoughts raced. It's just the root body of an earth-spouting horror, one of the calamities. But it can suck in everything around it. Its body is insanely durable, ordinary attacks won't even scratch it. And worse, there's more than one of them showing up at the same time. The monsters were growing more feral by the second, rising in clusters. The people nearby began to scream in horror, "Run! Run now!" But one unlucky man didn't make it. He got snatched up and bitten by the creature in one brutal gulp. Mikkel's eyes widened in disbelief. Normally, these monsters don't reach the root system near the surface. So why the hell is it up here now? To his shock, the man who was just bitten was still alive barely. His arm, drained of all vitality, trembled violently as he reached out in desperation. "Commander, please, help me." Mikhail could only stare, paralyzed. Half the man's body had been swallowed by the demon's maw. The rest of him, what remained, was still twitching uncontrollably. Then Mikhail snapped out of it and bolted. "Shit. If we stay here we're all dead. We have to run." But just then, Kang Hansu appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Mikhail by the arm. "You said you wanted to help me, right?" he said coolly. "Then come with me." Mikhail, still shaken, barked back. "Where the hell do you think you're going in this situation? This isn't the time to be screwing around." Kang Hansu just gave a small smile. "Relax. We're not going far." Without another word, he pulled out a sword, its blade glowing with green magical energy, and hurled it forward. Then, turning his head, he said calmly, "Here. We're going in." Mikhail froze, unable to believe what he was seeing. "What? There's no way that thing got cut that easily. And what do you mean, go in?" Before he could finish his sentence, a green thread of light from the sword wrapped itself around his arm. Mikhail gasped and let out a panicked yell as the energy pulled him forward. Moments later, Kang Hansu landed firmly on the ground at an entirely different location. He stared off into the distance and muttered to himself, "Just as I thought, the demon's maw is inside." A faint light appeared soon after. Kang Hansu noticed it and spoke casually. "Ah, right." Then he turned around to scold Mikhail. "Didn't you know how to land properly?" Mikhail snapped back, clearly annoyed. "And whose fault do you think that is? Who the hell dragged someone else into this mess? Why the hell am I even here?" Kang Hansu tilted his head. "Didn't you say you wanted to help me?" "That's not what I meant when I said help," Mikhail retorted. "More importantly, why did you come in here?" Then he looked down and furrowed his brows. "This liquid on the ground, it looks like some kind of nutrient solution." Kang Hansu responded, "All calamities have one thing in common." "Do you know what it is?" Mikhail blinked. "One thing in common." And right in front of them was the demon's maw again. Mikhail took a step back in fear. "Wait, what?" "The demon's maw, it's moving." "You're not wrong," Kang Hansu said calmly. "Looks like it's starting to shift. Get ready." Before he even finished speaking, a flicker of light, multiple lights rushed toward them. A grotesque horde of mutated monsters with bizarre shapes came barreling in their direction. Mikhail was terrified. "All the monsters from the red zone? They're charging at us." Without another word, and with zero hesitation, Mikhail turned and ran, completely ditching Kang Hansu. "This is suicide. No way I'm sticking around to face all that. I have to get out of here now." Meanwhile, Kang Hansu stood firm, unwavering. Muscles taut, gaze focused, sword at the ready. He stared down the oncoming swarm and said, "There's one thing you need to remember about calamities." Both of his hands gripped the magic-infused sword. Dragon technique, awakening. Suddenly, the blade blazed to life, sparks of lightning dancing wildly in every direction, crackling through the air. Kang Hansu stood tall, looking like a total force of nature. He didn't even flinch as he spoke one final line: "When you're up against something like this, you always move forward. There's no such thing as retreat." The moment he finished speaking, Kang Hansu swung his magic-infused sword directly at the oncoming swarm of calamities. Watching the scene unfold, Mikhail gasped in disbelief. He's actually doing it. The horde suddenly appeared to weaken, as if they were under assault by some overwhelming, incomprehensible force. Mikhail's eyes were wide with awe and confusion. How the hell is he doing this? No matter how strong you are, how can you charge in alone like that? He muttered. "Aren't you afraid?" Still locked in battle, Kang Hansu replied without looking back, "You don't understand." The tension in the air was thick. Mikhail just stood there, frozen, watching. Then, out of nowhere, Sophia appeared and called out, "You've only just brought Kang Hansu here." A dozen blazing pink swords shot toward the swarm of calamities. She followed up, voice sharp and accusing, "Unbelievable. You vanished without a word. Did you really think I'd just sit back and not follow?" Kang Hansu turned his head slightly and replied, completely unbothered, "Sophia, I know exactly how I act." Sophia crossed her arms and scoffed, "Heemph. You don't even know me that well yet." Before the conversation could go any further, Mikhail cut in. How can you two be talking so casually right now? We need to get out of here. Sophia tilted her head and looked at him, then calmly replied, I came here to fight beside Kang Han-soo. She paused a moment, then added, if you're scared, then go. Run. Mikkel's expression darkened, he looked almost insulted. Crazy. They're all insane. This place keeps spawning monsters straight out of the red zone. There's no way just two people can handle this. As another wave of monsters surged toward them, a calm, commanding voice rang out, they're coming. Get ready. Suddenly Sophia felt a fierce gust of wind at her back. She instinctively dodged to the side and thought, that wind. The powerful gust surged past her and struck the enemy force head-on. A sacred relic windburst. Mikkel now held his sword, eyes sharp, voice steady. No matter how stupid this is, I said I'd help you. So I'll stay and fight. A sly smirk formed on his face as he turned to Sophia. Sophia Varaj. Now I'll finally get to witness the true power of the 7 soul rings. Then, as he glanced at Kang Han-soo's broad, muscular back, he added, most of all, I want to see his real strength. He changed the red zone. So I expect even greater changes from him in the future. Sophia, hearing that, whispered to herself. That's right. Even from just a short conversation you can feel it. Han-soo has that kind of strength. The kind of strength that changes people, and leads them forward. Kang Han-soo continued battling with his magical sword, and now Sophia and Michael had joined the fight as well. Together, the three of them pushed back against the relentless swarm of calamities. The atmosphere was growing heavier by the second. All three of them, Han-soo, Sophia, and Mikkel, continued fighting relentlessly against the horde of calamities. Mikkel's expression tightened as he swung his sword, releasing a wave of bluish magic that pulsed through the air around him. We're still holding them off. But they're starting to push us back. Are we really just going to keep defending? He asked, tense. Kang Han-soo, still composed amidst the chaos, replied. The number of monsters has dropped significantly. That means the first wave is almost over. He then glanced toward Sophia and added. After that, Sophia, you saw it too, didn't you? Sophia's demeanor instantly shifted to seriousness. Yes. Ever since we arrived, I've been tracking it using my library skill. As she spoke, a new magical artifact materialized in her hand. It looked rare, powerful. She continued, I have a rough idea of its location. I just need to pinpoint it. That artifact was the Divine Eye. As soon as the words left her mouth, a zigzag beam of light shot from the artifact and pierced through the mouth of one unfortunate monster. Sophia fell deep into thought. If the next calamity resembles a root spitter in structure, then attacking it from the outside is pointless. That mouth, it's just an organ like the surface maw of a root spitter. The real body lies deep beneath the world tree. Hidden, nearly invulnerable. The glowing eye of the Divine Eye locked onto the swarm, scanning it. Sophia's mind raced. But if you can enter through that mouth, there's a passage. A cavity where the monsters are pouring out from. Then, as if a realization hit her, both her eyes and the Divine Eye suddenly lit up. That's it. The spot where the monsters spawn, it's the only weak point. The junction between this thing's body and its inner core. The Divine Eye began to fly forward, scouting ahead. Suddenly, it detected a strange object, deep purple and shaped like a flower. I found it, she said, her voice sharp with focus. But just as the flower-shaped object came into view, a new monster emerged, larger, more terrifying than the rest. Sophia froze for a moment, unease creeping into her voice. But the monsters keep spawning non-stop. It's disrupting my connection, she trailed off as she spotted Kang Han-soo rising to his feet with renewed determination. And it's too deep, just getting there would mean pushing through all of them, but Han-soo clenched his fist tightly and cut her off. That's not a problem. Something about him looked different now, like a surge of new power had awakened within him. A calm, confident smile crossed his face as he said, it'll just take a little time. Kang Han-soo clenched his fist tightly, his voice dropping to a deep, resolute tone. It's not a problem. As the words left his mouth, his body was suddenly engulfed in steel armor, transforming him into a fearsome warrior clad head to toe in iron. His face turned sharp and cold, his eyes fierce and unrelenting as he glared at the enemy. A golden current of energy surged around him like lightning racing along his body. His fist remained clenched as he added, "This won't take long." Then, his gaze sharpened further, so razor sharp it felt like it could kill anyone who dared meet it. The transformation stunned both Sophia and Mikhail. Neither of them moved, too taken aback to step forward. Hansu slowly closed his eyes, as if attuning himself to the very air around him. Sophia's eyes widened in shock as she watched him. His chi form, it's even stronger now. Mikhail was just as stunned. A look of disbelief crossed his face as he murmured, "He has chi manipulation, and it can even transform his body. Who is this guy?" Hearing that, Sophia quickly responded, "His chi form won't last forever. We need to finish this fast." Then, without warning, she stepped forward and raised her voice, "No matter how strong you are, you can't take them all on by yourself." She stood firmly in front of Hansu, her expression determined. "I'll clear the path for you." Hansu's surprise was visible for a brief second. But he didn't object. He didn't nod. Didn't protest, he just stood there silently, eyes fixed on her. Then Mikhail let out a faint chuckle and glanced at Sophia. Hansu turned to him too, his face emotionless. "I've already sent a request for support to the surface guilds," Mikhail said calmly. "I don't know when or if they'll get here in time." Sophia looked at him but didn't respond. Mikhail continued, "I can't just stand back and watch the two of you fight. Even if I don't know whether we'll make it through this." A horde of monsters suddenly let out a savage roar, baring their teeth and charging forward. But none of the three flinched. They stood their ground. Hansu remained still, eyes shut, like a statue listening to the world. This feeling, he thought. In his mind, a vivid image flashed: his comrades, transforming just like he was now. How nostalgic, he thought. A faint smile crept onto his face, cold and grim. His eyes opened, glowing with intensity. "Wait." The muscles in his shoulders tensed, veins rising beneath his skin as he added, "I'm going to use the power I just received." With a surge of energy, Hansu conjured an orb of ice in his hands. He hurled it with all his strength toward the roaring monsters ahead. As the icy projectile flew, a strange blue light shimmered across the monsters' bodies from head to toe, reacting violently to the magic. Hansu shouted with all his might, "You Gezu bastards sure have a knack for sensing good stuff, huh?" Panting hard, sweat pouring down his face like a river, Hansu's hand was now gripping the source of that mysterious blue light. It was the Blade of Oblivion, a forgotten relic of Galadriel. A deep slash tore across the battlefield, carving through the air and slicing the earth in a jagged line. The leading monsters fell in an instant, split clean in half like marionettes with their strings cut. Mikhail and Sophia cried out in unison, "One slash, and it's that powerful. That's not Gesu's weapon anymore." The two of them, still in shock, began drawing their own weapons. The astonishment on their faces said it all. Hansu had wiped out the horde with a single strike. Their magic crystals floated into the air, merging slowly to form a radiant, multicolored prism. It hovered above a rectangular altar, surrounded by a glowing purple aura that pulsed with ancient power. This was mana resonance, a latent skill of magical constructs that allowed one to borrow another's mana. Once fused, the resonating crystal embedded itself into Hansu's blade. He spoke calmly, This is how relics were originally meant to be used. The artifacts of Galadriel, this one was among the last unearthed in the Forgotten Zone." As he ran his fingers along the newly enhanced blade, a thought crossed his mind. Of course, without the divine shard to awaken it, this thing would have been useless. Suddenly Hansu let out a battle cry, "Now, can you monsters finally die?" Before the sentence was even finished, all three charged forward, each unleashing their own magical weapons on the remaining monsters. The battle erupted into chaos, fierce and unrelenting. Each one of them had their own task, their own target, and none dared drop their guard. From the horizon, a loud rustle echoed like something massive was moving through the land. Meanwhile, in another corner of the battlefield, Aaron Pat was shouting commands. "Don't fall back. If we retreat, even more will come." No sooner had he said it, another wave of monsters appeared, larger, more vicious, stampeding toward them. One of his comrades shouted, "I've never seen this many before." Aaron's face was soaked in sweat, his expression exhausted. They had been fighting for what felt like forever, but the monsters just kept coming. He yelled out, "Has reinforcements arrived yet?" Suddenly, he froze. A white pigeon appeared in the sky, Mikhail's messenger bird. "That's Mikhail's pigeon," he muttered, staring at it. The bird swooped down toward him, but just as it got close it abruptly veered upward, soaring back into the sky. By instinct, Aaron reached up to catch the messenger bird but missed. He muttered under his breath, He's asking for help. Before he could think further, the pigeon was suddenly snatched mid-air by Liu Hong. Startled, Aaron shouted, "What are you doing?" But Liu Hong's face remained calm as he coldly crushed the bird in his hand. "I was wondering what kind of rats were scurrying through my domain. So it was you, Liu Hong of Lighthouse." His cold gaze flicked toward Aaron. Sweat beaded on Aaron's forehead, fear slowly creeping in. "I'm sure I told you," Liu Hong continued, "that we're here for one reason, to find Kang Han-su." He clenched his fist and added with a firm tone, "This disaster is our concern. Its resolution lies with the one we've chosen. You and your people step back." As he turned away, Aaron, clearly displeased, called out, "But we can't just leave. We're surrounded by monsters." Without turning, Liu Hong replied, his voice colder than ever, "You've misunderstood me. I said this was your job, to deal with the pests swarming the surface." His eyes sharpened like blades. "We have other matters to handle." A dark portal suddenly opened beneath a tree, swirling like a black void. Liu Hong growled low in his throat, anger flashing across his face. He clenched his fist and slammed it into the ground, sending Aaron's support team flying backward in a blast of force. "This," he said, "is Levon and Mikhail. You're now facing the #1 support squad." Hearing that, Mikhail spun around, his expression tense. "Liu Hong, what the hell are you doing here?" Liu Hong, ever emotionless, responded flatly, "If you dare act within my jurisdiction, you'll be held accountable. This area is under our control. Cease your actions and get to the surface." Mikhail replied with quiet venom, "You'll regret this." As the standoff between Liu Hong and Mikhail grew more tense, the very air around them darkened, as if the shadows themselves were watching. Liu Hong muttered, "There's a limit, even to lying." Suddenly a loud boom echoed from the entry tunnel, followed by a massive cascade of rock and earth sealing off the exit entirely. Liu Hong's expression finally broke, his eyes wide in shock. "What? The entrance, it's blocked." Then, to his disbelief, the wall itself moved. He stared, frozen. His eyes narrowed in alarm as he screamed, "What the hell? I've never heard of a monster's mouth moving like that." Mikhail scoffed. "And that's exactly the problem. Using our skills here is far harder than on the surface. Still, I never imagined a simple messenger bird would summon someone this important. If you want to make it out alive, you're going to need to cooperate." Liu Hong, his face flushed with rage, bellowed, "I'll." But before he could finish, a thunderous roar erupted behind him. A massive monster shrieked in pain, then collapsed to the ground, twitching violently. Liu Hong froze, not even turning around. Standing behind him was Kang Han-su, his face as cold as ice. His voice was low, quiet, but carried lethal weight. "Hey you!" Beneath Han-su's feet lay the dying body of the monster that had just screamed. Without even a flicker of emotion, Han-su cast a piercing glance at Liu Hong and said, "Shut up. If you want to live, get to work." Liu Hong's expression darkened. His brows furrowed slightly as a thought crossed his mind. "He's strong, I've never seen him before. Is this really the one who took down the Calamity's Kang Han-su?" That name alone made his face twist with aggression, his teeth grinding together. "As long as the entrance is sealed, wasting strength here is meaningless." He raised a hand, signaling to his subordinates, "No other choice. Advance and wipe out those monsters." His soldiers charged forward with fierce determination, their faces contorted with aggression. Liu Hong glanced down at the crushed remains of the messenger pigeon in his hand, thoughts racing. "I need to report his presence, Kang Han-su. Dealing with him can come later. Even if he's new, he's becoming too skilled too fast. Of course, Sophia is behind this, one of the 7 shadows." Then, from behind him, Han-su's voice rang out, "That's still not enough." Liu Hong's face twisted again. Ambition sparked in his eyes. "If I take him down here, there's no doubt he will promote me to commander." Out loud, he said, "What do you mean by that?" Han-su remained stone-faced, his voice slow and cold. "You won't survive this. Looks like Lighthouse is weaker than I remember." A split second later, Han-su's fist was already at Liu Hong's face. Panic flared in Liu Hong's eyes, real, sharp fear. Han-su's cold expression only grew icier, his clenched fist glowing with tension. Meanwhile, the resonant blade, Han-su's enchanted weapon, had slipped from his grip and landed in the hands of one of Liu Hong's subordinates. The soldier stared at it, confused. "What is this?" he muttered, as powerful magic surged uncontrollably through his body. But the blade wouldn't obey him. It suddenly twisted in his hands before violently lashing out toward one of his own allies. Then, as if pulled by unseen force, the blade flew straight into the hands of Chaeyoun. Everyone around her froze stunned, wide-eyed. Hansu's fury was now palpable. "I knew it, trying to channel magic from multiple sources at once, it's too unstable." His eyes sharpened like blades, radiating lethal intent. It was as if just meeting his gaze could kill. On the other side, Liu Hong's squad, now led by Chaeyoun, was still fighting desperately. She shouted over the chaos, "Focus. Keep control of your magic while engaging." Elsewhere, deep in a moss-covered forest, there stood a peculiar cube box, glowing in shades of green. It was completely surrounded, encased by an ancient, towering plant monster that had lived for over 100 years. This box was alive. It was a plant. The monster growled in a deep, creaking voice, "Not enough, I can't control this many plants." Then, in a sudden fit of rage, the creature roared, "Intruders!" Hearing this, Fabian and Echidran tensed, fury visible in their eyes, but they didn't strike. Not because of fear, but because the tension in the air was like a loaded weapon. One wrong move, and everything would explode. A chaotic battle raged on, with war cries echoing across the battlefield. Advance. Liu Hong wore a wild grin, exhilaration lighting up his face. "This is insane," he thought. "I've never felt this useless before, how oddly refreshing." Then, terrifying energy began to surge from his hand. "So you've been hiding this kind of power, Kang Hansu?" he muttered to himself, both awed and alert. "Impressive," he admitted aloud, his eyes gleaming with fierce light as raw power pulsed around him. He quickly recalculated the situation. This needs to be reported immediately. He probably still doesn't know the full extent of Kang Hansu's abilities. Even sealed inside the maw, with that insane magical barrier stronger than the ones outside, he's still able to smash through those flimsy walls surrounding us. Liu Hong looked at the towering tree ahead, then continued his unrelenting assault. "If I can capture Kang Hansu, the guy who's pushed this far in and still managed to survive and escape, he will finally see me in a different light. I won't just be Karl Morin's pathetic replacement." Then, his eyes widened in shock as he shouted, "I'll take care of." But before he could finish, a magical pulse whipped through the air, coiling around Liu Hong. "Damn it," he cursed under his breath. He looked at the pulse in confusion. What the hell? Why did the magic thread just vanish like that? Unseen by him, the magical circuit had just been attacked, interrupted by the sudden arrival of a mysterious figure. This figure had saved Liu Hong, but their voice was cold and distant. "That's all the help you're getting from me. Figure out the rest yourself." Liu Hong shot a glance at the person and silently thought, "Unbelievable. Of all people, I ended up getting saved by the most eccentric freak in the Seven Shadows." The mysterious figure was none other than Sophia. Liu Hong barked a command. "Where's the assault team? Hold your position and eliminate anything that moves." But Sophia merely lowered her head and thought, silent. She knew she couldn't help him any further. The magic Hansu had shared with her had been steadily destabilizing for a while now. Suddenly, magical ice crystals began forming inside the pit. Sophia's eyes narrowed. "What's going on in there?" Then Kang Hansu appeared. "I'm going in." She looked alarmed. "Wait, didn't I tell you? It's too dangerous to go inside before clearing the monsters around the passage." Hansu reassured her, "It's fine. We can't keep dragging this out. The only path left is forward." He turned, gaze firm. "And I can't risk leaving someone behind me while I move ahead. So I'll go first. Cover me from the rear." Sophia's expression turned icy as she thought, "Don't worry. I'll catch up to you soon enough." The scene shifted to the root core of the central zone. There, Fabian and Echidran stood waiting. Suddenly, Kang Hansu entered the space. Fabian's voice rang out, laced with dark amusement. "Of course. I knew you'd poke your head in the moment I activated the inner root system's defense protocol." Hansu remained quiet, calculating his next move. Fabian's eyes suddenly blazed with fury. The last of a long-extinct race. The final survivor of the Elvenheim Legion. Hansu stood up straight, drawing his sword with fierce resolve. His entire body was a coiled spring of deadly intent. Then, like a streak of lightning, he charged forward. With a tremendous roar, he unleashed a devastating slash toward Fabian. But Fabian's eyes gleamed crimson, a counterattack forming. He raised a massive arm and swung. The punch landed with explosive force, caving the ground beneath them. Hansu was knocked off his feet, pain shooting through his body. Still, he forced himself to his feet, clutching his sword tightly. His movements, they're different, Hansu thought. Because he's still alive. If that's the case, suddenly, the ring on Hansu's hand flared with a violent red glow. Fabian's eyes narrowed with interest, curiosity momentarily breaking through his fury. Without pause, he launched another attack, slamming his massive palm into the ground. But just as it landed, a powerful red aura burst outward from Hansu. Hansu calculated swiftly. I'll prioritize drawing power from Nirmaha over other awakened relics that require sacred stone barriers. The red aura enveloped Fabian's hand, searing into it. Fabian howled in pain. Hansu remained composed, thinking, that worked. I've neutralized that weak magical defense of his. But it's not enough. Fabian lifted his burned hand with a grunt. Hansu's face was etched with resolve, but he knew his wounds too shallow. I need to amplify the output further. Bracing himself with one hand on the ground, Hansu kept pushing forward in his brutal duel with Fabian. Fabian's enormous arm began to move again, slowly but steadily pressing forward, and then a crushing force came down hard on Hansu's body. The impact triggered a massive shockwave, shattering the ground beneath them. The ones attacking him now weren't just Fabian, they included Ekadrin, another of the Elvenheim Legion's 5 Grand Generals. Ekadrin looked up toward the swirling vortex above. Hansu, despite the pain, assessed the situation with razor-sharp clarity, just as expected from 2 of Elvenheim's long-dead generals. A shadowy figure surrounded by streaks of glowing energy loomed in the distance. Hansu reflected. That last strike could have done more damage if they hadn't used those relics to block it. Those aren't just trinkets, they're Elvenheim's tree defense artifacts. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself upright again. Even if Elvenheim has long since fallen, its systems, they're still functioning. He glanced around, gauging the battlefield. These guys are monsters. Ordinary attacks won't even scratch them. And now my right arm, it's broken from that last blow. Then something caught his eye, an interface update. Mission data flashed in his vision. Kang Hansu power. Red. 33.2% stamina. Red. 31.5% perception. Red. 33.9% physical resistance. Red. 31.1% magic resistance. Red. 35.4% skill. Void technique proficiency. 3.5%. He processed the numbers quickly. Even with this significant growth in power output comparable to red tier runes, I still can't fully mitigate the incoming damage. Without hesitation, he surged forward again, striking with renewed force. I deliberately held back some of my strength to clean up the rear. Everything is still within the plan. If there's an anomaly, it's only because these Elvenheim generals are wielding relics far more potent than expected. I may have awakened my relic with a sacred stone, but perfect utilization, that's an entirely different matter. Then, Hansu closed his eyes for a moment, reflecting in stillness. I'll need to extract as much power as I can from both the sacred stone and the relic itself. His thoughts turned to the great tree radiating with pure energy. His true target wasn't the generals. It's not them, it's what lies behind them, the source of their power. Just then, giant hands began to emerge from within the tree's trunk. One by one, they were followed by a flood of undead, shambling into view. Hansu's eyes narrowed. Damn it, he muttered. The second layer of the defense system just activated. A squad from the Galadriel Legion suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Weapons drawn, they leapt toward Kang Hansu in perfect sync, ready to overwhelm him. He shouted defiantly. If you're gonna try and crush me with numbers, good luck. I came prepared for this. Behind him, a group of figures dashed forward at full speed. It was Hansu's comrades. His team had arrived, shouting his name as they surged into battle. The two sides clashed violently, metal ringing against metal, roars echoing through the chaos. One of Hansu's allies cursed under his breath. What the hell is this? We just cleared out a swarm of those damn bugs to get here, and now we've got undead too. These things are too damn strong. Sophia stared at the creatures in shock, her mind racing. The Galadriel Legion. Controlled from inside that cursed fish's gut. Weren't they supposed to be the guardians of this place? Meanwhile, Lu Hong was still locked in brutal combat. His face had turned grim with concern. I knew there was something strange about that magic vein, but I never expected a full-scale battle like this to erupt. If this keeps up, the whole operation's gonna fall apart. Kang Hansu, how long are you planning to take? Back on Hansu's side, he was facing off against a towering monster. He swung his blade with brutal force, slicing through the beast and drawing blood. But then, a strange energy wrapped around the creature, mending its wounds almost instantly. Hansu narrowed his eyes. I'm doing damage, but the regeneration rate is absurd. They're recovering too fast. Suddenly a burst of golden energy streaked across the battlefield. Hansu clicked his tongue. Damn it. That persistent bastard again. In front of him stood Fabian and Echidron, both surging with battle-hardened rage. Hansu's body was covered in wounds, but his will remained unshaken. If I keep using Dragon Chi and pushing this fight longer, my body's not going to hold out. I've been force healing myself using the dragon's power while burning through every drop of mana. If I push this further, my blood vessels might rupture completely. Then, his eyes flicked toward the massive tree once more. A thought crystallized in his mind. No more distractions. I need to focus on just one target. Everything else is a waste of time. The heart. The core. A group of figures were channeling all their power into a glowing blue energy sphere, a memory from the past. That entity once ruled over the red zone. In order to control its ecosystem, they created a miraculous piece of genetic bioengineering, the World Tree. It wasn't just a foundation, it was the origin of all life within the red zone. Vine-like tendrils emerged as the tree branches twisted and moved. They had created the plant and hid it deep beneath the World Tree's roots. Over time, the plant ceased its normal function due to the disasters wrought by twisted lifeforms. It had originally been designed as a helper, as a guardian. But in time it transformed into a harbinger of catastrophe. And that's why it had now gone berserk. However, due to a lack of direct control or authority, the best it could do was stall for time. Just then, a massive fist came crashing down toward Kang Hansu, but he dodged it just in time. His eyes sharpened as he assessed the situation. So that's why it activated the security system to delay me. Hansu analyzed further. Echidron's army? No, more accurately, these beings weren't warriors. They were protectors of the plant. The 5 generals preserved using ancient conservation magic and relics of Elvenheim, transformed into an immortal army, retaining their peak destructive and regenerative capabilities. He glanced toward Fabian and Echidron, who were closing in with thunderous steps. Their bodies are much sturdier than humans. That alone makes them formidable opponents. His grip on the sword tightened, eyes filled with determination. Still, if I activate dragonification using Dragon Chi, I might create a brief opening. Hansu's attention shifted once more to the World Tree. The only thing I need to focus on is the central heart. The regeneration abilities were being endlessly fueled by that core, through the plant's magic energy. At that moment, Fabian lunged at him again. It felt like fighting off a horde of zombies. Fabian's massive arm extended, aiming to seize him. Hansu spoke coldly. If this keeps up, we're never going to end this. His face was icy calm. The 5 generals, they're just a distraction. I have a different target. His sword flared with a deep crimson energy. Hansu made his decision. I'll activate dragonification to maximize my magical output, then focus it all on a single point. He stared down the enormous hands reaching for him. This was at the peak of primordial relic power, combined with a fragment of holy stone. I'll form a wave of magical force through the ring of Nirmaha. And I'll charge in using every last ounce of strength I've got. Kang Hansu's eyes burned with unwavering determination. He clashed violently with Fabian, red energy erupting and swirling around them like a raging storm. The crimson force snaked around Fabian's body, causing him to let out a pained scream. Hansu swung his sword, its blade radiating a fusion of golden and red power. Even if this soldier was created through Galadriel's ancient relics, there's no way he can fully withstand the destructive power of Nirmaha's ring. Leaping high into the air, Hansu unleashed a devastating strike straight into Fabian, then landed with a calm sneer. Go ahead, regenerate all you want. Fabian's body was covered in deep wounds. Meanwhile, Hansu dropped to the ground like a hero descending from the heavens. But then something behind him shifted, drawing his attention. A blast of purple energy surged toward him, but he managed to brace and block it just in time. He narrowed his eyes. Seeds of Echidron. Each one's durability rivals the armor of Fabian. In other words, I can destroy them. Concentrating his power, Hansu split one of Echidron's seeds clean in two. He blinked, surprised. I barely even used that much force. Did it separate on its own? Furious, Echidron cursed under his breath. That bastard, he deliberately released reinforced mana around the relics to provoke a reaction. So as long as the main body isn't damaged, the relics themselves remain intact. He glared at Hansu and launched another wave of energy. But Hansu slashed through it in one clean motion, destroying the entire cluster of seeds in an instant. Unfortunately, one of them managed to strike his shoulder, sending a sharp jolt of pain through him. Hansu winced, then shook it off and pushed forward. So even if I sever the physical form of the relic, the magic inside remains unaffected. Echidron conjured another batch of seeds, and Hansu cursed, "Son of a damn, that actually hurt." Cut to the others, still locked in fierce combat against the undead. A man with white hair under a helmet drove his blade into a zombie's leg. Panting heavily, his voice trembled with exhaustion. How much longer are we supposed to keep this up? He looked at his own hands, shaky and worn. It's been a while now. The magical energy surging so violently I can barely move. Without it, I would have collapsed already. The undead creatures began to regenerate again, yanking out the blades embedded in their bodies. One of the zombies turned to face the white-haired man. He groaned toward his commander. "Sir, how long are we supposed to fight like this? We've been attacking non-stop, and their numbers haven't dropped at all." While he was distracted, a zombie suddenly lunged at him from behind. But just in time, Mikkel struck it down. "Don't let your guard down," he warned firmly. "They'll all come back to life." The man turned, slightly shaken, and growled, "Mikkel, this is all your fault, every last bit of it." A glowing hand lit up with summon power. "No time for complaints," Mikkel snapped. He released a burst of magic that blasted through a wave of undead in a flash of light. Watching the scene unfold, the man in the helmet couldn't help but be in awe. "Sophia Varaj." Mikkel gave a small smile. Sophia's voice rang out, sharp and commanding, "Forget everything else and focus on fighting the Galadrian army. If we don't hold the line, we all die here." From afar, Lu Hong had been observing her closely. So, it wasn't her who destroyed that calamity before. But now, with everything he had seen, it finally clicked. After watching her this whole time, I know now. She's the one who truly understands everything that's going on and acts accordingly. He quietly began summoning energy. "And Kang Hansu, he's stronger than I thought. I need to report this accurately to that person. Everything else can wait until we make it out." Meanwhile, Kang Hansu was still locked in brutal combat with Echidron. The monster's seeds all launched at him at once, relentless, swarming. Hansu slashed them down as fast as they came, but they overwhelmed him. He coughed up blood, gritting his teeth. "Damn it. A few at a time is one thing. But I can't take on all of them at once. If I can't dodge, it doesn't matter how tough I am." He quickly twisted his body, evading another strike. Then an immense force crashed down around him, surrounding him in a vortex of crushing power. A direct hit slammed into him, ripping deep wounds across his body. The pain shot through him like fire. His legs felt like they were being torn apart. But instead of retreating, Kang Hansu surged forward again. "If that's the extent of the damage, then I'll just use recovery and push through." He clashed with Echidron once more, magical energy exploding outward in a brilliant flash of light. "As long as I land a solid blow, it doesn't matter if I take a few hits myself." Echidron started to summon energy, forming a massive sphere of dark magic. Hansu narrowed his eyes. Too late to stop it now. He raised his blade, energy swirling, then lunged forward in a streak of blue light. "I'm not aiming for you," he said calmly. In a flash, Kang Hansu sliced through a piece of the meteorite wall, shattering it completely. He turned, walking away slowly. "I've wasted enough time here already." Dragging his sword across the ground, he whispered, "So let's end this right here." With a final, devastating strike, he brought Echidron down for good. Watching the scene unfold, Sophia stood frozen, mouth agape in disbelief. She could hardly trust her eyes. "Is it really over?" The battlefield fell silent. The monsters had stopped moving. Sophia spoke, her voice tinged with disbelief. "They've stopped reviving, completely." Another voice chimed in, Their energy source, it's gone. She called out to him, Kang Han-soo. But he was fixated on the object in his hand, eyes sharp and distant. This is only the beginning, he said grimly. It's not over yet. We need to move to the next location immediately. Liu Hong stepped forward, blocking the way. Hold on. You're saying we go even deeper? He glanced back at his team. Then Beacon will be withdrawing from here. We're not suicidal, he added. We followed your lead because it was an emergency, not because we take orders from you. We have no obligation to keep marching down this death trap. Voices around him murmured in agreement. Yeah, he's right. With a wave of his hand, Liu Hong concluded. Then this is where we part ways. But inwardly he was still rattled. I don't even recognize his sword style. Suddenly, Kang Han-soo lunged forward with his blade, catching Liu Hong completely off guard. He flinched. You! How dare you attack me? But Han-soo calmly replied, Relax. Don't misunderstand, I didn't strike you. He nodded toward the space ahead. I just opened up our path forward. Then he casually turned to the group and asked, Oh, by the way, anyone here good at holding their breath? Before anyone could answer, a roaring waterfall came crashing down behind them. The team spun around, eyes wide in horror. There. Behind us, someone screamed. The rushing water surged toward them with terrifying speed. Liu Hong went pale. Wait, you. But before he could finish, the water engulfed them all. Soaked and sputtering, Liu Hong gasped. This crazy bastard. The torrent of water had swallowed everyone whole. Liu Hong, still fuming, cursed under his breath. That bastard. After a while, the group finally made it to a dry patch of ground, drenched and breathless. Liu Hong scowled. That lunatic, was he seriously trying to drown all of us? I can't believe he'd pull something like that just because we tried to walk away. He summoned a feather gleaming with a faint, divine glow and smirked to himself. I didn't want to use this, but at this point, there's no other option. If I can just get out of here. But the moment he tried to activate it, nothing happened. He froze, staring at it in disbelief. No way. I can't use it. A sacred artifact that can transport me anywhere in the red zone, and it's useless now. Kang Han-soo's voice cut through the tension. Seems like you still don't understand this place. You can't use that feather inside the Calamity Fish, or the World Tree. He walked forward, calm and composed. To be more precise, this isn't a dungeon, so it won't trigger. He continued. Besides, a fragment of the Divine Stone is suppressing its function. Inwardly, Kang Han-soo reflected, this is where the devouring root has latched onto the World Tree. Deep inside its roots, this is the heart of the red zone. He glanced at the glowing orb in his hand. We're close to the plant chamber. Since I brought the relic of one of the 5 generals, I'll need to awaken it using the Divine Stone fragment. Clenching his fist, he thought to himself, if I can increase the number of relics in my possession, stabilizing the mana flow leaking from the Divine Stone will be far easier. I may not be able to harness much of it, but the stone's true nature is something only full relic bearers or chosen candidates can use. A faint smirk curled on his lips. Things are about to get a whole lot easier. Suddenly, Liu Hong lashed out again. How dare you act like nothing happened after what you just pulled? He was furious now, almost thrashing in place. When we get out of here, I'll be officially taking command of Unit 1. As the commander of Beacon's elite force, I won't let this slide. But Kang Han-soo remained utterly unfazed, replying in a calm tone. Didn't I already tell you? The fastest way out of here is to bring your real body down. He glanced at the group. Everyone here has incredible resistance. You can endure the toxins without much trouble. A woman spoke up. Well, it is better than getting burned alive. But Liu Hong wouldn't listen. He snapped, shut it. No one gives me orders. No one. Kang Han-soo simply chuckled. Do whatever you want. It won't change anything. He turned away, speaking casually over his shoulder. This area is actually safer than where you were before. Whether you follow me or not, that's up to you. But then he paused, his voice turning firm and resolute. That said, if you come with me, I promise you'll make it out of here alive. He looked them all in the eye. The red zone is about to shift in ways no one's ever seen. Don't miss the chance to be part of it. Mikkel hesitated for a moment, eyes distant. The red zone is going to change, he murmured, his voice hoarse with exhaustion. I've been hoping for this, he finally said, catching his breath. The red zone hasn't changed since the day I arrived. But you made it happen. I needed a storm to shake the still waters. I needed someone like you." Then, with a weary but genuine smile, he added, "Maybe that's why they say be careful what you wish for." But a voice cut through the moment of sincerity. "Beacon will act independently from here on out." Lu Hong sneered, his tone laced with bitterness. "Even if you begged for our help now, it's too late. You'll pay for underestimating us." Someone muttered in agreement behind him. "Yeah, serves him right." Kang Han-soo raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, then responded not with anger, but resignation. "Even I can't keep dragging you people along forever. I've done my best to live up to Ares's expectations," he thought to himself. "But there are always exceptions." Lu Hong exploded with rage. "You dare keep looking down on Beacon?" But before the situation escalated further, Sophia interrupted, voice sharp. "Wait, something's not right." Her expression turned tense as she scanned the surroundings. "My observation skill just picked up movement. Something's oozing out of the tree." She was right. From the base of the tree, a grotesque red creature emerged, jaws open wide, lined with razor-sharp fangs. The moment they saw it, everyone instinctively stepped back in horror. "There's more of them," someone shouted. "They're pouring out from the tree. What the hell are they doing? They're coming straight at us." Kang Han-soo watched the scene unfold and narrowed his eyes. Malformed monsters. The tree's going berserk. He analyzed quickly. These things aren't stable lifeforms. They're the kind that can't survive in a proper ecosystem. They'll die the moment their life force runs out, but until then, they'll devour everything in sight. Damn it, has the devouring root completely lost control over the world tree? Then he smirked with cold confidence. "Did you really think these half-baked tricks could stop me?" Moments later, the grotesque creatures lay sprawled and motionless on the ground, swiftly taken down. With the immediate threat dealt with, the group pressed on, deeper into the area. Behind the scenes, the rear support unit had already completed their setup. Frontline assault team return and regroup. One assistant saluted and reported, "Situation report complete." Near the supply tents, someone waved and called out, "We need more supplies over here." Another shouted, "Johan, bring the nutrient solution." Johan, already carrying a crate, responded with a quick nod. "On it." After hauling the heavy crates, Johan slumped down for a break, wiping the sweat from his brow. Everything had descended into complete chaos over the past few days. "I used to think all of this was just a wild tale," he thought to himself. He glanced outside, his gaze distant. "But maybe everything I heard was actually true." As Johan sat there, memories came flooding back. Even now, just thinking about the first time he faced the calamity fish made his hands tremble uncontrollably. When did Kang Han-soo start planning to take that monster down? He wondered. Suddenly, a stranger appeared and interrupted his thoughts. "What did you just say?" The man asked calmly but intently. He took a step closer. "You've met Kang Han-soo before, haven't you?" Johan eyed him warily. "He looks strong. Is he one of the travelers who made it into the red zone ahead of us?" "Wait, could it be another group tracking Han-soo? Just like last time. Maybe they're hunting him too." "Damn it," Johan muttered under his breath, then spoke aloud, "Who are you?" "I've got nothing to say to some random stranger." He stood up, his tone sharp. "There are a lot of Aids around here. So if you're thinking of using force, think again, it won't work." The man quickly raised his hands in a non-threatening gesture. "No, you misunderstand. I'm not that kind of person." Then, removing his hood, he revealed his face. "I don't think I introduced myself. I'm Choi Sangjin. I was just curious, because I'm a friend of Han-soo." Johan's expression shifted slightly. "So it really was you. Took you a while." He let out a breath. "Guess Han-soo helped you make it up here too. Same with the boat, we wouldn't have gotten anywhere without him." Standing, Johan looked Sangjin square in the eye. "From the moment he brought that ship, I knew he wasn't normal. But let me ask you this, what exactly is Kang Han-soo after?" Sangjin hesitated. "If you're asking for specifics, but Johan cut him off. "Didn't you say you were his friend?" Sangjin gave a helpless smile. "Han-soo always has a plan, but he's not the kind of guy who lays out every detail even when you ask. What matters more is, I still..." Johan tilted his head, confused. "Still what? Why doesn't he?" But Sangjin clenched his fist, cutting the question short. "None of that matters. No matter what happens, I've made up my mind." There was something fierce and loyal in his eyes. "Use me, Han-soo. He looked down at his hands, lost in thought. He saved me too. I've chosen to walk the same path Hansu is on, he said quietly, more to himself than to Johan. So he'll know that he can count on me. A quiet determination settled in his voice. The real question is, can I catch up to him? He didn't come looking for me in the red zone, because I was still too weak. Suddenly, a group in the distance called out, Sangjin. We have to go. Hearing the shout, Sangjin turned to Johan and said, I have to head out. Thanks for talking with me. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Johan still unsure what that had all been about. As he walked off, he called back over his shoulder, if you happen to run into Hansu. He paused mid-sentence, then smiled to himself. No, never mind. I'll do it myself. That's exactly what Hansu would do. He murmured as if to no one in particular. I'm still so far behind him, aren't I? I'll have to push even harder. In Sangjin's mind, there was no doubt, Hansu was out there, still fighting, still charging forward. At that moment, Kang Hansu was training, mastering the flow of water. Streams of water swirled around him as he directed them into a glowing blue energy orb marked with a star. In a blink, the water surged outward, launching a violent attack at the nearby monsters. His expression was razor-focused. I'm feeding mana into myself using the Divine Stone Fragment. That means I have to prioritize raw power over endurance. From the shadows behind him, Lu Hong's group watched in stunned silence. No way, one of them whispered. I knew he was strong, but this, Lu Hong's face was frozen in disbelief. How could he have become this powerful, in such a short time? Why didn't anyone mention this? Did even Clarl Z. Morin not know? Suddenly, Kang Hansu's voice cut through the air. Just so you know, there's only one way back. And it's straight through a waterfall laced with deadly poison. He smirked. Good luck. Then, without waiting, he flew off. The white-haired man pulled his hood up and spoke up, Commander. He's the only one who knows the way out. Shouldn't we follow him? After a long pause, Lu Hong finally relented. Yes, he muttered. What did you say? The man asked. I said, if we want to survive, we have to go after him. Now. Everyone nodded and took off after Kang Hansu. Understood. The scene shifted. Somewhere deep inside the red zone, thick tentacles curled around a mysterious box. The process was nearly complete. Inside that box, a new being was taking form, a creature born from the perfect fusion of plant-based abilities. I have created Alpha, said a voice. Awaken. A strange figure hovered inside a massive violet sphere surrounded by living tendrils. This being Alpha was the very entity sustaining the red zone's existence. A hand reached out and touched the sphere. The fingers curled. With a powerful grip, the orb shattered. A voice echoed from the tree that had birthed him, commanding with urgency, good. My Alpha, obey me, can you hear me? Eliminate the intruders immediately. But then, Alpha Tekiran spoke. How strange, he said calmly. A being like me has no reason to take orders from someone like you. The tree's voice exploded with fury. How dare you? I am your creator. Your master. You are nothing but a clone I designed. Tekiran's expression shifted. You claim to be my creator? He repeated, almost amused. Without another word, he charged forward and delivered a crushing punch into the tree's core. But then a sound. Something or someone had arrived. It's here, someone whispered. The tree smiled wickedly. Tekiran didn't flinch. Give me the key to the armory, he demanded coldly. Now. Alpha sensed something. He didn't hesitate. With a fierce punch, he struck the monster's body. This is it has to be here. The blow hit a nerve literally. The creature's eyes widened in fury, veins bulging as it roared in anger. Alpha reached forward, his pupils contracting, blood-red lines flickering in his eyes. The key to the armory. Hand it over. The tree's voice growled deep, guttural, almost unintelligible. You dare? Its roots writhed through the air, two thick ones shooting forward like spears aiming for a fatal blow. You dare strike me? But Alpha's expression remained stone cold. To him, this towering monster was nothing more than a flimsy obstacle. Pathetic. Arms crossed, he stood his ground. Think about your situation, idiot. He gestured at the twisted, dying branches surrounding them. You keep spawning monsters just to protect yourself. But look at your trees, withered, broken. You're draining your own strength. and you can't regenerate the forest. A gust of wind blew, sweeping strands of his white hair across his face. That's why I'm telling you, hand over the key. His voice was firm, absolute. I'm going to turn this entire war around. For a moment, the tree paused. The way Alpha spoke, the certainty in his tone, the sheer defiance, it almost made sense. I was caught off guard by his first strike, but maybe he's still obeying my will. Then, reluctantly, it agreed. Very well. The air grew heavy. Wind swirled through the chamber as the tree's body began to twist and undulate, like it was dancing to an unseen rhythm. Where Alpha had previously driven his hand, a surge of power began to pulse. Cracks spread outward. Take it, the tree growled. The bark split open, forming a narrow gap. Alpha smirked. Good. Inside that gnarled shell was something precious, painstakingly preserved. As the gap widened, radiant light spilled through. So this is it. A wicked grin stretched across Alpha's face. He reached in, clawed fingers brushing against the gleaming divine stone. Gritting his teeth, he began to pull. The tree recoiled in shock. What? With a brutal yank, the divine stone tore free from the entangling roots. The tree screamed, a monstrous roar echoing through the forest. What do you think you're doing? That's the divine stone. Stop! Its voice rose into a high, ear-splitting screech. Stop. And then everything went white. Alpha couldn't hold back a malicious laugh. The roots snapped apart, the treasure now firmly in his grasp. The tree howled in pure rage. He stood there, right in the center of the blinding light, calm, unwavering. Don't be afraid. Alpha's eyes glowed an eerie green as his sharp fangs gleamed like those of a bloodthirsty beast. I made a promise and I'll see this through. The monsters closed in again, their numbers still unrelenting. Liu Hong spun around, his weapon flowing through the air like a ribbon of steel, slicing a monster clean in two. Above, Sophia soared through the sky, conjuring twin magic circles under her hands, glowing with energy. On the ground, Mikael swung his sword with everything he had, sweat pouring down his face. Just hold out a little longer, he shouted. We're almost there. These monsters have to run out eventually. But suddenly, the earth erupted. Countless grotesque things began to rise up from beneath the ground. Kang Hansu stabbed his sword into the dirt to steady himself, eyes wide. What the hell is this? The roots burst forth like they had been injected with a growth serum, twisting and writhing like the limbs of a giant octopus. The battlefield fell into chaos. Everyone felt trapped in a nightmare come alive. Screams echoed as they all looked up in horror. Hansu crouched low, then launched himself into the air. With a swift motion, he drew his weapon, facing the monstrous roots head-on. Gritting his teeth, he slashed with all his might, each cut reducing the massive roots to splintered chunks of wood. After a fierce struggle, he landed safely on solid ground. Hansu looked up, taking a deep breath. Then he flinched. Something was behind him. Those wooden tentacles were still sprouting, as if nothing had happened. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, slashing at them with unrelenting force. More monsters were pouring in, charging straight for him. But his holy orbs responded to his will, launching from his sword, and striking down the creatures. The orbs tore through them, and the beast dissolved into nothing but dust and smoke. Hansu's expression remained cold, but his eyes burned with fierce determination. He dashed through the battlefield like a streak of vengeance. After clearing a path, he paused, eyes narrowing as he scanned his surroundings. The internal defense system is weaker than the calamity fish, and these monsters, they're weaker too. He glanced to the side and saw Mikkel still fighting hard. They're definitely getting weaker. Everyone was pushing back with everything they had. Liu Hong, though clearly exhausted, furrowed his brow as he conjured another spell. Is it because it's being pressured? If that's the case, Hansu thought, should I just make a direct run toward the target? Around him, people were starting to notice. Is it because of him? They stared at the roots scattered across the ground, thinner ones, now still and lifeless. Hansu narrowed his eyes. No way. Suddenly he took off running, like a man possessed. Sophia caught sight of him and gasped. Kang Hansu. Hansu walked slowly along the rubble-strewn path, each step deliberate. He had finally arrived at the epicenter, the heart of the chaos where the monstrous tree awaited. At the center, a faintly glowing cube emitted a soft blue light, its surface coiled with several roots. But then, without warning, the light flickered out. Hansu's eyes narrowed in surprise. The tree just cut off the energy source, which means a voice echoed from somewhere below. Come down here. Hansu looked down into a deep abyss. There was someone down there. Without hesitation, he stepped onto a nearby rock and launched himself downward, leaping from ledge to ledge. It's likely the one who took the fragment of the sacred stone. His sword hung at his side, close to his grip, while the other hand stayed poised ready for a fight. But who could it be? No one else should have made it to the core of the root eruption but us. Then Alpha spoke up, his tone calm, almost amused, with the sacred artifact in his possession. You're different from those other insects. Smarter. Hansu said nothing, eyes locked on his opponent, observing every move. Alpha smirked. Looks like you know how to use the key properly, even if you're not of our race. His expression shifted, eyes gleaming with interest. Why don't we have a little chat? Hansu frowned but kept silent, letting the other man continue. About that key you're holding. The key, the true name of the 5 sacred relics held by the 5 generals. The reason they were called that was simple. Anyone who gathered all 5 would gain full control over the world tree. And now Hansu stood face to face with Alpha. He mulled over what the man had just said. He called the sacred relic a key. Hansu clenched his fist. Until now, only the beings from Elvenhelm, those I encountered deep within the abyss, ever used that term. In this world there's only one kind of existence that refers to the relics that way. But there's no way they could be here. Not now. His gaze dropped, examining Alpha more closely. Which can only mean, he came to a conclusion. You're just a copy. Alpha blinked, then let out a low chuckle. You're an interesting one. With a hand on his hip, he tilted his head. Not only do you hold a key, but you even know about the original. Hansu replied coolly, I've heard a few things. So what are you trying to say? Alpha asked. His finger pointed toward Hansu. The keys you're carrying. His hand slowly lowered, releasing a crushing wave of pressure. Give them all to me and vanish. Hansu remained still, taking in the scorn dripping from Alpha's voice. A lowly creature like you doesn't deserve them, the man spat. Hansu's voice stayed calm. In that case, allow me to propose a different deal. His sword began to glow faintly. Hand over your fragment of the sacred stone intact. He pointed his blade at Alpha. A counterfeit like you has no right to possess it. That made Alpha's eyes widen in disbelief only for a second. Then he burst into laughter. Not a smug smirk, not a sneer, but full-on mockery. Clutching his head, Alpha laughed like he had just heard the punchline of an absurd joke. He looked at Hansu with utter disdain. You really don't know your place. A pathetic little insect like you actually thinks you can kill me. Hansu said nothing, letting his silence speak volumes. Alpha lifted his hand skyward. Power surged from his palm. You leave me no choice. Glowing shapes formed in his grasp, geometric patterns, twisting and spinning until they assembled into a sword. Then Alpha drove it through a red sphere hovering nearby. Hansu hadn't expected that. In mere seconds, Alpha had created a black hole, a swirling void, suspended mid-air. Sweat rolled down Hansu's jawline as he narrowed his eyes. That thing, it could hold enough weapons to arm hundreds of thousands of soldiers. An entire arsenal. And just as the thought crossed his mind, Alpha's voice rang out. I'll show you where I stand. From within the swirling black hole, glowing green orbs began to emerge. Struggle all you want, you pathetic insect, he sneered. They rained down like a storm, no, a barrage. Their target. The top of Kang Hansu's head. The green orbs streaked through the sky like shards of jade hail. Behind Hansu, defensive magic arrays flickered into place, bracing for impact. The two forces clashed head-on, unleashing a thunderous explosion that rocked the battlefield. Alpha smirked. A touch of excitement in his voice. 7 holy orbs. Quite the fitting weapon for a general, don't you think? The orbs hovered motionless for a moment, pulsing ominously. But what if I did this? Suddenly, they spiraled into motion, spinning with deadly elegance before darting toward Hansu. He looked up. With perfect timing, he shifted into a stance and swung, deflecting the first wave cleanly. The orbs scattered, now split in half. Hansu analyzed silently. Individually, they're too weak. Like downgraded versions of the Echidron relics ordinary soldiers carry. Still, he remained on high alert. Because the shattered orbs didn't stay down. They regrouped midair and charged again. Caught in the middle of this storm, Hansu leapt high into the air. He grabbed onto a sturdy branch overhead. Their numbers are overwhelming. If they're meant to equip hundreds of thousands, then this arsenal must be a replica. Once more, the orbs twisted mid-flight, recalibrating their paths to lock onto him. He leapt again. But no matter where he went, they followed relentlessly. Then, suddenly he spun mid-air. With a sweeping slash, he severed the lead orbs charging toward him. His hand shot out and snatched one from the air. So, I can use replicated weapons too, huh? A green sword took shape in his grasp. He raised it high. Then I'll fight fire with fire. Alpha's holy orbs came screeching toward him in formation. Hansu stood firm, his newly claimed weapon pulsing with energy. He gripped another orb, and in that moment, the rest froze. Alpha's expression shifted. Eyes wide. What? He screamed, disbelief pouring out of his throat. No way. I can't control the 7 holy orbs. The weapon in his hand trembled violently. His face twisted in frustration. Damn it. The arsenal's not functioning properly. The mana I'm supposed to channel into the 7 orbs it's dispersing on its own. Alpha turned toward him, eyes wide in disbelief. You can't possibly. Hansu stood calmly, half of a severed holy orb still clutched in his hand. You understand the magical code. He continued walking forward unshaken. I told you already. Then, without hesitation, he swung his blade cutting through the remaining orbs with cold precision. His entire demeanor radiated contempt. I've heard a little about it. For a brief moment, a flicker of memory crossed his eyes tinged with something almost like nostalgia. Then he chuckled. Still, I've got to admit, I'm surprised. Even as a mere copy, you managed to summon a full arsenal. The orbs shattered, falling around them like scattered jewels, clinking dully on the ground. But no matter how powerful a weapon is, Hansu said flatly, it's only as good as the one who wields it. Alpha said nothing, no comeback, no sneer, just silence. Hansu leaped high. Both hands gripping his sword, he prepared to deliver a finishing strike. This is all you've got. His gaze sharpened like a blade, deadly and unwavering. Alpha, still reeling from the malfunction of his arsenal, faltered under the pressure. And in a flash, Hansu's blade was already above his head. Alpha's arrogant smirk was gone. His brows furrowed, eyes filled with alarm. The confidence had drained from his face, replaced by caution. In that case, Hansu whispered coldly, let's end this. Kang Hansu launched himself high into the air. The glow of his blade swept forward, cutting through the air. Is that all you've got? He said, voice like steel. His eyes burned with the intensity of a predator locking onto prey. Alpha, in contrast, wavered. There was hesitation now clear in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, Hansu's blade was poised right above his head. Alpha's brows furrowed, his once arrogant face now tense with caution. Then let's finish this, Hansu muttered. Alpha quickly leapt back, dodging the deadly strike by inches. His face twisted with rage. You damn bastard. The orb and sword in his grip began to flare violently with magical energy. Die. Hansu glanced to the side, his footwork a blur. In the next instant he was in front of Alpha. With a swift, brutal motion, Hansu slammed his elbow straight into Alpha's ribs. The force broke Alpha's stance. He stumbled, clutching the hit spot. No time to recover. Hansu's blade followed through, slicing across his neck like it was cutting paper. Where the blade passed, blood flowed. Alpha gasped, eyelids twitching, his eyes barely managing to follow Hansu's movement. You're still too soft, Hansu said coldly. Alpha staggered back, trying to put distance between them. Hansu lifted a hand. Holy orbs materialized once again. You're not getting away. The orbs shot forward like artillery rounds, trailing deadly light behind them. The ground exploded with each impact. No matter how hard Alpha tried to dodge, he couldn't evade them all. One orb grazed his leg, exploding on contact. He cried out in pain, stumbling. The sacred stone he carried slipped from his grasp and tumbled onto the ground behind him. Damn it, he hissed, biting back the agony. But then he froze. Even injured, his thoughts raced. His magic control, it's absurd. Alpha reached up, fingers brushing the cut on his neck. He's manipulating those orbs perfectly without even trying. Even with a fragment of the sacred stone, that kind of control didn't make sense. Alpha stared at the human before him. The holy orbs hovered around Hansu in obedient silence, awaiting his command like loyal hounds. Alpha clenched his jaw. He moves like someone who's trained in magic for decades. He could feel it. No. He understood it clearly now. Even in magic, Hansu had surpassed him. The gap between them wasn't small. It was immense. And then Hansu moved again. Before Alpha could react, Hansu was already there, closing the distance like lightning. Alpha's knees trembled, his body screaming in fear. He could kill me. Right now. Easily. His limbs froze. His eyes widened. He couldn't move. He just stood there watching Hansu, paralyzed. Am I going to die like this? In Hansu's cold eyes, Alpha saw no hesitation. Just resolve. Alpha's crimson pupils reflected the shadow of the man before him. His thoughts spiraled. I've come so far, stepped over so many. And I haven't even reached my goal yet. A deep regret welled up inside him. No, not like this. His fingers closed tight around his sword's hilt. I can't fail. I won't. Just as Hansu's blade began its final arc, Alpha's will roared back to life. I have to survive. Then, the thing in Alpha's hand shimmered and began to change shape. I can't die here, he thought, gritting his teeth. Just as Kang Hansu's blade came slicing down, it passed right through Alpha's body. Hansu's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't landed the hit. The figure in front of him had turned as intangible as mist. He scanned Alpha quickly. Parts of his body were turning translucent. Hansu took a defensive stance, cautiously observing. Then his eyes narrowed in disbelief. There was no mistaking it. Alpha's entire body was now encased in a gleaming silver suit of armor. The celestial battle armor. A legendary artifact said to be indestructible. It devoured all forms of weaponry, and every weapon it consumed only made it stronger. Hansu lowered his head slightly. This just got complicated. But then a smirk crept across his lips. Well then, looks like I've got a good reason to kill you now. The two clashed again. Every strike Hansu threw was sharp, decisive, without an ounce of hesitation. He dropped low, laughing coldly. As expected of someone worth fighting. Then he launched upward, twisting in the air and bringing his sword crashing down onto the center of the armor. Clang. The impact was immense. Inside the suit, Alpha's arm trembled violently. The armor couldn't completely absorb the damage. His nerves screamed in pain. His eyes flickered. He was starting to realize just how much danger he was in. Despite its strength, the armor had trapped him inside. And right now the armory was unusable. If only I could use both the celestial battle armor and the armory simultaneously, I'd have crushed him by now. Alpha lashed out, trying to stall by time. But even he knew it was only a matter of time before Hansu broke through. Then suddenly, a thought struck him. Ah, Alpha muttered, his lips curling into a sly grin. He rifled through the depths of the armory. The weapons are still there. I just can't use them because of magical interference. He shed the celestial armor. In its place, the armory sprang to life once more. But if I feed these weapons to the celestial battle armor, what then? Hansu furrowed his brow. What are you doing? You can't even craft weapons. Then his gaze caught sight of what was happening. His expression changed. Wait, that's weapons spilled from the black void, one after another, clanging onto the ground. Each was immediately absorbed by the silver armor, consumed as fuel. The armor pulsed with energy. Its aura grew thicker, more oppressive. Alpha stood tall, energized by the transformation. Now you get it. Too late. He spread his arms wide. Let me show you my true power. Suddenly Alpha's body began to shift. The armor that had once obeyed his every command started turning against him. Cracks formed across its surface, a strange energy pulsing outward. No, it's rejecting me. The celestial battle armor, overfed with too many weapons at once, was breaking down. Worse, it was beginning to consume him. His eyes widened in panic. It's devouring me along with the weapons? Damn it, I won't survive this. But then that fear, that anxiety, it all vanished in an instant. A twisted grin spread across Alpha's face. His gaze fell on Kang Hansu, whose expression was unreadable, just the way he liked it. Look at that confused face, he has no idea. And truly, Alpha had run out of options. So he chose the only path left. He reached out his hand. Well then, why don't you take it instead? In the blink of an eye, the armor shot out from Alpha and wrapped itself tightly around Kang Hansu. Hansu's body was instantly encased. Alpha let out a breathless laugh. That's right. You wanted this thing, didn't you? His smile twisted further, voice full of mockery. Let's see if you can handle the backlash. Kang Hansu grit his teeth, pain racking his entire body. Then, with trembling hands, he raised his sword. If that's how it is, I'll transfer control of the celestial battle armor to myself. His eyes snapped wide open as he bit down and tore into his own flesh. Alpha laughed, smug and triumphant. Pointless. The success rate for surviving the transfer of control is 1 in 10. His excitement grew with every word. Normally this wouldn't even be possible. But after that armor devoured the entire arsenal, this inheritance trial is 100 times harder than usual. Yet even as he taunted Hansu, a flicker of hesitation crossed Alpha's mind. Wait, why isn't he dead yet? I thought the armor would consume him instantly, and yet he's holding out. Alpha watched Kang Hansu writhe in agony, caught in a brutal tug of war with the armor. Then he smirked to himself. Fine. Even if he survives a little longer, the armor won't be usable right away after he dies. No point waiting around. I'll leave you here, he muttered, turning away. When you're dead, I'll come back for what's left. Behind him, Kang Hansu's vision blurred. The pain was overwhelming, nearly unbearable. His body swayed. This pressure, this is why he gave up control. It's too dangerous. His knees buckled, and he collapsed. One slip, and I'm dead. Then a thought flickered through his mind. If I push Dragon Aura to its limit, I might make it through. But it could kill me. He hesitated for only a moment. No time for hesitation. With a grimace, Hansu activated Dragon Aura at its full potential. A brilliant, blinding light erupted from his body. His eyes burst open with fury and resolve as he forced himself to his feet. With every ounce of strength he had left, Hansu let out a roar and shattered the armor from within. Metal shards exploded in all directions. His body gave out again. He fell, dazed and barely conscious. Every movement now took immense effort. Even lifting a hand felt like moving mountains. Then, suddenly, he coughed and blood spilled from his lips. He stared at his trembling hand, stained red. That was way too close. Hansu realized something stark and terrifying. Pushing Dragon Aura to the limit had exceeded my body's capabilities. Just a few seconds of that power placed a monstrous burden on me. I'm still far from mastering it. In the end, Kang Hansu made his decision. I'll seal it away for now. His body had stabilized somewhat, the worst of the pain now fading. It's done, he murmured. He turned toward the direction Alpha had fled. Looks like he ran away. Then his eyes fell on the stone left behind. He must use teleportation to escape. Otherwise, there's no way he'd leave this here. He extended his hand. Celestial battle armor. In an instant, plates of armor began forming around him, assembling themselves piece by piece. They locked into place smoothly, wrapping his body in full protection. Hansu couldn't help but admire it. It responds to my movements perfectly, I like it. As he moved, he searched within the armor's interface. Aside from devouring weapons, it must have other functions. And indeed it did. The armor adapted to the type of weaponry it had consumed, enhancing its defensive capabilities against similar threats. Hansu observed more closely. It's completed the red evolution. Probably because Alpha fed it the entire arsenal. With that, it won't need more material for a while. Elsewhere, Sophia's voice echoed in the quiet. No signs of further monster appearances. Miko frowned. Then where did Kang Hansu go? Sophia replied. I saw him leave in a rush earlier. But, suddenly, footsteps echoed across the area. A mocking voice followed. He abandoned you all, didn't he? It was Lu Hong. So much for telling us to stick together. What kind of leader disappears like that? Mikael ignored the jab. Either way, the beacon's still locked onto us, isn't it? Lu Yuhong scoffed. Tech. As if we had a choice. Seeing the others remain silent, he pushed further. If he hadn't dragged us into that poisonous lake, we could have escaped already. Beacon's been planning to pull out from the start, right? Just say it. Also, where the hell did Kang Hansu go? As he ranted on, a sudden presence loomed behind him. Kang Hansu had silently appeared, standing directly at Lu Hong's back. Sensing something, Lu Hong whipped around and nearly jumped out of his skin. Ah. When did you get back? Kang Hansu's face remained blank. I went to eliminate the original body. Miko blinked in surprise. Wait, so you defeated it? Hansu didn't stop walking. No, it wasn't me, Mikhail frowned. Then who? But Hansu didn't answer. Instead, he simply said, "Follow me. I'll take you all to the surface." Then he suddenly paused, as if remembering something. "Ah, right." He turned, his voice cold and sharp. "You're free to ignore me if you want. I've never ordered anyone around before, so don't make me repeat myself." Lu Hong clenched his fists, swallowing his words. Tech. As he turned away, he caught Mikhail staring at him. Lu Hong narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Then Mikhail casually reenacted Lu Hong's earlier startled reaction, complete with exaggerated subtitles. "Bro, when did this guy get back?" Lu Hong's face flushed red with embarrassment. "That bastard." While the two of them bickered, Hansu walked ahead, lost in thought. "The original body has been destroyed, and I've obtained a shard of the divine core. But there's still something bothering me. That replica could use the full authority of the king." His brows furrowed. If that's true, things are going to get a lot worse. And he had a hunch. Maybe it's heading straight for the flower. Elsewhere, Alpha let out a triumphant laugh. At last. Sacrificing the celestial battle armor was worth it. Now I'll wield the king's full authority. But then his expression shifted. He clenched his teeth and growled. Then why, even after granting me everything, why is the original body still asleep? He fell silent for a moment, then nodded grimly, accepting the truth. The world tree has withered. Elvenhelm is no more. His gaze sharpened. But down here humanity will take their place, he said solemnly. I will correct the mistakes of the past. His voice was unwavering. All of this is to resurrect the Akaran race. Alpha turned his back, but just before leaving, he couldn't resist a final jab. You failed to save your own people. You failed to protect Elvenheim. And in the end you even lost yourself. A cowardly king. From wherever you are now, watch closely. I will do what you could not. With that he began strategizing. First, the key that man holds. I need to retrieve Galadriel's sword, and Fabian's bracelet. Galadriel and Fabian are two halves of a whole. That means he definitely has Fabian's bracelet. As he moved, Alpha's thoughts continued to race. Once I recover the administrator's false authority, I'll head straight to the flower. That will require overwhelming force, not cheap tricks. His expression hardened. Faced with the sacredness of the path ahead, Alpha made his decision. I'll use Ouroboros. Then, with a burst of movement, he leapt up into a massive tree. His body swung to gain momentum before landing firmly on a thick branch. He scanned his surroundings carefully. Bounding from root to root, branch to branch, he pressed deeper into the ancient grove. Eventually, Alpha stopped, arriving at a dead end deep within the woods. His gaze swept the motionless area, eyes cold and calculating. Growing impatient, he barked out a command. Move. Do you dare bare your fangs against your own creator? Immediately the scenery shifted. A swarm of creatures emerged from the shadows. They stirred restlessly, parting the way before him. Satisfied, Alpha strode forward. Now that's more like it. He moved like a king returning to his throne. A silent smirk formed on his face. The original has fallen. With his people gone, he's lost all his authority. Which means I am now the original. A wicked grin spread across his face. Perfect. From now on I am Tekiran. Meanwhile, on the surface a voice rang out. I thought you died too broken to even struggle. But who would have thought you'd come back? From that place. Sophia stood silently, gazing out at the vast ocean, her thoughts deep and unreadable. From behind, Mikhail approached quietly. What are you thinking about, Sophia? He asked. But without waiting for her to respond, he added with a faint smile, never mind. I'm pretty sure we're thinking the same thing anyway, so there's no point in asking. His eyes shifted to the figure standing at a distance, Kang Han-su. He took down the disaster fish and the erupting root. Ever since he showed up, the red zone has changed, a lot. Mikhail narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone softening. To be honest, I had nearly given up. Even he said it was impossible. I couldn't even imagine defeating one of those calamities. The memory of Kang Han-su's cold, unflinching expression surfaced in his mind. And yet, he did it. Alone. A firm conviction entered his voice. I'm certain even he would take an interest in someone like Han-su. He'll probably clear the orange zone without much trouble. Sophia, still watching the ocean, clenched her fists slightly. From now on, the red zone might finally become a safer place. That means more people from the tutorial will survive. Her thoughts turned hopeful. If that happens, then maybe my siblings will make it through the red zone too. I want to save 1 billion lives. A sudden laugh escaped her lips as she covered her mouth, surprising even herself. Mikhail tilted his head in confusion. What's so funny? Sophia turned, unable to wipe the smile from her face. I was just thinking. Something that used to feel like pure fantasy might actually become real. Mikhail chuckled lightly and shrugged. I get it. Just then, a shadow swept across the sky. A massive blue eagle appeared overhead, catching everyone's attention. What the hell is that? Someone muttered. It looks like a messenger pigeon. But soon more birds followed. Dozens, then hundreds, filled the sky. An entire flock headed their way. Confusion spread through the group. Why are there so many of them? Elsewhere, a man ran desperately through the woods, panting and glancing fearfully over his shoulder. Others behind him were doing the same, faces pale, breathing ragged. Suddenly, someone tripped over a rock and went sprawling to the ground. Panicked, he reached out, screaming, Please. Help me. The others up ahead hesitated briefly, just briefly. Then they turned and kept running. Don't leave me behind. Please, he screamed, clawing at the dirt, but no one looked back. A strange, guttural screech echoed through the air. The man screamed as something pierced through him, blood spraying violently from the wound. From the shadows, a grotesque creature growled lowly, waiting for its prey to draw its final breath. Without hesitation, it lunged and tore into the man's body, devouring him alive. The scene cut to Kang Han-soo, Mikhail, and Sophia, an image of the three flickering briefly before the creature's voice rang out once more. Its eerie tone laced with menace stopped the humans. It wasn't speaking for itself. The voice was an echo repeated from Tekiran. That twisted man let out a cold, mirthless laugh and continued. Until I gain full control of Ouroboros, I need to ensure none of them leave this place. That will be your job, prevent them from crossing into the orange zone. Having received their command, they surged in a single direction, eyes gleaming with murderous hunger. Among the warriors, terror gripped them all as they froze in place. It's here, the parasite locusts. A colossal swarm of locusts surged toward them, darkening the horizon with their sheer numbers. They swept across everything in their path, heading straight for the farmlands. Fam Ferris stood firm, her voice clear and commanding. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We stop them here. If they break through, the entire red zone will be wiped out. Her words echoed with urgency. No matter what, we must protect this place. Hold out until reinforcements from the other clans arrive. Despite the fear in their eyes, the warriors gritted their teeth and entered battle stances. Aaron Pat was drenched in sweat, muttering under his breath. We have to stop them, but with just this many people. Against a disaster like this. Then the swarm struck, millions of locusts charging forward at terrifying speed. Elsewhere, Mikhail stared silently at his hand as chaos erupted around him. Reports confirm it. Every last parasite locust inside Ouroboros has been deployed, over 100 million of them. He looked around at the panic spreading through the ranks and muttered. Even if every clan united, we still couldn't stop this. It's insane. Meanwhile, Kang Han-soo's mind was racing. Parasite locusts are advancing? Why so suddenly? He quickly analyzed the situation. The locusts are internal guardians of Ouroboros. They serve as gatekeepers, preventing anyone from breaching its scales. They never move without orders. And the only being capable of commanding them, Ouroboros, is currently focused on drinking the poisoned waters. There's no logical reason for this command to be issued now. Not once in the last 500 years, not even in my past life, has this happened. Then it hit him. There's only one possibility. Him. I knew he'd become a wildcard eventually, but this is a real headache. Just then, a voice called out. Kang Han-soo. Liu Hong approached, anger flaring in his eyes. The parasite locusts of Ouroboros are going berserk because of you. Kang Han-soo blinked. What are you talking about? Liu Hong snapped, don't play dumb. If you hadn't started hunting down the calamities, none of this would be happening. How do you plan to take responsibility? Mikhail interjected, his tone sharp, watch your mouth. There's no causal link between those events. Unfazed, Kang Han-soo turned calmly to Sophia. Sophia, Can you use your archivist skill to calculate how much time we have left before it descends? Lu Yuhang clenched his fists in frustration. Don't ignore me. Sophia hesitated. You mean the time it'll take for all the parasite locusts to land? But Kang Hansu shook his head immediately. Not them. I mean Ouroboros itself. He pointed in a specific direction. I'm asking how much time do we have left before your Ouroboros descends? Everyone followed his gaze, and their faces went pale. What did you just say? Kang Hansu furrowed his brow, thinking hard. This isn't going to end with just the locusts flooding down. That clone, he's a copy, which means he inherited a portion of the king's power. With that power he can command the parasitic locusts, and without a doubt, he'll try to take control of Ouroboros next. Of course, completely controlling Ouroboros would take time. It is, after all, one of the 4 calamities. But once he gets a hold of the reins, the first thing he'll do is bring it down to the surface. That's why pinpointing the exact timeline is the most important thing right now. Snapping out of his thoughts, he called out urgently, Sophia, hurry. The more time Ouroboros takes to descend, the more time we have to prepare, Kang Hansu thought. Sophia activated her abilities, quickly running calculations. Her expression turned pale as she spoke. Approximately 2 weeks. Lu Hong clenched his jaw. This is the end. The warrant for Kang Hansu doesn't matter anymore. Raising his voice, he shouted, the entire red zone is in danger. Squads 1 and 2 report to Lord Miyamoto. Everyone else come with me. But Sophia stepped in front of him, blocking his path. And where exactly do you think you're going? We need to stand together and stop this. Lu Hong's voice turned cold. And why should we? He scoffed. The mirror is about to open. All we have to do is escape when that moment comes. Sophia's eyes widened. Right, the mirror. The mirror. A massive lake surrounded by 6 ancient pillars. It served as the gateway to the next region. The portal only opened once a month when the surface of the water became still and smooth like a mirror. Only those deemed worthy could pass through it. The rest would be rejected. Sophia furrowed her brow. Of course, all the members of the clan are elite travelers. When the mirror opens, there's no doubt they'll make it through. She looked at Lu Hong and spoke sharply. You're saying the entire clan plans to escape through the mirror the moment it opens? Isn't that right? Lu Hong smirked. Exactly. We have no reason to die here needlessly, do we? Sophia's voice rose with anger. And what about the orders from Lord Ares and Lord Miyamoto? What about the reinforcements currently on their way here? Lu Hong's expression didn't change. That much is obvious, isn't it? They'll either be ripped apart by parasitic locusts or swallowed whole by Ouroboros. His voice turned bitter with self-contempt. Why should I care about a mission handed down 20 years ago? Sophia was so furious she couldn't even speak. Damn it, she finally muttered through clenched teeth. Lu Yuhang turned his back on her. Don't glare at me like that. It's not just us, the other clan members are thinking the exact same thing. He glanced over his shoulder and added firmly, if order had ever been established, maybe things would turn out differently. But people only talk about justice when they're in heaven, not in hell. With that, he turned and walked away. Sophia seethed with frustration. At this rate, all the remaining travelers could be slaughtered. And if we're not careful, the seal might actually be broken. Suddenly, Kang Hansu spoke up. Don't worry. 2 weeks is enough time. He paused for a moment, then smiled. If we can meet the necessary conditions, then bringing down Ouroboros won't just be a pipe dream. Sophia hesitated as his words sank in. No way, you mean something like what you did with the calamity and the erupting root? Mikhail joined in, shaking his head. That's practically impossible. All the parasitic locusts guarding the inner Ouroboros are already flooding down. He began breaking it down. The gatekeepers are no longer fulfilling their role, which means Ouroboros has completely sealed itself off from any external threat. Using the same method as before won't work. That's why, this time we need to meet certain key conditions. First, we need to rally every clan to hold back the locusts that are pouring in. Second, we need support from the strongest individuals in the red zone, the 7 wraiths. Kang Hansu smiled calmly. It's not impossible. In fact, that's exactly how we're going to bring down Ouroboros. In a place where only 3 people stood, Mikhail couldn't believe what he had just heard. You're saying you want to unite all the clans to stop the parasitic locusts? Even though Ouroboros is about to descend and destroy everything around us? That's impossible. The clans won't follow your lead. Sophia suddenly spoke up. Until now I've always followed your ideas. I've seen you accomplish things I thought were impossible. Even now I still believe in you. But you should know as well as I do why the wraiths can't leave their assigned positions. Even if they wanted to move they simply can't. Kang Hansu answered without hesitation. Of course I know. And that's exactly why I'll fix it. I'm going to eliminate the root cause of their bondage. Sophia was stunned. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. No way. What exactly are you planning to do? But Kang Hansu ignored her question. Before that, uniting the clans and stopping the parasitic locusts is our top priority. We're out of time. At that very moment, deep within the central nervous system of Ouroboros, the images seen by the locusts flashed across the hive mind. Hold the line. Stay information. When the hell is backup coming? Tekirin had been quietly observing for a while. They're resisting better than I expected. Still, he scoffed. It's meaningless in the end. The parasitic locusts have the overwhelming numbers. Gaining full control is just a matter of time. But that doesn't mean I can let them kill too many. Every human here is a valuable resource. I still need a certain population to remain intact. Suddenly his gaze froze. In his mind's eye, an image appeared. Lu Hong and several others were searching for the mirror. I knew it, Tekiran thought coldly. Those trash are trying to escape. Looks like a sizable group is attempting to reach the next area. He sneered. Disgusting. Killing your own kind just to save yourself. What a worthless bunch. Then, with wicked satisfaction, he said, this is divine punishment for all you insects. Elsewhere Lu Yohong was walking when he suddenly came to a halt. Well, look who we have here. Before him stood a sizable group, members of the Celestial Society, 6 unaffiliated individuals, and even the monarch of the Chimera Fusion clan. Lu Yohong thought to himself, so everyone except for the Valkyrie clan, who's holding back the locusts, is gathered here. Even the strongest have come, all trying to flee. Looks like my prediction was absolutely right. He gave the order. Secure a position nearby. The moment the mirror opens we move out. The subordinate obeyed immediately. Yes sir. As Jukma glanced around he suddenly froze. Well, look who it is, he said mockingly. Isn't that the guy who took Carl Z. Morin's place after he died? So, you got that person's permission to leave, huh? Lu Yohong remained unfazed. Jukma, I have no obligation to explain anything to you. Jukma just shrugged. What a shame. In a moment like this, I thought I'd finally get to see that person again. Been so long, I can't even remember what they look like. Liu Hong frowned, clearly annoyed. Unlike the other clan leaders, that person is bearing a much greater burden. It's only natural. Just then, something caught his eye. What the? A stream of white paper appeared in the sky. The figure of Kang Hansu slowly descended. The 6 great clans got here fast, Hansu thought. Liu Hong clenched his teeth in anger. What the hell are you doing here, Kang Hansu? When Hansu didn't respond, Liu Hong grew even more furious. You maniac, are you seriously here to get in our way again? But Kang Hansu replied calmly. I didn't come here to stop you. I came to share my plan. The crowd fell silent in confusion. Then, before everyone's surprised gaze, he began speaking with authority. It's simple. You, the 6 great clans, will hold off the parasitic locusts. While you do that, I'll kill Ouroboros. Murmurs of disbelief immediately broke out. Did he just say we're supposed to hold off the locusts while he takes down Ouroboros? Is he out of his mind? Mikhail saw the tension rising and quickly stepped in, placing a hand on Hansu's shoulder. I told you no one's going to go along with this plan. Suddenly, Sophia's cold voice rang out, sharp and cutting through the noise. Why are you all being so irresponsible? Aren't we the root and the 7 wraiths created to protect the red zone? To carry out the will of Lord Ares and Lord Miyamoto? Kang Hansu narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. So they really were talking about Miyamoto. He died in the abyss. But before that he always helped the people here. Was that just who he was? Liu Hong snapped back at her. Watch your mouth, Wraith. His face was visibly strained with suppressed fury, as if he was already at his limit. You may be one of the 7 wraiths, but that doesn't give you the right to invoke his name so carelessly. Kang Hansu finally understood why Liu Hong was so upset. You didn't follow Miyamoto's last command, did you? You ran away from the very beginning. Hansu spoke bluntly. Weren't you the one who ignored Miyamoto's orders and fled first? Mikil suddenly let out a surprised, "Oh, then," a voice echoed through the air. "You're even crazier than I thought." Jukma stepped forward and looked Kang Hansu up and down. "You're Kang Hansu, aren't you, kid? Let me give you a piece of advice." He approached Hansu, standing over him with a casual air. "I'll admit you've taken down the calamities. That's impressive. It's a shame I'm not fighting anymore, but each clan acts for its own interests. If we can just hold out for 2 more days, we'll make it to the Forbidden Zone. So why risk our lives fighting now? Everyone looks out for themselves. Let's not get in each other's way." Hansu's face turned cold. Finally he turned his back to them and began walking away. "I figured this would happen. I knew I wouldn't be able to convince you. They're coming. You'd better brace yourselves and feel firsthand just how cruel this world really is." Just then, the ground began to tremble violently. Jukma shouted, "Don't panic. Just 2 more days. We can hold off the locusts until then." But Hansu looked up toward the horizon, his voice calm and steady. "No, this is different. There's only one thing in the red zone that can cause a quake like this." He narrowed his eyes. "Ouroboros. It's on the move." Before their eyes, Ouroboros suddenly flicked its massive tail, and the earth trembled with each powerful movement. Liu Hong shouted in disbelief, "What the hell is going on? Wasn't Ouroboros supposed to descend 2 weeks from now?" Sophia frowned deeply and responded, "No, Ouroboros isn't descending." Activating her powers, she continued, "Right now, it's only wagging its tail." A chill ran through the crowd. Just wagging its tail was enough to shake the ground like this. Then, if it truly descended, Kang Hansu spoke up, "I knew it. It's trying to block the mirror." Suddenly, the creature's enormous tail swept in their direction. People stared in shock and confusion. It's coming down." Then, right on cue, the tail came crashing down into the ocean before them with terrifying force. "Everyone scatter!" someone screamed. The crowd broke into chaos, fleeing in all directions. Sophia summoned her shield just in time to protect the 3 of them. "I need one more favor," Kang Hansu said calmly. Without hesitation, Sophia replied, "Got it." The seawater exploded into the air from the impact, but her barrier held firm, keeping them completely unharmed. The water surged violently in every direction except toward the 3 of them. The wave carved a path around their position, as if guided by Sophia's will. The tail finally stopped moving. The tremors ceased. But the damage was done. Liu Hong held his forehead, overwhelmed. "This is bad, the tail, it's blocking the orange zone," he muttered. "We can't move forward anymore, Commander Liu, look." Someone suddenly shouted, pointing upward. From the tail of Ouroboros, parasitic locusts began crawling out in endless numbers, flooding downward like a wave of nightmares. The air turned heavy with dread. Everyone froze, trembling, unable to move. "This is insane," someone whispered. "There has to be a limit," Liu Hong snapped out of it, turning and yelling at the top of his lungs. "Fall back. Fall back now. Get as far away as you can." Panic spread fast. "We need to move too. All of us. Come on. Run." One of the men behind Jukma grabbed his shoulder, urging him, "Sir Jukma, please. Give the order, what should we do?" Jukma stood still, mind racing. "The tail has blocked the mirror. Those parasites are pouring down from it. If we want to reach the next zone, we'll have to kill them all. But can we even do that with this many?" Then, a strange smile slowly spread across his face. "There's really nothing left we can do," he said, almost amused. Liu Hong's voice suddenly rang out, sharp with frustration. "What the hell are you all doing just standing there?" He pointed furiously toward the sky. "You want us all to die here, Sophia Verage." At that moment, massive ice walls rose in front of them, blocking any chance of escape. Up on top of the ice, Sophia's voice echoed down calmly. "You all know there's no way out of this anymore. If we want to survive, we have to hold the parasites back. In 2 weeks, when Ouroboros descends, we're dead either way." Liu Hong clenched his teeth so hard he couldn't even speak. A subordinate suddenly shouted in panic, "Emergency! The parasitic locusts are right behind us." From the rear, a horde of chittering insects was rapidly closing in. They tensed. Then, with terrifying coordination, the swarm leapt forward, diving straight for them. Suddenly, Kang Hansu appeared at their rear. In one swift motion, he sliced through an incoming locust in front of everyone. The creature dropped instantly, lifeless. He turned to Lu Hong and said evenly, "We go with the original plan." Then, once again, he stated with conviction, "If we do that, all of us will survive." Lu Hong's eyes flared with anger. "You're insane," he spat. "I can't believe you're still saying that. You think you're some kind of hero. Look around you," he yelled. "You want to take down Ouroboros, but that thing isn't like the other calamities. It's completely different." But Kang Hansu didn't flinch. His eyes narrowed as he asked coldly, "So what, you're just going to tuck your tail and run? Even knowing you'll lose your only shot at survival?" He paused, then spoke loud and clear so everyone could hear, "The mirror will open in 2 days. But as long as Ouroboros' tail covers the lake, you'll be stuck waiting 2 weeks. So choose, fight this catastrophe together and survive. Or give in to fear, gather in the red zone, and get buried alive." No one had time to respond. Another locust launched itself toward the group. The sound of more incoming creatures grew louder by the second. People immediately surrounded Jukma in a protective circle. "They're coming. Please, Sir Jukma, you have to go. Run." One particularly large locust lunged straight toward Jukma. "Sir Jukma." Voices cried out in alarm. But Jukma just grinned, unfazed. "I like you, Kang Hansu," he said with a chuckle. Then, without hesitation, he summoned his weapon. Not a single wasted movement, he turned and struck the locust midair. With a crushing blow, it slammed into the ground and didn't move again. Jukma's voice boomed once again, cutting through the chaos. "Everyone, listen up. From this moment forward, our top priority is making sure not a single one of these parasitic locusts gets past us." Then, unable to contain his rising excitement, he roared, "All of you, pick up your weapons. We fight. And when we're done, we'll bring back the spoils of war." His subordinates blinked, stunned. "You mean we're going to fight these things until Ouroboros is defeated?" Jukma rolled his eyes, scoffing. "Oh, please. You really think I'd actually do that?" Then, in a more composed tone, he continued, "We'll fight. Yes, but we'll be ready to retreat the moment the opportunity comes. What matters is that all 6 clans are fighting together while we're here. That alone makes a difference." He gestured toward Kang Hansu, his eyes sharp with a hint of amusement. "If he fails to bring down Ouroboros, then we won't be able to reach the Orange Zone, just like he said. Even the 6 clans know that much." Jukma then let out a low chuckle, eyes narrowing as he locked onto Hansu. "If anything goes wrong, I'll make sure he takes full responsibility. After all, he's the one who promised to take down Ouroboros with the 7 shades. There's nothing left for him to lose now." Before the towering Ouroboros, Jukma's forces burned with even greater fervor, spurred on by his command. The parasitic locusts surged forward relentlessly, wave after wave crashing against the defenders. A brutal battle between man and beast broke out. Yet elsewhere, another group stood frozen in hesitation. Fear and uncertainty rippled through them. "Are we really supposed to fight those things? Even the other clans have joined in, does that mean we have no choice?" A subordinate turned toward his leader. "Commander Liu, what are we going to do?" But Lu Hong was gone. He was already sprinting away from the battlefield, alone, his thoughts in turmoil. "If I had known it would turn out like this, I'd have taken more before things fell apart. Those idiots, they've all lost their minds. As if they could actually stop an endless wave of parasitic locusts." He glanced back, watching the others locked in combat. "And they want to hold out until they defeat Ouroboros? That's absurd. There's no way that insane plan will ever work." Then, his eyes landed on Kang Hansu cutting down locusts with a single effortless strike. Liu Hong hesitated. "But if it's him, no." He shook his head. "It's impossible. That plan is full of holes. For now, I'll just return to that person and claim I needed time to gather more intel on Lang Hansu." Elsewhere, Mikhail stared silently in one direction. Sophia noticed and asked, "Something wrong?" He immediately replied, "No. Nothing." Just then Kang Hansu landed beside them. Mikhail brightened. After the Hikarim clan took the lead, the other clans followed suit. That gave us just enough time to slow down the parasitic swarm. But Kang Hansu cut to the point. "Mikhail, I'm leaving the rear to you." Mikhail blinked in confusion. "What?" Hansu spoke calmly. "I've done everything I need to hear. Now I have to go convince the 7 phantoms." Then he dropped a name. Miyamoto. It's time I paid him a visit. Mikkel was still puzzled. You're leaving the rear to me. As in, you're not coming back. Hansu nodded. Exactly. Then he asked, if I recall correctly, you said you'd make sure I had the support I needed from the helpers, right? So I'm trusting you with this. Mikkel chuckled awkwardly. There was nothing left to say. All right. Got it. Back at Beacon's headquarters, a stranger spoke up. Reports confirm the parasitic locusts have seized control of the mirror. Right now the ones holding them off are the 6 great clans, led by Jokma of the Hecarim clan. After the Valkyrie clan completely wiped out the first wave, they advanced toward the mirror. He paused, then continued solemnly. Now, we must decide, will we remain sealed away and avoid the war with the parasitic locusts, waiting for the path to open? Or will we continue guarding the seal as we have until now? After all, the duty of the phantoms is to protect it. Marianta Arc. The 4th phantom spoke up in a tired voice. Then wouldn't it be better to just stay hidden near the seal and wait for all this to blow over? Honestly, the situation isn't even that dangerous yet. Sitting beside her, Baek Jonsang the 3rd phantom nodded in agreement. I also support concealing the seal. Neither the locust nor Ouroboros can break through it. And let's be real, we have no way of stopping Ouroboros when it descends 2 weeks from now. Tina Charlize, the 6th phantom, shot up from her seat, clearly frustrated. Then what about the surviving travelers? What happens to them if we choose to hide? Kyle Cooper, the 2nd phantom, countered her calmly. I disagree. We have a duty to protect the seal, but isn't that to save more lives in the end? We, at least, need to survive. A few remaining travelers aren't worth risking everything. Tina snapped, anger flaring. What the hell are you saying? How can you talk about people like that? That region will collapse if Ouroboros shows up, and no matter what, the thing inside the seal will disappear. That thing is on a whole different level. It could even cross the boundary and affect other zones. At the center of it all, Miyamoto Junichi, the 1st phantom and head of the Beacon clan, finally spoke in a calm, composed tone. Everyone, internal conflict is not an option. His words immediately sobered the others. Sharing your views is important, he continued. But we must not let disagreement become division. As he finished, the phantoms all bowed their heads in unison. We apologize, Lord Miyamoto. Miyamoto gave a gentle nod. No apology needed. Then, with a faint smile, he went on, I understand. The current situation makes everyone uneasy. That's only natural. But it's because of this chaos that we need to stay calm. We are the phantoms, after all. Our first priority is identifying what's caused the red zone to fall into such disarray. And he stopped mid-sentence, interrupted by the sudden arrival of a panting figure. Liu Hong burst into the chamber, breath ragged. Lord Miyamoto. I bring an urgent report. Kyle Cooper frowned, irritated. Liu Hong, the phantoms are in council. You can't just. He was cut off by Miyamoto's raised hand. It's fine. Then he stood, his expression unreadable. You've done well, Liu Hong, stepping in as acting commander after Karlsmoren's withdrawal. Liu bowed deeply. I'm honored, sir. Miyamoto rested a hand on Liu's shoulder, voice low and steady. So, what has you in such a rush? Emboldened, Liu Hong spoke louder. The 6 great clans are holding back the parasitic locust at the mirror. This is all because of Kang Hansu. And that's not all, he's proposed a completely insane plan to defeat Ouroboros himself. I came here to report everything to you, Lord Miyamoto. Miyamoto responded with chilling indifference. I see. So that's what happened. Liu Hong faltered, caught off guard by the lack of reaction. It's true. I swear it's all true. Miyamoto suddenly turned the question back on him. But tell me, Liu, how did you even get to the mirror? Liu Hong froze. What? Under the cold, unblinking stares of the other phantoms, Miyamoto spoke plainly. No need to explain. The fact that you made it to the mirror means you were trying to flee to the orange zone. His voice grew colder. While we the phantoms are gathering here to decide the future of this region, your actions suggest you're ready to throw away all our efforts. Liu Hong shouted in protest. But I was only following your orders, Lord Miyamoto. Miyamoto narrowed his eyes. My orders? Liu's voice caught in his throat. Without realizing it, he bowed his head. No, I'm sorry. Miyamoto slowly shook his head with a calm expression. It's fine. Let's leave it at that for now. We'll revisit this matter later. After Lu Hong left the tent, Tina Charlize spoke up, voice sharp with disappointment. So Lu Hong ran away, how pathetic. But Miyamoto remained composed. Even so, if you picture a colossal Ouroboros descending from the skies, I can't really blame him. His reaction is somewhat understandable. Marianta Arc sighed, rubbing her temple in exhaustion. Whatever. Let's move on. That Kang Han-soo guy really is throwing everything into chaos. At the mention of the name, Miyamoto chuckled. Still, I'd really like to meet him, at least once. Then his voice dropped, tone heavy and contemplative. Who knows, maybe he's actually a rational person, someone who could prove valuable to the Red Zone. Suddenly, a subordinate entered and whispered something to the man in black standing nearby. The man's face lit up with excitement as he raised his voice. Lord Miyamoto, Kang Han-soo, he's here. Right now. Miyamoto didn't seem particularly surprised. Kang Han-soo, you say? Miyamoto's calm voice rang out. I'm not sure whether Sophia has ever mentioned me to you, but proper etiquette still demands an introduction. He smiled with a hint of warmth. I'm one of the 7 phantoms who safeguard this region, and the current head of the Beacon family, Miyamoto. Kang Han-soo responded without a trace of emotion. Pleased to meet you. After a brief pause, he continued. But given the urgency of the situation, I'll get straight to the point. I'm heading out to destroy Ouroboros immediately. I need your help. The atmosphere turned icy. Kyle was the first to snap. How dare you? You're in no position to demand anything from us. Marianta scowled. You really are insane. Tina gave an irritated nod. He absolutely is. Miyamoto gave a sheepish chuckle. You're certainly direct. Then, his smile faded as he spoke more seriously. However, we can't help you. Even if you truly could bring down Ouroboros, there's a reason we can't leave this place. Kang Han-soo smiled slightly. I know. Then, without hesitation, he said a name. Akuma. Sophia's expression tightened with concern. With unwavering conviction, Kang Han-soo declared, just like I've done until now, I'll take your place and defeat him. So release the seal. Suddenly, strong footsteps echoed across the tent. Swords cold and sharp were immediately pressed against Han-soo's neck. In eerie unison, the phantoms had drawn their blades as a silent warning. Miyamoto stroked his beard, eyes narrowing. Now that is unexpected. How do you know about Akuma? Within the Red Zone, 4 calamities were known to all travelers: the erupting roots, Ouroboros, the queen bee, and the disaster fish. But deep within the world tree, there was a 5th calamity, hidden from all knowledge. One sealed away from every traveler. His name was Akuma. From the moment of his discovery, it had been clear he must be sealed permanently. Far more dangerous than any of the other known threats, Akuma's release would mean the total annihilation of the Red Zone. That's why his existence was buried in absolute secrecy, known only to Miyamoto and the 7 phantoms who shared his burden. Now Miyamoto stared hard at Kang Han-soo and asked again. Kang Han-soo, even knowing what would happen if we unseal Akuma, you still insist on doing it? Standing with blades pressed against his neck, Kang Han-soo spoke boldly. That's right. The reason is simple. Akuma possesses 2 divine artifacts, the Ekium chains and the Kargon spear. I need both of them to subdue Ouroboros. Miyamoto raised an eyebrow and turned toward Sophia. Sophia, you told him everything, didn't you? Sophia quickly shook her head. No, he already knew about all of that. Miyamoto, trusting her without question, found himself even more puzzled. Incredible. You've barely been in this zone, and yet you know this much about Akuma, Tina broke in. How he found out doesn't matter, Lord Miyamoto. What matters is we eliminate him right now. Kyle added sharply. It's obvious he's after the artifacts. He wants the rewards that come with defeating Akuma. Baekjeon followed up with a grim tone. He's driven by greed. That's the only reason he went after the other 4 calamities. Sophia stepped forward in protest. Please, calm down. He's not like that. Tina narrowed her eyes. Sophia, you actually trust this man? Sophia answered calmly. At first, no. I thought he was insane, especially when he claimed he could easily kill the disaster fish. But then he actually did it. He also brought down the erupting roots. And he did it all alone. She turned to face them all, and said with conviction, anyone who's witnessed what he's done would believe that he can defeat Akuma. All those impossible feats, if it's Kang Han-soo, they become possible. Miyamoto murmured under his breath. Impossible feats, I see. He straightened and gave a command. All of you withdraw your blades. Then he stepped forward, voice low but heavy with meaning. I understand what you're saying. However, the bones of the slaughtered still whisper to me. They speak of the utter devastation Akuma once unleashed. After a pause, Miyamoto looked Kang Hansu in the eye and asked plainly, so tell me, what do you have that we don't? Kang Hansu responded coldly, what do I have? The moment the words left his mouth, an overwhelming pressure exploded from him. The sheer force of his presence knocked the others off their feet. Even the man in black, though he managed to stay standing, looked terrified. What is this? Suddenly a divine figure appeared, heavenly armor manifestation. Hansu gripped his sword tightly and declared, voice unwavering, see for yourself. I'll prove that I can take down Akuma. Then, without hesitation he shouted, come at me all of you. Baekjeonsang narrowed his eyes, how arrogant. Raising his blade he pointed it straight at Hansu. Then allow us to test your claim. Suddenly Marianta's eyes caught something. Miyamoto also halted mid-step. That is, but on the battlefield Baek, Tina, and Kyle were already surging forward. Baek charged first, swinging his sword to clash with Hansu head-on. Tina and Kyle leapt high into the air, blades raised, ready to strike from above. As their swords collided, Baek pressed hard against Hansu's defense. We are the Vong Han, the guardians of the red zone. Thinking you can take on all of us? That's just blind arrogance. Above, Tina and Kyle came crashing down with terrifying force. Hansu parried Baek's strike and smirked. You're far stronger than any traveler I've faced. You deserve your title as a Vong Honorable. Impressive. Baek struggled to block the next strike and growled. What are you getting at? Just then, the heavenly armor roared to life. It raised its arm toward the sky and unleashed a surge of power. Tina and Kyle gasped, what the? In a flash, the heavenly armor's hand shot up and snatched both of them mid-air in one clean fluid motion. A deep, mechanical hum echoed through the battlefield. Hansu looked up and muttered with a grin, perfect for testing the heavenly armor. Kang Hansu once asked, what kind of person is Miyamoto? Heirs looked puzzled. Why are you asking about that all of a sudden? Hansu, expressionless as ever, replied. I heard he used to oversee the red zone, but died not long after the abyssal zone opened. I figured it's only a matter of time before one of us crosses paths with him, so I wanted to hear your thoughts. Ares thought for a moment, then said, he's different from the leaders of other clans. For starters, he led without needing a title or showing any airs of command. His innate skills were mostly defensive enhancement type abilities and powers that weaken enemies. But more importantly, while everyone else was busy chasing rewards, building power, or crossing into the orange zone for all kinds of reasons, he stayed. He remained in the red zone out of sheer conviction. She smiled warmly as she added, Miyamoto once declared he would be the one to maintain Akuma's seal. He gave up every opportunity and chose to sacrifice himself instead. If you ever meet him, I think you can trust him. He's someone who stands for justice, steadfast like no other traveler who's ever stepped foot in the red zone. Now back in the present, Miyamoto's voice roared with anger, that's enough. What do you all think you're doing? Even if all of us combined our strength, it wouldn't be enough. Our Ouroboros will descend in 2 weeks. Why waste time on pointless conflict? The Vong Han fell silent at his words. Kyle was the first to speak, voice low, I'm sorry. Miyamoto coughed lightly and turned back to Hansu. I'm well aware of your strength, Kang Hansu. That's why I'm asking you to put away the Soul Eater. Then, calmly and sincerely, he made his offer. Why not try negotiation instead of fighting? After all, every second we waste, someone else dies. Later inside the tent, Miyamoto looked across the table at Hansu and said, I acknowledge your strength, Kang Hansu. But that alone won't be enough to break the seal. No one can predict what might happen if it's removed. The moment you get close to it, you can already feel Akuma's terror. He paused, then asked directly, Kang Hansu, do you have a concrete plan to defeat him? Hansu, without hesitation, answered, I do. Among the 5 relics of Elvalmheim, 2 are currently being used to maintain the seal. I hold the remaining 3. If just 2 relics are enough to suppress Akuma's power, then with all 5 combined, defeating him shouldn't be impossible. I believe that alone proves the feasibility of my plan. What do you think? Miyamoto didn't answer right away. A thought escaped him inwardly, he's so similar. This young man bore a crushing burden, fully prepared to sacrifice his own life, and yet, not even a flicker of fear showed on his face. Silently, Miyamoto studied the man before him. In all the 20 years I've been here, has there ever been someone like this? And then, he understood. It's Iris. In Hansu's resolute gaze, the shadow of Iris quietly resurfaced. Miyamoto narrowed his eyes, lost in some long-buried memory, so much so that he didn't even hear Marian's voice calling him, "Lord Miyamoto? Lord Miyamoto. What are you doing?" Snapping out of it, Miyamoto took a sip of water to compose himself. Just reminiscing about the past, that's all. Unlike Kang Hansu, who makes decisions so decisively, I've always been the cautious type. He straightened his posture and asked seriously, "Kang Hansu, before I respond to your proposal, may I say one last thing?" Hansu replied calmly, "Go ahead." Miyamoto tapped the table slowly as he spoke. "Let's say we follow your plan, and break Akuma's seal to destroy him." He paused. "But what if we fail?" Miyamoto's tone drifted into reflection. "There was a time when I, too, thought about waging an all-out war against the calamities. But I gave up that dream when I imagined the possible price. Ouroboros is already on the move. If Akuma were to join him, what do you think would happen to the red zone?" He let the silence settle, then continued, "It's not that I don't trust you, Kang Hansu. You faced phantoms, defeated two of the great calamities. But no plan is without its variables. The smoother things go, the more cautious we must be." Kang Hansu narrowed his eyes, as if anticipating what was coming next. "That's why," Miyamoto concluded, "I propose an alternative. Why not use the relics you hold, to further strengthen the seal instead?" Miyamoto began explaining in detail, "If we use the relics to reinforce the seal, it'll become even more secure. Even if Ouroboros descends and destroys the red zone, it won't matter. At that point, we'll have the freedom to act. We'll reclaim the mirror sector from the locust swarm, then assist the remaining travelers in the red zone at the very least, help them cross the mirror sector safely. And before Ouroboros arrives, we'll evacuate everyone to the orange zone." Hearing that, Kyle immediately praised, as expected of Lord Miyamoto. "I never imagined you'd devise such a comprehensive plan." Miyamoto chuckled, "You flatter me." Turning to Hansu, he asked, "Well? Isn't this plan far more reasonable?" Hansu replied evenly, "Logically speaking, your plan is quite sound." Miyamoto smiled, but before he could finish, Hansu cut him off. "But I'll have to decline." He met Miyamoto's eyes directly. Those relics weren't created to be used that way. Without a trace of anger, Miyamoto asked, "Isn't that a selfish, personal wish?" Hansu replied firmly, "Because those relics are still needed elsewhere." Miyamoto furrowed his brow slightly. "And may I ask where exactly is that?" Hansu didn't feel the need to elaborate. "As long as I defeat Akuma, isn't that enough? I'll take him down quickly. There's nothing to worry about." The two men locked eyes in silence. Miyamoto was the first to rise. "Very well. I'll end the debate here." Sophia's eyes widened in surprise. "Does that mean?" Miyamoto nodded. "It means we have no other choice but to place our trust in you." "I'll believe in you, Kang Hansu." He then approached Hansu. "Come with me. I'll take you to where Akuma is sealed." Suddenly something occurred to him. But first please change into this. Your fighting style relies heavily on mobility, and I'm certain this will suit you." A little while later, the group moved quietly through the darkness. Kang Hansu smirked slightly. "This outfit's not bad." A system message appeared. "Gertis leather armor, lightweight, reduces air resistance." He lifted a hand to his shoulder, adjusting the gear slightly. "Just a few tweaks here and there, and it'll be perfect." Sophia approached him. "What a relief. Hansu, now that Lord Miyamoto has chosen to trust you, all that's left is to defeat Akuma, just as planned." Hansu thought to himself, "Just as planned, ha." Hansu suddenly recalled what Miyamoto had said in that moment of absent-mindedness. "I was just reminiscing about old times. Unlike you, Kang Hansu, who makes decisions quickly, I tend to hesitate." Hansu frowned slightly, deep in thought. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke in a quiet voice, "Sophia, there's something I need to tell you." Just then, deep within the seal, Akuma's eyes flickered open with a glint of eerie light. Thick vines twisted in the gloom of the night 20 years ago. Iris raised a hand to cover his mouth, his face frozen in shock. Just what is this place? Before them lay a scene of horror, bodies scattered lifelessly across the ground, and above them, massive trees draped in sparse, shifting vines. The vines were gathering, spiraling into a dark pit, pulling the corpses down into its depths. Everyone stood frozen in dread. What the hell just happened? Keldian stepped closer to one of the fallen. Just looking at the petrified remains, he murmured grimly, is enough to tell me what happened here. These people were all struck down by an ultimate attack. His brows furrowed, and it came from that. He turned toward something sealed at the far end, a presence so terrifying it should never be awakened. In his mind's eye, he pictured a massive egg, etched with strange patterns and bound tightly by thick chains of black iron. Gripping his weapon tightly, Keldian studied the surroundings. That residual force, it's still lingering everywhere. Kang Tai stood with arms crossed. But the thing's sealed, right? As long as we don't touch it, we should be fine. Iris adjusted his glasses confidently. No, you're wrong, he explained. The seal is weakening. The creature's still held down because of the chains, yes, but the actual seal itself is fading. Look closely, that egg is starting to crack. His voice dropped. It's a ticking time bomb. Keldian nodded. Exactly. Then Miyamoto Junichi appeared in front of the seal. He stood in silence, lost in thought. He reached out, touching one of the massive chains. We'll need to come up with a plan to deal with this, he muttered grimly. His eyes sharpened. Let's go back and regroup. Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension. I have a way. Everyone turned toward the sound, startled and curious. Then another voice shouted from near the seal, Lord Miyamoto. There's purple energy seeping out from the seal. Miyamoto stared ahead, his expression darkening. So we're really going to gamble our lives again. His ring began to glow, pulsing with a dark aura. In this place, he muttered, my deathcraft armament is the strongest force we have. That eerie aura surged outward, taking shape. A massive creature rose from the energy, wrapping its enormous arms around the seal in a tight grip. Eris was stunned by the sight. The summoned beast from Miyamoto's ring gripped the staff embedded in the seal. Miyamoto muttered. But once we move to the next zone, I'll have to start over from scratch. Keldian had already figured it out. You're planning to use your deathcraft armament to reinforce the seal. Miyamoto whispered to himself. How much longer do I have to keep doing this? Will this ever end? But then he smiled. My deathcraft armament will hold this seal together. As long as that holds, he'll never escape. Eris understood the situation as well, but added. That means you'll have to stay in this region to maintain the Reaper's armament. Yet Miyamoto Junichi remained calm. I have my own way. He placed a hand on his chest. If it's for the greater cause of humanity, then I will never back down. Miyamoto Junichi's resolve was unwavering. Yes, it's better this way. Don't worry, I'll stay here in the red zone and guard the seal. His eyes grew sharper. He stared directly at the location of the seal. Keldian called out, Sir Miyamoto Junichi. Junichi gave a faint smile. Ah, I was absent-mindedly reminiscing again. Hansu interrupted, urging him, Miyamoto, let's go. We don't have time. Sophia, standing nearby, was visibly surprised. Why is he speaking to Miyamoto Junichi so informally? Junichi glanced at Hansu and nodded. You're right. Let's begin. He touched the ring on his finger. Now, I'll start reinforcing the seal. The ring began to glow. A massive creature, larger than before, manifested and seemed to wrap itself around the entire seal. Hansu's face turned serious as he analyzed the scene. Looks like he's already had his Reaper's armament absorb a large amount of weaponry. Even though it's a tier below celestial armor, its power is no joke. That must mean the real job of the mystics is to trade and deliver weapons. The others watched silently, barely daring to breathe. Hansu remained deep in thought. Because he has to maintain the Reaper's armament, what he can or can't do is extremely limited. That also means the mystics are forced to purchase the specific weapons the armament demands on his behalf. He rubbed his chin. Still, something doesn't feel right. Hansu looked at Miyamoto Junichi's back. There's something I can't quite grasp. The ring continued glowing. The chains around the seal twisted and writhed. The sealing staff had pierced into the earth, and cracks had started to spread. Light from the seal radiated outward. A fissure had formed within the seal. Streams of energy were seeping out, gathering into a single body. Everyone, Sophia included, was shocked. A horrifying entity had been revived, Archma. Tina stared in disbelief at the thing that had just emerged. Her body wouldn't move. It only released its killing intent, and just from that alone, the sense of danger is overwhelming. In front of her stood Arkma, a towering monster with two massive horns, and a tongue that dragged along the ground. There was no mistaking it, this thing was a true monster. Tina found herself face to face with it. She looked up at the gigantic figure. When did it? Hansu had already thrown his weapon. Arkma swung one of its huge arms directly at Tina. A blinding burst of energy exploded outward, shaking the entire space. Ares and Keldian instinctively raised their arms to shield their eyes. The creature's sharp teeth gleamed, and its long tongue dripped with some kind of viscous fluid. Hansu stepped in, sword in hand, and blocked the monstrous blow. He struck back with his sword, launching a counterattack. Spinning mid-air, he eyed his opponent and quickly dodged, flying backward to evade the blow. Arkma, struck by the attack, was flung backward and slammed into the ground. Hansu landed firmly in front of Tina, shielding her with his body. "Everyone listen closely," he said. The monster was already getting back on its feet. Hansu tilted his head slightly, and reminded them, "Make sure you protect yourselves. As for me, I'll carry out the duty I swore to uphold." With his stance firm and battle-ready, he declared, "I'll fight him alone." Jokma took a step forward. His voice rang out as the ground began to tremble. The black-haired girl turned back, her face tired. "Isn't it just the locust swarm?" she muttered. But Jokma's expression grew increasingly tense. "No, this is coming from underground." Just as he feared, Kang Hansu was battling Arkma beneath the surface. One of Arkma's blows had left a massive crater in the ground, launching Kang Hansu through the air. Even Kyle Cooper, standing outside the battlefield, could feel the overwhelming pressure. He shuddered and thought to himself, "This feels like two monsters clashing head-on." Arkma launched a series of lightning-fast attacks, but Kang Hansu deftly dodged them all. He dropped low, narrowly avoiding a claw swipe that skimmed over his head. Then he quickly retreated and summoned a cluster of magical orbs. The orbs immediately shot forward, striking Arkma dead-on. Kang Hansu clenched his teeth, his entire body tense with focus. Arkma roared and charged again. Kang Hansu jumped back, never taking his eyes off his opponent. Arkma twisted its body, locking eyes with him sharp and cold. With a burst of power, it lunged forward. At the same time, Kang Hansu silently gathered energy into his palm. As he threw his punch, a massive energy fist materialized and rocketed forward. Arkma's eyes flashed with fury. The energy fist crashed down, but Kang Hansu immediately sensed something was wrong. Arkma's body wasn't where it should have been. The answer revealed itself a heartbeat later right behind him. Without hesitation, Arkma swung at him. But before it could follow through, Kang Hansu's fist appeared in front of its face. Arkma tilted its head back just in time, dodging the blow. Even Kang Hansu was stunned. He dodged that. Arkma had already pulled away, putting distance between them. Its entire body now radiated an ominous, threatening aura. Kyle Cooper watched nervously from a distance. His eyes were fixed on Kang Hansu and Arkma. "There's no way we can interfere in this fight," he murmured. "Not in terms of speed or strength. They're on a completely different level." A cold sweat broke out across his back. He was right. All we can do now is entrust everything to him. Meanwhile, Kang Hansu carefully observed his opponent. "He's faster than I expected," he thought. "Even though I've summoned part of the celestial armor just in case, it still can't keep up with that speed." The golden ring on Kang Hansu's finger emitted a wave of energy. But an attack that didn't hit was meaningless. He had to wait until the right moment when he was sure the strike would land before summoning it again. Kang Hansu made up his mind. "Looks like I'll finally have to use those, the Ekim chains and the Caghorn spear." Suddenly, a strange voice echoed in his head. "Kill me." Arkma's body trembled uncontrollably. "Please," it radiated pain and desperation. "Kill me." Kang Hansu's expression grew somber. He replied softly, "All right. That's the reason I came here anyway." Arkma charged at him again, slamming a fist down where Kang Hansu had just stood. But in the moment Arkma left itself open, a magical orb shot in from behind and smashed into its back. The surprise blow left it briefly stunned. As Arkma's body buckled, Kang Hansu leapt into the air. He grabbed hold of the chain. Midair, Kang Hansu gripped both the chain and the spear tightly. He smiled faintly. The chain worked. Archma, regaining awareness, roared and charged at him with wild fury. The chains floated in Kang Han-su's hands. Without hesitation, he whipped them forward. In the blink of an eye, the chain wrapped around Archma's body, binding its limbs tight. But Kang Han-su didn't relax for a second. I've restrained him with the Ikim chain, but he'll break out of it soon. Not wasting even a heartbeat, he pointed the spear straight at Archma. I have to finish him before that happens. Suddenly, Kang Han-su's body froze. He struggled to move. What is this? My body won't respond. A wave of dizziness hit him, like something was pressing down on his entire being. A theory suddenly crossed his mind. Could it be an Akuma skill? He shook the thought off. No, that's impossible. As far as I know, Akuma doesn't possess any ability that can restrict another's movement. Whipping his head around, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. That means someone else is doing this. But who? His face turned pale as the truth hit him. Kang Han-su's gaze shot toward the edge of the crater toward the group watching from above. And then it locked onto Miyamoto Junichi. The man stood silently, performing some kind of spell. Sensing Kang Han-su's gaze, Miyamoto Junichi calmly looked back at him. Kang Han-su cursed silently. That bastard Miyamoto. But there was no time to react. Archma suddenly loomed overhead. A loud impact followed. Kang Han-su's spear was struck and knocked from his hands. The explosion rang out with a thunderous boom, sending white smoke billowing into the air. Archma landed on the ground. It writhed against the chains for a few moments before effortlessly tearing free from them. Through the fading smoke, Kang Han-su forced himself to his feet, his breathing heavy. Now I get it. That's why I've had this uneasy feeling all along. The way Miyamoto had insisted on staying behind to maintain Akuma's seal, how his artificial weapon had absorbed countless others, and now, how he was secretly casting some kind of restraining skill on Kang Han-su. It all pointed to one conclusion. Miyamoto is trying to protect Akuma. People called him a man who understood the bigger picture. But Ares, the others, you were all fooled by him. Kang Han-su's eyes suddenly snapped open. Archma lunged without warning. Kang Han-su raised his sword just in time to block. But as he stepped back, he realized something. Its speed, it's increasing. Before he could process it, Archma came charging in again. Han-su twisted his body to avoid the attack, but in doing so, a terrifying truth clicked into place. No, it's not getting faster. I'm getting slower. Ridiculously slower. There was no time to recover. Archma kept swinging, relentless and brutal. Kang Han-su had no choice but to keep dodging. From a distance, Miyamoto smirked. Han-su was just about to strike back when suddenly his body froze again. His jaw clenched with fury. Again. And this time Archma's blow landed clean. The force of the hit sent Kang Han-su flying. He slammed into the ground, coughing blood, and cursed through gritted teeth. What the hell, this is bullshit. Miyamoto's debuff is getting stronger. He cast a sharp glance towards Sophia. Come on, Sophia, hurry up and make your decision. Sophia, standing on the outskirts of the battlefield, had no idea what was truly happening. Watching the scene unfold, she frowned in confusion. What's going on? Why is he suddenly being overwhelmed by Akuma? At this rate, as she looked more closely, realization dawned. No, something's wrong. Just moments ago he was easily handling Akuma. So why is he suddenly frozen in place, taking hit after hit like this? It doesn't make sense. Sophia suddenly recalled what Kang Han-su had told her back then. Sophia, if I suddenly can't fight back against Akuma, and it starts overwhelming me in an unnatural way, even if it's risky, I need you to help draw its attention just for a moment. After that, back in the present, those words rang loud in her mind. Almost instinctively, Sophia turned to Miyamoto and said, Sir Miyamoto, we need to help Kang Han-su immediately. Miyamoto looked at her with a cold, composed expression and replied, Do you mean all of us? He paused for a moment before continuing. Unlike Kang Han-su, none of us stand a chance against Akuma. Rushing in without the power to resist is like walking into a tiger's den unarmed. He concluded firmly, we'd only be getting in Kang Han-su's way. That's why we must trust him and let him handle Akuma alone. Sophia pushed back. But leaving him on his own like this is extremely dangerous. She tried her best to persuade him, her tone earnest and urgent. If Kang Han-su fails, we're all finished. Not just us, every single traveler in the red zone will be doomed. Don't tell me, Sir Miyamoto. She paused, then asked bluntly, are you deliberately letting Kang Han-soo die? Just then, Mariant appeared behind her and cautioned, watch your words, Sophia. That's crossing a line. Miyamoto simply responded, I believe in Kang Han-soo. He said he could defeat Akuma on his own. Sophia opened her mouth to argue again, but Miyamoto cut her off, his tone somber yet composed. I understand your concern, Sophia. But that's exactly why we must not intervene. The situation is dire, and we must prepare for the worst. If Kang Han-soo fails, then I will use my power and the sacred relics to seal Akuma once again. Then he asked calmly, do you have a better plan than that? Sophia fell silent. She looked up at the battlefield, her heart heavy. Then, Kang Han-soo's final words to her echoed in her mind once more. And keep an eye on Miyamoto. He might be trying to stop me from finishing off Akuma. At the time she'd been stunned by that. What? Han-soo had continued, his tone grave, and I'm guessing he'll say something like I can seal Akuma again. She'd asked him then, are you sure? Kang Han-soo's voice was cold and resolute. This isn't what I wanted, but if it's the Miyamoto I spoke to earlier, then he's definitely going to betray us. And just as he had predicted, everything unfolded exactly as he said. Sophia clenched her fists, her thoughts spinning. Just like Han-soo warned, from Miyamoto's insistence on preserving Akuma's seal to the sudden turn of the battle where Han-soo was inexplicably overpowered, it's all exactly as he foresaw. Though she didn't want to believe it, she could no longer deny the truth. Sir Miyamoto intends to let Kang Han-soo die. At that moment, Miyamoto's own thoughts took a dark turn. You think Akuma is a disaster that must be destroyed. You're wrong. You're the only one who sees it as an enemy. As long as the seal is properly maintained, it's nothing more than a beast in a cage. A cruel smile tugged at the corner of his lips. If we can control it, we can use this beast however we like. With Akuma under our control, dominating the red zone will be simple. Kang Han-soo, that arrogant fool obsessed with playing the hero, this is the price of your pride. You'll die drowning in despair. While Miyamoto reveled in his twisted logic, Kang Han-soo kept fighting with unwavering determination. He leapt forward, aiming to counterattack. But suddenly, Miyamoto's eyes narrowed again. In that instant, Han-soo's sword arm locked up, completely paralyzed. Chech, Archma took the opportunity and struck him hard in the gut. Han-soo gritted his teeth and responded with a sharp kick, forcing Archma backward with a thud. Blood splattered to the ground. Miyamoto watched in eerie calm. I've layered every restraining technique I possess on him. There's no way he's operating at full capacity. His condition should be deteriorating. And yet, despite that, he couldn't hide the growing unease creeping across his face. Why won't you fall, Kang Han-soo? Before him, Kang Han-soo stood his ground, blood dripping, battered but unbowed, eyes sharp, mind clear, and still very much alive. Kang Han-soo panted heavily, each breath ragged as blood trickled down his side. Archma stood still for a moment, then suddenly lunged forward, charging straight at him. But just as it took off, ice bloomed under its feet, freezing the ground and locking its movements mid-dash. Startled, Archma turned its head sharply toward the source. Sophia stood firm in the distance, her hands glowing faint blue as she summoned both ice and a barrier to shield herself. Miyamoto's furious voice cut through the air. What do you think you're doing, Sophia? He tried again to persuade her, voice strained with frustration. I've already told you getting involved could backfire on us. That's why I said we should let Kang Han-soo handle Archma alone. Why won't you listen? But Sophia's tone was colder than the magic she'd just cast. I'm truly disappointed in you, Lord Miyamoto. She turned to face him directly, her gaze unwavering. You were supposed to be the one person capable of protecting every red zone, including ours. The one who could withstand even a fraction of Akuma's power. And yet, you refuse because you don't want to take the risk. Then came her final words, blunt and cutting, shameless. Miyamoto's face twisted in disbelief and rage. What did you say? But before the argument could continue, Archma's attention locked onto Sophia. Noticing her moment of vulnerability, it suddenly charged in her direction. Damn it, it's coming this way. Mariant shouted, panic in her voice. Sophia remained calm. Everyone get ready. Miyamoto clenched his fists, stunned into silence. Sophia, Archma barreled forward until a voice rang out behind it. Don't lose focus. Kang Hansu, sword in hand, had leapt into the air. I'm still your opponent. With a powerful swing, his blade carved into Archma's side, sending blood spraying across the battlefield. A guttural roar tore from Archma's throat as it writhed in pain, eyes snapping back to Kang Hansu with renewed fury. Sophia suddenly gasped in panic. Kang Hansu. Archma had grabbed Hansu's arm in a split second, and without hesitation, hurled him high into the air like a ragdoll. Still stunned by the sudden move, Kang Hansu couldn't regain balance in time, but before he could hit the ground, streams of glowing paper appeared out of nowhere, cushioning his fall. Sophia had activated Descending Talisman Step, the enchanted paper swirling under Hansu to catch him mid-air. Hansu gave her a quick, appreciative smile. Nice assist, Sophia. Without wasting another breath, he kicked off the paper platform and launched himself back toward the enemy. Suddenly, sharp, grotesque horns sprouted from Archma's arms. With a savage growl, Archma flung them outward in a deadly burst, razor-sharp projectiles flying in all directions. From the edge of the battlefield, Kyle cried out in shock, "It can attack like that." Kang Hansu, completely composed, countered with a swift motion. A flurry of ice materialized around him, slamming into the flying horns and knocking them off course, each shard redirected away from his body. Archma hesitated, surprised. At that moment, glowing chains began materializing in the air around him. A system window appeared in Hansu's vision. Mana infusion detected. Ekim chains regenerating. The chains suddenly surged forward as if alive, wrapping themselves tightly around Archma while he was still distracted. Kang Hansu muttered under his breath, "Archma." Then, gripping the trident in his hand, he whispered to himself, "Just a bit more. It'll all be over soon." With one final push, he twisted his body and drove the weapon downward. The trident pierced through the tightening chains, embedding deep into Archma's flesh. Archma let out a deafening, guttural scream of agony as his body convulsed violently against the restraints. Kyle and the man in black stood frozen, utterly stunned. With a voice filled with disbelief, the man muttered, "Unbelievable, he's actually defeating that Akuma." Miyamoto clenched his fists. No, no, his face turned pale with fury. If this kept going, Archma would die. At that moment, nothing else mattered to him anymore. As soon as Archma moved again, Miyamoto knew he had to buy time. He had to stop Kang Hansu from finishing it. He snapped his eyes open. His suppression energy surged forward, racing straight toward Hansu. But Hansu calmly turned his head, raised his hand, and stopped the beam of light with ease. Miyamoto's eyes widened in shock. What? Was it neutralized? Then Hansu spoke, voice firm, unwavering. "Miyamoto, give it up. I'm not holding back anymore. Just wait, this is only the beginning." Miyamoto gritted his teeth. Tech, then it hit him because of that guy, he remembered now. A feeling he hadn't allowed himself to feel in so long. Kang Hansu's figure, standing tall and unwavering, mirrored the very person Miyamoto once admired. The straight, unshakable back of Iris appeared in his mind. And now it had taken form once more through Kang Hansu. Miyamoto clenched his jaw, bitterness rising in his chest. It's been 20 years, and not once have I forgotten. I've kept that image buried in my heart this whole time, jealous. The sword dropped to the ground. Miyamoto stood powerless before the monster looming over him. It bared its razor-sharp fangs and lunged downward. Just as its teeth were about to reach him, a radiant beam of light burst forth. Miyamoto barely opened his eyes. Before him stood a valiant figure, shields manifesting in midair. Iris reached out her hand to him, and said gently, "You're safe now." A voice echoed in the depths of Miyamoto's mind, Iris, the supreme one of this world. The most revered among us all. Every person in the red zone admired her. And I cursed anyone who reminded me of her. I hated her. Because that place, that recognition, it should have been mine. And when the opportunity came, Archma, the hidden calamity maintaining the seal, only required a sliver of mana. But I lied, just so I could stay in the red zone. All of it was for me. My safety. My reputation. And yet now, seeing that all too familiar figure through Hansu, he erupted inside. How dare you, how dare you? Miyamoto lost all reason. He roared, lunging at Hansu with a frenzied attack. A lowly brat like you, how dare you try to outsee me? Hansu turned calmly, raising his shield and effortlessly deflecting the blow. A massive explosion erupted between them. Miyamoto sneered triumphantly. Fool, I don't know how many spells you can block, but that one had to land. But through the thick smoke, Kang Hansu stepped forward, unscathed. Sword in hand, he brought the blade cleanly to Miyamoto's neck. Miyamoto's eyes flew open in disbelief. Then Keldian's voice rang out in Hansu's mind, harsh and urgent. Kill him. Kill the one standing in the way. They're nothing but poison to humanity. There's no reason to show mercy. Hansu's grip on his sword tightened. He's right. This man is the enemy. He's stalling the mission. If I don't end him here, he'll only bring more harm. Mercy for people like him is a waste. But suddenly Hansu paused. In his mind, Eris's face appeared. That look of unwavering trust. The hope of humanity rests in your hands. Please protect as many people as you can. Even if the one in front of you is a ruthless villain, I beg you, Hansu. Hansu hesitated. What should I? Two opposing visions of his comrades flashed before Kang Hansu's eyes. One urged him mercilessly, for the sake of humanity, eliminate every last villain. Their deaths are the only atonement for the paths they've chosen. Then came Eris's voice, gently contradicting it, for the good of humanity, give them a chance. Through your compassion, they may one day regret the choices they've made. Keldian's voice cut in sharply, people never change. Eris answered with quiet resolve, people can change. Then both voices overlapped, each declaring a final verdict: that's why they must die. That's why they deserve to live. Kang Hansu narrowed his eyes. With a swift, decisive motion, he sliced off one of Miyamoto's arms. Miyamoto's eyes shot wide open, and a piercing scream tore from his throat as the pain hit him. Hansu lowered his sword. This is the last time I'll spare you, he said coldly. Do you still plan to keep interfering? Miyamoto was too furious to speak clearly. Hansu, you bastard! Then, turning to the others behind him, he screamed, what are you all doing? Attack him. Stop standing there like a bunch of idiots. I said, attack him now. But the spirits just stood silently, unmoving despite his command. I said you follow my orders. He roared. Sophia finally snapped. Shut up, Miyamoto. Clenching her teeth, she growled, we're not your subordinates. Miyamoto shouted back, livid, Sophia. You brat, how dare you ignore my command? Sophia stood tall, her voice strong. Stop lying to yourself. We act for the sake of the red zone. Then, without holding back, she spat, orders from a cowardly traitor like you. We don't give a damn. The other spirits exchanged glances, and nodded in silent agreement. Then they began to step forward together. Miyamoto stood there, confused. In front of him, the spirits, once his loyal followers, were now all walking toward Kang Hansu's side. Kyle stepped forward and spoke up, his voice steady but firm. Our mission has always been to protect the red zone. That's why we followed you. He paused, a hint of regret in his voice. But now, none of us can understand your actions anymore. Like Sophia said, we're done following your orders. We're just disappointed in you, Miyamoto. That final statement hit Miyamoto like a hammer to the chest. He turned his gaze to Kang Hansu, powerless. And once again, that image, Iris, reaching her hand out to him, flickered through his mind. Miyamoto lowered his head. Then slowly he raised it again, and smiled, twisted and unhinged. His eyes darkened, and his voice came out cold and warped. Protect the red zone. Fine, then watch this. Kang Hansu raised a hand, ready to block Miyamoto's control spell. I already told you your tricks won't work on me anymore. But then, something felt different. His expression shifted. This wasn't aimed at him. The energy felt wrong. Stronger. Darker. It wasn't targeting him, it was amplifying the Akuma. Just as he realized it, Archma stirred. With a renewed roar, it rose to its feet, yanked the trident from its body, and bellowed violently, the surge of dark power coursing through its form. As soon as it regained its strength, Archma hurled the trident with tremendous force. Its body began to grow larger and more monstrous by the second. Mariant and Bake stood in shock, eyes wide. In a blur of terrifying speed, Archma shot past them. A powerful shockwave erupted behind it. Mariant's thoughts raced in panic. What kind of attack was that? How the hell are we supposed to dodge something like that? The air was filled with its blood-curdling roars. Bake dropped into a combat stance and shouted, it's charging again. Everyone stay sharp. Suddenly both he and Kyle froze, staring at something that didn't make sense. After roaring violently, Archma had suddenly stopped moving. Then, with a loud crash, it slammed its head into the ground. And then did it again. And again. It kept repeating the motion, even as blood began pouring from its skull. Bake stared in disbelief. What the hell? Why is it doing that? What is going on with it? Sophia quickly turned her head toward the direction of the chaos. She shouted, voice filled with fury, Miyamoto's running. That bastard is trying to escape. Bake clenched his jaw, ready to give chase. We need to catch him now. But Marion grabbed his arm. What about the Akuma? Bake growled in frustration. Damn it, then what the hell are we supposed to do? That's when Kang Han-soo's voice rang out, calm and steady. Relax. He turned his back toward them and said, leave the Akuma to me. You go after Miyamoto. Kyle hesitated, concern on his face. Are you sure you'll be okay? Kang Han-soo nodded firmly. Yeah. I made a promise. Moments later the spirits all moved out in pursuit of Miyamoto. Elsewhere, Kang Han-soo glanced sideways, puzzled. You could have gone with the others. Sophia responded coolly, you'll need someone to relay messages if you plan on joining them later. And I want to see with my own eyes how this ends. At that moment, a terrifyingly intense killing intent radiated from Archma. Sophia felt her chest tighten with worry. This aura, it's on a whole different level from when I first faced him. Miyamoto's buff has turned this Akuma into something far more monstrous. Can Han-soo really handle this? She glanced at Kang Han-soo's back, calm, unwavering, completely unshaken in the face of the monstrous pressure. Han-soo, what are you planning to do? Suddenly Kang Han-soo lowered his sword. Sophia flinched. What are you doing? She called out, panic lacing her voice. But he responded with a calm, quiet voice. Don't worry. He began walking forward, slowly and steadily. It's not necessary anymore. Archma stared at him, confused. Meanwhile, Han-soo's mind worked quickly. A regeneration buff, one that keeps healing its body no matter how damaged it gets. With that kind of reinforcement, the Akuma will keep fighting, even if it costs every last bit of its life force. It'll never stop. If that's the case, Archma suddenly lunged forward. Han-soo leapt to the side with fluid grace, dodging the charge. The Akuma stumbled from its own momentum and crashed to the ground. Landing softly, Han-soo stepped forward and placed a hand on its head, muttering, Akuma, wake up. A gentle light emerged from his palm. Archma looked up at him, its vacant eyes began to glisten with tears. Suddenly, in its lifeless gaze, a glowing circle formed, an eerie symbol of change. Its body began to morph, its shape shifting. A new form emerged. The voice was distant, barely human. Han-soo's thoughts churned. I was right. This Akuma, it's no longer a mindless beast. It was consumed by boundless rage, but thanks to Miyamoto's regeneration buff, ironically, it's been able to recover mentally. That malicious spell meant to doom it, gave it one final chance instead. And this child's true identity is, Han-soo spoke gently. Akuma, do you remember your father? Archma's eyes widened. Its consciousness flickering back to life. It repeated, father? Suddenly memories surged back. Spears, dozens of them, pierced the air, all pointed at its young, trembling form. The man leading the charge, stern and emotionless, declared, Die, my son. The moment replayed in Archma's mind like a nightmare. Its face twisted in anguish. It let out a heartbreaking scream. Father, what did I do wrong? Why did you torment me? Why? Its body continued to twist and shift, distorted by turmoil and pain. The look of despair on its face deepened as it screamed, over and over, Don't attack me. I don't want to hurt you. It hurts so much. Han-soo remained still, unmoving, as the creature panicked and flailed. Archma thrashed wildly, screaming, Why do they all hate me? Stay away. Leave me alone. I can't take this anymore. In its frenzy, one of its arms swung wide and struck Han-soo squarely, sending him flying through the air. He didn't attempt to dodge. Crashing to the ground, Han-soo groaned, his vision blurring. As he struggled to remain conscious, an old image surfaced, Tekulon, gasping for breath, cradled in his arms. His voice echoed in Han-soo's memory. For the greater good, I killed my own son, but I regret it deeply. Suddenly, thorns erupted violently from Archma's body, shooting out in all directions like deadly spears. Sophia shouted Hansu. Akuma's lashing out again with the thorns. Hansu didn't flinch. He slowly stood up. Without hesitation he began walking toward Arkma straight into the storm of razor-sharp thorns. He didn't block them, didn't dodge. He just kept walking. Sophia's voice shook with fear. Hansu. But he didn't stop. He calmly placed a hand on Arkma's head and gently stroked it. It's okay, he said softly. Your father Tekalon, and Akum too. The barrage of thorns ceased immediately. Arkma froze, its body slowly reverting to its original form. It stared at Hansu in silence, listening. Neither of you are at fault, Hansu continued. You've carried this pain alone for far too long. It's time for you to rest.